Chapter 001 The Genius and Thinyang Bead. In the northwest of Xuantian, in the Nanshan village of the Jin Kingdom. The mountain opening the stem faces the explosive power, with bursts emanating from the fists, elbows, and condensing the strength of the entire body. Nitik ni serisiumless lilinct, with on explosion following Ganather. Within the woods, a 17-year-old of with a delicate appearance practice a dispus technique as well constantly adjusting himself. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, he could not produce the explosive sound. More practice was needed. Wang Yan had been reborn for a Erna, possessing the most ordinary talent. In the world of fantasy, even though as not wish to be Mariant, they must practice diligently otherwise, their foot will be their Toritan the grounder toperishan Themperor's banner. In truth, the differences between individual Sarim and Immel. As longasia strivian surpass 9 out of 10 people, ya will get advantageous resources beyond those and have the potential to advance further. By doing so, you enter another group of people and progress layer by layer, rising step by step in a virtuosical, ultimately having the potential to reach the pinnacle. In martial arts cultivation, talent is paramount. The effects of phonetics cultivation with silver grade talent are equivalent to 100 days of effort with grey iron grade talent. Do not compare yourself to Jin Zaya, he's a genius unlike possesses gold grade talent. Ali Anito doi surpassed Heather Cini our village. Excess leads to failure, but careful not to injure ourself. A middle-aged, stir diamond advised beside him. This man was Wang Yue, Wang Yan's paternal cousin and uncle, absorbing 5th level martial artist and Ascension hunter. Huazel so respected figure in Nanshan village leading a hunting team. Wang Yan's father was an sea hunter but perished in an accident during a hunt, and Wang Yan's mother succumbed to grief 2 years later. Wang Yan possessed only grey iron grade talent, yet he insisted on comparing himself to respected gold grade genius in the village, driving himself relentlessly. Of course, the current Wang Yan was not the same as the previous one. Martial arts are cultivated through effort, not innate ability. Even with a good constitution ultimate, one still needs rigorous training, otherwise, they may not necessarily become a strong warrior. Having gave origi talent does not necessarily mean failure. After completing his routine, Wang Yan concluded his practice, wiping the sweat from his fashion body if it only arby. That is indeed difficult, requiring divine favor or rarity thrug half the story. Wang Yu Shukashed disagreeing. You're like an egg trying to collide with Eric. No, how cold I compare it to Somian with gold grade talent? Wang Yan put down to Tal and gazed toward the south. The southern border has been battling the demon race for many years, and the front line could call up seat imminent, allowing the demon army to advance unopposed. What should we do if the demons attack us? Should we simply stand a waiter foot without resistance? With Theliancy of T3 erase the numerous experts from sacred sites and aristocratic families, who called the possibly Lilos? Wang Yu's face changed slightly. Moreover, our Jin Kingdom is located in the northwest of Xuantian continent, millions of miles away from the front line. Even if the demons attack, I will take them quit Sameta Meterichara. Scattered demons are dealt with by our kingdom's experts. Wang Yan Shukashed. Putting ho pinother systemist full of choice. Before he called refute. Dad. A 7 or 8-year-old boy suddenly ran up, breathless. Brotherin. Why are you running so fast? Wang Yu Froneden reprimanded. If others can churn off 10 comes with harsh words. It's Jin Zhao, Heshet Donadman. Wang Xinj ignored their premandan hurriedly said through gritted teeth. What, Ademan? Wang Yu's face instantly changed. Just now I said hot demon skun treachera, but no one has appeared. If any demon has appeared, it cannot be alone. Jin Zaya shot Donadman. Wang Yan's facial changed. Demonsary animals infected by demonic eye, stronger toner than beast lidamans. And it wash it down by Jin Zhao. Jin Zao strength. Let's go and see. Wang Yu picked up Wang Xing and threw him onto his shoulders, quickly walking towards the village. Swoosh. Wang Yan followed suit. Where is it? Wang used. Just south of the square. Wang Xing pointed with admiration in his eyes. Jin Zao is so amazing. Has shot down such a huge demon with just stone arrow. If it weren't for him, our village might have been attacked. Was the demon heading towards the village? Wang Yu's face paled. The situation is stirred. Yes, indeed. Jin Zao was practicing his Archerian shot down with Onarao in Hesuit. Wang Xing applauded, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Yan's face was solemn. The appearance of demons attacking the village indicates here significant numbers. And the emergency of demons in the Jin kingdom likely signifies there revel of high-level demonic cultivators or true demons nearby. The future is perilous. I wonder if the experts of Jin kingdom can clear solve these. The trio soon arrived at the southern part of the village. At this moment, the square was surrounded by many villagers, especially in Earthedemon, where all the absorbing light warriors of the village gathered. A handsome and do pretty young man holding a was around Eden the center, particularly catching. Da Yu is sheer. Chief Yue. The villagers greeted Wang Yu and made way for him. Wang Yan, following closely behind Wang Yue, quickly approached and saw the demon. It was an 8-foot-long, sinister creature with sharp claws and fangs, resembling both an insect and a beast, and possessing a pair of massive bat-like wings. Due to the demonic, its entire body was dark and looked quite menacing and terrifying. What was particularly noticeable was a steel young arrow piercing through its mesaviad from its sprin. These was the masterpiece of the genealogy of Jin Zhao. Demonstrate a strong defense and likely swift flight. Jin Zao accurately showed kill led it with Onarao, demonstrating his formidable strength. Few in the entire Nanshan village could match him. Jin Zao is so amazing. He killed such a huge demon with Onarao. Yes, even the most skilled engineer village might not have shot down with Onarao. Jin Zao was naturally strong, gifted, and likely at the absorbing 7th or 8th level, right? The villagers praised, their faces glowing with pride. Jin Zao's prowess benefits the village, especially during this demon invasion. I eagerly hope that Jin Zao will swiftly become an unparalleled warrior. Has already at the absorbing 9th level. Jin Feng, Jin Zao's uncle, proudly lifted head. She absorbing 9th level, has on off to top warriors in the village. Isn't he about to brain through Tothchang Hong realm soon? With Jin Zao ostillant, breaking through Tothchang Hong real simple. Jin Zay's in Lai 16 highs here. His future is sunlimited, Dizong, Tian Yuan, perhaps Ascension high real miss within reach. The villagers exclaimed in astonishment and Sigain. Martial arts realm classification Chi absorbing, Changhong, Dizong, Tian Yuan, Shanghai. The Dizong realm is considered as a supreme warrior within 100 miles. The Tian Yuan realm signifies Alakal overlord. Jin Zao's talent is truly outstanding, earning him the title of the first genius in Nanshan village for hundreds of years. Of course, Myson Jin Zao possesses that quality as so faking. Jin Hani Jin Zao's father strode forward. The prodigy of the Jin family. Congratulations! The villagers saw for red tear bulsing since Sigain. Among the crowd Jin Zhao, standing talon proud, glanced at Wang and dismissively. Wang and was far from being qualified to compare with him. Even if he practiced at 12 hours a day until his dying breath, he would still not be worthy. Chapter 002 Attainment of Minor Mastery in Mountain Splitting Fist, Attainment of Chi Absorption at 3rd level. Haven't you been contaminated by demonic eye? Jin Zao asked seriously. Every one looked at Wang An with tension on their faces. No, look, Wang An extended his finger, which was clean and flawless. Demonic ways is dark casting can highly infectious. If Wang An's finger had been touched be it, a black spot would appear and gradually expand, ultimately transforming Wang An in Toadman. Few, everyone felt relieved after seeing Jit. If Wang An had been contaminated, they would have a toquik like it off his finger or even his enterarm. Don't be so reckless in the future. That's a demon, not an ordinary creature, Wang Yu criticized severely. He must be feeling in his heart and want to notice the demon's strength, a 16 or 17-year-old vigorauji outmit. His name was Zhang Chang Thesan of Zhang Jun, the village Sinlay expert at Chang Hom Real Man, the strongest person in the village. There were three major surnames in Nanshan village: Zhang, Jin, and Wang. The Zhang family had always been the leaders, with a continuous stream of experts. Zhang Qiang's talent was also extraordinary. At bronze level, on 900, but was overshadowed by Jinzhou. Moreover, it was not a slight difference but a huge, overwhelming gap. Hurry up and burn Thedaman, a villager suggested. Yes, quickly, others responded promptly. We must do a fire. The other villagers quickly agreed. They hadn't one tension enough listening to squabble between Tetwa children. Dealing with this big problem was the right thing to do. Leaving the demon's body here was a threat. Every onito action, bringing which are coal surrounding and digniting the demon's body, which burned fiercely. The high temperature of tekar fire was sufficient to burn away any demonica contained within the demon. Fortunately, it was only Aidman. If it were a magical beast or the body of a true demon, ordinary fire would not be able to destroy it. Wang and quickly returned though me alone. Who wanted to study the usage of Tozatwa kind soft power. Thanks to Wang En's father, Wang En's family well off, with stone houses, one wooden house, and a courtyard of several dozen square meters. The savings left behind, combined with some support from the clan, had allowed Wang En to persist until now. Bang, Wang En closed the gate and door of the courtyard, focusing his Mandunt Tai Chidiagram. How do I see this, spiritual power? Wang Engine light up the spiritual power bear with his mind. Schwa, a refreshing stream of flowed out from his mind, like sweet dew from a spring, nourishing on comforter where it veritwent, making his muscly sand bone sheet up quickly. He could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. At the same time, the green spiritual power bar shortened little, with the numerical value changing to 12. It seemed to be correct. They stimulate tinged, a little spiritual power flowed out. Continue. Wang En stimulated Itagan, and the stream of Kimmerge Donsmary. Hyunsi Gain felt this body becoming stronger. Moreover, just 2 points of spiritual power had greatly improved his constitution, feeling like had made a more progressed hand through a year of arduous training before. Is this spiritual power? Wang En restrained his excitement and targeted his soul power. Soul power, enhancing the strength of the soul? Alephi Hazel. Thessal is the foundation of life. If it truly enhances the strength of the soul, the needs effect would be immense, much more important than enhancing the body. Because a strong soul leads to overall strength in various aspects. For instance, simple memory and control abilities. It was probably because the demon had been dead for some time, absorbing all its residual soul, converting only 3 points of soul power, which was very precious. Wang En triad stimulating. Schwa, a cold stream of canter at the depths of Wang En's soul. Wang En felt this sprint's processing speed instantly increase a dozen or hundreds of times. Various points and essential soft mountain splitting fist appeared spontaneously, and he began to do some. Wang En's eyes lit up, and Dishiart became even more excited. Deducing martial arts was crucial to his cultivation, far more powerful than simply enhancing his soul power. After all, only with strong strength can protect themselves, acquire resources, and possess everything. Hilsa noticed Seth Taichi diagram was rotating. When Hapult the key weakening Gagain, he quickly stimulate the Tonsmary. At the same time, he stimulate the spiritual power bar again. Wangan practiced in theorem. Bang 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 bang. When the 3 points of soul power were exhausted, Wang On's fist scudalriady produce explosive sounds, shaking thick and tense off to room to pieces, with some being attentioned directly. Is was the Signof Manor Masterian. Wang On's previous incarnation had struggled for years, and after he arrived and struggled for another year, he had just bare ligand entry. Now, with just 3 points of soul power, he had attained Manor Masterian. This was truly incomparable, making Wang En somewhat unbelievable. In just a short alpha. Had Jean's Zayas progress not been this fast initially? Definitely not. Even a golden constitution couldn't compare to Thys externalide. Unless they possessed an not divine or sacred constitution. With Minor Masterian, Wang En final empathy conditions to cultivate genuinikai. He went to the courtyard and continued to practice, refining his body, skin, muscles, and bones. The previous nourishment from spiritual power had laid the foundation for his body, and now, finally, after 5 rounds, the trace of Genuik emerged. With Jinwaneki, the human body will change, with greatly increased recovery and combat capabilities. Spiritual power, add. Wang on stimulate the spiritual power again. Schwa, the spiritual power flowed through his body, quickly nourishing his water dandex housted body, rapidly restoring it. A little bit of fiddle samer diden ta the Jinwaneki, making it stronger. Continue practicing. Wang and seemed tireless. Explosive sounds, has this kid attained minor mastery in Wang Yuapasid beyond raised his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly making such great progress, was stimulated? Having a golden rival ways indeed a good thing. Has Moldandwen thome. Heknu that Wang and Colden catch up with Jin Zhao both would definitely continue to make progress bravely and would not but in the future. Moreover, with minor mastery in Wang and Hajane the ability to be self-sufficient. He was stronger than most villagers. So Koldil Sora stashered. In the blink of an eye, a night passed, and Wang and had fully consumed his spiritual power. His muscly sand bones were strong, his muscliness were softer and more defined, his waist twice strong, his facial features were clearer, and his eyes were more spirited. His cultivation had reached the third of velocity absorption. Ordinary talents find it extremely difficult to cultivate martial arts. Starting from Thieva 14 to 100 year bodies, Thiualu enters the absorption real mating teen to 20 years old. After that, each advancement to a higher level takes at least 2 to 3 years. The size assuming they have been diligently practicing gone progressing smoothly. In reality, among the hundreds of villagers in Nanshan village there were only about 50 chi absorption real martial artists. And among them, only a dozen or so had reached the third level or above. Wang Yan was no among the top 20 martial artists. However, Wang Yan was well aware that he was still in it. He meant nothing in thighs of strong individual sword demons. To become strong quickly, he had to continue absorbing demonic eon souls. If he could get twamer demon corpses, preferably fresh and dress and licked, that would be great. Wang Yan raised his eyebrows, looked around, and then Pikadupamachit, a bow, and a quiver of faros, putting on a bamboo hatan walking towards the village square. In the center of the southern square of the village. Fedel and Tediangman Jinzeo was standing there, holding a spear, wearing a strong bow, and carrying 12 quivers of refined steel arrows, standing proudly. Next to him was Uncle Jin Fong at the chi absorption, also fully armed. In going out a hunt demons. Does any want to join? With Wang Yan's further stimulation, the flow of energy surged forth once more. He felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, as if nearly 2 points of spiritual energy had elevated his constitution to a remarkable degree, surpassing the progress he had made through a year of arduous training. Is this the essence of spiritual energy? Wang Yan, suppressing his excitement, shifted his focus towards soul energy. Soul energy, does it enhance the power of the soul? Every living being possesses a soul, which is the very foundation of life. If it indeed augments the strength of the soul, its implications would be monumental, far surpassing the importance of physical enhancement. A robust soul would invariably lead to an overall enhancement in various aspects. It seemed that the recent demise of a magical beast allowed him to absorb a fragment of residual soul energy, yielding a mere 3 points of soul energy, an exceedingly rare find. Wang Yan decided to test this further. A chilling current surged deep into the recesses of Wang Yan's soul. He sensed an instantaneous acceleration in his cognitive faculties, as if the speed of his thoughts had escalated by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Suddenly, the pivotal elements of the mountain-pounding fist emerged in his mind, prompting him to engage in a mental simulation. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with newfound fervor. The ability to simulate martial techniques was invaluable for his cultivation, far surpassing the mere enhancement of soul energy. After all, only with formidable strength could one ensure their own protection, acquire resources, and attain everything they desired. He noticed the Tai Chi diagram in motion and, upon sensing a diminishment in the energy flow, quickly stimulated it once more, simultaneously invigorating his spiritual energy. In his room, Wang Yan practiced his punches with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. As the 3 points of soul energy were expended, Wang Yan's fists were capable of producing explosive sounds, causing the objects within the room to rattle and scatter, some even shattering upon impact. This was a clear indication of his martial arts reaching a minor success. After years of dedicated practice, He had only just begun to grasp the fundamentals upon his arrival. Now, with just 3 points of soul energy, he had achieved a minor success in his fist technique. This was indeed incomparable and left Wang Yan in a state of disbelief. Had Jin Zhao experienced such rapid progress at his inception? Certainly not, even the golden physique lacked such an advantage. Unless he possessed an innate divine body, achieving minor success in martial arts, Wang Yan had finally met the conditions to cultivate true energy. Yet he ventured into the courtyard, persisting in his punches, honing his body, flesh, and sinews. The prior nourishment from spiritual energy had laid a solid foundation for his body, and now, after 5 cycles, a thread of true energy began to manifest. With the emergence of true energy, his body underwent a transformation, significantly enhancing his recovery and combat capabilities. Spiritual energy, augment. Wang Yan stimulated his spiritual energy once more. Whoosh, the energy coursed through his entire being, swiftly rejuvenating his somewhat fatigued and drained physique, rapidly restoring his vitality. A small fraction merged with the true energy, rendering it more robust. Continue practicing. Wang Yan seemed impervious to fatigue. What a remarkable development. Has this young man achieved minor success in his fist technique? Wang Yu, passing by, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Such a sudden leap in progress. Has he been stimulated by something? Having a golden rival was indeed fortuitous. He chuckled and made his way home, fully aware that Wang Yan could not possibly catch up to Jin Zhao, yet he would undoubtedly continue to strive vigorously, ensuring he would not fall behind. Moreover, with his minor success in fist techniques, Wang Yan had attained a level of self-sufficiency, surpassing most villagers. Thus, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. In the blink of an eye, a night passed, and Wang Yan fully assimilated the spiritual energy. His bones grew robust, his muscles took on a more harmonious form, his strength doubled, his features sharpened, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, culminating in the remarkable achievement of the 3rd stage of Qi gathering. It is noteworthy that for those of ordinary talent, cultivating martial arts is exceedingly challenging. Typically, one would commence physical training at the age of 14 and would not attain the Qi gathering realm until 18 to 20 years of age. Each subsequent stage would demand at least 2 to 3 years of relentless practice, assuming a steady progression. In reality, among the several hundred villagers in Nanshan village, only around 50 have reached the Qi gathering stage, with a mere 10 or so surpassing the 3rd stage. Wang Yan had now ascended to the ranks of the top 20 martial artists. However, Wang Yan was acutely aware that he was still but an ant in the grand scheme of things, inconsequential in the eyes of the powerful and the demonic. To rapidly augment his strength, he needed to continue absorbing demonic energy and souls. If only he could acquire 2 more demonic corpses, preferably fresh and recently slain. Wang Yan lifted his gaze and, after gathering a machete, a bow, and a quiver of arrows, donned a straw hat and made his way toward the village square. At the center of the southern village square stood the prodigious youth Jin Zhao, wielding a long spear, adorned with a powerful bow, and accompanied by 2 quivers of steel arrows, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him was his uncle, Jin Feng, a master at the 8th stage of Qi gathering, equally equipped for battle. I intend to venture forth to hunt magical beasts. I wonder if anyone would care to join me? Jin Zhao called out to the villagers with a resonant voice. Chapter 003 of the Hunt. What, ye go hunt magical beasts? The villagers were taken aback at once. Their first reaction was to think that Jin Zhao had lost his mind. Magical beasts, were they even suitable for hunting? However, recalling how Jin Zhao had shot down a magical beast with a single arrow the previous day, it seemed somewhat justifiable. Yet, magical beasts were perilous, unlike ordinary wild creatures. Regardless, actively seeking to hunt magical beasts was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. What if someone got injured? The expressions of the villagers shifted, and they instinctively took a step back. Shouldn't we refrain from such reckless pursuits? It would suffice to safeguard our own village. Why venture out to seek magical beasts? What if we were tainted by their malevolent aura? Village chief Zheng Hong hastened over, accompanied by his grandson, Zheng Chang. Magical beasts have already arrived. If we allow them to wreak havoc, the surrounding villages and towns will be slaughtered and infected by their dark energy. Even if our village remains unscathed for the time being, what will happen in the future? When the skin is gone, where will the fur cling? The outside world is rife with magical beasts. Our village cannot remain immune. We will all perish and transform into magical beasts, Jin Zhao proclaimed loudly, his eyes shimmering with determination as he stared down each villager. I understand your concerns, Zheng Hong said, slightly lowering his gaze, but you are still young. What if you were to get injured? It would be wiser to wait until you break through to the long rainbow realm before venturing out. It would be too late, Jin Zhao insisted, shaking his head. As I grow, so too do the magical beasts, and they will undoubtedly outpace me. They will rapidly multiply, making it increasingly difficult to confront them. Seeing that he could not persuade Jin Zhao, Zheng Hong turned to Jin Feng. Jin Feng, do you also concur? I believe Zhao is correct. When the skin is gone, where will the fur cling? Jin Feng nodded proudly, expressing his support for the Jin family's decision. Initially, when Jin Zhao had proposed this idea, the entire Jin family had opposed him, but after hearing his reasoning, they were swayed. It made perfect sense. Moreover, they realized that while they possessed ordinary talents, they could safeguard themselves peacefully, but Jin Zhao was different. He was a dragon. A dragon should dive into the sea, exploring broader horizons. A harsh environment would only make him stronger. Thus, Zheng Chang was influenced. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was only at the 5th stage of qi gathering, rendering him nearly defenseless against magical beasts. Is there no one willing to accompany us? Then we shall depart, Jin Zhao said, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes. No one had the courage to join him on this journey. After all, what remarkable individuals could he expect to find in such a small village? Perhaps he had overthought this. I will go with you. A clear voice rang out across the square, and Wang Yan appeared in the villagers' line of sight. Wang Yan, what is he doing? Is he seeking death? The villagers murmured, their brows furrowed in astonishment. Wang Yan had neither the qualifications nor the justification. His martial arts were still in the early stages, and he had yet to cultivate any true energy, unable to even break into the top 50 of the village. To accompany Jin Zhao in hunting magical beasts? What a jest! No way. Jin Feng glanced at Wang Yan, shaking his head. Your martial arts are not sufficient. You haven't cultivated true energy, so you won't be able to keep pace with us. I have cultivated true energy, Wang Yan exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the sound reverberated through the square's air. It was not loud, yet it startled those nearby, causing them to instinctively retreat. He has reached minor mastery in his martial arts. How is that possible? Villagers were incredulous. Just yesterday, it seemed unlikely. Had he been concealing his abilities all along, or had yesterday's events spurred him to reveal his true strength? Even if he had just begun to cultivate true energy, he was still far inferior to Jin Zhao. Are you really comparing him to Jin Zhao? Villagers found it hard to accept. Wang Yan was of ordinary talent. Even with diligent practice, he should not have been able to cultivate true energy before the age of 18, and he was barely 16. Is it sufficient now? Wang Yan disregarded the villagers' hushed discussions and approached Jin Feng and Jin Zhao directly. Even if you have cultivated true energy, it doesn't change the fact that you are too weak. You would only be a burden, Jin Feng reiterated, still shaking his head. What does it matter if I have only reached the 1st stage of qi gathering? I can still be of help. Wang Yan insisted, brandishing a machete. Hunting magical beasts would likely require venturing into the mountains, and they would need someone to clear the path. Enough, Jin Feng snapped, somewhat irritated. Let him come, Jin Zhao interjected. If we venture into the mountains, we will indeed need someone to clear the way. Finding someone at the 5th or 6th stage of qi gathering is unrealistic. Besides, he is the only one in this vast village willing to step forward, which makes him better than the rest. Very well, Jin Feng had no choice but to agree. Jin Zhao was the leader. I will go too, Zheng Chang exclaimed, stepping forward. He had been hesitating, but now, seeing that Wang Yan was willing to join, he felt compelled to follow suit. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to face his peers back in the village, likely unable to lift his head in shame. Chang'er Zheng Hong frowned and quickly reached out to pull Zheng Chang back. Grandfather, let me go. I am destined to shoulder the responsibilities of the entire Nanshan in the future, Zheng Chang insisted. Zheng Hong released his grip. Zheng Chang had a point. Moreover, he was 17 this year and had also reached the 5th stage of qi gathering. It was time for him to train. Please take care of him, Jin Feng, Zheng Hong added. I will do my utmost, Jin Feng replied with a slight bow. Very well, go ahead, Zheng Hong nodded, waving his hand. Some villagers led 4 horses out from the stable of Jin Zhao. Jin Feng, Wang Yan, and Zheng Chang mounted their steeds and swiftly departed from Nanshan village. Hunting magical beasts was not like ordinary hunting. It did not require aimlessly wandering into the mountains. Since the magical beasts had only recently appeared, their numbers would likely be few for the time being. Moreover, the beasts attacking Nanshan village were flying creatures with vast ranges of activity. Therefore, they decided to visit nearby villages to gather information first, so they could identify targets and then search accordingly. The 4 rode southwest, arriving at the first village, Beiwai village. The villagers there continued their daily lives, showing no signs of being attacked by magical beasts. Jin Feng inquired further but found nothing. They continued south to Nanwan village, where the atmosphere was markedly different. The villagers were armed with knives and spears, and archers stood watch on elevated ground. Go, Jin Feng approached to inquire and soon returned. This morning, a magical beast, also a flying one, attacked and killed a fisherman. It was chased into the nearby mountains. It's smaller than the one you shot down. Let us go into the mountains, Jin Zhao declared immediately. We cannot let a single magical beast escape. We must eliminate them one by one. The 4 promptly turned their horses around, making their way toward the mountains. They would tether their horses when they reached areas unsuitable for riding and proceed on foot. It's up to you now, Zheng Chang said, grinning as he looked at Wang Yan. Let us move, Jin Feng waved his hand, brandishing his large blade to clear the path. With all this underbrush, if we rely on Wang Yan to clear the way, we could be here for ages. Take care of yourselves, Jin Zhao cautioned, following closely behind Jin Feng. You lead the way, Zheng Chang insisted. If you can't keep up, don't blame us for not waiting. Thank you, I won't fall behind, Wang Yan replied, quickly keeping pace. Zhang Chang took up the rear as they pressed onward. Chapter 004. The second monster. The four individuals ascended to the summit. Jin Feng produced a signal arrow, igniting it before releasing it skyward. With a sharp whistle and a resounding bang, the signal arrow soared over 100 meters high, bursting into a cloud of green smoke. Hunters, when pursuing formidable beasts from a distance, spread out and utilize such signals for communication. The green indicates reinforcements, yellow signifies a nearby target, red denotes a fierce battle, and black warns of imminent danger. The inhabitants of Nanwan village, who face the perilous task of hunting these menacing creatures, readily accept assistance from the outside world. Sure enough, moments later, a plume of yellow smoke appeared in the sky, several miles away. Northwest, quickly! Jin Feng urged as he darted forward. With swift motions, he cleared away obstructing branches. Zhang Chang, keep up, he called out. I won't wait for you if you lag behind. I won't fall behind, Wang Yan replied, hastening his pace. Though the mountain opening fist lacks rapid footwork, as a hunter, he had inevitably honed his skills in traversing and climbing. Understanding his average martial talent, Wang Yan had dedicated his training to enhancing his speed and endurance in running, as well as mastering the art of navigating through the woods. Occasionally, he would accompany the village's small hunting parties into the mountains. At this moment, with his energy at the third level of Qi gathering, his overall capabilities surged, enabling him to keep pace with the leading Jin Feng and Jin Zhao without issue. Zhang Chang cast a surprised glance at Wang Yan, taken aback by his speed and agility. However, endurance is paramount in traversing the forest. Given the distance of the signal, maintaining a high speed over time without sufficient Qi could prove challenging. 15 minutes later, Zhang Chang raised an eyebrow. Further astonished, they had been moving at a rapid pace, and logically, Wang Yan's Qi, being at the first level of Qi gathering, should have been nearly depleted. Yet, apart from a slight flush on his face, he showed no signs of heavy breathing or fatigue. 2/4 of an hour later, the four approached the hunting area near Nanwan village. Even Jin Feng and Jin Zhao exchanged surprised glances at Wang Yan, who had remarkably kept up with them throughout. Are you from Nanshan village? A hunter from Nanwan suddenly leaped down from a tree and approached. Jin Feng, Jin Zhao, they introduced themselves. Jin Zhao. Lu Meng exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Jin Zhao. You are the prodigy with the golden physique from Nanshan village? Indeed, Jin Zhao replied with pride. His talent was well known within 100 miles, though few had actually met him. He casually surveyed his surroundings. Where exactly are the monsters? We need to resolve this quickly, as we have another location to attend to. Lu Meng's heart raced with mixed emotions, resentment towards Jin Zhao's apparent arrogance and astonishment at the implication of their hunt for monsters. Are you specifically hunting these creatures? With 2 of our 3 masters from Nanwan village present, we hardly require your assistance. Then why have you not eliminated them yet? Jin Zhao inquired. Lu Meng felt somewhat embarrassed. Nanwan village primarily engaged in weaving and fishing, with few hunters venturing into the mountains. The 2 masters, despite their prowess, specialized in blade and sword techniques, respectively, and their archery skills were quite average, making it difficult to confront a beast that could fly swiftly. Let us move quickly, Jin Feng interjected. Follow me. Lu Meng had no choice but to lead the 4 into the hunting zone. As fortune would have it, just as they entered the area, a burst of red mist erupted several hundred meters away. A shadow rose into the air, heading directly towards the 5. A monster! Jin Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leaped onto a large tree, knocking an arrow. Find a place to hide. Jin Feng urgently instructed Wang Yan and Zhang Chang. Understood. Zhang Chang swiftly complied, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree. Wang Yan glanced around before crouching behind another tree. In the distance, a streak of azure shot towards the treetops, a swordsman from Nanwan village pursuing the creature. The monster's speed was indeed remarkable, drawing nearer by the moment, its form becoming clearer. It resembled a bat, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, bearing a rodent's head with prominent fangs and a canine body. Its power was estimated to be around the 7th or 8th level of Qi gathering, so it dared not confront the masters and chose only to flee. It was not long before it was upon them. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Die! Jin Zhao released his steel arrow with great force. With no surprise, it struck the monster directly, aimed straight through its heart. The beast plummeted, crashing through branches. With a loud thud, it landed not far in front of Jin Zhao. Excellent marksmanship, exclaimed Lu Gang, a master from Nanwan. Initially thinking it was his nephew Lu Meng, he was taken aback to discover it was an outsider. Jin Zhao, Jin Feng, and Lu Gang approached the struggling creature, which was now devoid of escape. With a swift motion, Lu Gang unleashed a blade of energy, severing the monstrous neck cleanly. From Nanshan village? Jin Feng inquired, bowing slightly. Jin Zhao. Lu Gang regarded Jin Zhao with a mix of surprise and scrutiny. Is this truly the rumored golden physique prodigy from Nanshan village? Wang Yan furrowed his brow, aware that the monster's dismemberment would complicate his efforts to absorb its magic and soul energy. Nevertheless, it should not pose a significant obstacle. He and Zhang Chang stepped forward. Shortly thereafter, the remaining hunters from Nanwan village arrived, numbering 30 to 40, each bearing fierce expressions filled with vengeance and sorrow. 6 villagers had perished during the previous hunting expedition, all related to those present. Burn it! Lu Gang commanded, casting a glance at the monster's remains. I will assist. Wang Yan quickly gathered firewood. Zhang Chang had little choice but to join him. The group worked together, clearing nearby foliage and utilizing oil-rich tonwood for the pyre, ensuring any residual magic dissipated under the sun's rays. Wang Yan discovered that direct contact with the monster was unnecessary. As long as he was within a 10-foot radius, he could absorb the magic through branches or even the ground. This realization made the task easier, though the amount of magic from this particular creature was rather meager. Spirit energy 6 soul energy for inch. You were certainly diligent, Zhang Chang grumbled. Although they could have avoided such cleanup duties as outsiders, Wang Yan's initiative compelled him to help. Unlike Jin Zhao and Jin Feng, who were engaged in conversation with the village masters, they approached the blazing fire. Let's go. It's still early, we should be able to patrol a couple more villages. The 4 hastily descended the mountain, mounting their horses to venture to the next village. However, after traversing 4 or 5 villages, they encountered no further signs of monsters. While this was fortunate, it also raised concerns about the creatures establishing themselves deeper in the mountains. Regardless, as night fell, they had no choice but to return to their village, planning to continue the hunt the following day. Chapter 005 of the 4th level of Qi Absorption Nightfall, in the woods of Nanshan village. Bang, bang, Wang Yan continued his martial arts practice, nurturing and refining his body in true Qi with spiritual energy. Yet he employed soul energy to nourish his spirit, further advancing his martial techniques. With 6 points of spiritual energy, neither too few nor too many, Wang Yan's true Qi had increased by another level, reaching the 4th stage of Qi absorption. His physical strength had also seen considerable enhancement. In Nanshan village, achieving the 4th level of Qi absorption would place him among the top 10. However, in reality, he still fell short, as his martial arts realm and combat experience were lacking compared to those seasoned hunters who had trained for decades and faced countless battles. With an additional 4 points of soul energy, Wang Yan's mountain-splitting fist had made significant progress. Though not fully mastered, its power had increased manifold. The realm of martial arts was, in fact, more crucial than mere cultivation, for an enhancement in martial techniques could exponentially amplify combat strength and further promote cultivation growth. Advancing 1 level in cultivation could result in a 30 to 40% increase in combat capability. Of course, while there were 9 levels of Qi absorption, the tiers of martial arts were not so numerous. An increase in cultivation would also facilitate progress in martial techniques. To contend with demonic creatures single-handedly, one would need to attain at least the 8th level of Qi absorption and master their martial arts. Wang Yan pondered silently upon activating the function of the Yin-Yang Pearl and reversing demonic energy into spiritual essence. He would have to venture outside. Remaining in Nanshan village would only hinder his growth. Unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient to deal with even a low-tier demonic creature, and he was unable to match those with greater prowess. He could hardly traverse 100 miles beyond the village. Thus, he needed to proceed with caution. I know you're here practicing your martial arts, Wang Yu remarked, appearing with a fragrant roasted mountain chicken in hand. You haven't eaten anything since you returned at night, have you? This kind of practice isn't good for your health, it's too taxing on your body. Uncle Yu, Wang Yan replied, halting his training. The outside world is becoming increasingly perilous, and I must hasten my strength. Improving your strength isn't about pushing yourself this way, Wang Yu said, somewhat exasperated. He suspected that Wang Yan had been motivated by his interactions with Jin Zhao today. Why must you, an ordinary talent, compare yourself to a golden genius, that just inviting suffering? He reached into his pocket and produced a porcelain vial, offering it to Wang Yan. Inside are 3 Qi nourishing pills. Take them, they will benefit your cultivation of true Qi. No, Uncle Yu. Wang Yan quickly pushed the vial back. These must be what you prepared for your breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi absorption. How could I accept them? Absolutely not. I am already of an age where my potential is nearly spent. While you are still young, with a bright future ahead, they are far more suited to you. Cultivate diligently, and perhaps one day our Wang family might produce a formidable Longhong realm expert. Wang Yu took 2 steps back, shaking his head with a smile. You're only in your 30s. How can you say your potential is nearly exhausted? Wang Yan rolled his eyes and placed the vial on the ground. If you don't take it back, I won't accept it. You have cared for me immensely over the years, how could I possibly take your pills? In truth, if you break through and become stronger, I will have a better foundation to rely upon in the future. So, Uncle Yu, do not evade the issue or try to shirk responsibility. Wang Yu was taken aback, contemplating the truth in Wang Yan's words. His attainment of the 6th level of qi absorption would indeed be more beneficial than Wang Yan reaching the 2nd level. Ah, what a predicament. This boy has outsmarted me, he thought. However, Wang Yan remained resolute in his refusal, leaving Wang Yu with no choice but to relent. You rascal, hurry and eat something to replenish your strength. I shan't be polite with this chicken, Wang Yan declared, seizing the roasted fowl and devouring it, for consuming meat aided in nourishing true qi, albeit in a modest manner. Remember, do not overexert yourself in your training, lest you damage your foundation and later regret it, Wang Yu reiterated before departing. I understand, Uncle Yu. Rest assured, I will practice once more and then return. Wang Yan waved him off. At the Wang residence, as Wang Yu stepped through the door, he found that his cousin treated him better than his own uncle, as the household had always thought of him whenever there were good things to share. Kai Yun, seated at the edge of the bed, mending shoe soles, glanced at her husband returning home in the dead of night and could not help but voice her grievances. It's just a chicken. Is that really necessary? Wang Yu sighed. Women are always so calculating. Among all the Wang family, you are the only one close to him, the only one who can shine. Is it because our family is prosperous and has plenty of resources? Kai Yun tossed aside the shoe sole, placing her hands on her hips in a huff. When Shang-gu was around, he treated me well too. Now that he has gone, who else will look after me? Besides, how much can just one child eat? Wang Yu sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Do not think I am unaware that you sent him the qi-nourishing pills you bought for over a dozen taels of silver. Kai Yun quickly approached Wang Yu. Those were for your breakthrough to the 6th level of qi absorption. I even borrowed 3 taels from my family. You gave them to him, but what about yourself? Are you going to give him everything good that comes your way? Do we even have enough for ourselves? Have you forgotten about Xingxing? While she did not mind the everyday food, she was particularly concerned about the pills, which were a bottomless pit, especially since her husband needed them as well. She had always hoped that he would reach the 7th or 8th level of qi absorption, so that when he returned to her family, he would hold his head high. He didn't take them, Wang Yu replied casually, sipping his tea. What? He didn't take them? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Kai Yun exclaimed in disbelief. It was the time when one craved qi-nourishing pills the most after cultivating true qi. Could a 16-year-old boy possibly resist? He must be trying to deceive her. Kai Yun immediately reached into Wang Yu's pocket. He made no attempt to stop her, allowing her to discover the truth for herself. Soon, the porcelain vial appeared. She opened it, sniffed it, and her eyes widened in astonishment. It's true, he really didn't want them. He has grown up and wants to be self-reliant now. In the future, you may want to help him, but he might refuse. Wang Yu pushed Kai Yun away, chuckling. Not wanting them is wonderful, self-reliance is commendable. I admire his ambition. Are you not pleased? Do you wish to support him for a lifetime? Honestly, do not take yourself too seriously, but since he is so sensible, I will stew a pig's knuckle for him tomorrow. Kai Yun cheerfully returned to her work on the shoe sole. Make it too. Wang Yu smacked his lips. I want to eat as well. I know, Kai Yun replied with a smile and a nod. Before dawn on the following day, Wang Yan rose early. He first fed the horses in the stable before leading them to the square. At this time, not only Jin Zhao, Jin Feng, and Zhang Cheng had arrived, but also 2 young men at the 3rd level of qi absorption who wished to join them. However, since you did not come yesterday, you need not join us today, Jin Zhao declined. Why not? Zhang Yi pointed at Wang Yan, indignant. He can, so why can't we? Are we not stronger than him, having just reached the 1st level of qi absorption? Indeed, Brother Zhao, I, at the 3rd level of qi absorption, am certainly stronger than him at the 1st level, Jin Zhao affirmed. Jin Zhao, already accustomed to the chaos of having many people around, replied, we will be venturing far today, and we may encounter even more formidable demonic creatures. With little desire to elaborate further, he turned to Jin Feng. Second uncle, let us depart. Let us go, Jin Feng nodded, taking the reins. Giddy up. Giddy up. The 4 mounted their horses and swiftly departed. Chapter 006. A fearsome monsters. Yesterday, they had traversed the nearby villages. Today, they galloped forth towards more distant lands. In a little over half an hour, they covered 40 to 50 miles.
As before, they inquired in every village they passed through. This time, they quickly learned that Wei Family Village, a mere 10 miles away, had been besieged by formidable monsters, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen villagers. Not only Wei Family Village had suffered, several other locations had been attacked as well. It was said that due to the abundance and ferocity of these monsters, the skilled warriors from surrounding villages dared not venture out freely. Instead, they fortified their own villages with various defenses. After all, each village had a limited number of experts, particularly those capable of repelling aerial beasts. Jin Feng's brow furrowed slightly in concern. The monsters that had attacked Wei Family Village were similar to the one Jin Zhao had shot down previously. The critical point was that there might be more than one. If 2 or 3, or even more, gathered together, it would be a different story. 3 or 2, it makes no difference, Jin Zhao said, a spark of excitement igniting within him. 1 is dull. 2 or 3 present a challenge. He thrived in the face of adversity. Let us head to Wei Family Village. Very well. Jin Feng turned his horse around. While Jin Zhao might revel in slaughter, he could handle at least one monster himself. As long as there were no more than 3, they would not face danger. Giddy up. Wang Yan followed without hesitation. He did not yet dare to express how much he relished the prospect of encountering more monsters. However, he understood that risks and opportunities coexisted. Once he absorbed 2 more, he would possess the strength to hunt independently. With Jin Zhao and Jin Feng alongside, it should not pose a problem. Such opportunities were rare. Zhang Chang hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to join them. Having come this far, he could not afford to show fear. Although the monsters were formidable, they possessed one weakness. Their intelligence was inferior, even to that of lowly beasts. With his 5th level of qi cultivation, he should be safe. Giddy up, giddy up. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 arrived at Wei Family Village. At that moment, the village lay in eerie silence and desolation. The wind blew through, scattering grass, straw, and tattered cloth, resembling a forsaken hamlet. The monsters haven't left, they are still in the village. Jin Feng quickly deduced. This was the only explanation, otherwise, the villagers would surely have ventured out to mourn their dead. The situation was even more terrifying. The monsters had turned this place into a granary. You all stay here. I will venture inside to take a look. Jin Zhao declared, picking up his sturdy bow and arrows. Absolutely not, I must accompany you. Jin Feng objected. The situation within was uncertain, and he could not allow Jin Zhao to take such a risk alone. Have no fear. There are only a few monsters. I am confident in my abilities, Jin Zhao insisted as he rode into the village. Not only was he at the 9th level of qi cultivation, but he also possessed innate divine strength, which surpassed mere qi. His close combat prowess was already comparable to that of a 3rd-level Longhong realm warrior. This was the confidence that fueled his hunt. Jin Feng, feeling helpless, could only turn quickly to caution Wang Yan and Zhang Chang. Find a place to hide. If you are caught by the monsters, do not blame me for not warning you. Uncle Feng, rest assured, we understand. Zhang Chang quickly nodded, turning his horse towards the woods, snapping off a few fresh branches for cover. He then found a spot to lie low. Indeed. Wang Yan nodded as well. He recognized his own limitations and knew he should not be a burden. After all, he sought the monster's aura, which would not flee on its own. He would wait until Jin Zhao dealt with the threat, though he preferred not to remain near Zhang Chang, opting instead to position himself further away. Giddy up. Jin Feng hastened to catch up with Jin Zhao. Both rode into the village. Given their conspicuous presence, they would more easily attract the monsters' attention. If the numbers were overwhelming, their horses could serve as bait. As he watched the 2 riders vanish at the village's entrance, Wang Yan felt a surge of anxiety. Jin Zhao's success would be his as well. He hoped they could slay several monsters. Suddenly, Zhang Chang darted over and climbed beside Wang Yan. What are you doing here? Wang Yan frowned. I came to protect you. What else would I be doing? Zhang Chang replied, his expression serious and voice low. With your meager strength, should a monster target you, you would be swiftly devoured, with no chance to resist. If we stick together, one can observe while the other defends. It's a better strategy for survival. You do realize that just because it seems safe here, it doesn't mean there aren't monsters lurking, right? Wang Yan recognized the validity of Zhang Chang's argument. Yet, it seemed more a reflection of his own fears. After all, who wouldn't fear formidable monsters? Well, thank you then, Wang Yan acknowledged. Don't mention it, we're in this together, Zhang Chang replied, lifting his chin. You should be watching behind us. I will keep an eye on Wei Family Village, Wang Yan countered. You should know I am stronger, Zhang Chang insisted. Which is precisely why you should watch our rear to prevent a surprise attack, Wang Yan stated, nodding in agreement.
Zhang Chang looked perplexed.
The direction of Wei family village offers a clear view. If monsters appear, we can see them from afar, but if they approach from behind, I won't have time to warn you. Should that warning come too late, it might be you who faces the monster, Zhang Chang retorted, rendered speechless by Wang Yin's logic. As the tension escalated, the village stirred to life. Jin Zhao had encountered the monsters and was engaged in combat. Indeed, there were monsters within Wei family village, and two of them. Jin Zhao spotted one first, drawing his bow and preparing to shoot, when another monster suddenly appeared and alerted its companion. Consequently, Jin Zhao's arrow missed its mark. With a swift motion, he discarded his bow, seized his spear, and leaped onto a rooftop to battle the two monsters. The clash of weapons rang out, the brilliance of his spear illuminating the night. Jin Zhao was undeniably extraordinary, endowed with innate strength, and his family's spear technique was masterfully honed. Facing two monsters, he felt no pressure whatsoever. At that moment, Jin Feng took action from behind, drawing his bow with a swift release. An arrow pierced one monster's wing.
Dead. Jin Zhao leaped high, sweeping his spear across. The wounded monster's head was severed, black blood erupting forth. Seeing this, the other monster quickly attempted to flee. Jin Zhao hurled his spear like a javelin, but the creature evaded the attack and dashed away. I'll pursue it. Uncle, take care of the monster carcass with the two of them and join me shortly. Be cautious. Jin Feng warned.
Rest assured, Jin Zhao replied as he hastened after the fleeing monster, bounding forth with speed rivaling that of a galloping horse. Jin Feng turned back to assist Zhang Chang and Wang Yin. What a troublesome situation. Chapter 007 Harvest. Unexpected news. As Wang Yin and Zhang Chang followed Jin Feng into the village, a few villagers who had been hiding began to emerge cautiously for a glimpse. Yet, they still dared not reveal themselves fully, for the terrifying impression left by the demons loomed large in their minds. Several practitioners of the Qi-gathering realm had either perished or sustained grievous injuries.
The demon has been slain by my nephew, Jin Zhao.
You need not worry, Jin Feng declared loudly.
Doing good deeds without seeking recognition, that is simply not the case.
He aimed to elevate his nephew's reputation and bolster the Jin family's standing. Influence is a form of power, particularly vital for a clan. However, the impact was minimal. Most villagers were waiting, allowing others to scout ahead or hesitating for a while longer. With no other option, Jin Feng hurriedly joined Wang Yin and Zhang Chang in incinerating the demon's corpse, as they needed to pursue Jin Zhao. Spiritual energy, 16 soul energy, 6. Wang Yin couldn't help but let a slight smile grace his lips.
Why do you appear somewhat pleased?
Zhang Chang observed keenly and inquired. You seem quite excited and intrigued by every encounter with these demons. Jin Feng also glanced at Wang Yin, who indeed exhibited an unusual demeanor, his reactions starkly contrasting with those of others.
While most shunned the demons in fear, Wang Yin seemed drawn to them, as if relishing the opportunity to study them. Only by understanding these demons can we better vanquish them.
Observe the defensive capabilities of this demon's hide, Wang Yin said, unfazed, as he meticulously described the creature. It may be a long while before you can slay a demon yourself, Zhang Chang scoffed, dismissing the notion. Indeed, such research is the pursuit of the weak. A strong warrior need only wield their weapon with sufficient skill to achieve victory. With his innate talent, he believed he could confront a demon within a year and could easily dispatch them within 2 years. Jin Feng, too, was unconcerned.
Let us hasten, we must pursue Zhao.
The trio ignited the flames, watching as the blaze consumed the demon's remains before they departed. Upon locating Jin Zhao, they discovered another demon had been dispatched. However, a young man stood beside Jin Zhao, exuding an extraordinary presence. Just in time, please incinerate the demon, Jin Zhao directed Wang Yin and Zhang Chang.
Of course, Wang Yin readily assented, while Zhang Chang appeared somewhat reluctant. Was he truly reduced to a mere laborer?
This is my second uncle, Jin Feng, Jin Zhao introduced.
This is Lu Yang from Panxiao Town, a second-level practitioner of the Rainbow Realm, and only 23 years old. Second level of the Rainbow Realm. It is an honor to meet you.
Jin Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening with delight. A 23-year-old at this level was undoubtedly a prodigy, with significant potential to reach the earthly Toon realm and dominate in the future.
Such talents would become invaluable assets for the Jin family's resources and connections.
Pleasure to meet you, second uncle, Lu Yang responded politely, acknowledging Jin Feng with respect, naturally considering Jin Zhao's standing. Not at all, Jin Feng quickly waved his hand dismissively.
In the realm of martial arts, strength is paramount.
Second uncle, Lu Yang has shared some news with me. Jin Zhao turned to Jin Feng.
What news?
Jin Feng inquired swiftly, sensing the gravity of Jin Zhao's demeanor. The Qinglong sect, located several dozen miles away, has been annihilated by demons, Jin Zhao whispered.
What? The Qinglong sect has been destroyed?
Jin Feng gasped in shock. The Qinglong sect was a renowned faction within a radius of 200 to 300 miles, boasting formidable strength with over 10 practitioners of the Rainbow Realm and 1 or 2 of the Earthly Toon Realm stationed there. To hear of its destruction was unfathomable. How could demons be so powerful? How many demons could it possibly take, or had a formidable demon breached their defenses? The news was relayed to me yesterday, which is why I rushed to verify it, Liu Yang affirmed, validating the authenticity of the information. What purpose would you have there?
It is far too perilous.
Jin Feng's expression shifted instantly. Second uncle, the Qinglong sect's Qinglong fist is one of the finest martial techniques for the Rainbow Realm, especially suited for my spear training, Jin Zhao reminded him. The Qinglong sect's Qinglong spear fist was renowned, and when mastered, it rendered its practitioner nearly unbeatable among peers. More importantly, a genius with a golden physique had once trained in this technique, dominating all beneath the Earthly Toon Realm in the state of Jin. During the 8th level of the Earthly Tomb, he transformed into a blue dragon, withstanding 3 strikes from a celestial origin realm master without succumbing.
The Qinglong fist.
Jin Feng comprehended, his nephew was indeed tempted. Yet, the situation remained unclear, and the danger was uncertain. Liu Yang's gaze flickered. He had invited Jin Zhao along precisely due to such concerns, and clearly, his intentions were also tied to the Qinglong fist.
That is why I invited brother Jin Zhao to join.
Otherwise, second uncle, rest assured, should danger arise, I will certainly retreat without recklessness, Jin Zhao vowed.
That will not do, I cannot allow you to go alone.
Jin Feng shook his head resolutely, disregarding the peril. Liu Yang's presence did not inspire confidence. Human hearts are inscrutable, and Jin Zhao had never traversed the martial world. His inexperience rendered him vulnerable to grave misfortunes, some of which could prove fatal.
Then who will escort Zhang Chang and Wang Yan back? Jin Zhao inquired.
Wherever you go, we shall follow.
Wang Yan interjected promptly.
He had overheard their conversation regarding the Qinglong fist and was equally eager for it. Indeed, since we have ventured this far, we must see it through to the end. If we turn back now, the villagers will surely gossip, Zhang Chang added, his spirits lifted as he stood beside Wang Yan.
Rest assured, we require no protection. Should danger arise, you may flee without concern for us.
Jin Zhao hesitated, glancing at Jin Feng, who felt a stirring in his heart. Regardless of circumstances, Wang Yan and Zhang Chang were allies, and having 2 more allies would provide additional vigilance over Liu Yang. Then let us proceed together. I have no objections, let us go. Liu Yang surmised Jin Feng's intentions. Having more companions could prove advantageous should they encounter an overwhelming demon, as these 2 could help divert some of the attention. Ultimately, their survival was of no concern to him.
Onward!
The 5 mounted their steeds, setting their sights on the Qinglong sect. Spiritual energy, 31 soul energy, 13. Wang Yan gazed at the dual strands of energy within his consciousness, unable to suppress his joy. Such a substantial amount of spiritual energy should elevate his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi gathering. The 13 points of soul energy would also enable him to master his fist techniques with ease, perhaps even advance to a higher level, achieving a state of transcendence. At that point, confronting a formidable demon alone would not pose an issue. Of course, the Qinglong sect lay only 30 kilometers away, a journey of less than half an hour on horseback, and given the pace, his potential for improvement might be limited. Therefore, he resolved to first enhance his fist technique. Once his mastery reached a sufficient level, he could exert 10-fold strength with a mere fraction of energy, ensuring stability and stealth in his movements. Achieving a cultivation level of at least the 5th level of Qi gathering would suffice. With determination, Wang Yan decided to lag behind intentionally, commencing his practice atop his horse to elevate his cultivation and refine his fist techniques. After expending 5 points of soul energy, his foundational fist technique reached completion. Completion signified the technique had become second nature, akin to instinct, with every move executed flawlessly and effortlessly. Naturally, his practical combat capabilities were significantly enhanced.
Not enough, continue.
Chapter 008, the 5th level of Qi absorption. Elder of Hang Yue's sword sect. Only 8 points of soul power remain. Wang Yan continues to provoke and stimulate, with insights flooding his mind, transcending the mere techniques themselves, entering a realm of profound understanding. Gradually, a sense of martial intent begins to crystallize within him. This martial intent represents the ultimate state of martial arts, a harmonious unity that rivals divine abilities and can even lead to boundless enhancement. At this moment, Wang Yan feels transformed. His perception of the world has shifted, the surroundings appear clearer, revealing many details he had previously overlooked, including Jin Zhao, Jin Feng, Zhang Chang, and even Liu Yang. Previously, they had been superior to him, especially Jin Zhao and Liu Yang, whose strength had compelled him to look up to them. However, the dynamics have changed. Jin Feng and Zhang Chang are no longer his adversaries. Jin Zhao and Liu Yang may possess formidable physiques and solid foundations, yet their mastery of fist techniques should be roughly on par with his own. Of course, at present, he would undoubtedly struggle against the latter too. Moreover, having manifested his martial intent, Wang Yan is now capable of concealing all his techniques within his heart, returning to simplicity. As long as he does not actively reveal himself, even experts of the Earthstore realm might not discern his true abilities. When the time comes, his martial intent can erupt, unleashing a sudden surge of fist power that can decimate obstacles. The elevation of his martial realm also contributes positively to the refinement of spiritual power, the honing of his body, and the cultivation of true energy. The refinement of spiritual power accelerates, the honing of his body becomes more meticulous, yielding superior results. Furthermore, his true energy will become increasingly pure. Purity equates to strength. After cultivating his martial intent, the true energy forged from it will gradually approach the formidable aura of a long rainbow realm expert. Upon arriving at the Qinglong Gate, Wang Yan's cultivation has, unsurprisingly, reached the 5th level of qi absorption. "We should tie the horse up first," Liu Yang suggested, glancing back. "Agreed," Jin Zhao nodded, directing his gaze towards Wang Yan and Zheng Chang. "You two stay here and watch the horse." "No way, I want to go in and take a look," Zheng Chang immediately retorted. He was neither a stable hand nor a coward. "I want to go too." Wang Yan quickly echoed. They were not there merely to tend to the horse. Jin Zhao looked at the two with a sense of exasperation. He could roughly guess their intentions, but shouldn't they first consider their own capabilities? What kind of folly was it to involve themselves in such matters, especially Wang Yan, who was only at the 1st level of qi absorption, hardly superior to an ordinary person? "Let them follow." "Staying here may not be safe either," Jin Feng interjected. "Uncle, Jin Zhao was somewhat baffled. This was clearly unwise. "Listen to me." Jin Feng's gaze flickered. No matter what, his nephew must not come to harm. "All right, let us go," Liu Yang urged. "We're coming," Jin Zhao followed suit. "If we encounter any danger, do not let Jin Zhao be hindered." Jin Feng quietly warned Wang Yan and Zheng Chang, adding, "Be cautious of that fellow named Liu." "Understood. We will be careful." Wang Yan and Zheng Chang nodded in agreement, both fully prepared. The three of them, along with the other two, ventured into the mountains. The Qinglong Gate is situated halfway up a mountain. The path is not far, yet it is treacherous. One must be wary of malevolent creatures lurking nearby, as well as individuals or beasts that have been wounded yet remain alive, for they too may have succumbed to madness. Liu Yang led the way, followed closely by Jin Feng, with Jin Zhao in the middle, Zheng Chang next, and Wang Yan bringing up the rear. As he walked, he continued to refine his spiritual power and hone his physique, hoping to advance further before danger struck. "Someone has arrived before us," Liu Yang suddenly exclaimed, as fresh corpses appeared ahead, along with signs of a struggle. Jin Zhao's expression changed. "We must hasten." "Do not worry, the Qinglong Gate secrets are not easily discovered," Liu Yang replied with a smile, quickening his pace. As Wang Yan passed by, he glanced at one of the corpses. It was indeed human and had only recently died, the blood not yet fully congealed. However, it bore no traces of demonic energy, indicating it had not fallen victim to a malevolent creature. From what he had gathered, the Qinglong Gate should not have been eradicated by a horde of mindless fiends. Even if over 100 formidable creatures attacked, the Qinglong Gate had hundreds of martial practitioners. Surely, they could have escaped if they were overwhelmed. The surrounding wilderness was not an open field, thus, it was highly likely that the destruction of the Qinglong Gate was not the work of a number of Earthstore realm experts, coupled with sufficient long Rainbow realm fighters and armaments, could strike when least expected, yet the timing of such an attack was rather fortuitous. If the news had already spread, it was likely that the experts or a certain faction had already departed. The Jin Kingdom possessed a specialized, powerful department for handling such matters. Exterminations, regardless of location, are considered heinous acts, intolerable by the heavens. The Qinglong Gate was not a malevolent sect deserving of such a fate. Soon, they encountered. It seemed the mountain had been quite lively before long. The five arrived before the Qinglong Gate, yet all were momentarily taken aback. Due to the battle, the Qinglong Gate lay in a state of utter ruin, with scarcely a building remaining intact. At that moment, hovering in the air above the central area of the Qinglong Gate was a powerful elder clad in a blue robe, with 3 strands of beard, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth, gazing impassively at a tome. Below him, 4 individuals were kneeling. As Liu Yang, Jin Zhao, Wang Yan, and the others appeared, the elder in the blue robe suddenly raised his gaze, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the 5 before him. A golden physique. The elder's eyes swiftly fixed on Jin Zhao, his gaze sparkling. He then produced a diamond-shaped crystal and placed it above Jin Zhao's head. The crystal emitted a dazzling golden light. A golden physique is an exceptionally suitable constitution for cultivation. Aside from those from illustrious families, one might find only one in 100,000. It is a coveted treasure sought after by various sections. Who would have thought that a mere outing would lead to such a discovery? If there is one, could there be a second? The elder, filled with excitement, controlled the crystal to scan each individual in turn.
Lu Yang Azure Light.
Jin Feng Gray Light, Zheng Cheng Azure Light, Wang Yin Gray Light. Including the 4 kneeling, 2 bore Azure Light and 2 gray is sighing, the elder's face revealed a trace of disappointment. Indeed, he had overthought the situation. How could a golden physique be so easily found? Even a silver talent is a rarity.
I am the Law Elder of Hangyue Sword Sect. Do you wish to follow me to cultivate at Hangyue Sword Sect?
The elder in blue turned his gaze to Jin Zhao.
I am willing to be a disciple.
Jin Zhao immediately knelt, offering no further protest. The Hangyue Sword Sect is the mightiest sect in the Jin Kingdom, surpassing even the royal family, holding a significant position throughout the northwest. Jin Zhao had always aspired to join the Hangyue Sword Sect, so he naturally did not hesitate. Very well, you shall henceforth be my closed-door disciple. Disciple Jin Zhao, pays respects to master. Jin Zhao promptly performed a grand gesture of respect.
All around, the onlookers gazed enviously, especially Zhang Chang and Lu Yang, their eyes nearly brimming with tears.
Elder, I also wish to join Hangyue Sword Sect, Lu Yang stammered, looking up.
Your talent is too weak.
To join Hangyue Sword Sect, one must at least possess a silver level. The elder in blue decisively shook his head. Zhang Chang had also hoped to vie for a position, but now he could only remain silent. Wang Yin had never even considered it. He was more suited for wild, unrestrained growth. Chapter 009 The Decision. Slaying 2 bandits. Is this rudimentary technique truly worth contending for? The elderly man clad in green disdainfully cast aside the tome in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Jin Feng and Lu Yang were astonished to discover it was the Azure Dragon Fist, the very item they had long sought. Indeed, to an elder of the Hangyue Sword Sect, a formidable figure at least at the Divine Sea realm, the Azure Dragon Fist was merely a low-tier technique.
Jin Zhao, we shall take our leave, commanded Jin Feng. Master, that is my second uncle. Jin Zhao interjected hastily. With Jin Zhao's departure, only his second uncle Jin Feng, Zhang Chang, and Wang Yin remained. Meanwhile, 3 experts of the Long Rainbow Realm were positioned nearby. Now that you have become my disciple, do they dare to harm your kin? Ran Hong chuckled, his gaze coldly sweeping over Lu Yang and the 2 kneeling figures. Dare not, dare not. Lu Yang and the others quickly shook their heads. What a jest. They had no desire to meet their end. Nor did they wish to have a prodigious adversary. After a moment of contemplation, Ran Hong suddenly extended a finger. With a swift motion, a crimson light surged into Jin Feng's brow. Jin Feng's aura underwent a rapid transformation, nourishing chi at the 9th level, pinnacle of nourishing chi, condensing chi into a rainbow. Long Rainbow Realm. In the blink of an eye, Jin Feng ascended from the nourishing chi realm to the Long Rainbow Realm, achieving a monumental leap. Such was the prowess of a Divine Sea realm expert. Thank you, Master, Jin Zhao exclaimed, elated, and now he could rest easy, knowing the Jin family would have a Long Rainbow Realm expert to safeguard them. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Jin Feng hurriedly knelt in gratitude, feeling as if he had been reborn. With a flick of his sleeve, Ran Hong gestured for Jin Zhao to depart with him. Let us be on our way. Jin Feng rose and, addressing Zhang Chang and Wang Yin, turned to leave. Zhang Chang cast a reluctant glance at the Azure Dragon Fist manual. They had come for this very thing, yet Jin Feng had dismissed it. Were they truly to leave empty-handed? Forget it. Jin Feng paid no heed, not even looking back. Unbeknownst to them, Ran Hong had just imparted to him an even more advanced technique with a superior method in hand. Why would he still need the Azure Dragon Fist? Zhang Chang could only follow Jin Feng, begrudgingly departing. Wang Yin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as well that he resolved to leave. The opening mountain fist was merely sufficient for the nourishing chi realm, and it would clearly be inadequate at the Long Rainbow Realm. Without the Azure Dragon Fist, he would need to seek out a suitable technique again, expending either silver or effort. However, as they departed, a fierce battle erupted amidst the ruins. 3 Long Rainbow Realm experts were fully engaged in a contest for the fist manual. On the stone steps, Uncle Feng, Wang Yin suddenly halted. Jin Feng turned back, puzzled. What is it? I shall not return to the village. I plan to enlist in the army. Please inform Uncle you for me. Wang Yin stated. Enlist? But you are merely at the first level of nourishing chi. Jin Feng was taken aback. Why the urgency to join the army? Once one cultivated true energy, they could indeed enlist, but only as the most ordinary soldier. If one reached the 5th level of nourishing chi, they could aspire to become an elite soldier, and by then, Wang Yin would be just over 20. Yet, he could understand Wang Yin's situation. Devoid of parents and ties in the village, he had little to hold him back. Fear not, I shall not act recklessly, Wang Yin assured him.
Jin Feng was at a loss for words. His mind was preoccupied with the need to descend the mountain and find a place to solidify his cultivation, leaving him little inclination to concern himself with Wang Yin's choices. Moreover, Wang Yin had already reached the age of 16, an adult with the right to choose his own path. Hunters possess a strong instinct for survival. Very well, I will speak with Wang Yu, Jin Feng replied. Enlisting at the first level of nourishing qi may expose you to bullying. It would be best to wait until you reach the third level or above, Zheng Qian cautioned. Indeed, I might first go to the royal capital and work for a couple of years, Wang Yin smiled. Then I wish you good fortune. With that, Jin Feng and Zhang Chang departed, leaving Wang Yin alone. Standing there, Wang Yin contemplated whether to return and scout the area for an opportune moment. Suddenly, two figures streaked forth from the Azure Dragon sect, vanishing into the forest. Within the Azure Dragon sect were 5 individuals: Liu Yang, 3 bandits, and a young man. The two figures were none other than 2 nourishing Qi realm bandits, one at the 6th level and the other at the 7th level. The latter appeared to be injured. An opportunity, Wang Yin wasted no time, darting into the nearby woods to pursue, intent on intercepting the two. With his 5th level of nourishing Qi and the opening mountain fist perfected, Wang Yin's agility through the mountains and forests reached its zenith, allowing him to close the distance rapidly. You, the bandit at the 7th level, with a crooked gaze, noticed Wang Yin, alarmed, and began scanning the surroundings for his companions. Upon realizing Jin Feng was not present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think you can seize the fist manual from us all alone, monkey? Kill him. On it, the thin monkey turned to Wang Yin, brandishing a long knife, his expression menacing. Wang Yin approached swiftly, neither retreating nor taking up arms. Prepare to die. The thin monkey swung his knife with full force. In an instant, Wang Yin lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The thin monkey's body contorted as he flew backward, lifeless before he even hit the ground. Wang Yin continued his pursuit, hastening toward the crooked-eyed bandit. The bandit glanced back, his pupils constricting. Even a bandit at the 8th level would find it challenging to subdue the thin monkey in a single blow. Now, this lad was concealing his strength. This is dangerous, kid. We hail from the Yanhui Mountain Wind and Cloud Stronghold. Do you not fear our retribution for attempting to seize our belongings? Our 5th leader is right behind us and will soon catch up. If you die, no one will know. Wang Yin paused atop a stone, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. With a swift release, the arrow soared, traversing dozens of meters in an instant. The crooked-eyed bandit hurriedly dodged. In the next moment, an arrow pierced his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Yin had unleashed a follow-up shot. The first arrow was meant to distract, while the second found its mark. Previously, Wang Yin had not possessed such exceptional archery skills, but after mastering his fist technique, everything changed. His vision sharpened, reflexes quickened, and control became precise. In one fluid motion, the old hunters of Nanshan village generally possessed such capabilities. Wang Yin swiftly reached the crooked-eyed bandit's side, delivering a swift end. Retrieving his arrow and the Azure Dragon Fist manual from the bandit's possession, he picked up another arrow and made his exit. He altered his course, descending the mountain, with 3 experts of the Long Rainbow Realm behind him. Being caught by any one of them would spell trouble. Bang, 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 the sounds of violent clashes and branches snapping echoed from behind. Who has slain my men? Roared the 5th leader of the Wind and Cloud Stronghold. Wang Yin felt no concern that the Wind and Cloud Stronghold would retaliate against Nanshan village, for he had left no traces. Not only would they be unable to ascertain that it was the villagers of Nanshan who had acted, but even if they did, what could they do? The warning from the elder of the Han Yue sword sect and the intimidation of Jin Zhao's golden physique would dissuade them from seeking vengeance. Moreover, Yanhui Mountain was sufficiently distant from Nanshan village, and the villagers rarely traversed that route. Wang Yin descended the mountain, heading southwards. He aimed to journey to the southern frontier, slaying demons to elevate his strength as he traveled southward. Chapter 010 Ascending 2 levels. Bolstered by the support of spiritual energy, Wang Yin felt almost no fatigue. His battles and swift movements were akin to practicing martial arts, continually stimulating and refining his spiritual power. His body grew stronger, and his true energy increased steadily. Before long, he successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi gathering. A wave of joy surged within him. With the 6th level of Qi gathering, combined with his fist intent, he could essentially sweep away any adversaries below the 9th level of Qi gathering, marking him as a minor master and significantly reducing the dangers of traveling alone. With 11 points of spiritual energy remaining, he was nearly ready to elevate his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi gathering, ensuring even greater stability. However, Wang Yin suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing that someone was tracking him from behind. It was a vague instinct, a warning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that it could be one of the 3 practitioners from the Long Rainbow Realm. In the face of such an opponent, he was far from their match, and even fleeing would be a challenge. In a swift motion, Wang Yin drew out his Qinglong fist, moving rapidly while remaining vigilant. The Qinglong fist, in addition to its offensive techniques, also encompassed footwork and body techniques, making it quite formidable. Having mastered the opening mountain fist to its zenith and crystallized his fist intent, he had developed a solid foundation in martial arts, making the practice of the Qinglong fist considerably easier. The 36 forms of the Qinglong fist were intricately linked with footwork and body techniques, allowing him to train while on the move. The pure true energy within him facilitated his practice of the Qinglong fist. Soon, he began to grasp the fundamentals, but further progress would require time or assistance from soul energy for deeper comprehension. Qinglong step. Wang Yan adjusted his footwork, adopting a brisk pace suitable for travel. He integrated techniques from the opening mountain fist and the up mountain rush, significantly enhancing his speed by at least 50%, yet, it was still insufficient. Aware that the pursuer was a powerful practitioner from the long rainbow realm, far swifter than himself, he deliberately navigated through the mountains and forests, avoiding the main roads. Additionally, he employed special foot techniques to obscure his tracks. After half an hour, he sensed the pursuit had dissipated, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. With the path ahead clear, he felt a surge of freedom. The vast sea beckoned the fish to leap, and the high skies invited the birds to soar. He would slay the demonic creatures and enhance his strength. He pressed onward, making his way to the southern region, the Southern Sea. As he emerged from the forest onto a main road, he sought out several demonic creatures to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi gathering, facilitating a swift condensation of his energy. Only by reaching the long rainbow realm would he truly ensure his safety on the road. It would also be beneficial to acquire a swift steed. Ahead, an old man appeared, driving a wooden cart pulled by a water buffalo.
"Excuse me, can I hop on for a bit?"
Wang Yan inquired with a smile as he caught up. The old man glanced at him, chuckling as he nodded.
"Sure, come aboard." With a swift leap, Wang Yan effortlessly jumped onto the cart, continuing on their way. "Old sir, do you know where I might find any demonic creatures?"
The old man quickly turned his head, his expression serious.
"Young man, why are you seeking demonic creatures? They're dangerous and can take lives."
"I specialize in hunting demonic creatures," Wang Yan replied, showcasing his bow and arrows.
"I'm quite capable."
"Then you'd best return home," the old man urged, halting the cart.
"I won't take you any further. Hunting demons is no trivial matter. Do you doubt me?"
Wang Yan retorted, leaping off the cart and smashing a stone by the roadside with a single punch. This feat was only achievable with the opening mountain fist at its peak, requiring at least the 8th level of Qi gathering. The old man was taken aback, his skepticism fading.
"So you are a prodigious youth. Have you ever hunted demons before?"
"I've hunted alongside the village's experts," Wang Yan reassured him.
"Rest assured, I can handle myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured out, and if I can't defeat them, I can always flee."
The old man believed him now. Wang Yan climbed back onto the cart.
"Would you rather see demonic creatures hunted or let them wreak havoc on the next village?"
"Of course, I want them hunted," the old man rolled his eyes. "Now tell me, where can I find these creatures, or where have they last been sighted without being exterminated?" 10 miles south, there's a place called Zazwang that was reportedly attacked by demons yesterday, though their current whereabouts are unknown, the old man informed.
Wang Yan noted this down.
However, their expression shifted suddenly as they spotted ominous plumes of smoke and flickering flames ahead. Not just from one spot. It was evident that an attack had occurred.
"Not good, my wife, my children."
The old man hastily whipped the buffalo.
"Faster. Hurry, old friend."
Wang Yan, already equipped with his sword and bow, darted ahead, employing the Qinglong step to exceed the cart's speed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of true energy within him, completing a transformation. He had reached the 7th level of Qi gathering. Excellent, just in time. This would bolster his confidence in hunting demonic creatures. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within his mind was nearly depleted, but he would soon replenish it. As he neared the village, he caught sight of demonic figures. Villagers were engaged in battle with the creatures. In a typical village, those at the 5th level of Qi gathering were considered masters, making it exceedingly difficult to confront flying demons that required 8th or 9th level practitioners, or even those from the long rainbow realm. The sounds of fighting and cries for help echoed through the village. Wang Yan surged forward once more, disregarding his energy expenditure. At last, he reached the village.
"Mother, help, kill them." Chaos reigned. Children wept by fallen bodies.
A dozen warriors battled a flying demon. Some were blinded by rage, heedless of the danger or the corrupting aura of the demons. Unfortunately, the village lacked formidable warriors. The strongest among them was merely at the 7th level of Qi gathering, rendering their counterattacks feeble and only leading to further casualties. Wang Yan leaped onto a rooftop, moving swiftly as he knocked an arrow. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession. However, only 2 struck home, and to no avail. They barely scratched the demon's defenses. Realization dawned upon Wang Yan. His cultivation had improved, But his bow and arrows remained unchanged. He was still using the 120-pound bow and ordinary iron-tipped bamboo arrows he had always hunted with. These posed little threat to the demons. To effectively hunt them, one needed a 3-stone bow and arrows crafted entirely from fine steel, thus, he had no choice but to engage with his sword. Fortunately, he was unafraid of the demonic aura. Kill! Wang Yin cast aside his hunting bow, seizing the large sword on his back and charging forward. Kill, kill! Among the villagers, some brave souls surged forward as well. Yet their blades, too, failed to breach the demon's defenses. Wang Yan's sword, however, struck true, carving a wound into the demon's flesh. Chapter 011 Close combat against the demon. As Liu Yang pursued, the demon let out a furious roar and took to the skies with a powerful flap of its wings. Originally, Wang Yan's 2 arrows had already drawn the creature's attention. Now, with another blade cutting through its defenses, the demon locked its sights on Wang Yan and dove straight towards him. It aimed to eliminate this significant threat before embarking on a rampage.
Come at me!
Wang Yan gripped his sword firmly, unperturbed. The opening mountain fist, akin to an opening mountain axe or knife, was particularly adept at cleaving through high defenses. Coupled with the azure dragon steps, Wang Yan swiftly vanished from sight, pivoting to deliver a decisive strike. With a sickening thud, another gash appeared on the demon's body. This time, however, Wang Yan targeted the creature's lower back, applying immense downward pressure. The demon, hurtling downward at high speed, smashed through the roof and crashed into a nearby house. Wang Yan followed closely, brandishing his blade as he aimed for the demon's wings. With swift, precise movements, he severed its wings with a series of sharp slashes. The demon roared in rage, but Wang Yan swiftly delivered a lethal blow, severing its neck without its wings. What further havoc could it wreak in such a confined space?
Absorbing the demon's essence and soul, Wang Yan felt no hesitation. Spirit power 16, soul power 9.
Excellent, he was quite satisfied. 16 points of spirit power would be sufficient to elevate his cultivation to a new level, while 9 points of soul power should enable him to refine his azure dragon fist to a greater mastery. Thus, his strength would see a significant increase.
Has the demon been slain? I'm unsure. Neither the villagers nor the demon have emerged.
Be cautious, they may have sustained injuries. The martial artists surrounding the village hesitated, uncertain of the situation within. Their greatest concern was the potential injury of Wang Yan, this formidable ally, who could transform into a demon himself if gravely wounded. I shall enter. I have already been wounded by the demon.
I cannot survive.
A burly man stepped forward, the strongest in the village, with a cultivation of 7 levels of qi. Previously, he had been the most valiant.
I will go in as well. Another injured youth declared, unwilling to accept death by demon transformation. There's no need.
The demon is dead, Wang Yan interjected as he pushed the door open and stepped outside.
Really, you are unhurt?
Several martial artists from the village stared at Wang Yan with anxiety.
I am fine.
This house should be set ablaze. Wang Yan waves dismissively, reaching for his bow and arrows.
Truly uninjured, set it ablaze, we must burn it.
The villagers sprang into action, preparing to incinerate the house, which had been attacked by the demon and could harbor residual demonic energy. A great fire was the best course of action. With a thud, the wounded man collapsed to the ground.
You might as well burn me too.
And me, the young warrior gritted his teeth, lamenting that he hadn't even been given the chance to die in battle.
This cannot be.
Absolutely not. Perhaps if we remove some flesh, we could save him. Hurry. The nearby villagers, resolute, refused to accept such a fate. They had fought for the village. How could they allow their comrades to be burned alive? It was too cruel, too inhumane. Yet, if they were to transform into demons, Wang Yan leaped down from the rooftop.
Let me assess your wounds. Can you save him, young hero? Do you have a method? The eyes of the crowd lit up with hope.
Wang Yan's fierce combat against the demon suggested he possessed some means of assistance. The middle-aged man and the young warrior regarded Wang Yan with a glimmer of hope. If they could survive, who would willingly choose death? They both had families to return to.
Let me take a look.
Wang Yan examined the middle-aged warrior, noting several deep gashes, each revealing bone and tainted with traces of dark energy. The young warrior bore 2 similar wounds, equally infused with demonic energy. If left untreated, they indeed posed a risk of gradual transformation. Fear not, this minor demonic energy is inconsequential, Wang Yan assured, lightly tapping around the middle-aged warrior's wounds before gently sweeping his hand. Cleanse it with some strong liquor, then stitch it up.
That will suffice. Is that all? Is it truly that simple?
The surrounding villagers, as well as the middle-aged warrior, were incredulous. Trust me, it will be fine, Wang Yan reaffirmed, proceeding to tend to the young warrior's injuries. He guaranteed that all would be well, the primary concern remained their wounds. "Thank you, young hero. I am Wu Gang. Not if I do not turn into a demon or perish, my life will belong to you. Call upon me if you need anything." The middle-aged man clasped his hands together, patting his chest.
"I am Lu Cheng, likewise." The young warrior nodded in agreement. "Why would I require your lives?" Wang Yin shook his head, bemused by their earnestness. "If you wish to repay me, might I request a horse? I must hasten to the next site of demon extermination." "A horse, I have one." Wu Gang replied eagerly. "I have one too." Lu Qing chimed in, albeit a moment too late. Many warriors kept horses for ease of transport. "Qinger, are you all right?" An old man driving an ox cart had just arrived. Coincidentally, he was Lu Qing's father. "Father, I am fine," Lu Qing reassured, shaking his head. "Your wounds." Lu's father felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could his son, injured by a demon, be unscathed? "It's over." Having raised his son with great difficulty, he was now faced with this calamity. "Fear not, he is truly unhurt," Wang Yin reiterated confidently. His own abilities were still somewhat lacking. Were he at the Long Rainbow or Earthly Tomb realm, his mere words would inspire absolute trust among all present. "Very well, I must depart for my next destination." He turned to Wu Gang, about to request a horse, when his gaze suddenly fixed on a familiar figure in the crowd behind Wu Gang. "Lu Yang! What brings you here?" The other man hailed from Panqiao town, which lay in an entirely different direction. Thus, it had been Lu Yang who had been trailing him all along. Wang Yin's eyes flickered. "It is highly likely." Lu Yang was a second-level Long Rainbow expert, and at present, he was far from Wang Yin's match. His target was the Azure Dragon Fist, yet Wang Yin could neither relinquish the secret nor reveal it casually. "Ha, brother Lu Yang, what brings you here?" Wang Yin exclaimed, laughing as he approached. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the prodigious martial artist Lu Yang from Panqiao town, a second-level Long Rainbow expert. Had he been present earlier, the demon would have been easily vanquished, and none would have been injured." Lu Yang, a second-level Long Rainbow expert. The surrounding villagers gasped in astonishment, their admiration for Lu Yang swelling. To achieve such prowess at such a young age was undoubtedly indicative of extraordinary talent. He was destined to become an even greater figure in the future. If only he had arrived sooner. Lu Yang's heart stirred, feeling a twinge of annoyance, though he quickly regained his composure, regarding Wang Yin with an enigmatic smile. "You managed to slay the demon alone? Are you another prodigy from Nanshan village?" Chapter 012 of the threat of Lu Yang. The arrival of Lu Yang caught Wang Yin somewhat off guard. He had believed he had successfully evaded pursuit and eliminated the threat, only to unexpectedly encounter him here. At this moment, he was certainly no match for Lu Yang. Moreover, if given the opportunity, Lu Yang would most likely take action against him. The first impression Lu Yang left on Wang Yin was far from that of a benign character. He was undoubtedly ruthless and merciless. Since he suspected that the Qinglong Fist manual was in Wang Yin's possession, he would not relent easily. Thus, Wang Yin publicly revealed Lu Yang's identity, hoping to instill a sense of caution that would prevent him from acting recklessly. After all, the intimidation from the Law Elder of Hangyue's sword sect and Jin Zhao still lingered. Wang Yin had arrived with Jin Zhao, their relationship being quite significant. Unless Lu Yang could annihilate all the villagers in this settlement, which was clearly impossible, the situation would only escalate further, leading to dire consequences. For the sake of a single manual, it was simply not worth it. Moreover, for the time being, Lu Yang should not be certain that the Qinglong Fist manual was indeed in his possession. "Brother Lu, you jest. This demon is not something I could vanquish alone. It was the collective effort of the villagers. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time and contributed a small portion of my strength." Wang Yin smiled. "Young hero, it primarily depends on you," Lu Qing quickly interjected. "Qinger." The old man Lu hastily tugged at Lu Qing's arm. "Why are you so dazed? Can't you see the two are at odds? They are hardly friends, more like adversaries." "Dad," Lu Qing turned to the elder Lu, only to receive a sharp glare in return. "Fool! Lu Yang of Panqiao town, I've long heard of your illustrious name." Wu Gang stepped forward with cupped fists, attempting to diffuse the tension brewing between Wang Yin and Lu Yang. His complexion was as pale as parchment due to severe injuries and blood loss. "I have matters to discuss." Lu Yang turned his gaze towards Wang Yin, suddenly uncertain of his name. The once inconspicuous character, whom he had previously ignored, now demanded his earnest attention. "I would like to stay here for the night, is that acceptable?" Wang Yin abruptly turned to Wu Gang. "Of course. Absolutely, it is essential." Wu Gang nodded vigorously.
Then I must trouble you, as I can also keep an eye on your injuries. Wang Yan clasped his hands in thanks, then turned to Lu Yang.
Brother Lu, do you have matters to attend to?
If so, please feel free to go about your business. If not, you are welcome to stay here for the night. It may prove to be quite an experience. Excellent suggestion. As it happens, I have no pressing engagements and would like to immerse myself in the unique charm of this village, Lu Yang replied with a smile, glancing at the gathered villagers.
I wonder if the villagers would welcome such a guest. Welcome, welcome. The village chief approached eagerly. With an additional master at the second level of Changhong realm, who would not be delighted? Young hero Lu, why not stay at my home?
It is spacious, he continued. Very well, I shall impose upon you, Lu Yang responded with a respectful nod.
Wu brother, let us depart. Wang Yan supported Wu Gang. Why the rush? I wish to converse with you. Surely you would not deny me this courtesy?
Lu Yang called out, halting Wang Yan paused and smiled slightly.
Very well.
At the village's edge, Wang Yan and Lu Yang stood beneath an ancient locust tree.
Brother Lu, what brings you to seek me? Wang Yan inquired proactively.
You ought to know, Lu Yang smiled, observing Wang Yan.
I do not. What should I be aware of?
Wang Yan shook his head, a frown creasing his brow.
It seems you fear me? Lu Yang's lips curled slightly.
You are a master of the Changhong realm, while I am merely a minor character of the Qi-gathering realm. It is only natural to regard you with respect, Wang Yan replied, spreading his hands. How straightforward. No, it is not merely that, it is because you have committed actions that should not have been undertaken, Lu Yang countered, shaking his head.
What actions are those? Wang Yan asked, confusion etched upon his face. You do not genuinely believe that I would refrain from acting against you merely because of Jin Zhao, do you? Lu Yang threatened. Wang Yan paused, contemplating. Do you dare? Lu Yang's breath hitched. He truly felt apprehensive. Let us be frank. Hand over the Qinglong Fist Manual, and I shall not trouble you further. I will simply turn and leave. The Qinglong Fist Manual, what do you mean? It is in my possession. What nonsense is this? Wang Yan exclaimed, astonished. Not only is the Qinglong Fist Manual not here, but even if it were, what grounds do I have to relinquish it to you? Lu Yang inhaled deeply. He wished to assert that strength was paramount, yet he did not dare to confront Wang Yan openly. You killed 2 individuals from the Yanhui Mountain Fengyun village. You cannot possibly think that they would simply let this go, can you? If they seek revenge, they have myriad ways to do so, and they will not allow Jin Zhao and the others to discover it. Brother Lu, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend, Wang Yan replied, bewildered and growing impatient. You despicable creature, has your true nature finally revealed itself? If your intent in seeking me is merely to discuss these baseless accusations, then I must regretfully decline your invitation. After a day of exertion, I am quite weary and wish to rest. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? For the sake of a mere manual, it is hardly worth the trouble. Why bother? Lu Yang gritted his teeth that he had pursued Wang Yan all the way here. He would not be mistaken. Alas, this is madness. Wang Yan shook his head. Return to the village and have someone escort you to Wu Gang's home. I will not let this matter rest. I shall follow you tirelessly, Lu Yang murmured as he watched Wang Yan's retreating figure. For the sake of the Qinglong Fist Manual, he was prepared to persist. He did not believe that a mere Qi-gathering realm youth could endure long under the watchful eyes of a second-level master of the Changhong realm. Sooner or later, the pressure would break him, and he would willingly surrender the coveted item. The young hero has arrived. Benefactor. At Wu Gang's home, Wu Gang and his wife, Lu Fang, hastily rose to greet him. An elderly woman had just finished stitching Wu Gang's wounds. Fortunately, Wu Gang was a 7th-level Qi-gathering warrior, otherwise, he might well have bled to death. I am Wang Yan, you may simply call me by my name. Please refrain from referring to me as benefactor or young hero, it feels overly formal, Wang Yan quickly corrected them. That cannot be, you have saved Brother Gang's life. Lu Fang insists, anything else is unacceptable. Wang Yan's expression turned serious. Or else, I shall take my leave. Very well, Brother Wang Yan, Wu Gang conceded with a nod. Once Wu Gang accepted, Lu Fang had no choice but to follow suit. Do you have past grievances with Lu Yang? Wu Gang inquired. I will prepare dinner, Lu Fang announced as she stood, taking the elderly woman with her as she exited. I bear no grievances, Wang Yan shook his head. Wu Gang, of course, did not believe this. However, he was powerless to assist. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, I shall move mountains for you. Ah, no need, if you persist, I shall become upset. You owe me nothing, Wang Yan interjected, raising his hand to halt him. Truly, there is no need for concern, I can handle the situation myself. Very well, I trust that Brother Wang Yan will undoubtedly manage it competently, Wu Gang nodded after a brief pause. Suddenly recalling something, he rose and retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted hidden dart from his home. Take this, it may prove useful, he offered. Wang Yan regarded the hidden dart with amusement. This device was indeed quite devious. If used unexpectedly, even a master of the Changhong realm could fall prey to it. Wu Gang was evidently concerned that a confrontation might arise between him and Liu Yang, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate or escape. This is a fine item. I shall not decline it, Wang Yan accepted graciously. Chapter 013 The 8th level of Qi absorption, minor proficiency in the Azure Dragon Fist. Are we still being courteous? Wu Gang said as he directly handed the concealed dart to Wang Yan. I wish to practice my skills, Wang Yan replied. Follow me. I'll take you there. Wu Gang rose and led Wang Yan to the grove adjacent to the courtyard. I usually practice my boxing here, though there isn't much cover, he continued. That is quite all right. It is merely a basic body tempering technique, devoid of any secrets, Wang Yan chuckled, intending to first practice the opening mountain fist to refine his spiritual power and elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi absorption. The Azure Dragon Fist would wait until nightfall for practice. Very well, I shall call you for dinner shortly, Wu Gang said as he returned home. Wang Yan glanced around and immediately began his training. Once he grasped the intent of the opening mountain fist, the speed at which he refined his spiritual power increased significantly, at least threefold compared to his earlier progress. This was particularly beneficial for the tempering of his body. The opening mountain fist was merely a simple set of 9 movements, limited in the muscle groups and bones it could train, making it difficult to cultivate true energy. However, upon reaching its zenith and embodying its intent, every muscle and bone in his body became subject to rigorous training, as the force permeated throughout, unified as one. Consequently, Wang Yan felt not only an increase in true energy but also a continual enhancement of his physical strength and overall qualities. The only downside was a somewhat greater consumption of spiritual power. Yet, Wang Yan dismissed this concern, knowing he could simply hunt more magical beasts. After all, tangible power was what truly mattered. In truth, the enhancement of physical attributes proved more beneficial than merely augmenting true energy, yielding more conspicuous advantages, such as improved neuromuscular response and bodily defense. True energy merely amplified these aspects, introducing subtle intricacies. Only upon reaching the long rainbow realm and condensing the rainbow chi would one truly unleash devastating power. Nonetheless, the strength of one's physical constitution remained paramount, particularly at the peak of the Earthstore realm. By the time Wu Gang called Wang Yan for dinner, Wang Yan had successfully attained the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi absorption. After the meal, he continued his training. This time, he refrained from utilizing spiritual power, focusing instead on cultivating his body and true energy. As night fell, he shifted to practice the Azure Dragon Fist. He first repeated the movements 10 times to familiarize himself with all the routines and techniques. Following that, he practiced another 10 times, drawing upon the martial foundation accumulated from the opening mountain fist. Nearly exhausting it, then, he began to stimulate his soul power, engaging in a methodical progression of his training. Each point of soul power was practiced 2 to 3 times. Thus, as Wang Yan expended 6 points of soul power, he achieved minor proficiency in the Azure Dragon Fist. Indeed, the Azure Dragon Fist was of a higher caliber than the opening mountain fist, requiring a greater expenditure of soul power to reach minor proficiency. The essence of minor proficiency in the Azure Dragon Fist lay not merely in the mastery of its techniques but in the condensation of the Azure Dragon Strength, also known as the Spiral Force. This force possessed formidable lethality, and combined with the agile footwork and swiftness of the Azure Dragon Fist, its power was significantly amplified. Upon mastering the Azure Dragon Strength, Wang Yan's techniques, footwork, and agility underwent a remarkable transformation, vastly surpassing his previous accomplishments in the opening mountain fist. Simultaneously, the true energy within him underwent a metamorphosis, acquiring greater resilience and refinement, almost comparable to the formidable Qi. Moreover, unexpectedly, his cultivation advanced to the 8th level of Qi absorption. At the 8th level of Qi absorption, he was already among the elite practitioners, and with the minor proficiency in the Azure Dragon Fist, his confidence in facing Liu Yang had greatly increased. Of course, he still could not prevail, but he felt capable of putting up a decent struggle. Liu Yang consumed all his spiritual and soul power. With his cultivation firmly established at the 8th level of Qi absorption, the Azure Dragon Fist made a slight advancement, particularly in footwork, where his speed had improved considerably. While Wang Yan trained, Liu Yang secretly observed from a distance. However, since Wang Yan was practicing the opening mountain fist during the day, his interest waned quickly. It was far too simplistic and lacked intrigue.
Lu Yang, dinner is ready, called Xiao Mei, the village chief's daughter.
At 16, she was as radiant as a flower, exuding youthful charm and beauty. Just a moment, Lu Yang replied nonchalantly.
Oh, Xiao Mei said, resigned to wait. Aware of the disparity in strength and status, she felt hesitant to engage Lu Yang in conversation. Only when Wu Gang called Wang in for dinner did Lu Yang turn and accompany Xiao Mei back to the village chief's home. Even warriors required sustenance. The long rainbow realm could not allow for fasting, as only those in the heavenly origin realm could achieve that. The village chief's home offered a lavish feast, accompanied by the delightful presence of the two lovely daughters, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. Liu Yang felt somewhat awkward as he hastily finished his meal and retreated to his room. He had actually slipped out and returned to Wu Gang's home.
Lu Yang, I'm coming in.
Xiao Li announced as she approached the door, pushing it open only to find it empty, leaving her disheartened.
Nonetheless, she was not one to surrender easily. The following morning, Wang Yan rode Wu Gang's magnificent red steed, setting off towards Xiaozhuang.
Go, go. Before long, Lu Yang, adorned with the scent of powder, caught up to him.
Good morning, brother Lu. Where are you headed? Wang Yan greeted warmly. To Xiaozhuang, Lu Yang replied coolly. Oh, what is the purpose of your journey? Wang Yan inquired, somewhat surprised yet not entirely so. To slay demons, Lu Yang stated. Ha, Wang Yan laughed heartily. What a fortuitous endeavor. Excellent. Splendid. Lu Yang looked puzzled, uncertain why Wang Yan was amused. Shouldn't he be angered by Lu Yang's intent to pursue his own quarry, or was he so magnanimous that he did not care whether he personally dispatched the demons, as long as they were vanquished? Then let us put forth our utmost effort and see who can slay the demon first. Wang Yan declared with a hearty laugh. Very well. Lu Yang had no reason to refuse. Go! Go! The two began a race on horseback. Demons, when encountering a group of targets, typically would not depart until they had wreaked havoc, provided there was no immediate threat. However, Xiaozhuang boasted skilled fighters, including those at the Long Rainbow Realm. Thus, the first attack by the demon was swiftly repelled. It was possible that this was the same demon that had attacked Wu Gang's village, or perhaps it had fled to another location. Therefore, when Wang Yan and Lu Yang arrived in Xiaozhuang, they encountered no demons, and no hunting parties had been organized. This was due to the fact that Xiaozhuang had only one skilled fighter of the Long Rainbow Realm, who was tasked with protecting the village. Wang Yan felt a twinge of regret, realizing he could only inquire about other villages that had suffered demon attacks. Shaoqi village, I've heard there are demons there, 3 of them. It has been 2 or 3 days, and I suspect there are hardly any people left, the villagers of Xiaozhuang lamented. Shaoqi village. Wang Yan suddenly made a decisive decision. Let us go there. If it were merely himself, he would have needed to deliberate, for encountering 3 demons would likely spell disaster, even for those at the first or second levels of the Long Rainbow Realm. But now, he had Lu Yang by his side. Liu Yang could handle 2 of them. If the 3 were slain and absorbed, he would at least reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi absorption, achieving great mastery in the Azure Dragon Fist, effectively erasing any fear of Lu Yang. To Shaoqi village. Wang Yan exclaimed as he mounted his steed and changed direction. You're heading to Shaoqi village? There are 3 demons there. Lu Yang cast a glance at Wang Yan. Wang Yan can only confront 1, facing 2 would be perilous, let alone 3. Isn't there still you? Wang Yan retorted. What, are you not planning to slay demons? Or were you merely speaking casually? Lu Yang turned his head, gazing ahead. I can only deal with 1 at a time. You can handle 1 as well. As for the last one, if you give me the Azure Dragon Fist manual, I will take on 2. What do you think? Chapter 014 Lu Yang slays demons. Wang Yan accepts. Let us consider an alternative proposal, suggested Wang Yang, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If you slay 10 demonic creatures, I shall provide you with the item you desire. Agreed? Agreed. Lu Yang promptly affirmed. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Wang Yan nodded. Then I shall claim the 3 creatures from Shaoqi village. Lu Yang declared swiftly, galloping away, as though fearing Wang Yan might contest him. Haha, splendid. I shall accommodate you, Wang Yan chuckled, feeling quite elated. Before long, Wang Yan and Lu Yang arrived at Shaoqi village. The village was in a dire state, even worse than Weijia village, desolate and devoid of life. From a distance, they could see a demon soaring through the sky, patrolling, while another leaped atop the rooftops, searching for the living, with a third lurking unknown. I'm going in. Lu Yang announced, leaping into action.
With the agility of a second-tier long Rainbow Realm practitioner, he effortlessly covered a distance of 10 to 20 meters. Coming from a minor martial arts family, Liu Yang's training granted him skills superior to those of his peers, with lightness and martial prowess far exceeding that of others at the same level. Hiss! The patrolling demon quickly spotted Liu Yang and charged toward him, its intelligence insufficient to gauge the disparity in their strengths. It merely perceived a delectable morsel. Die! Liu Yang leapt high, his long blade unleashing a fierce arc of energy as he struck downwards. With a swift and decisive cut, the demon was cleaved in two. The gap in their strengths was substantial. One was prepared, while the other was caught off guard. The commotion stirred two other demons within the village, who took to the air in response. With determination, Liu Yang dashed into the village, engaging the two demons. Swish! Wang swiftly appeared before the slain demon's corpse, sweeping his arm of the Yin Yang Divine Pearl rapidly refined the essence.
Spiritual power 15, soul power 7.
Not bad, Wang nodded, feeling he was one step closer to advancing in the long Rainbow Realm. By the time he reached the battlefield's edge, Liu Yang had already concluded the fight. This was the prowess of Liu Yang, a second-tier long Rainbow Realm warrior. Slaying ordinary demons was a trivial task, unlike the exhausting pursuit faced by those at the 9th layer of Qi gathering. Of course, it was also possible that Liu Yang deliberately showcased his strength before Wang, demonstrating a slightly more impulsive and aggressive demeanor as a form of intimidation. Wang remained unfazed as he approached the two demon corpses, inspecting them closely. In reality, spiritual power of 46, soul power 21. This was sufficient for a breakthrough into the long Rainbow Realm. The Azure Dragon Fist could also be pushed to great completion.
Impressive, truly impressive, Brother Liu, you are remarkable.
When I hunted demons alongside Jin Zhao and the others, encountering just two would exhaust me completely, and we would have to chase them far and wide.
Wang praised, giving a thumbs up.
There remained a vast chasm between Qi gathering and the long Rainbow Realm. Liu Yang held his head high, a slight lift of his chin indicating pride. The long Rainbow Realm and Qi gathering were distinctly different realms. Jin Zhao had commendable combat strength, yet lacked agility and speed. He was competent in close combat, but fell short in demon hunting. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the villagers. Liu Yang's expression shifted, a hint of discomfort washing over him.
Do I need your gratitude? He replied nonchalantly. Wang leapt onto a rooftop, projecting his voice. Villagers of Shaoqi, the demons have all been slain by the esteemed long Rainbow Realm warrior Liu Yang from Qianxiao Town. Those who are alive may emerge. You are safe now.
Wang called out thrice in three directions, ensuring that any living souls could hear him. He then descended from the rooftop to begin dealing with the three demon carcasses. In truth, the primal demonic energy within the creatures had already been refined by the Yin Yang Pearl, posing no significant threat. However, incineration was still prudent. Gathering firewood and broken beams, Wang took it upon himself, while Liu Yang merely observed. Wang had no objections. One person slayed the demons, while the other managed the remains. It was only fair. Liu Yang found himself puzzled by Wang's motives. What was his intent? To seek nothing in return, merely to slay demons? Such simple-heartedness seemed somewhat foolish, yet it was undeniably moving. But what was it to him? All he desired was the Azure Dragon Fist. Only by becoming stronger could he slay mightier demons. When the true demon invasion occurred, ensuring his own survival and the protection of his family. Now was the time to focus on cultivating his strength. It was rather trivial to be concerned with the likes of Qi gathering. He was overestimating his own capabilities. Wang set fire to the three demon corpses, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Regrettably, not a single villager responded or emerged. He couldn't help but wonder if they had all perished. A sense of melancholy enveloped Wang, and this was the fate of the weak. Without strength, one would inevitably become food for demons. He did not wish to be fodder, nor to find his efforts in vain.
All right, let us move on to the next location. To the next location, where? Liu Yang inquired. To seek.
Wang replied succinctly. Charge.
Liu Yang felt a twinge of irritation. Seek?
Where should we look? After exerting myself so vigorously to slay three demons, how dare you give me that look? Did I slay those demons for nothing?
Charge, 10 demons, 7 remain.
Liu Yang reminded him as he caught up with Wang.
Yes, I am aware, Wang responded coolly.
Very well, Liu Yang clenched his teeth. I intend to finish this within a day, to obtain the manual and depart. However, reality soon delivered a lesson to Liu Yang. After traversing through 3 villages without encountering a single demon, aside from the earlier incident in Shaoqi, he had no idea where else to find them. His impatience began to surface. Why? Why is this happening? He thought, growing weary of accompanying Wang on this tedious quest. Yet, recalling Jin Zhao, he hesitated to act against Wang. Unfortunately, they soon encountered another demon in the afternoon, which Liu Yang dispatched, completing his 4th objective.
Yet, he still had 6 more to go, while Wang Yan reaped the rewards. Spiritual power 62, soul power 28. Wang Yan suddenly turned to Liu Yang. This pace is far too slow. We should separate to gather information and reconvene here at dusk. Liu Yang's heart stirred, but he quickly shook his head. No, what if you run off and do not return? Am I to be so foolish as to fall for that? Where could I possibly go? Besides, can Nanshan village escape? Wang Yan chuckled wryly. Am I truly so concerned over a trivial matter that I would forsake my reputation for the future? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang conceded. Wang Yan's plan had 3 possible motivations. First, to hasten the hunt for demons; second, to rid himself of Liu Yang, which he deemed unlikely; third, to seize the opportunity to train the Azure Dragon Fist in solitude, ultimately handing it over to him. Regardless of the reasoning, it posed no problem for Liu Yang. Very well, we shall meet tonight. He readily agreed, turning his horse westward. Charge, good luck, Wang Yan replied, also turning away to find a small grove. He had training to attend to. Chapter 015, the pinnacle of Qi accumulation, mastery of the Azure Dragon Fist. As Wang Yan observed the vast accumulation of spiritual energy that could not be transmuted into his own cultivation prowess, he could hardly suppress his urgency. The process of refining this spiritual energy was exceedingly sluggish. Moreover, he yearned to achieve mastery of the Azure Dragon Fist without delay. Thus, he devised a plan to send Liu Yang away temporarily. Upon Liu Yang's return, he might perceive that the entire world had undergone a transformation. Azure Dragon Fist. Wang Yan dedicated himself solely to its practice. After reaching a minor accomplishment in the Azure Dragon Fist, his speed of refining spiritual energy had become nearly equivalent to that of the mountain-splitting fist, which involved the comprehension of fist intent. Furthermore, he aspired to elevate the realm of the Azure Dragon Fist. Consequently, he engaged in a dual cultivation of both spiritual and soul energy, each enhancing the other in a harmonious symbiosis. Wang Yan's cultivation rapidly ascended, and his mastery of the fist technique steadily progressed toward completion. After half an hour, with a swift motion, his cultivation broke through to the 9th layer of Qi accumulation, steadily advancing toward its zenith. Simultaneously, Wang Yan's martial techniques and movements grew increasingly swift. His steps were like the flight of a dragon, creating ethereal illusions within the forest, moving with a ghostly unpredictability. With a resounding boom, Wang Yan unleashed a punch, creating a large hole in a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, which subsequently splintered. He swiftly picked up a branch and hurled it with force. The branch shot through a tree like a sharp arrow, embedding itself in the trunk of another tree several meters away without breaking. The spectacle was truly astounding. If it had been a spear, the mastery of the Azure Dragon Fist, Wang Yan was elated, overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, his spiritual energy stood at 40, and his soul energy at 10. He glanced at the darkening sky. Without hesitation, he resolved to continue. He aimed to break through to the long rainbow realm, and the Azure Dragon Fist could also be further advanced. However, while the Azure Dragon Fist progressed as usual, his cultivation encountered certain obstacles. Despite the continuous consumption of spiritual energy, his true Qi ceased to grow, unable to rapidly transform into the formidable essence of vigor. Only his body continued to strengthen, reaching the limits of Qi accumulation. Encountering a minor bottleneck, his physique still had room for improvement. After all, his cultivation pace had been extraordinarily rapid. How many days had it been? There had been insufficient time for his true Qi to refine his meridians and dantian to a level capable of compressing and transforming the Qi. The transformation into a rainbow required a substantial amount of pure true Qi, necessitating a gradual and painstaking compression process to forge the essence of the rainbow. However, with an abundance of spiritual energy, he would not progress as slowly as an ordinary martial artist. Within 3 days, Wang Yan observed the night sky, realizing it had grown dark. He needed to return. Although he had not broken through to the long rainbow realm, given the quality of the true Qi within him, combined with his mastery of the Azure Dragon Fist, it would not be easy for Liu Yang to contend with him. It was even conceivable that he could withstand a few direct encounters. Giddy up, giddy up. Liu Yang had returned early. Initially worried that Wang Yan had truly fled, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the familiar sounds. Why have you returned only now? I thought the path was treacherous. Causing a slight delay, Wang Yan explained. And what about you? Have you gathered any news regarding the demonic creatures? Yes, there is one located 30 miles southwest, in Zhangdong village, Liu Yang replied with a smile. Then let us set forth to eliminate it, Wang Yan exclaimed promptly. The sooner we depart, the less chance there is for someone to suffer harm. Liu Yang paused for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. This was precisely what he had hoped for. Very well, the two promptly turned their horses around. By the way, how about your side? Are there no demonic creatures? Liu Yang suddenly recalled to inquire.
None. Wang Yan shook his head. Liu Yang was rendered speechless. Yes, the true doubt crept into his mind. Had Wang Yan even sought them out? It was possible he had, or perhaps he had not. Was he merely diverting his attention, secretly cultivating elsewhere? However, what could be accomplished in such a short span? Even if he practiced for another 2 years, he would not be my match. The night was somewhat dark, yet it did not impede their journey. Both Wang Yan, at the pinnacle of qi accumulation, and Liu Yang, at the second layer of the long rainbow realm, possessed remarkable night vision, ensuring they would not lose their way or allow their horses to stumble into pitfalls. The 30-plus mile distance was traversed in nearly a quarter of an hour. Without uttering a word, Liu Yang charged in to search for the target. Wang Yan followed suit. Having arrived, he saw no reason to merely spectate. Fortuitously, he encountered the demonic creature himself. With a swift step of the azure dragon, he drew his blade and struck with a swift slice. The creature was cleaved in two. It was effortless, a stark contrast to previous encounters. Spiritual energy of 45, soul energy 8. Wang Yan sheathed his blade, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His spiritual energy had surged once more, and his soul energy had risen to 8 points. In a flash, Liu Yang approached. You killed it? What do you mean by that? Liu Yang's expression darkened significantly. He had tirelessly gathered information about the demonic creature, rushed over in the dead of night, only to find that Wang Yan had already slain it. He was astonished by Wang Yan's rapid extermination of the creature, yet his anger simmered beneath the surface. Were you attempting to buy time for yourself, or did you simply not wish to share? It was merely a stroke of fortune that it appeared before me. Could I refrain from striking? Wang Yan shrugged, perplexed. He too wished to reap rewards without effort, yet since the opportunity presented itself, he could not let it slip away. It was the perfect chance to test his current combat prowess. In terms of speed in hunting demonic creatures, he was no less formidable than Jin Zhao, perhaps even slightly superior. He might even match Liu Yang in this regard. Liu Yang took a deep breath. Currently needing Wang Yan's assistance, he could do nothing but endure. Next time, if I learn about a demonic creature, I shall be the one to slay it. Very well, I shall not interfere, Wang Yan replied nonchalantly. If the situation was not urgent, he was content to let it be. He preferred to let others do the work. Then, Wang Yan began to process the remains of the demonic creature. It seemed that they would have to spend the night here. Liu Yang's eyes sparkled as a thought struck him. If he recalled correctly, they were not far from Yanhui Mountain. In truth, earlier that afternoon, while Wang Yan and Liu Yang were inquiring about the whereabouts of the demonic creatures, they had already been spotted by the bandits from Fengyun Stronghold, who had ventured out to scout. Yanhui Mountain, Fengyun Stronghold. A fifth master, we have discovered 2 individuals with suspicious movements. One bears a resemblance to the Liu Yang you described. A small bandit leader reported eagerly. What? Had it not been for Liu Yang's sudden appearance to disrupt his plans, the Azure Dragon Fist would have been his yesterday. His enthusiasm had led him to a fruitless venture, costing him several subordinates. Regrettably, the Lu family in Panqiao Town was guarded by a powerful figure of the earthly tomb realm, along with several long rainbow realm warriors, preventing him from taking action. The second master had also warned him against seeking vengeance against the Lu family in Panqiao Town. However, if Liu Yang had come near Fengyun Stronghold out in the vicinity of Shashir village, they have been inquiring about the demonic creatures, seemingly hunting them, he sneered. Hunting demonic creatures? Those hypocrites are merciless when it comes to striking at others, the fifth master scoffed. Among the 3 of them, he was certainly the strongest. Liu Yang and another long rainbow youth had teamed up. Just as he felt the situation was becoming advantageous, he saw Liu Yang send another opponent flying with a single palm strike. Such ruthless efficiency. Chapter 016. Liu Yang's threat renewed. With a thunderous crash, the fifth master smashed the nearby tea table into splinters with a single strike of his palm. Had he come to the vicinity of Fengyun Stronghold today merely to flaunt his presence, deliberately provoking me? Calm down, fifth brother, interjected the sixth master, a lean figure with an unremarkable visage. Second brother mentioned that elder brother is in seclusion. We should refrain from seeking trouble with the Lu family for now. Let us wait until he emerges, having broken through to the 3rd level of the Earth Store realm. But he has already arrived at our Fengyun Stronghold, openly challenging us, the 5th master retorted vehemently. I am determined to take him down, he declared. 6th brother, you must assist me. Together, we shall ensure he does not escape. Isn't he on the hunt for demonic creatures? We have ample opportunities to strike. We could ambush him on the road or disguise ourselves. The 6th master hesitated, then the 5th master played the emotional card. For all these years, I have only asked you for this one favor. With a grimace, the 6th master finally acquiesced. Very well. I shall assist you this once, risking my life for a noble cause. The brothers of Fengyun Stronghold must stand united against such indignities. Indeed, that is the spirit, the 5th master smiled, feeling a surge of confidence with the assistance of his agile 6th brother, adept in light-footed techniques. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and Liu Yang spent the night outside. Wang Yan did not practice martial arts but instead sat quietly, channeling his spiritual energy to refine and strengthen his body. In truth, he had already mastered the ability to manipulate the qi and blood within him, achieving commendable results without the need for vigorous exercise or combat. He gradually refined his spiritual energy, consuming 10 points over the course of the night. By the following day, his physical condition, including his meridians, dantian, muscles, and bones, had improved markedly, with his true qi becoming purer and drawing him closer to the rainbow aura.
Are you not concerned that such training may exhaust your qi and blood? Liu Yang remarked, observing Wang Yan's vigorous practice through the night.
Thank you for your concern, Wang Yan replied, feeding the horses before noticing figures stirring in the village, much to his relief. It seemed that fortune was finally favoring him, affirming the significance of his endeavor. With a swift motion, Wang Yan mounted his horse. Let us proceed, there are still 6 targets to pursue, and we shall accomplish them all today.
Liu Yang gritted his teeth, eager to finish the day's tasks without further delay.
Due to their agreement, only Liu Yang could slay the demonic creatures he found, and Wang Yan had to remain close by. Thus, they were compelled to seek their quarry together. Yet, to their dismay, the same situation as the previous morning unfolded. After several hours of searching, they had not gleaned any information regarding the whereabouts of a single demonic creature.
How about this? You give me the manual, and I will reward you with 1,000 taels of silver? Liu Yang proposed.
That is of no interest to me, Wang Yan shook his head dismissively.
What use is silver to me? Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. You are unaware, are you?
We are in close proximity to Yanawishan and Fengyun stronghold. You have made a grave error.
Wang Yan's gaze turned frosty as he shook his head.
I harbor no enmity with Fengyun stronghold. They do not even know me, a mere insignificant figure. You are mistaken. The other day, you clashed with them over the manual, thwarting their ambitions and returning empty-handed. If Fengyun stronghold discovers your presence, you must tread carefully.
Liu Yang's expression shifted, a realization dawning upon him.
Indeed, Wang Yan had previously been an inconspicuous figure at King Longmen, unnoticed by all. Even if he stood before the 5th master of Fengyun stronghold now, he would likely remain unrecognized. Even if he were accused of stealing the manual, it is doubtful they would believe it. In contrast, Liu Yang was in a precarious position. The Qinglong Fist manual had been denied to Fengyun stronghold largely due to his own actions. The 5th master harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. If he were to be discovered here, but nevertheless, Liu Yang had his own advantages, for the Liu family's reputation extended for hundreds of miles. With Earthstore realm experts backing them, Fengyun stronghold would think twice before acting against him.
I can escape, but can you? Liu Yang scoffed. In the presence of a long rainbow realm master, you would be apprehended before you could take 2 steps. Bandits are ruthless, they will not care whether or not you have stolen their manual. Better to err on the side of caution. I will manage my own affairs. We should focus on locating the demonic creatures, Wang Yan replied firmly. Fortune finally smiled upon them as they learned of a location where 2 demonic creatures were wreaking havoc. Wang Yan and Liu Yang hastened to the site, which lay in a remote village nestled within the mountains. The 2 demonic creatures had plagued the area for several days, causing widespread devastation. With a swift motion, Liu Yang charged in, facing 2 adversaries without haste, yet dispatching them within a few rounds. Wang Yan followed suit, absorbing the demonic energy and soul's spiritual energy, 67 soul energy, 21. His reserves were increasing, and his soul energy surpassed 20 once more, sufficient to elevate the Qinglong Fist to its pinnacle. However, his physical prowess still lagged. After reaching completion, the Qinglong Fist had begun to push the limits of his capabilities. As he exerted himself fully, he found himself straining, needing to pace himself. After all, the divine form of the Qinglong could unleash formidable power even in the Earthstore realm. He needed to reach at least the 7th level of the Long Rainbow realm to truly harness the fist's might. Something feels amiss. Liu Yang suddenly scanned the surroundings with a wary gaze. The mountains were eerily silent, a possible consequence of the demonic creature's presence. Yet, why did the trees sway without the wind? Surely, it could not be a wild boar scratching itself against the bark? It does feel wrong, Wang Yan conceded. You are the one with the bad omen. Liu Yang shot back. Quickly mount your horse. We must leave. But it was too late. Suddenly, dozens of arrows whizzed from the nearby woods, with 80 aimed at Liu Yang and 20 scattered elsewhere. Wang Yan sprang into action, dodging the hail of arrows. With a swift motion, Liu Yang spun his long knife, effortlessly deflecting and severing all arrows aimed at him. He then charged toward his horse. Nowhere to run. The 5th master of Fengyun stronghold swooped in, blocking their path. Only now did they realize the gravity of their predicament, but it was too late. Ha ha ha. the sixth master appeared behind Liu Yang. Liu Yang, we have been waiting for quite some time. Attack!
At that moment, 30 elite subordinates from Feng Yun's stronghold burst forth from the woods, surrounding their escape route and cornering Wang Yan, who had just mounted his horse.
It appeared that there would be no avoiding a confrontation today. They would have to engage in battle. Fortunately, only 2 long Rainbow Realm Masters had come, and the strongest of the rest were merely at the 8th level of the Qi-gathering realm, posing little threat to him. Wang Yan was no longer the same as before. Liu, today marks your end, the 5th master proclaimed, leaping forth to strike at Liu Yang with a powerful palm, the 3rd level of Long Rainbow Realm. His palm strike was fierce and formidable, enhanced by a potent energy that rendered him impervious to blades. With a swift flourish, the 6th master drew a short sword, charging at Liu Yang in an instant. The battle erupted. Chapter 17, a bloodbath. The 6th master in fury. The 2nd master had long discerned the truth. It was merely Liu Yang accompanied by a singular expert of the Long Rainbow Realm. Wang Yan had yet to make a move, appearing instead as a mere subordinate. The most telling aspect was his age and appearance, 15 or 16 years old, at most possessing the cultivation of 5 levels of Qi accumulation. With their considerable number of elite henchmen, even a lowly lackey could easily dispatch him. Ah, a pretty boy. I absolutely detest pretty boys. 2 unsightly ruffians charged forth. 1, brandishing a hammer, leaped high into the air, while the other wielded a curved knife, both lunging towards Wang Yan. They maintained a semblance of composure. One aimed to crush his skull, the other sought to mar his visage. Wang Yan could only shake his head in disbelief. A pretty boy, in 2 lifetimes, this was the first time anyone had referred to him as such. However, his original form was indeed handsome and graceful, and having perfected 2 sets of martial arts, he had reached the pinnacle of Qi accumulation. His physique had undergone a transformation, becoming more refined, his features more pronounced, and his skin undeniably fairer. Admittedly, he bore some semblance to a pretty boy, but he was far from being one. With a swift motion, Wang Yan drew his long knife and, with a flick of his wrist, dispatched the 2 bandits in a spray of crimson. The force of his blade sent their bodies flying, sparing him from any blood splatter. There was no hesitation. These brigands deserved death. The scene fell into an eerie silence as the remaining henchmen stood dumbfounded. The 2 unsightly ruffians were certainly not weak, both at levels 5 or 6 of Qi accumulation. Logically, dispatching a mere lackey should have posed no challenge, yet, before they could comprehend the situation, 2 of their own lay dead at Wang. This was utterly unexpected. Who would have thought a lowly subordinate could possess such prowess? Such innate talent surely warranted a master beyond Liu Yang. Who dares to kill us is courting death. An accident. A coincidence. This could not be his true strength. Altogether, kill him. The bandits, momentarily shaken, feigned calmness, deliberately misinterpreting the situation to bolster their spirits before charging at Wang Yan, 7 or 8 of them rushing forward. Come then. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Wang Yan dismounted, wielding his long knife, and began his slaughter. In mere moments, the 7 or 8 bandits fell, their bodies erupting in blood. For these brigands, he felt no psychological burden. The remaining assailants halted in their tracks, terror-stricken, yet Wang Yan had no intention of sparing them. Die. He plunged into the fray, eschewing the use of Qinglong Fist, opting instead for his mountain-splitting fist and mountain-splitting blade, wreaking havoc upon his foes. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 more fell, many of whom were at the 7th level of Qi accumulation, all perishing with a single strike. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Retreat. The remaining bandits swiftly retreated, distancing themselves from Wang Yan, paralyzed by fear. They wished to live, devoid of any hope. You seek death. The 6th master, engaged in a fierce battle with Liu Yang, felt his rage surge upon witnessing this carnage. Wang Yan had slain numerous bandits, a significant portion of whom were his elite subordinates. His cadre of skilled fighters was already scarce. He had initially believed this to be a simple task, bringing many elite followers to showcase his prowess, hoping to leverage their success to gain favor with the 5th master. What he anticipated as a routine excursion had spiraled into chaos. With a sudden resolve, the 6th master abandoned his confrontation with Liu Yang and launched himself at Wang Yan, intent on avenging his fallen comrades. Moreover, if he could eliminate such a formidable and talented subordinate of Liu Yang, it would undoubtedly shake Liu Yang's resolve, providing the 5th master with a golden opportunity. 2 birds with 1 stone. The 5th master, momentarily stunned, pondered. You intend to deal with that Qi accumulation brat? How am I to contend with Liu Yang alone? Should he escape, I would be devastated. I already lost 4 of my elite subordinates the other day. But what weighed heavier? Once they dispatched Liu Yang, or severely injured him, could they still pursue that lackey foolishness? Liu Yang was taken aback. He was aware that Wang Yan was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated such ferocity and decisiveness in his attacks, singularly aimed at killing.
However, this worked to his advantage, drawing away the most troublesome and cunning sixth master, thereby alleviating his own pressure. Furthermore, these bandits were oblivious to Wang Yan's origins in Nanshan village and the possession of the Qinglong Fist Manual. If the sixth master were to kill Wang Yan, then, as the Long Rainbow Realm sixth master lunged toward him, Wang Yan immediately ceased his slaughter, leaping back onto his horse and seizing the reins.
Where do you think you're going?
The sixth master, with a flick of his arm, hurled his short sword, which shot forth like a swift arrow toward Wang Yan, glinting menacingly. Wang Yan retaliated with a slash of his knife. Clang, the short sword was cleaved from its trajectory and sent flying.
Go!
Wang Yan urged his horse forward, galloping toward the main road outside the village. The remaining 11 or 12 bandits were caught off guard. The sixth master landed, unable to retrieve his short sword, and propelled himself forward, swiftly pursuing Wang Yan. His lightness of foot allowed him to traverse the ground almost soundlessly. Over short distances, his agility outpaced that of the horse. As Wang Yan urged his steed to greater speeds, he knocked 4 arrows onto his bow and released them in rapid succession. Whoosh! The sixth master deftly evaded each arrow, yet the delay had cost him precious time. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's horse continued its sprint, gradually accelerating to its full potential. Unperturbed, the sixth master pressed on, his feet barely touching the ground, gliding as if he were flying over the grass. His agility was remarkable, nearly rivaling Wang Yan's mastery of the Qinglong step. Wang Yan unleashed another volley of 4 arrows. Whoosh! The sixth master again dodged effortlessly against a Long Rainbow Realm expert. Even the might of a 3-stone-strong bow coupled with steel-tipped arrows proved limited. The Long Rainbow Realm had undergone a transformation, necessitating even more formidable weaponry. Rather than remain passive, the sixth master seized a handful of leaves, transforming them into lethal darts as he hurled them at Wang Yan. Swish, 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 Wang Yan extended his arm, catching the incoming projectiles barehanded. Several leaves fell into his grasp of the Qinglong hand, or perhaps it could be termed the Qinglong claw. Wang Yan, having reached mastery, could wield it at will. The sixth master was taken aback. A mere chi accumulation cultivator could catch his concealed projectiles with bare hands. This was truly extraordinary. Such martial prowess had evidently reached an exceptional level, likely nearing the Long Rainbow Realm. Hence, this individual must not be allowed to live. Chapter 018. Slaying the second-level expert of the Long Rainbow Realm. With a crisp snap, the sixth elder effortlessly broke off another piece of withered branch, this time aiming at the horse's flank. With a swift motion, Wang Yan drew forth a long arrow and flung it with great force, severing the branch midair. Following this, he gently patted the saddle and leaped into the air, lunging towards the sixth elder. The sixth elder's eyes instantly brightened, taken aback by Wang Yan's audacity to abandon his mount and retaliate. He hastily unleashed a palm strike. As a second-level expert of the Long Rainbow Realm, he could summon a 2-foot-long rainbow aura. How dare this insignificant cultivator confront him head-on? Such arrogance! Azure Dragon Fist! Wang Yan silently exclaimed within, his fingers clenched into a fist as he unleashed all his strength. A dull thud resounded as Wang Yan's fist collided forcefully with the sixth elder's palm. Wang Yan was at his peak, unleashing his full power through a perfected spiral force, while the sixth elder had underestimated him, failing to condense even a fraction of his aura. Suddenly, the sixth elder's expression changed drastically, and he hastily withdrew his palm. Yet at that moment, Wang Yan twisted his fist, and the spiral force erupted once more. Another loud thud echoed, sending the sixth elder staggering back several steps. In a desperate attempt to counter, he swiftly jabbed his fingers like swords at his own arm to intercept the spiral force. However, the fabric of his sleeve tore apart, and his skin was marred with numerous wounds, blood seeping through. Wang Yan's strike had nearly incapacitated the sixth elder's arm, but he was not finished yet. Seizing the opportunity, he surged forward, launching a dual-fisted assault. Azure Dragon Claw. The air itself was shredded by the spiraling energy. The sixth elder quickly raised one hand to defend, channeling all his aura to block, no longer daring to be so arrogant. Yet, the Azure Dragon Fist thrived on speed, and Wang Yan was faster still. With both fists, complemented by his agile footwork, the sixth elder, with only one hand intact, could only flail helplessly. With a series of swift strikes, Wang Yan inflicted deep gashes upon the sixth elder's body, blood rapidly staining his garments. What kind of martial art is this? The sixth elder demanded furiously. It is the fist that shall kill you. Wang Yan concentrated his energy and unleashed another powerful punch. Of the sixth elder, caught off guard, was sent flying. The spiral force rampaged within him. He quickly summoned his aura for protection, but could not suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. His eyes rapidly cleared, and a sense of calm washed over him. He could not perish here, thus, he turned to flee. In an instant, Wang Yan executed the Azure Dragon Step, swiftly blocking his path. Wang Yan's speed was unmatched. The sixth elder was astonished but knew he had no recourse. Perhaps he would have to call for help. The distance to Mountain Hollow Village was not too far. Once more, Wang Yan unleashed a punch. Of the sixth elder hurriedly redirected all his aura to defend. Yet, in a sudden flick of his wrist, Wang Yan launched a steel needle. With a sharp whoosh, the needle, as thick as a chopstick, pierced through the sixth elder's throat, embedding itself deep. The sixth elder's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck. With his cultivation at the second level of the long rainbow realm, he would not die instantly. If he had a miraculous elixir, he might yet survive. However, he could no longer call for help. With a swift motion, Wang Yan drew the long knife from his back and struck downwards. The sixth elder immediately succumbed, his chances of survival extinguished. Wang Yan then turned to pursue the horse. In Mountain Hollow Village, the fifth elder and Liu Yang were still locked in combat. What had begun as a fierce battle had devolved into a tedious display of feigned engagement, both waiting for the sixth elder's return. The fifth elder hoped that with the sixth elder's arrival, they could finally eliminate Liu Yang, while Liu Yang anticipated the sixth elder's appearance to confirm Wang Yan's demise before he could escape to seize the Azure Dragon Fist manual. Thus, they fought for a prolonged period, neither side gaining the upper hand, yet both holding back, refraining from unleashing their ultimate techniques. After 2/4 of an hour, their internal aura had significantly depleted, yet still, there was no sign of the sixth elder's return. What is happening? An unsettling premonition crept upon them both. Given the sixth elder's agility, he should have returned by now, unless he failed to catch up to his target. Did that brat manage to escape? With a powerful clash, Liu Yang leveraged the impact to retreat and turn to flee. The fifth elder was enraged and immediately pursued. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow Liu Yang to escape. However, his speed paled in comparison, and he soon found himself left far behind. In frustration, the fifth elder struck a nearby tree with a punch, creating a substantial dent. That useless sixth elder, unable to handle a mere nascent energy cultivator, and he has yet to return, truly a waste of space, regressing with each passing day. As Liu Yang fled, the fifth elder cursed under his breath. If I had known, I would have summoned fourth brother. Suddenly, a shout from a younger subordinate interrupted his thoughts. Fifth elder, the sixth elder is dead. What? The fifth elder felt the world spin around him, his expression shifting dramatically. Impossible, no way. Yet, he soon beheld the lifeless body of the sixth elder being carried back by his subordinates, lying flat on the ground. The steel needle protruding from his throat was especially conspicuous. From this day forth, the Luo family of Bridgetown is my sworn enemy. Having evaded the fifth elder's pursuit, Liu Yang circled back and set off in the direction Wang Yan had fled. Without the fifth elder, he felt no fear even if he encountered the returning sixth elder. However, after running for several dozen miles, he found no trace of either individual. The horse's hoofprints continued onward. Panting heavily, Liu Yang muttered to himself, this fellow can truly run. Where could he have gone? He had not detected any signs of the sixth elder along the way. It struck him as odd. Wang Yan was on horseback, while the sixth elder, with his agility, should have been able to keep pace. After pursuing for several dozen miles, they should have reached a point where neither could continue. Did he head straight back to the Wind and Cloud stronghold? Liu Yang speculated that it was indeed possible. If he could not catch up and had failed to kill a nascent energy cultivator, returning would be a source of shame, particularly given the immense energy expenditure. If he were in the sixth elder's position, he would not be foolish enough to engage in another battle against a second-level expert of the Long Rainbow Realm. Moreover, under normal circumstances, he would have escaped long ago. The sixth elder's return would serve no purpose. Additionally, if he believed Wang Yan to be his ally, he would certainly pursue him further. Thus, the current situation indicated a significant chance that the crisis had temporarily lifted. The next step was to locate Wang Yan, fulfill their agreement, and retrieve the Azure Dragon Fist manual. Yet before that, he needed to rest and find a horse. Chapter 019. The first level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Nanshan Village, the Jin family. Shaoan departed alone, and you simply acquiesced to his departure without a thought. Wang Yu glared at Jin Feng, his voice filled with fury. Nearly 16 years of age, his martial skills were just beginning to take shape. He is now of age, possessing the autonomy to chart his own course. How can I interfere? Why should I? Jin Feng's gaze flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. The children of the same village should not have been left to their own devices. Yet in his elation over breaking through to the Long Rainbow Realm, he had allowed Zhang Chang to ride back to the village alone to deliver the news that Jin Zhao had been accepted as a disciple by the law elder of the Han Yue sword sect, while he himself remained outside to reinforce his elevated cultivation. Perhaps the brilliance of those two events had blinded Wang Yu into assuming that Wang Yan was with him, hence he did not inquire further. Upon awakening that morning, he sought out Wang Yan, but found nothing. By the time he returned, darkness had enveloped the land. It was at this moment that Wang Yu came to confront him. What authority do you possess? Are you unaware that the dangers outside have multiplied tenfold, 100-fold? What will he do if he encounters monsters? What if he faces bandits? Can he escape unharmed? Are there not countless nefarious individuals lurking outside? Wang Yu could hardly continue, his fear intensifying with each word. A young lad, just embarking on his journey, must navigate countless perils. The likelihood of untimely demise looms large. My younger brother has indeed erred in this matter, yet the circumstances at the time Moreover, Wang Yan stated his intention to journey to the capital, either to enlist in the army or to work for a couple of years. He had a plan. I perceive that lad is clever and astute. He should come to no harm. Jin Han stepped forth to mediate and offer solace. Shan Yu, Jin Feng has searched throughout the day without success. At this juncture, we can only wish him well. The elder of the Wang clan, Wang Chuan, spoke up. If that boy is resolute in his desire to leave, there is little we can do to restrain him, nor can we bring him back. Besides, the children of the hunters from Nanshan possess strong survival instincts. What else could Wang Yu do? A day and a night had passed, and the boy's whereabouts remained a mystery. The prospect of finding him was dim. Should anything befall Shaoan, I shall not let this matter rest. I will bow before the grave of brother Wang Zhang to express my contrition. Jin Feng gritted his teeth. Wang Yu waved him off and departed. Each individual has their own fate. Wang Yan is not doomed to an early demise. Wang Chuan gazed into the night, muttering to himself. Let us hope for the best. Jin Feng and Jin Han exchanged glances, silently wishing for safety. In the tumultuous autumn of chaos, Nanshan village must not descend into infighting. In Liu Yang's mind, Wang Yang would undoubtedly continue his pursuit of exterminating monsters. This location was nearly 100 miles from the Fengyan stronghold in Yanhui Mountain, so there was little cause for concern that they would be hunted down. Therefore, it should not be too difficult for him to locate Wang Yan. What he did not realize was that Wang Yan had galloped over 100 miles before continuing onward. Meanwhile, Liu Yang rested for a night, and by the next day, the original hoofprints had long been obscured or erased by other tracks. I wish to slap myself twice, Liu Yang thought. However, with matters having reached this point, he could do nothing but persist in his search, hoping that fortune would not be too unkind. Alone on the road, as he journeyed southward, Wang Yan's luck began to wane. He received no news of any useful monsters. Having left the remote regions, he gradually entered the prosperous heartland of Jin State, where powerful families and court officials maintained garrisons, and some areas even hosted sections. Martial artists, those exalted individuals, may not concern themselves with the lives of common folk. Yet, monsters are a different story. Their malevolent aura spreads like a plague, but is 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more fearsome. If not eradicated swiftly and thoroughly, the entire Jin State would eventually fall. Thus, all major factions naturally exerted every effort. Wang Yan's resources for rapid advancement had vanished, yet, he did not lament this. It was a boon for the ordinary citizens of Jin State, and there were still numerous monsters in the world. As long as he reached the southern border, he would have ample opportunities to slay. Moreover, there was good news. By the evening of the following day, Wang Yan's true energy transformed into a 1-foot-long rainbow aura, marking his official entry into the Long Rainbow Realm. The pinnacle of the Long Rainbow Realm lies in the Rainbow Aura, which vastly surpasses true energy. Not only can it be externalized, significantly extending combat capabilities, but it also enhances all aspects of one's abilities, resulting in a tremendous surge in strength. Most importantly, it extends one's lifespan. Indeed, the Long Rainbow Realm can add at least 30 to 40 years to one's life. For instance, a practitioner at the 9th level of the Gathering Chi Realm, if unscathed and untroubled, might live to 80 or 90 years. However, a practitioner of the Long Rainbow Realm can easily reach 120, or even 130, while still maintaining commendable combat prowess. This is the disparity. Nonetheless, there is a less favorable aspect. The energy required for each subsequent level becomes exceedingly vast, demanding an extensive period of accumulation. To transform true energy into a 1-foot-long rainbow aura at the 9th level of Gathering Chi requires the middle 3 levels consume 10 points per level, summing up to 30 points. The last 3 levels necessitate 15 points per level, aggregating to 45 points. Coupled with the wear and tear, producing a 1-foot-long rainbow aura consumes approximately 120 points of spiritual energy. This means that from now on, with each breakthrough, he would need to expend at least 120 points of spiritual energy, necessitating the slaying of about 8 monsters. If the requirements increase with each level, even more might be needed. Currently, he possessed spiritual energy of 42, soul energy 21. Therefore, he must hasten to the southern border to counter the impending monster invasion. I can unleash my full potential and slay with abandon, acquiring more spiritual energy, Wang Yan murmured.
Xiao Hong, I shall be relying on you greatly in the days to come.
He reached out to stroke Xiao Hong's forehead. The horse snorted twice in response. Previously, Xiao Hong had been raised by Wu Gang and had only been with Wang Yan for 2 to 3 days, so it was only natural that it was indifferent to him. After pondering, Wang Yan infused 2 points of spiritual energy into Xiao Hong to nurture its physique. He was concerned that if he rushed the journey starting tomorrow, he might wear the horse out, which would not only be a disservice to Wu Gang but would also necessitate finding another. Throughout their journey, he had scarcely fed it anything substantial, allowing it only water and grass. Horses too require proper care to grow strong and robust, transforming into exceptional steeds. Xiao Hong's eyes widened as it sensed a subtle change within its body, growing stronger and more vigorous. Unfortunately, the effect was fleeting, soon dissipating. It leaned closer to Wang Yan, seeking favor. Bidding farewell to its previous aloof demeanor, however, Wang Yin did not provide any further energy. A horse's body is 6 to 7 times that of a human. Even if he expended all remaining 40 points of spiritual energy, it would likely not yield a qualitative transformation, such as evolving from traveling 500 miles a day to 1,000. He decided to reserve some spiritual energy for the journey, as it might prove vital in a critical moment. Additionally, gradual enhancement is the true path. Giving too much at once could lead to complications later on. Chapter 020 A Journey of 1,000 Miles, The Duality of the Long Rainbow. On the following day, after a hearty breakfast, Wang Yin mounted his steed, the red jujube horse, and set forth at a gallop. The distance from the northern to the southern regions of Jin State spans approximately 10,000 miles. Yanhui Mountain lies roughly 7,000 miles from the front lines of the southern border. However, the path is anything but linear, meandering and undulating, which effectively doubles the journey. Therefore, the distance must be counted as 15,000 miles. Considering the little red horse can travel 500 miles a day, it will take him a month to reach his destination. The duration seems quite extensive since activating the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. Only a mere 10 days have passed. The next month shall serve as a period of acclimatization. Fortunately, he has now attained the Long Rainbow Realm, alleviating most of his safety concerns. Upon hearing of his mission to the southern front to combat the demonic entities, the local populace greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm, eagerly offering guidance and presenting an array of delectable treats. Thus, Wang Yin's journey proceeded rather smoothly. Additionally, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a demon corpse, yielding him 17 points of spiritual power and 3 points of soul power. Each day, he provided the little red horse with ample fodder and, at its most fatigued moments, infused it with 2 points of spiritual powers. Gradually, the horse's stamina improved, and its speed escalated. What began as a daily journey of 500 miles soon transformed into 600, 700, and even 800 miles. This efficiency reduced the time spent on the road, allowing him to arrive earlier. An extra day at the southern border could translate into the opportunity to hunt for over 100 points of spiritual power, a lucrative proposition indeed. Wang Yin himself only absorbed 2 points of spiritual power each day. Traversing the most fertile regions, he approached the southern border, where demonic creatures began to reappear. With swift precision, he thrust 2 wooden spears, instantly piercing through 2 demons. He then proceeded to absorb their essence. Spiritual power 31, soul power 39. At last, he felt rejuvenated. Without this, he might have despaired. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he was nearly moved to tears. With his spiritual power dwindling, he was compelled to conserve his rations for the little red horse to maintain their speed. The horse snorted in anticipation of a reward. "This time, you'll receive 5 points. Wang Yin declared, gritting his teeth and generously infusing the horse with 5 points of spiritual power. The little red horse nearly leapt with joy. It had never felt so magnificent before. It was on the cusp of evolving into a steed of extraordinary speed, with approximately 2,000 miles remaining to the southern front. If the little red horse transformed into a 1,000-mile horse, they could reach their destination in 3 to 4 days. "Let us continue on our journey," Wang Yin exclaimed as he mounted his horse once more. Without needing further encouragement, the little red horse galloped forth. Upon entering the southern border, the number of demonic creatures steadily increased, remnants of those who had evaded capture at the front lines. The citizens of the southern region had long since banded together, aided by martial artists from the central regions who had come to assist in the cleansing. Wang Yan's spoils began to multiply. He did not actively seek them out, rather, as he journeyed southward, he had already slain 9 demons within less than 1,000 miles, acquiring 155 points of spiritual power and 54 points of soul power. His fervor reignited. He noted that the demons in the southern region appeared to be more formidable than those he had encountered in the north, some yielding 17 or even 18 points of spiritual power, compared to the previous 15 or 16 points. This indicated an increase in the strength of the demons, a natural consequence of the pervasive corruption of demonic energy. The soul power, however, remained relatively unchanged. Without hesitation, Wang Yin expended spiritual power to condense the long rainbow into a length of 2 feet, elevating his cultivation to the second level of the long rainbow realm, consuming precisely 100 points of spiritual power in the process. Over the past 2 days, he had infused the little red horse with a total of 10 points of spiritual power, allowing it to officially join the ranks of the 1,000-mile steeds. Had he not bestowed any spiritual power upon the little red horse, he might have achieved the 3rd level of the long rainbow realm by now. However, this would have resulted in a setback of 5,000 miles, delaying his arrival by at least half a month. Thus, his status stood at a spiritual power 71, soul power 93. My spiritual power is insufficient, yet my soul power continues to accumulate, Wang Yin mused. He had not yet fully harnessed the potential of the Azure Dragon Fist, so he did not rush to elevate his abilities blindly. The soul power would prove invaluable in the future. Not every martial artist, unlike Wang Yan, dedicated themselves solely to mastering one martial art per realm. Beyond the earthly tomb realm, most martial artists would cultivate multiple techniques. Perhaps Wang Yan would also explore additional martial arts to unlock his latent potential. Furthermore, after attaining the heavenly origin realm, every combat technique and divine ability would require rigorous analysis. With a firm resolve, Wang Yan urged his little red horse onward, racing with the swiftness of the wind. The 1,000-mile horse truly was a different breed. Compared to the 500-mile horses, it felt akin to the difference between traveling at 70 miles per hour versus 50. Those martial artists riding ordinary horses were quickly left behind in his wake, their astonishment palpable. "Such a youthful rider," exclaimed onlookers, their eyes wide with envy. No more than 16 or 17 years old, yet already in the long rainbow realm. The martial artists gazed in awe. The path of martial cultivation was arduous. Most did not reach the long rainbow realm until their 20s, whereas members of esteemed families often achieved it by the age of 16 or 17. This seemingly small gap of 3 to 4 years marked the distinction between a genius and an ordinary martial artist. A 16 or 17-year-old in the long rainbow realm held substantial promise for advancing into the heavenly origin realm in the future, an achievement attainable only by those nurtured in grand families or powerful factions. With a combination of cultivation level, appearance, and a 1,000-mile steed, Wang Yan garnered attention. Along the way, a local landowner attempted to persuade him to stay and become a son-in-law. Wang Yan had also changed his attire several times, though he ultimately escaped under the cover of night. It was little wonder they harbored such misconceptions. Even a 1,000-mile horse required rest and energy replenishment, rather than running ceaselessly for 12 hours straight. Likewise, a martial artist in the long rainbow realm needed to pause, conserve energy, and maintain peak combat readiness. Consequently, Wang Yan entered a roadside tavern. "Innkeeper, I'll have 10 pounds of bean cakes, 10 eggs, and 5 pounds of beef, please," he requested.
"Certainly, esteemed guest.
"Please take a seat, and I shall attend to your order shortly. We also have some excellent liquor. Would you care for a jug?" the innkeeper replied. Meanwhile, a server hurried over, accepting the reins of the little red horse from Wang Yan and leading it to the nearby stable.
Traveling requires no alcohol.
The tavern's cleanliness was hardly noteworthy. 5 tables, each accompanied by 2 to 4 benches, were already occupied. 12 or 13 martial artists filled the space, and at 2 of the tables sat robust, brawny men, exuding an air of ruggedness. One would expect them to boast loudly, glare fiercely, or even slam the table in anger, yet the tavern was eerily quiet. Apart from Wang Yan's arrival, scarcely a sound could be heard. The burly men huddled, their necks drawn in like quails, cautiously sipping their drinks and chewing their food slowly, fearful of causing any disturbance. At the center table sat 2 distinctly different individuals. While others occupied wooden tables stained with grease, theirs was draped in luxurious silk, and even the benches bore similar finery. A man and a woman occupied the table. The man, with striking features and an air of confidence, appeared to be in his early 20s, exuding a powerful and commanding presence, surpassing even the most seasoned martial artists present. The woman, seemingly 17 or 18, donned a dress of emerald silk. Due to the angle, her face remained obscured, but her dark tresses framed her delicate features, with earlobes glistening like jade and cheeks radiant as the moon. Even in profile, her exquisite beauty was evident. Of course, their physical appearance was not the focal point, nor was their cultivation level. The true significance lay in their lineage, both hailing from prominent families of great influence in Jin State. Chapter 021 of Fong Wei and Le Vivi. Rest assured that once we reach the border, my elder brother, a commanding officer and a formidable being of the 7 heavens, will ensure our safety. My purpose in going to the border is to eradicate the demonic creatures, not to indulge in leisure under your brother's protection. If I merely wish to play, I could stay in Shuacheng or even venture to the royal capital.
I understand, but in order to vanquish demons, we must first secure our own safety, mustn't we? I will protect you.
If you fear for your life, then do not go to the border. I do not require your protection. I am perfectly capable of safeguarding myself. That is merely your perspective, not mine. I have no need for your self-righteous concern. Wang Yan had no intention of eavesdropping, finishing his 5 pounds of beef in silence. He hastily concluded his meal and proceeded to the stables to check on Xiao Hong, only to find that it had yet to finish its feed. After running 500 miles that morning, it was exhausted and lacked appetite. Wang Yan stood quietly beside it, gently placing his hand on the horse's forehead and infusing it with a modicum of spiritual energy.
Xiao Hong's stamina and spirit quickly revitalized, its eyes shimmering with brilliance. Are you infusing it with true qi?
A melodious voice rang in his ears, captivating and delightful. It was the girl's voice.
Indeed. Wang Yan nodded gently.
The essence of spiritual energy and true qi is fundamentally similar, both emanating from within him. The girl's horse stood nearby, as they were both extraordinary steeds, and naturally, there was also the young man.
Ha!
The young man couldn't help but chuckle lightly, retrieving a porcelain vial from his horse's pack and dispensing 2 pills, which he fed to both his and the girl's horses.
Vitality pills.
Wang Yan glanced over, his pupils narrowing in surprise. To use a pill worth several taels of silver to feed a horse was indeed extravagant. Truly, they were the scions of noble families. The pills are external substances. True qi is something one cultivates with great difficulty. The girl's character was commendable, yet her understanding seemed a tad beyond the ordinary. She had likely been ensconced in a life of luxury since childhood, surrounded by ample resources and diverse opportunities, leading to a lack of awareness regarding the value of pills and the hardships faced by ordinary martial artists. Countless individuals admired and envied her esteemed background. However, logically speaking, using pills to nourish a horse was indeed superior to directly infusing it with true qi.
Thank you, Wang Yan replied succinctly.
Thereafter, they exchanged no further words, each awaiting the horse's recovery in silence. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Wei and the young Le departed. After another quarter of an hour, Wang and Tu set forth. With the mere infusion of spiritual energy, Xiaohong not only fully recovered but surpassed its previous peak condition, maintaining an unyielding pace, and within half an hour, caught up with Feng Wei and Le. However, Wang Yan was compelled to halt, for before Feng Wei and Le lay the lifeless forms of 2 demonic creatures.
I shall handle it. Wang Yan swiftly dismounted. You two proceed. Continue your journey. Quite impressive, you possess keen insight. I may consider recruiting you as a retainer, Le remarked with a smile. Feng Wei rolled her eyes and turned to Wang Yan. How old are you this year? 16, Wang Yan responded. 16. Feng Wei was taken aback.
He was more than a year younger than her, yet his cultivation was comparable.
16, how is that possible? Are you, perchance, a silver-grade talent?
Le was astonished, unable to believe it. The mere presence of anyone with superior talent made it difficult for him to accept. Some individuals may appear youthful, yet that does not imply they are indeed so.
Not at all, Wang Yan shook his head. Not, could it be golden grade? Le was even more shocked and pressed on. Certainly not bronze grade.
Golden grade would be even more terrifying, regardless of the location. Such individuals are unparalleled geniuses. They are exceedingly rare. Wang Yan paused, providing no response. With only a few grades to speculate upon, the guessing game continued.
Is it truly golden grade? Impossible, I refuse to believe it.
Le's eyes widened, shaking his head repeatedly. If he were truly of golden grade, then his noble lineage would hold no advantage, for golden grade talents inevitably become powerful beings in the sea of divine spirits, capable of establishing formidable families and bringing glory to the world. Feng Wei's gaze flickered. A golden grade talent, a future powerhouse above the sea of divine spirits, all noble families and sects would yearn for and actively seek to court such an individual.
Is it truly golden grade? I still do not know your name.
My name is Feng Wei, from the Feng family of Shuacheng.
Wang Yan, for Peaceful World. Wang Yan replied.
Peaceful World. Feng Wei paused, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled charmingly.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Feng Wei, Way of Rose.
Le, the elegant, from Liangcheng. Le introduced himself as well. With Feng Wei having introduced herself, he too could not afford to lose his composure.
Ah, so you are scions of the 8 great families. My apologies.
Wang Yan clasped his hands in respect. The kingdom of Jin is home to 8 prominent families, each anchored by formidable beings above the sea of divine spirits, including the Feng family of Shuacheng and the Le family of Liangcheng.
Ah, you are a golden grade talent.
That is no small feat. Le waved his hand dismissively.
If you are indeed a golden grade talent, it would be my honor. Let us engage in equal discourse. Now that we are acquainted, let us form a team to hunt demons at the border, Feng Wei proposed. Form a team? Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Is that even possible?
He had not considered such an arrangement. If that were the case, it would indeed be advantageous. Indeed, there are numerous demonic creatures at the border. At times, over a dozen or even 100 may appear simultaneously in one area. Alone, unless one possesses the strength of a 7th-layer long Rainbow Realm expert, it would be exceedingly challenging, if not impossible, to emerge unscathed. Feng Wei elucidated. Moreover, it was said that there existed even more formidable demonic beings, comparable to those of the 7th-layer long Rainbow Realm. It necessitated a group to withstand them. Although she had remained at home, she was well informed about the circumstances at the border, as many experts from the Feng family were stationed at the front lines. She merely avoided revealing their precise locations.
Certainly, I would be more than willing, Wang Yan replied enthusiastically.
Forming a team means that the more individuals there are, the more demonic creatures we can slay, thus the more demonic energy will ultimately be mine.
What could be more delightful?
At this moment, he had already absorbed the demonic energy and souls from 2 creatures and was preparing to gather some wooden sticks nearby. I will handle the demonic corpses. You 2 may proceed, and I shall catch up with you.
Let us assist together. Feng Wei insisted. It is different now, we cannot allow Wang Yan to toil alone, Li concurred, joining in. The 3 collaborated, and in no time, they had gathered sufficient firewood. Swish, swish, swish. Feng Wei drew her sword, using its qi to shred the demonic corpses, then igniting them in flames. This will expedite the process significantly. Spiritual energy.
104 soul power 106. Standing by the roaring flames, Wang Yan gazed at the power gauge within his mind, unable to suppress a smile. Both figures exceeded 100, a first for him.
How splendid!
With just 2 more demonic creatures, I shall reach the 3rd layer of the long rainbow realm. The progress was remarkably swift. He experienced no sense of difficulty in surpassing the challenges of the Qi-gathering realm. Indeed, there was no pressure whatsoever. Chapter 022, Superior Xian Weapons, the Coiling Dragon Silver Spear. Let us depart. Feng Wei said as she elegantly mounted her steed. As they set off, Li cracked the whip of his horse.
Onward, let us go. Wang Yan, riding his little red horse, followed closely behind. How long have you broken through to the 2nd level of the long rainbow realm? Feng Wei inquired. Just yesterday, Wang Yan replied honestly. Feng Wei had initially intended to offer Wang Yan a medicinal pill to elevate his cultivation, but given that he had only just broken through, it was evident that nurturing growth too hastily would be counterproductive. Thus, Li smirked slightly. You only just advanced to the 2nd level, you still have a long way to go compared to me. I achieved the 5th level of the long rainbow realm last year. What weapon do you excel in? Feng Wei asked, glancing at the long blade and bow on Wang Yan's back. She surmised that it was most likely a sword. It should be the spear, Wang Yan replied. Although he was proficient with the sword, the mountain-cleaving sword could not compare to the azure dragon spear. The mountain-cleaving sword relied solely on brute courage, revealing numerous flaws, which would lead to defeat against a skilled opponent. The azure dragon spear, on the other hand, when mastered, could rival the techniques of prestigious sections. A spear? Is that so?
Feng Wei was momentarily perplexed. What kind of answer was that? Did he not even understand what he excelled in, or was he simply too skilled in various weapons? Li pondered. While a golden-level genius might be proficient in all manner of weapons, it was impractical to train in every discipline. One ought to invest the majority of their efforts into mastering 1 or 2 to attain greater strength. I practice spear fist techniques, but I lack a suitable spear.
I usually rely on my fists or a blade, Wang Yan explained.
Oh, Feng Wei understood. Crafting a good spear is far more challenging than forging swords, and fine spears are rare and costly. If Wang Yan hailed from a humble background, it was entirely understandable that he had not encountered a spear that met his expectations. Yet, a person who practices spear techniques lacks a suitable spear? With a swift motion, Feng Wei brushed her waist, and an 8-foot-long gleaming silver spear appeared in an instant. She tossed it to Wang Yan. Give it a try. With a soft clap, Wang Yan caught it, somewhat taken aback. This was indeed an 8-foot silver spear, its shaft thick as a duck's egg, adorned with intricate coiling dragon patterns, exquisite and flawless. The blade extended 1.5 feet, glimmering with a cold sheen that was both intimidating and mesmerizing. A red tassel hung below, commonly known as a bloodguard, resembling the mane of a dragon. Not only was it beautiful and well suited to him, but the spear also emanated a powerful and unique aura. This is a superior Xian weapon, you are just giving it to him? Li exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Warriors, especially those above the long rainbow realm, possess immense power, rendering ordinary weapons incapable of withstanding their might for long. Thus, superior materials and formidable weapons are essential, often enhancing one's qi. Hence, the concept of Xian weapons emerged. The most common inferior Xian weapons are valued at no less than 100 taels of gold, equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. Meanwhile, superior Xian weapons are worth 10,000 gold pieces, and, most importantly, they are exceedingly rare, often having a market price but little availability. As the scion of the L family, the weapon he wielded was merely a superior Xian weapon, which he had painstakingly acquired. Yet, Feng Wei casually bestowed such a treasure upon Wang Yan. Was she truly in such a rush, even without verification? Did she perhaps wish to recruit him as a son-in-law? Superior Xian weapon. Wang Yan hastily returned the spear. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, I cannot take what does not belong to me, it is too costly. This Xian weapon was not like the magical creatures or their dark energies, it was an item with an owner, and its value was staggering. Accepting it would bring forth a series of karmic troubles, and he was not yet inclined to entangle himself in such matters. We hunt magical beasts together, a suitable weapon will allow you to unleash your full potential, slaying more and assisting us. It's just a spear. I have plenty of such weapons in my storage bag, take it.
Feng Wei smiled gently.
Plenty? Ellie grimaced. The disparity in treatment between him and Feng Wei, both from the 8 great families, was stark.
Seeing Feng Wei's sincere smile, Wang Yan hesitated but ultimately nodded.
Then let me borrow it, once we finish exterminating the magical beasts, I shall return it to you.
All right, Feng Wei pondered for a moment before agreeing. It seemed to be the only way for him to accept it. That works, there is plenty of time ahead. With a good start, future endeavors would be much simpler. Ellie shot Wang Yan a warning glance. Kid, do not be deceived by Wei Wei's vast wealth. Do not get any ideas. Though you may be a golden level genius with an impressive future ahead, Wei Wei is mine, and no one shall take her from me. Such a fine spear.
Wang Yan paid no heed to Ellie's glare, his gaze fixated on the spear in his hand, captivated by its exquisite coiling dragon patterns. This spear was a perfect match for him. In ancient times, there was Zhao Zilong with his white horse and silver spear, now there was Wang Yan with his red horse and coiling dragon.
Both sought to bring peace to the world. Let us give it a try. Feng Wei said, noticing Wang Yan's eagerness.
Okay. Wang Yan responded with a clap. Wang Yan lightly patted the saddle and leaped into the air, executing a series of agile movements that made him resemble a soaring dragon, chasing after the silver spear.
Feng Wei, initially prepared to slow down, was taken aback and her eyes sparkled with excitement. What remarkable agility!
Ellie too was wide-eyed. The aerial agility and swift maneuvers Wang Yan had just performed were beyond his own capabilities. Wang Yan, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly caught up to the still-falling silver spear, leaping once more to seize it. With a flurry of movements, the spear danced through the air, his figure soaring and twisting. It was as if he embodied the Azure Dragon.
Azure Dragon Fist. Feng Wei murmured, recognizing the technique's mastery. What fist technique? Ellie asked, still mounted and distracted by Wang Yan's performance. Watch closely, Feng Wei huffed. Oh, right. Ellie focused on Wang Yan's spear play.
His form darted back and forth, attacking left and right, the spear's shadow weaving through the air. Though he practiced spear techniques, he moved faster than they could on horseback, consistently staying ahead. Then, a realization struck him. Wang Yan's martial arts prowess was not inferior to his OW, and it was worth noting that Ellie had been guided by numerous family experts, while Wang Yan merely relied on his golden-level talent. Returning to the saddle of his little red horse, Wang Yan exclaimed, "What a refreshing experience!"
You have refined your spear techniques well, Feng Wei complimented.
It is thanks to the spear you provided, Wang Yan humbly replied. Indeed, the spear gifted by Feng Wei was exceptional. Ellie scoffed, with that spear, you might stand a chance against an average warrior at the 4th level of the Long Rainbow Realm.
Yes, roughly, Wang Yan nodded in agreement.
Though Ellie was arrogant, he possessed the discernment expected of a scion of a prestigious family. Wang Yan's foundation was too weak. Ellie had observed clearly that Wang Yan's full power, when exerted, was approximately equivalent to that of an ordinary 4th-level Long Rainbow Realm warrior, excluding the elite techniques of the family sections.
Chapter 023, The Triple Realm of Changhong. Let me first declare that in future encounters with demonic creatures, I shall take the lead in slaying them. Only when Vivi and I find ourselves at a disadvantage shall you step in to clean up the edges. Louis advised. He was at the 5th level of the Changhong realm, while Feng Wei was at the 3rd, and Wang Yan was merely at the 2nd. Presently, his cultivation was the highest, and his combat prowess should be the strongest. Indeed, young Master Lu was truly a valiant warrior. Wang Yan expressed his admiration, clasping his fists in respect. He was indifferent. It mattered not who struck down the demons first, as long as the world remained clear and serene. Luyi's strength allowed him to dispatch foes with great swiftness, and ultimately, the demonic energy would belong to him regardless. Oh, there is no need to flatter him, Feng Wei rolled her eyes. If flattery is to be given, it should be directed towards me. Am I not equally commendable? While Feng Xianzi's admonition was warranted, young Master Lu's eagerness to vanquish the demons was indeed courageous, earning my heartfelt respect. Wang Yan replied with sincerity. Upon hearing the term Xianzi, Feng Wei's face flushed, her earlobes ablaze. The title is typically reserved for stunning female martial artists who have reached the Tianyuan realm and above. Although she possessed beauty, her cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Changhong.
If others were to overhear, they would surely mock her. Nevertheless, she understood Wang Yan's intent to praise her beauty and talent, suggesting that her future achievements in reaching the Tianyuan realm were well within her grasp. Well done, young man, Louis felt elated, as Wang Yan had undoubtedly lauded him in Feng Wei's presence. Words of praise from others carry a different weight than those spoken by oneself. It was not merely I who spoke of my valor, it was Wang Yan who acknowledged me as a warrior worthy of admiration. Feng Wei had previously mentioned her preference for demon-slaying warriors. Now, her cheeks were flushed with shyness. Ah, young man, I shall reward you later. Giddy with excitement, Feng Wei spurred her horse forward, concerned that the two might notice her blushing visage. Louis laughed as he pursued her, with a silver spear in hand. Wang Yan rode like an arrow, eager for battle, hoping to charge into the throngs of demons. True to his word, Louis swiftly dealt with the demons they encountered next. With a single stroke of his azure blade, the sword's energy cleaved through the air for several meters, reducing the demons to mere halves from a distance. Wang Yan marveled at the martial prowess displayed by the scions of noble families. It was indeed formidable, surpassing that of other practitioners of the same tier. Considering Louis's abilities were merely average within his family, he would need to reach the pinnacle of the Qinglong fist, achieving mastery of intent and form, to compete with those genuine prodigies. As they approached the border stronghold, the number of demons diminished, as more martial artists arrived from all directions to offer their support. By afternoon, Louis had slain only 2, while Wang Yan opportunistically collected 2 as well. Current status: spiritual power 171, soul power 133. As night fell, the 3 of them rested in the mountains. Louis set up tents for Feng Wei and himself. They had no surplus, and it was inconceivable to share with Wang Yan, who did not require it. Living in the world of martial arts, it was entirely normal to endure hardship. Unlike the pampered offspring of noble families, he was accustomed to the rigors of life. He took charge of lighting the fire and preparing the meal. Here, Feng Wei handed him a roasted chicken with a storage bag. It contained a variety of fine delicacies from home and high-end establishments along their journey. I only need some flatbread. Wang Yan gestured towards the flatbread he had just pulled out, politely declining. Take it, Feng Wei insisted, thrusting it into Wang Yan's arms. Wrapped in golden paper, it was safe from grease. She then seated herself and began to enjoy some pastries of her own. Louis watched with envy, having never received such treatment from Feng Wei. Food handed to him by her own hand. Wang Yan was truly his lifelong rival. How infuriating! Fortunately, Wang Yan did not possess his handsomeness, nor did he hail from a prestigious background, and his cultivation was not as advanced. Thank you, Wang Yan said begrudgingly, accepting the offering. He savored the roasted flatbread alongside the chicken, which indeed tasted delightful. Tomorrow we shall reach Xianyang Pass. I have already notified my elder brother, Louis said, having secured his tent. Why did you inform your elder brother? Did we not agree not to mention it? Feng Wei frowned suddenly, lifting her head. My elder brother is responsible for guarding the pass. Can I not inform him? Louis quickly explained, offering a sheepish smile. He understood Feng Wei's concerns but felt compelled to act. His elder brother was the face of the Lu family, a golden-level genius renowned throughout the Jin kingdom, and the pride of their lineage, a perfect complement to enhance his own image. Could he not borrow a bit of that strength? Rest assured, my elder brother will not mention this to anyone from the Feng family. I have already cautioned him. Feng Wei had no retort. Whether Lu Hong knew or not, there was little she could do about it. Next time, do not take such liberties. Consult with me beforehand, or I shall ignore you henceforth. All right, absolutely. Louis nodded eagerly. Wang Yan observed Louis's sycophantic demeanor and shook his head inwardly. For a man, the most crucial aspect is to elevate oneself. Only by strengthening one's own abilities can one attract admiration. Obsequiousness leads to nothing but emptiness. You both should rest early. I shall go train over there, Wang Yan declared. I shall also train. Feng Wei stood and walked aside. Then I shall train as well. Louis gritted his teeth, reluctantly turning to another direction. Swish, Wang Yan distanced himself from the camp. With ample spiritual power, he aimed to break through to the 3rd level of Changhong. That night, the border stronghold posed evident dangers, and he needed to fortify himself as much as possible, achieving his utmost potential. As for having only recently advanced to the 2nd level of Changhong, he believed that as long as one's martial realm was sufficiently high, enabling mastery over one's own powers, there was no concern about instability. Instability arises from insufficient realm and lack of control, applicable to ordinary martial artists, but not to one possessing the yin-yang divine pearl. Swish, swish, bang, Wang Yan diligently practiced the Qinglong fist, allowing its energy to circulate throughout his body. Meanwhile, he continuously released spiritual power to nourish his body and qi, spiraling and rejuvenating. The next morning, he successfully condensed a length of 3 feet, achieving the 3rd level of Changhong. We must hasten. We need to arrive at Xianyang Pass before evening, Feng Wei stated in the morning. Understood, Louis quickly responded. Wang Yan nodded. They pressed on at full speed, anticipating their arrival. Xianyang Pass, a crucial stronghold in the southeast of the Jin kingdom, bordered the endless mountain range, a paradise for ferocious beasts, home to countless formidable creatures, great demons, and even demon kings. The demonic entities emerged from within. To the north lay the vast expanse of the Jin Kingdom. In front of Shenyang Pass stood a small town named Shenyang City, spanning several miles and inhabited by over 10,000 people. That evening, Wang An, Feng Wei, and Lui finally arrived. However, they were met with a throng at the city gate, with the sounds of neighing horses echoing. These were martial artists arriving from various regions within the kingdom, some at the Qi-gathering realm, others at the Changhong realm, with at least a third being at the Changhong realm. Of course, the majority were below the 5th level of Changhong, as those above that tier were rapidly diminishing in both sects and noble families. Thus, Lui stood out like a crane among chickens. Make way, clear the path. Lui unleashed his full cultivation aura, shouting, and even bellowing in anger, creating a path for Feng Wei and Wang An as he moved forward with great bravado. Chapter 024 Arrival at the Frontier. Geniuses and wretches, those who dared to voice their dissent were about to unleash their fury. However, upon observing the attire and the distinctive aura of the two scions from the esteemed Lu family, they promptly quelled their indignation. Not worth the trouble. I am Lu Yi from the Lu family of Liang City, and my elder brother, Lu Hong, is the commanding officer stationed here who would dare to defy me? Lui proclaimed with an air of arrogance, looking down upon the world. The Lu family is one of the 8 great families, and Lu Hang is a prodigy with a golden physique, one of the top 10 young masters of the Jin Kingdom. Here, he could still assert his dominance and revel in his power. Who is this? It turns out to be the little wretch from the Lu family. A jarring voice suddenly pierced through the crowd, causing an immediate hush, as if the air itself had solidified. Gu Yi. Lui swiftly pinpointed the source. In front of them, also mounted on a splendid steed, was a youth clad in the garb of a noble, exuding a presence that was no less formidable than Lu Yi's, if anything, even more so. From the Yang City Gu family, another of the 8 great families, Gu Yi was immensely powerful. With a silver-level talent, he often clashed with Lu Yi, holding him in disdain. Indeed, it was none other than young Master Gu Yi, with his head held high, radiated an arrogance that rivaled Lu Yi's, yet, his gaze soon shifted, landing on Feng Wei behind Lu Yi, and a smile crept onto his face. Wei, you've come too. Why are you with this wretch? Who are you calling a wretch? Lu Yi seethed, charging forward on horseback. The crowd hastily parted, fearing the ensuing chaos. I'm speaking of you. What is the matter? Are you not one? Gu Yi replied with a cold, nonchalant smirk, showing no fear. You are the wretch. Lui leapt into action, striking towards Gu Yi. Boom! Gu Yi unleashed his formidable aura. A 6-foot-long rainbow energy surged forth, blindingly bright. Let me inform you, I have already reached the 6th level of the long rainbow realm. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? What? Lui faltered, abruptly twisting in midair to retreat, landing back on his horse. How is that possible? What is impossible about it? I am a silver-level genius, while you are merely a bronze-level wretch. Gu Yi retorted with a laugh. Lui was rendered speechless. Gu Yi had evidently advanced from the 4th to the 6th level of the long rainbow realm within a year. If he was outclassed before, he was now certainly no match. Many in attendance were struck by the revelation. Is a bronze-level talent truly deemed a wretch? Are we all wretches? Many were not even at the bronze level. Wei, you've arrived just in time. Together, we shall vanquish the demons, and I will ensure your safety, Gu Yi declared confidently as he rode forth to Feng Wei. She was the object of his affections, both hailing from the 8 great families and possessing silver-level talents. They were a perfect match. Lui is merely a toad yearning for a swan's embrace, utterly delusional. How could Feng Wei ever be interested in him? Little did he know. His words struck a nerve with Feng Wei. Who needs your protection? Do I require your safeguarding? Can I not ensure my own safety? I am here to eradicate the demons, not to play games, and certainly not to entertain you. Feng Wei's expression was frigid. Stand aside. I understand. Wei, please allow me to explain. Gu Yi panicked, hastily pursuing her with his explanations, transforming into a mere lapdog. Everyone has their own weaknesses. Gu Yi was Lu Yi's bane, while Feng Wei was theirs. The main family's direct descendants had arrived, and the city had received word. Soldiers were clearing the way. Soon, a commanding officer of the 8th level of the long rainbow realm approached, wearing a welcoming expression. Miss Feng, young Master Gu, young Master Lu, the path has been cleared. Please, proceed. With that, Feng Wei rode into the city. Whoosh! Gu Yi and Lui followed, each flanking her. Behind them were Gu Yi's 2 attendants. One, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward, shrewd in appearance with a trim beard, at the 7th level of the long rainbow realm. The other, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a massive sword and exuding an overwhelming presence, likely at the 9th level of the long rainbow realm. Truly, they were the attendants of a prominent scion. Lastly was Wang An. Though he appeared youthful and handsome, he bore a remarkable weapon, a superior-grade Shenbing Panlong spear. Both Gu Yi's attendants and the commanding officer looked on with envy. Such weapons were only to be dreamed of by those at the earthly tomb realm. Which family do you belong to, Miss Feng or young Master Lu? The steward of the Gu family, Shenwu, inquired quietly of Wang An. Look at this spear in my hand. Can you guess which side it belongs to? Wang An raised the Panlong spear, smilingly asking. Oh, I see. Shenwu understood. He had already made a guess but sought confirmation. With Lui's talent and strength, it was impossible for him to possess such wealth. Only the fifth young lady of the Fong family, Fong Wei, could. Qian Wu refrained from further questioning, recognizing that knowing Wang Yan's allegiance was sufficient to determine his demeanor and interactions moving forward. Probing further might provoke Fong Wei, who was not in the best of moods. Upon reaching the front, Wang Yan finally comprehended the reason for the congestion. Those coming to the frontier to eradicate demons had to undergo testing and registration, name, background, talent, cultivation level, and so forth. The court imposed regulations, and the military needed to ascertain detailed combat capabilities to strategize their offensive and defensive plans. Everyone had to test their talent and register, including the scions of the 8 great families. I shall go first. Gui stepped forward without hesitation, placing his hand on the crystal stone at the registration table. Instantly, a dazzling white light emanated, akin to a blazing incandescent bulb. Concurrently, a rainbow energy appeared, measuring 6 feet in length and colored like blue flames. Registrar Young Master Gui of the Young City Gu family, silver level talent, cultivation at the 6th level of the Long Rainbow Realm. I, Fong Wei of the Shua City Fong family. Fong Wei stepped up next. A similarly radiant white light erupted, even more resplendent than Gui's. A green rainbow energy, as verdant as bamboo, measured 3 feet 3. Registrar Miss Fong Wei of the Shua City Fong family, silver level talent, cultivation at the 3rd level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Your turn. Not Yi smiled at Louis. Louis involuntarily took a step back. Each talent assessment was a moment of his utmost humiliation, a time he loathed. To his dismay, he found himself facing yet another public evaluation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He seized Wang Yan and pushed him forward. You go first, let everyone witness your talent and marvel at it. What talent? What is there to marvel at? Golden, red radiance, Guyi mocked. Only a golden level talent would elicit awe. Red radiance was merely a myth. Yet he did not consider golden level talents to be commonplace. You shall see soon enough, Louis proclaimed confidently. Very well, I shall await your revelation. Yi nodded. Swish, everyone's gaze turned toward Wang Yan, eager to discover the extent of his remarkable talent. Silver or golden? Fong Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wang Yan looked on in silence at this spectacle. What are you all doing? When did I ever claim to possess a golden level talent? Louis, do you wish to leave everyone in utter astonishment? Chapter 025 The Revelation of the Grey Iron Talent. Wang Yan had never anticipated that today he would be thrust into the limelight due to Louis, undergoing a talent assessment under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. He was merely of Grey Iron tier, the most ordinary classification, which could be deemed as devoid of any talent. However, with the possession of the Yin Yang Divine Pearl, he felt indifferent. Did the concept of talent truly hold significance? Furthermore, he had always prided himself on his integrity. In Nanshan village of Changyang Prefecture, Wang Yan approached and introduced himself. Subsequently, he reached for the crystal, deliberately regulating his true energy. All eyes were fixated upon him, brimming with anticipation for his performance. Would he emerge as a silver or even a golden talent? Was the kingdom of Jin about to gain another prodigy? With a swish, a faint gray luminescence flickered upon the crystal, gentle and delicate, reminiscent of ink diffusing in water. It was so unremarkable, so utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinctiveness. It represented the most commonplace and inconspicuous tier, Grey Iron. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. How could this be? It was unexpected. Just moments ago, young Master Lu had been so effusive in his praise. The youth, appearing quite youthful yet possessing the prowess of the Long Rainbow Realm, should have at least been of bronze tier. Lui was left utterly bewildered, dumbfounded. Grey Iron, how could this be? Wasn't he meant to be of golden tier? At the very least, he ought to have been silver tier. This revelation was astonishingly beyond comprehension, leaving him flabbergasted. Grey Iron tier, ha, Grey Iron tier. So, you are of the Grey Iron tier, the most abysmal talent. Louis erupted into laughter, reveling in a sense of vindication. How had he endured the past few days? He had been plagued with frustration and despair. A mere boy had emerged with golden talent, far surpassing him and capturing Fong Wei's attention, and now, it was all a farce, a ruse. He felt a sense of liberation, as if he were a former serf now able to sing with joy. I did it, you said you would astonish us, and this is your idea of astonishment. Ha ha, we are indeed astonished. A Grey Iron tier, truly impressive, even more useless than you. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Guyi pointed at Louis, mocking him. You've been deceiving us all along. I had no idea. Louis hurriedly defended himself. You didn't know? Then you must be quite foolish. Guyi, speechless, laughed even harder. With your kind, you have no right to compete with me. Alas, Wang Yan. Louis glared at Wang Yan, anger radiating from him. Wang Yan had caused him significant embarrassment today. At that moment, Fong Wei also found it hard to believe. Based on Wang Yan's display, his talent should have been at least silver tier, if not golden, and at worst, bronze. Yet, the reality was that he was merely Grey Iron, akin to an ordinary person. However, his cultivation could be attributed to the serendipitous acquisition of elixirs or precious spirit herbs. But what of his comprehension? Feng Wei had witnessed Wang Yan master the Azure Dragon Fist. The Azure Dragon Fist was not a simple martial art, it was an exceptional skill among the superior techniques, notoriously difficult to learn, refine, and master. Yet, Wang Yan had achieved mastery at such a tender age of 16, without the guidance of any senior from a prestigious family. What did a grey iron talent matter? What did ordinary aptitude signify? Wang Yan had already attained the second level of the Long Rainbow Realm at just 16 years of age, effortlessly slaying numerous demonic creatures. How many among the bronze tier could compare? How many in attendance could rival him? I was not his equal at 16, Feng Wei proclaimed to the audience, particularly addressing Lu Yi and Gu Yi. Talent is indeed significant, yet it is not absolute. There are instances where ordinary individuals rise to prominence. Feng Wei did not wish for Wang Yan to suffer from their disparagement. Why, I didn't mean you, Gu Yi finally realized. His earlier comments about being deceived by Wang Yan might have included Feng Wei as well, and he quickly clarified. I don't wish to engage with you. Feng Wei shot him a cold glance. She had never favored such a spoiled rich kid. He cannot surpass me, Louis declared with confidence, raising his chin. Wang Yan was no longer a golden talent but merely an ordinary individual, just another random person from the street. He felt he had complete dominance over Wang Yan now. Feng Wei shot Louis a glare, hesitating to voice her thoughts. She could not afford to embroil Wang Yan in trouble. Wang Yan, however, remained unfazed. His grey iron classification was a fact, as was his status as an ordinary person. There was no need to dwell on it. He had long since accepted, and grown accustomed to, the disdain of those with superior talents. Of course, what mattered more was, I possess the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. Dou. I can effortlessly refine demonic energy into spiritual power. Can you? I ascended from having no foundation to the third level of the Long Rainbow Realm in a mere month. Can you? I am destined to reach the pinnacle, invincible above and below, while you all would struggle to even touch my knees or the soles of my feet if you jumped with all your might. So, should I concern myself with your misguided perceptions? Indeed, it was Feng Wei who warmed Wang Yan's heart. This girl was truly commendable and had a promising future ahead. Let us proceed into the city. Feng Wei grasped Wang Yan's sleeve, leading him onward. Let us go, everyone into the city. Those who had registered began to disperse. Entering the city, the spectacle had concluded, but there were still matters to attend to. Ah, I have yet to register, Louis exclaimed in haste. Third young master, yours has already been registered, you may enter. The registrar promptly replied with a smile. Hey, you're not too shabby, Louis complimented and quickly pursued the others. Third young master, Miss Fong, the arrangements for the eldest young master have been made, please follow me. A steward from the Lu family addressed Louis and Feng Wei at the city gate. Third young master will accompany you, while Wei Wei will come with me, Gu Yi swiftly interjected, asserting himself before the steward. Who is going with you? Feng Wei retorted in anger. I will not go to the Lu family residence. I'll find a random inn to stay at tomorrow. We set out to slay demons. Louis's expression fell. Then I shall also stay at an inn. Gu Yi quickly echoed his agreement. Louis inhaled deeply. Wherever Wei Wei is, I must be. Feng Wei felt exasperated and helpless. How could she not shake off these two nuisances? Go wherever you wish, just don't bother me. Hurry and arrange for an inn, Louis commanded the Lu family steward. Yes, third young master. The steward complied without hesitation. Where we stay is unimportant, just ensure the arrangements are made, Feng Wei interjected, waving her hand to dismiss the matter. Chapter 026 A Demon Slayer Rewards, Earth-Grade Combat Techniques at the East Guesthouse. This establishment was chosen by Feng Wei, a rather upscale and elegant in that caters exclusively to the scions of noble families. The prices are exorbitant, but Feng Wei, undeterred by financial constraints, promptly rented an independent courtyard. Wang Yan, you shall guard the entrance, no one is to be permitted entry. Why, we are on the same team. Louis interjected hastily. The courtyard comprised several rooms. If Wang Yan could reside here, then why not him? Find your own place. Feng Wei coldly declined, handing Wang Yan a token before following the attendant inside. Reserve one for me. I want one next door. Louis gritted his teeth. He was acutely aware that Feng Wei was resolute in her decisions, leaving him feeling helpless. He did not truly project an image of affluence. The Lu family allocated resources and finances based on talent and cultivation. With his meager aptitude, merely at the bronze level, he received little affection from his father, and his mother was not particularly caring, especially with a younger brother possessing silver-level talent. Among four siblings, he was the sole bronze, which spoke volumes about his situation. Had it not been for his diligent cultivation over the years, achieving the fifth level of the Long Rainbow stage, he might not have even been able to afford the door fare. Following Feng Wei, Wang Yan gradually comprehended the reasons behind the steep prices here. It was due to the presence of a magical array. Indeed, it was that kind capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, producing various wondrous effects. In this place, the air was remarkably fresh, a single breath invigorated the senses as if one had consumed a spirit herb of the charming architecture, complemented by babbling brooks, created an enchanting atmosphere. The lotus flowers in the pond bloomed vibrantly even without any cultivation. One could extend their lifespan by at least a decade or two in such an environment, while the benefits for martial arts training could be magnified several times. Yet, Fang Wei appeared entirely unfazed, her expression unchanged, evidently accustomed to such luxuries. This highlighted the stark disparity between the scions of noble families and ordinary martial artists. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard, and the attendant departed.
I will occupy the inner room.
Feel free to choose any room you like, Fang Wei casually remarked as she entered. The courtyard boasted 6 rooms in total. All right, Wang Yan nodded, scanning the space before selecting the outermost room. Upon opening the door, he was once again taken aback by the exquisite decor, rivaling that of a 5-star establishment, if not surpassing it. He placed his weapons down and stepped out of the room. I'm going to stroll around the city, he said casually.
Do as you wish, Fang Wei replied indifferently.
Her mood today was quite complex and rather vexed. The need to guard the courtyard was merely a pretext. Now that they were alone in the courtyard, she felt somewhat uneasy. Wang Yan had just exited the small courtyard when whoosh, Louis dashed over.
What's the matter?
Is there anything you require? If so, just let me know, and I shall attend to it. His face was filled with hope, naturally inquiring about Fang Wei. He assumed Wang Yan had been assigned by her to handle some task.
She is fine.
I merely intend to explore the city on my own, Wang Yan replied.
Oh.
Louis sighed in disappointment, realizing he had been denied an opportunity to prove himself.
Are you not supposed to be guarding the gate? Why venture out? What if some nefarious individual sneaks into the courtyard? That is none of your concern, is it? Wang Yan retorted with a sneer.
The courtyard is protected by a magical array.
Are you daft? Louis' fury ignited. Do you think you can speak to me this way, as if you were still a golden body? Yet, recalling Fang Wei, he could only suppress his anger. Wang Yan, you must understand, I am not someone you can afford to offend. Do you believe I would take you seriously? I can make your life in the Jin Kingdom exceedingly difficult, and you would find trouble wherever you go, with no one daring to take you in. I do not believe you, Wang Yan declared, turning to leave.
Louis stood awkwardly in place, unable to act. Wang Yan truly intended to wander about. He had passed through numerous cities on his journey but had never paused to explore or take in the sights, always hurrying along to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, here, he could finally relax. If he did not take the opportunity tonight, he might not have another chance in the future. He wished to experience the morale and state of the martial artists on the front lines against the demons and gather some information. Certain matters indifferent to the scions of noble families could prove invaluable to him, a mere ordinary martial artist from the Long Rainbow 3rd level, potentially a matter of life and death in critical times. Ordinary martial artists and the scions of noble families were destined to inhabit 2 entirely different worlds. Wang Yan departed from the opulence of the East Guest House and ventured towards a locale bustling with ordinary martial artists. He entered a lively tavern, renowned for its thriving business.
Is there a table available?
Indeed, esteemed guest, a table has just become available, and I have already cleaned it thoroughly.
Good. We shall have 2 of your signature dishes, 2 pounds of beef, half a pound of lamb, and 2 steamed buns. Certainly. Would you like any drinks? We have exquisite flower liquor. Yes, bring a pot of that. At once, esteemed guest, please hold on a moment.
Wang Yan seated himself, surveying the modest hall filled with dozens of patrons, all of whom were low-ranking martial artists. The strongest among them was at the Long Rainbow 3rd level, while the weakest was at the 7th level of Qi Gathering. Some had arrived early, while others were newcomers. They clinked glasses and exchanged tales.
I hear the reward for slaying a demon is 100 taels of silver. It is truly a lucrative endeavor.
Indeed, in just 10 days, I've already earned over 1,000 taels.
I've made 3,000 taels.
I do not hunt demons for wealth but to defend my homeland and protect my family from harm.
My family is gone, all devoured by demons.
My brother was also consumed by them. I am the last survivor of my village. Demons are cursed. I vow to eradicate every last one of them, to never coexist with these fiends.
Me too, it is a must. Eat heartily, drink deeply. Let us fill ourselves before tomorrow's demon hunt.
Yes, we must die as full bellies. We must not recklessly perish in the hunt. We need to preserve our lives, grow stronger, and then we can slay even more demons.
Indeed, I concur with your perspective.
Just the day before yesterday, the city announced that slaying 10 demons would grant one the opportunity to choose a superior martial art at the Lord's Manor, and slaying 1,000 demons would allow one to select an Earth-grade combat technique. The secret art that enables Earth's own realm experts to unlock their potential by harnessing the essence of heaven and earth into combat prowess? Exactly, that secret art, however, it is far too profound, meant only for Earth's own realm experts, and 1,000 demons is a feat only achievable by those at the Long Rainbow Realm, is it not? We are merely speaking idly. Chapter 027. His strength arises from self-improvement. Wang Yan listened quietly to the discussions around him, absorbing a wealth of valuable information. For instance, he learned that slaying a single demon would earn a reward of 100 taels of silver from the court. Until now, he had been unaware of this, perhaps because it was only enacted at the border, where the extermination of demons was deliberately pursued. Slaying 10 demons would grant the option to choose a superior martial art, likely at the level of the Azure Dragon Fist, or perhaps slightly inferior to it. This was no longer of necessity for him. Eliminating 1,000 demons would allow one to select an Earth-tier combat technique. Such techniques, cultivated in the earthly Toon realm, harness the secrets of the world's vital energies, significantly amplifying one's combat prowess compared to those who lack it. One could potentially leap several tiers in strength. This was of little concern to Feng Wei and Le, yet it was precisely what Wang Yan urgently required. The earthly Toon realm differed vastly from the Qi gathering. The latter two relied on physical movements and techniques to channel energy through the body, focusing on the corporeal foundation. In contrast, the earthly Toon realm necessitated the infusion of the earth's power into the body to unlock one's latent potential. With the power of the earth, a person's strength could become extraordinarily formidable, greatly expanded beyond limits. For instance, a warrior in the Long Rainbow realm might possess a strength of several hundred or a few thousand jin, whereas one in the earthly Toon realm could effortlessly surpass 10,000, and potentially exceed 100,000 jin. A single punch could obliterate all before it.to refine the earth's power within oneself required particularly specialized techniques, which were virtually non-existent on the market, residing solely within various factions or the royal court. Alternatively, they could be found in ancient ruins, remnants of past masters, contingent upon a stroke of luck. Given the opportunity, Wang Yan was determined to seize it. With the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl at his disposal, he lacked neither energy nor comprehension, only the necessary techniques and combat skills. If he did not address this now, it would inevitably become a limitation, hindering his growth. This was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, he could also earn some silver to acquire medicinal resources and return them to the village, as he had previously received considerable assistance from the villagers and Uncle Yu. The 8 prominent families had sent their direct descendants, and today, Gu Yi from the Gu family, Feng Wei from the Feng family, and Le from the El family were all present. Being a scion of a noble family was advantageous. They need not worry about resources, martial arts techniques, or combat skills. They were likely here merely for amusement, perhaps to gain some experience under the protection of experts, unlike Wang Yan and his peers, who had to fight tooth and nail for any chance of acquisition. Alas, have you heard? A remarkable individual appeared at the city gate today, nearly 16 years of age, with an ordinary gray iron level talent, yet possessing a cultivation of the second level of the Long Rainbow realm. I heard his name is Wang Yan, and he came with Miss Feng Wu and young Master L. Sandpoint 16, second level of the Long Rainbow realm. How could this be? How did he cultivate so rapidly? Surely, he must have relied on medicinal pills or perhaps ingested some spiritual substance in the past. A pill user, Shu. Suddenly, one person stood up, interrupting the ongoing conversation. What's the matter? Is there something unspeakable? Others looked on in confusion, as they were simply chatting, with no members of the noble families present. Moreover, they had not said anything particularly offensive to warrant concern about denunciation. The individual staggered towards Wang Yan's table. I recognize you. You are that Wang Yan, who followed Miss Feng today, holding a superior mystic weapon. What? He is Wang Yan, the second level of the Long Rainbow realm. How did he get here? Others gasped in astonishment. Speaking ill of someone behind their back is generally frowned upon, especially when the subject is within earshot. The crux of the matter was Wang Yan's connection to Miss Feng. His proximity to her indicated his status was anything but ordinary. Should Wang Yan feel slighted and seek retribution? Greetings, everyone. I am indeed Wang Yan. Wang Yan rose with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. There is no harm in casual gossip. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably attract envy. It is only human nature to feel a tinge of jealousy. I simply did not anticipate that I would gain notoriety today. How unpredictable life can be. I did not wish to be so conspicuous. What brings you here? This is not a place for someone like you. Shuai, seeing Wang Yan in good spirits, took a seat and inquired. What place is suitable for me? I come and go as I please, Wang Yan replied, glancing at the man who had previously spoken of protecting the homeland. He raised his cup, giving it a gentle shake, then took a sip. It was slightly bitter, a yellow wine he was not accustomed to, yet he could not reveal his discomfort. Come and go as you please. Well said, you certainly pique my interest, old Shui. Shuai laughed heartily at today. This meal is on me. I have my own money for wine. Wang An smiled and shook his head. Oh, there is no need for formality with me. Shuai waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes, setting an extra set of chopsticks before them. He grabbed the chopsticks and began to eat. Wang An was not particularly fond of it, yet he could tolerate it. Brother, are you truly only 16 this year? Shuai asked suddenly, intrigued. Fake. Wang An shook his head. Shuai realized he had misspoken. I meant no offense. I simply admire you. An ordinary talent yet able to reach the second level of the Long Rainbow Realm at such a young age. I understand that to cultivate to the Long Rainbow Realm, one must master a martial art to its pinnacle, sufficiently tempering the body. This indicates your exceptional comprehension. This was a response to the earlier insinuations regarding medicinal aids. Without adequate martial arts cultivation, no amount of pills could condense the rainbow chi. I am mediocre at best, Wang An replied, reluctant to claim exceptional talent. His achievements stemmed from the Divine Pearl's guidance. He considered himself merely fortunate. Shuai felt a pang of envy. If you deem yourself mediocre, what does that make the rest of us? What am I, then? A complete failure. He had only reached the 5th level of chi gathering at 16. So, are you truly here to slay demons, or merely for a leisurely jaunt? If you only seek amusement, find another place to play, lest you tarnish our eyes. A middle-aged man suddenly stood up, shouting. He was the last remaining member of the village. Old Zhou. Others quickly pulled him down. Why did he suddenly leap up? Did he think smiling would make him invulnerable? One could feign a smile while harboring ill intentions, secretly plotting one's downfall. I apologize, he has had too much to drink and is rambling, Shuai quickly interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. He had come with Zhou Chang and genuinely feared Wang An might retaliate. Little did they know, Wang An was not a member of any noble family. I am but an ordinary person, of humble origins, who happened upon Feng Wei and Le along the way, Wang An stated, rising to survey the room, especially the envious glances directed at the noble scions. Thus, I do not stand from the perspective of the noble families. However, do not presume that the heirs of noble families merely linger at home, leisurely cultivating, enjoying the fruits of their labor until they emerge as powerful figures to oppress you. I do not deny that some may be so indulgent, but the true direct descendants do not behave in such a manner. They work diligently, enjoying the best resources and techniques while also enduring the most rigorous and harshest trials imposed by their families. The dangers they face are far more severe than you can imagine. Tenfold, 100-fold. Otherwise, how could they become true powerhouses capable of upholding their family's glory and surpassing the achievements of their forebears? Surely, you do not find this notion laughable? Strength arises from relentless self-improvement, not from bitterness towards fate or blaming the world. Only through self-empowerment can one attain true strength. Wallowing in self-pity, harboring negative energy, and only perceiving the world's darker aspects while fixating on the decadence of noble heirs will ensure that you remain forever unable to surpass those scions and become a true powerhouse in your own right. Chapter 28 The Golden Genius. Lu Heng. The restaurant was enveloped in an air of silence, with many patrons visibly stirred. Wang An was not merely speaking empty words, rather, he offered his own experiences as examples from an outsider's perspective. Of course, some might have taken his words to heart, while others dismissed them as mere nonsense. Each individual interprets things differently, leading to varying outcomes. Wang An, however, remained indifferent. Each person has their own destiny. If one does not strive and fight for oneself, how can one expect others to bestow upon them pills of enlightenment or techniques of combat? All must confront the demons that threaten them. Wang An sincerely wished for everyone to thrive and lead fulfilling lives. He was right, we must strive for self-improvement, as each person is obliged to do so. The encroachment of malevolent creatures leaves no room for complacency. To falter is to await death. We should focus on enhancing ourselves rather than fixating on others. No, how can we exert ourselves without observing others? The scions of noble families are our benchmarks. The true disciples of the sects are even stronger. Gradually, a stir began to rise within the restaurant, accompanied by an invigorating spirit. They were determined to carve out their own unique destinies. Young brother, thank you for your words. I, Old Zhou, have come to understand, Zhou Chang declared as he approached Wang An, offering a jug of wine as a tribute. I will become stronger and vanquish more demons. Had he exerted himself during his youth to attain the prowess that Wang An now possessed, perhaps his village would not have met such a tragic fate. Wang An glanced at the middle-aged man, whose cultivation was merely at the 7th level of chi gathering, and nodded. You will achieve it. I shall set a goal. Zhou Chang proclaimed, raising his head and drinking heartily, then turning to address everyone in the hall with fervor. I will slay 1,000 demons. Excellent. Excellent, such ambition. If Old Zhou aims to slay 1,000, then I shall do the same. I too shall claim 1,000. Old Zhou targets 1,000. And you all aim for the same? I shall aim for 2,000. 2,000, I shall surpass you with 3,000.
Do you truly have so many demons to slay? If all are left for you, what will I kill? I shall settle for 500. You coward, you've lost your nerve. Who has lost their nerve? Damn it, I'm doing this for you all. Have the courage to slay 500 before you challenge me. By the time Wang Yan returned to the Donglai Inn, it was already midnight.
Louis and Gu Yi were absent, leaving only a burly man under Gu Yi's command at the entrance of the courtyard. Wang Yan nodded slightly and entered his own quarters. Fang Wei's room was silent and dark, devoid of any sound. She must have activated the isolation formation, a necessary precaution at the Donglai Inn, which Wang Yan's own room also contained. A night passed without dreams. The following day, Wang Yan, Fang Wei, Louis, and Gu Yi departed the inn, setting off on foot towards the border. The extermination of demons did not occur atop the city walls. Rather, it required venturing out to various battlegrounds in the mountains. Most demons possessed wings, allowing them to traverse vast territories and invade the Jin Kingdom from multiple border points. Thus, the Jin Kingdom established 4 defensive lines. The first line, for those at the 7th level of the Long Rainbow Realm and above, was stationed at the forefront to intercept and eliminate the more formidable demons. The second line, for those below the 7th level, aimed to eradicate as many encountered demons as possible. The third line comprised the city defense soldiers, while the fourth was made up of scattered cultivators from the southern frontier. In truth, several formidable experts above the Tiangong realm had already ventured into the mountains in search of the source of the demons. Only by eliminating the source could the true threat be resolved. 10 meat buns, please. Wang Yan announced as he approached a bun shop. The Donglai Inn was commendable in many aspects, but it did not provide breakfast, a point of contention. Fang Wei, would you like 2 as well? Wang Yan turned to her. Buns? Ha, who eats that? Louis scoffed. Scions of noble families consume pills in the morning, 1 pill and they feel invigorated. Gu Yi looked at Wang Yan with mild astonishment. He dared to speak so casually to Fang Wei? Did he genuinely believe himself a silver-tier genius? A gray iron-tier talent could only count themselves fortunate to serve as Fang Wei's attendant. In their family, he wouldn't even be allowed to step over the threshold. Fang Wei glanced at the buns, pursed her lips, and said, I'll have 2, please. The enticing aroma had reached her senses, and they seemed quite delectable. What, Wei, you? Louis was momentarily taken aback. Are you sure? Eating buns in public? Gu Yi was equally shocked, utterly surprised. This was not the usual demeanor of Fang Wei. Had she changed, or did she merely wish to experience a different flavor? Here, this shop's buns are quite good, Wang Yan remarked, munching as he approached, handing 2 buns from his left hand to Fang Wei. You buy your own. I can't carry any more. Wang Yan returned, now carrying 12 buns, and handed the ones from his left hand to Fang Wei. The buns here were truly exceptional, devoid of any technological enhancements or artificial ingredients. They were crafted from genuine, premium ingredients nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. Thank you. Fang Wei accepted the buns and took a gentle bite, her eyes narrowing with delight. They are indeed wonderful. Gulp. Louis swallowed hard, glancing at Wang Yan. Go buy me 2 as well. Can't you use your own hands? Wang Yan rolled his eyes, unwilling to indulge him. Yuelu's irritation was palpable, his brows furrowing. Yet, upon seeing Fang Wei, he begrudgingly held back. He had no intention of continuing to eat. They were just buns, as if no one had ever had them before. Seeing Fang Wei enjoying her meal, Gu Yi too succumbed to temptation and gestured for his steward to fetch a few buns. The steward, Qian Wu, promptly understood and went to buy the buns. Thus, a group of 6, 5 indulging in buns while only Louis abstained, walked together, the latter unable to suppress his envy as he continued to swallow hard. After finishing the buns, the 6 soon arrived at the border. They first received the magic fuel stones and special recording crystals, then obtained their missions. The group was assigned to the 18th battle zone. This zone, being relatively close to Shenyang Pass, had neither an excessive nor inadequate number of demons, ideal for them. As they exited the pass, Gu Yi suddenly exclaimed, Louis, your elder brother, Lu Hang. My brother. Louis turned sharply. Swish, swish, the others also turned to gaze at the city wall of Shenyang Pass. There stood a valiant young man clad in golden armor, his countenance radiant as the moon, with eyes resembling twinkling stars, appearing to be in his early 20s. He exuded an overwhelming presence, commanding respect from afar. This man was Lu Hong, the golden body of the Lu clan, one of the top 10 young experts of the Jin Kingdom, a pinnacle warrior of the Earthstore realm. Elder brother! Louis exclaimed in delight. He had not seen his brother the previous day nor during his earlier visit, leaving him somewhat disappointed and filled with various thoughts, but now, surprise flooded his heart. Then, with a flick of his arm, Lu Hong sent a glimmering crystal soaring down from the wall, landing squarely in Louis's hands. Crush it if you encounter danger. I will appear, Lu Hong instructed. Understood, elder brother, I will remember, Louis replied, his heart brimming with joy. His elder brother still cared for him. Lu Hong cast a glance at Feng Wei and Gu Yi before turning away, not bothering to greet them. They were not on the same level, after all. Let us go. Feng Wei frowned slightly, turning away. She despised the feeling of being overlooked. Golden genius, I will surely catch up to you and even surpass you. Let us move. Louis declared, his spirit soaring. With the trump card bestowed by his elder brother, he felt emboldened and unafraid. Demons below the Earthstore realm, come at me. The group hastened towards their destination. Chapter 29. Have the monsters decreased? Warning, beyond the walls of Shengyang Pass lies a series of mountains, one after another. The majority of the attacks directed towards the Jin Kingdom are from flying monsters, hence they must hunt along the ridges or atop the peaks. In a matter of less than 2/4 of an hour, 6 individuals traversed a distance of 20 to 30 li at full speed. This mountain range stretches east to west for several hundred li. Wang Yan, Feng Wei, and Li diverged from Gu Yi, maintaining a distance of approximately 2 li. Wang Yan, you shall stand there to attract the monsters, while Wei Wei and I will take charge of the slaughter, instructed Li, pointing towards a prominent, gleaming white boulder. All right, Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Monsters attack upon sighting humans, thus, he could willingly serve as bait, given his capacity for self-preservation. Swiftly, Feng Wei and Li leaped to either side, concealing themselves within the branches of 2 towering trees. The trio faced southward, awaiting the emergence of the flying monsters. Hunting these creatures often relies on luck. At times, a multitude may pass through a certain area, while on other occasions, an entire day may yield not a single monster. Fortunately, Wang Yan and his companions found themselves in favorable circumstances. Before long, 4 flying monsters appeared on the horizon, initially appearing as mere shadows the size of bats, quickly transforming into colossal beings with wingspans exceeding 10 feet. Whoosh! A resounding arrow shot forth from Wang Yan's bow, aimed at the quartet of monsters. Although still at a distance, the flying beasts had already detected Wang Yan and, with a swift flap of their wings, hurtled towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, Wang Yan continued to unleash arrows, regardless of their accuracy, primarily to provoke a response, making the monsters believe it was a genuine encounter, not a trap. The 4 creatures swooped down rapidly. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, at that moment a whoosh, Li sprang forth, his enchanted sword slicing through the air. Swoosh, sword energy cleaved through the space of several meters. Thud, 2 of the monsters were instantly severed in half. Swoosh, with a flick of his wrist, he struck again. Thud, another monster met its end. Li's formidable prowess at the 5th level of the Long Rainbow Realm was on full display. Swoosh. Feng Wei hastily drew her sword. Thud, she dispatched the final creature. Could you not leave 2 for me? Feng Wei glared at Li in indignation. I promised to protect you. Li grinned foolishly, unfazed. Feng Wei clenched her fists tightly. Wang Yan began to deal with the corpses of the monsters. Spiritual energy 116, soul energy 161. A bountiful harvest. With the death of 1 more monster, he could ascend another level. Today, he anticipated no significant challenges. The fire demon stones were specifically designed to incinerate the corpses of monsters. 1 stone could burn a single flying monster's body, thus, there was no need to gather firewood. Absorbing the demonic energy and setting the stones ablaze would be a seamless process. Quickly, everything was resolved. Onward. However, their fortune waned as they encountered a stretch of bad luck, waiting 2 to 3 hours without a single monster sighting. Feng Wei cast a frustrated glance at Li, her irritation growing with each glance. Gu Yi's group fared similarly. They had only slain 3 monsters throughout the morning, all by his own hand. Ordinary monsters were far too weak for them, slaying 100 in a day posed no issue. 3 was hardly satisfying. The afternoon brought no improvement, and it was not until dusk that Wang Yan's group managed to slay 2 more monsters, Li and Feng Wei each taking 1. Spiritual energy 152, soul energy 175. Wang Yan was pleased, feeling invigorated. Achieving 1 level up in a day was sufficient. Is someone manipulating events from above? Feng Wei furrowed her brow. From what I understand, there shouldn't be this few. Li's eyes flickered slightly. It is possible. For instance, someone could have informed the strong defenders of the first line to eliminate more monsters. You should tell your brother that we are here for training, to slay monsters, not for leisure. Feng Wei reprimanded Li. Understood, Li nodded, eager for more opportunities to showcase his valor. If he continues to intervene, we shall simply exchange our guarding point with another team. Feng Wei added, aware of Li's limited influence over his brother. Agreed. Li's gaze was resolute. Gu Yi, listening nearby, appeared bewildered. While I can understand your desire to protect Feng Wei and Le, why do you also feel the need to oversee my affairs? I am a formidable 6th-level Long Rainbow expert, capable of contending with 8th-level foes. With another at the 7th level and one at the 9th, we could certainly face even the pinnacle of Long Rainbow realm monsters.
At the city gates, Shuizhan and Zhou Cheng entered the city. I have slain 2 monsters today.
Zhou Cheng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, streaked with blood, though it was merely from a branch, not from a monster's claws. He had single-handedly dispatched both creatures, risking his life. I took down 3, Shuizhan chuckled lightly, appearing unfazed, though slightly dissatisfied. The 2 noticed Wang Yan merely nodding before entering the city. Le sought out his brother, Bang. Upon returning to the courtyard of the Donglian, Wang Yan promptly closed the door, activating a barrier, and then began to condense his rainbow chi.
What does this mean?
Are you afraid I shall assign you tasks, or perhaps take advantage of you? This fellow harbors secrets. Bang, bang, Wang Yan channeled the Azure Dragon technique to refine his spiritual energy. The rainbow chi flowed within him, akin to the Azure Dragon. The energy was gradually absorbed and swiftly refined. The rainbow chi began to grow, however. Wang Yan soon sensed something amiss. The growth of the rainbow chi was slower than anticipated, not reaching the expected level. After consuming 152 points of spiritual energy, the rainbow chi only increased to 3 feet 8 inches, failing to break through to 4 feet, the 4th level of the Long Rainbow realm. Wang Yan understood Da-it was likely akin to the chi-gathering realm. The energy required for a mid-stage elevation was 50 points more than in the early stage. Likewise, the latter stage required 50 points more than mid-stage. In essence, Wang Yan would need 180 points of spiritual energy for the mid-stage of the Long Rainbow realm, which equated to slaying 10 to 11 monsters. For the late stage, he would require 270 points, translating to 15 to 16 monsters. Adding to this the journey from the 9th level to its pinnacle, a total of 8,593 monsters would be necessary to achieve the utmost mastery of the Long Rainbow realm. Such a daunting number, and if Han were to neglect his duties, it was uncertain how many days it would take to accomplish the following morning.
Have you spoken to your brother? Feng Wei inquired of Le.
I have. He mentioned he did not assign anyone to specifically monitor us, otherwise, he wouldn't have given me that protective talisman, Le replied.
If it isn't your brother, then who could it be? Feng Wei looked momentarily perplexed.
Perhaps someone is trying to curry favor with our 3 families, Gu Yi chuckled.
Hiss, Feng Wei inhaled deeply, then leaped onto the city walls.
I am Feng Wei from the Feng family of Shua City. I have come to the frontier for training, to slay monsters, not for amusement.
Should anyone dare to disrupt my training, I shall ensure they face my wrath.
Whoosh, but Gu Yi followed, landing beside Feng Wei. I too shall intervene. I shall deal with him first to spare Wei from the mess.
Chapter 030.
The 4th level of the Long Rainbow realm, sparring with a resounding thud, Feng Wei's fist struck the tree trunk, her frustration palpable. To her dismay, only 2 magical creatures had appeared that day, and Louis had managed to slay one, leaving her countenance so dark it seemed as if it could weep.
Without uttering a word, she sulked away in silence.
Vivi, do not be angry, it was my fault, please forgive me, do not ignore me, I simply got carried away. I promise, tomorrow I will make sure to give you all the chances.
Get lost. Vivi strode into the courtyard.
With a forceful slam, she entered her room, shutting the door behind her and activating the formation.
Young Master Lu, halt.
Wang Yan intercepted Louis, closing the door and deactivating the formation before swiftly retreating to his own room. Although the day's harvest had been lackluster, he was on the verge of advancing to the 4th level of the Long Rainbow realm. Spiritual power, 35 soul power, 189 inch. Let the spiritual energy ignite.
Wang Yan exclaimed with excitement as he delved into his cultivation. Outside Xianyang City, with a loud bang, Ning Jun's fist was firmly held by another.
Are you trying to kill me? I specifically requested that you release more, and yet you only let 5 go today.
You've offended the heirs of the 3 great families. Ning Jun fumed. It's truly not my fault. Gao Jian protested.
I hardly made a move today, there were simply no magical creatures to be found.
What could I possibly do? Is that true? Ning Jun questioned, skepticism etched on his face.
How could I deceive you? Just check my harvest for today, the truth will be evident.
Gao Jian released Ning Jun's hand. This, Ning Jun conceded.
They had been friends for decades, brothers in life and death. He trusted Gao Jian, and besides, the 3 heirs were seeking trouble with him as well. You should be more concerned about whether I might expose you, Gao Jian teased with a smile. You wouldn't dare, Ning Jun shook his head.
But must fortune be so fleeting?
Tomorrow, rest assured, I guarantee I will release more tomorrow. But if there are no magical creatures, I will capture some from other areas. Gao Jian confidently patted his chest.
I trust you.
Just don't mess it up, Ning Jun clapped Gao Jian's arm.
Certainly.
Gao Jian clenched his fist, finally breaking through to the 4th level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Wang Yan concluded his training. It has been a challenge. This time, it took 3 days to ascend a level. The 4-foot-long rainbow blade is comparable to a long sword, and its utility will be significantly greater. Alas, I currently have no opportunity to showcase it. Suddenly, the formation trembled, and there was a knock at the door. Without a second thought, Wang Yan knew it was Feng Wei. With a swift motion, he opened the door. Join me for a spar, Feng Wei said with a subtle smile. She had composed herself, donning a form-fitting red outfit, a green sword in hand, resembling a blossoming rose. Very well, Wang Yan agreed readily, eager to test the prowess of the aristocratic offspring. He also understood that if Feng Wei did not engage in a fight today, her pent-up energy would not fully dissipate. You know I am not your match, so please show mercy and refrain from using lethal techniques.
Fear not, I shall not vent my frustrations on you. I will suppress my cultivation to the 1st level of the Long Rainbow Realm.
Feng Wei stepped into the center of the courtyard, preparing to engage.
No need, execute your moves as you normally would, Wang Yan replied, shaking his head. How can I fully unleash my abilities if I am suppressed? As long as you do not resort to lethal techniques, I should be able to handle it.
Oh? Feng Wei chuckled. Wang Yan's confidence bordered on arrogance. She was at the 3rd level of the Long Rainbow Realm, while he was merely at the 2nd. Coming from the Feng family, her martial talent far surpassed his. How could he dare to suggest she not restrain her cultivation? Then I shall not hold back. Prepare to receive my blade. I haven't even armed myself yet, Wang Yan exclaimed, hastily retreating into the house to retrieve his spear before returning to the courtyard. The small courtyard, spanning over 100 square meters, was ample for their sparring. With a swift gesture, Feng Wei activated the defensive formation of the courtyard, also casting a shielding formation to obscure their activities from prying eyes. Feel free to unleash your full potential. I wish to witness your strength. Very well, Wang Yan replied, unreservedly. He shook his spear, executing the move Azure Dragon, probing the moon. Lunging forward with precision, Feng Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a spirited cry, she responded, a fine approach. Her sword danced through the air, swiftly intercepting the spear's tip. Wang Yan retracted his spear and followed up with Divine Dragon swings its tail. The clash resonated with a metallic ring. Use your full strength.
All right, here it comes.
Wang Yan channeled his true energy, invigorating his entire being and unleashing his protective aura, as he engaged Feng Wei in a fierce battle. With rapid movements, he darted about, evoking the image of a startled swan, as he launched a flurry of spear strikes from all directions towards Feng Wei, yet, she deftly parried each attack with ease. You are not exerting your full strength,
Feng Wei remarked, sensing his restraint. Do you truly believe you can injure me?
That is sufficient, Wang Yan replied with a smile. Though he had unleashed the majority of his strength at the 2nd level of the Long Rainbow Realm, he was now at the 4th level, implying he had only exerted about 50% of his power thus far. Since you refuse to give your all, I shall. Feng Wei raised her sword, channeling a blade aura measuring a full foot in length.
Did we not agree to avoid ultimate techniques? Wang Yan reminded her.
This is not a lethal technique. With a swift twist of her sword and a powerful push from her legs, Feng Wei shot towards Wang Yan like an arrow released from its bow. With a resounding clang, Wang Yan met her strike with his spear, but was momentarily shaken, nearly losing his grip. Feng Wei's move possessed a certain finesse. In an instant, Feng Wei pivoted her body and launched a swift kick towards Wang Yan's lower region.
Good heavens! Wang Yan quickly shielded himself with his protective aura.
With a powerful impact, Feng Wei's kick was deflected. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yan lunged forward, grasping Feng Wei's sword-wielding hand with his right hand while twisting his left arm to restrain her left arm, simultaneously locking her left leg with his own, and delivering a swift kick. With a resounding smack, Feng Wei found herself seated on the ground, firmly held in place by Wang Yan.
You are at the 4th level of the Long Rainbow Realm? Feng Wei inquired, her cheeks flushed.
You have discovered my secret, Wang Yan chuckled. It seems I have inadvertently revealed too much, yet, perhaps by tomorrow, you shall find I have reached the 5th level of the Long Rainbow Realm.
Are you truly only 16 years of age? Feng Wei asked incredulously.
Indeed, Wang Yan affirmed with a nod.
Chapter 031 at Boundaries, here comes the challenge. What elixirs have you consumed? Feng Wei inquired once more.
None, Wang Yan replied, shaking his head. Neither he nor the memories of the original owner contained any such information. With the most ordinary of gray iron level talents, he had never ingested any elixirs yet had reached the 4th stage of the Long Rainbow Realm at the age of 16. Fang Wei found this hard to believe. There must be some issue at play.
But let me go.
With a swift motion, Wang Yan released his grip and stepped back.
You have been asking me questions. Don't blame me.
Did I ever say it was your fault? Fang Wei said, her face slightly flushed as she rose, casting a glare at Wang Yan. They both rubbed their wrists and arms, feeling the strength of one another. You need not conceal anything from me in the future. Rest assured, I will not disclose your cultivation level.
Why? Wang Yan asked as Fang Wei raised her chin, brandishing her sword. Because I am a chivalrous heroine. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. A chivalrous heroine. How delightful, a chivalrous heroine. What are you laughing at, is it not so? Fang Wei retorted, slightly annoyed. Yes, you are. Wang Yan nodded vigorously. Then that settles it. Fang Wei declared proudly, waving her hand graciously. All right, I am in high spirits now. You may return to your cultivation.
Ah, a heartless heroine, casting me away once my usefulness has been exhausted, Wang Yan lamented, a mock sorrow etched on his face.
What do you mean used up? What are you thinking?
Fang Wei glared at him, flabbergasted.
What did I say?
Wang Yan feigned innocence as he turned to retreat to his room.
Back to cultivation.
Was it my imagination? Fang Wei touched her face, feeling warmth. Surely, it hadn't. Tea turned red. Whoosh, she hurried to her room to check the mirror. Her features were exquisite, her delicate nose rosy, and her eyes sparkling like water. Not red. Not red.
The following morning arrived, everything as usual.
Wei, today all the monsters that appear will be slain by you. Once you've had your fill, you may deal with me. Louis rushed over, eager to please.
Do as you wish.
Kill if you desire, spare if you prefer. I am indifferent, Fang Wei replied coolly. Today, she was different, her obsessions were no longer so intense.
Ah, don't say that, Wei, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me.
Louis pleaded, his face pale. Lu-san, do you not feel ashamed? Wei does not fancy you. No amount of pleading will change that, Guyi interjected, filled with mockery.
She fancies you even less. What concern is it of yours? Away with you.
Louis straightened his back, dismissing him with a wave. I possess silver-level talent, my strength surpasses yours, Guyi remarked with a grin.
But the opportunity lies with me. Louis's breath caught in his throat. Fang Wei was indifferent to such matters. Is that so?
Guyi chuckled.
Fang Wei may be indifferent, but the Fang family is not. Do you truly believe they would wed her to a talentless bronze-level waste? Louis's complexion turned ashen, unable to rebut this point.
Talent not only represented future cultivation and combat prowess but also significantly impacted longevity. Those at the Divine Sea realm could live for a millennium, double that of the Celestial Yuan realm. The higher realms would have even greater longevity. Differing cultivation levels in a marriage would inevitably lead to one partner facing loneliness. Experienced elders of noble families would never allow such a fate. Fang Wei, upon hearing this, could not help but feel her expression shift slightly. It was indeed a basic truth that silver-level talents could not marry bronze-level ones, and even less so with those of gray iron level.
Yet, Wang Yan's cultivation speed surpassed her own.
What are you pondering, Fang Wei? Here, have a taste of this pie. Wang Yan approached, one hand holding a pastry, the other a bun.
Delicious. She glanced at Wang Yan, her mind made up. Only the weak are bound by the constraints of others, the strong can dictate their own destinies. As long as she could swiftly cultivate to the Divine Sea realm, she could choose to be with whomever she desired.
Strength alone would determine her fate. In the 18th battle zone, atop a massive stone ridge, Fang Wei stood alongside Wang Yan, gripping her mystical sword, quietly awaiting the emergence of monsters. Louis, however, sat dejectedly on a small stone beneath a tree, devoid of spirit. Even if monsters were to appear, he likely wouldn't have the interest to raise his sword. He felt drained of motivation. Today was destined to be extraordinary. Whoosh, before long, 3 monsters appeared, resembling bats. As they swiftly approached, swish, Wang Yan shot a signal arrow to draw them in. Whoosh, Fang Wei charged forward, sword in hand. Sizzle, thud, in mere moments, she had slain all 3 monsters. Spirit power of 54, soul power 210, Wang Yan gleefully noted as he collected the spoils, using the burning demon stones to dispose of the monster corpses. Whoosh, soon after, another group of monsters appeared indeed, a veritable horde, not just a few. A dark mass, approximately 20 in total.
Draw them in.
Fang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, her blood surging.
Understood, Wang Yan nodded.
As they drew near, he quickly shot arrows to attract them, while Gui also diverted some of their attention. Thus, only half of the horde, around 11 or 12, flew towards them. Fang Wei furrowed her brow momentarily but dismissed it. Today, there would be no shortage of monsters to slay. Whoosh, the 12 monsters swiftly approached, a dense mass, their bat wings casting a shadow that threatened to obscure the sun.
Kill! Fang Wei leaped into action, her sword slicing through the air.
Sizzle, sizzle, the cross-shaped sword energy crisscrossed, cleaving through the air. Thud, thud, instantly, 7 or 8 monsters were severed in two. While the monsters were formidable, it all depended on whom one was comparing them to. The 8th layer of breath absorption required a desperate struggle, yet at the 3rd layer of long rainbow, Fang Wei alone could dispatch over 20 monsters. Of course, while the monsters possessed diminished intelligence, their basic instincts remained.
The remaining 5 sought to flee. Assist me! Fang Wei called, her voice ringing with urgency. All right. Wang Yan's form flickered as he appeared beneath her landing point, pushing upwards with a swift motion.
Whap! Whoosh! Fang Wei used the force from Wang Yan's push to soar over 10 meters high, her sword swinging once more. Thud, thud, the 5 remaining monsters were all cut in half.
All 12 monsters have been vanquished. Marvelous! How exhilarating!
Fang Wei alighted upon a tree, leaping back to Wang Yan's side, her face alight with joy, her cheeks tinged with her EDIT was the thrill of exhilaration, the rush of blood. To have slain 12 monsters, and to have done so in conjunction with Wang Yan, brought her immense satisfaction. Today is bound to be fulfilling for you, Wang Yan said, gathering the demon energy while igniting the burning demon stones.
Fang Wei nodded earnestly. I'll help you. No, don't. Wang Yan quickly intervened. What are you joking about?
If you do it, how can I absorb the demon energy? Just keep an eye on the sky, don't miss any monsters.
Chapter 032, A multitude of demonic creatures. Demonic power, 71 soul power.
217 demonic power, 89 soul power, 223 demonic power, 265 soul power, 288. A fiery exhilaration surged within Wang Yan, causing him to tremble slightly with anticipation. A bountiful harvest, an extraordinary windfall, one single endeavor could elevate his prowess further. How splendid, and today has only just begun. And next, I shall let you unleash your wrath, Fang Wei declared. Very well, Wang Yan nodded in agreement. It seemed only fair for each to take their turn. Thus, neither would owe the other anything. I will draw the demonic creatures forth, Fang Wei proclaimed, brandishing her bow and arrow as she stood proudly atop a massive boulder, her demeanor exuding confidence and grace. As a scion of a prestigious family, she undoubtedly possessed skill in archery, and her technique was commendable. Just as she prepared herself, a swarm of over a dozen demonic entities emerged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Fang Wei released 3 arrows in quick succession, successfully luring 10 of the creatures towards her. With a leap, Wang Yan soared into action. Swish, 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 the dragon's tail, the dragon's battle in the heavens. His spear unleashed a flurry of sword chi, swiftly vanquishing all 10 demonic creatures without a single one escaping. Despite not exerting his full strength, the prowess of his Azure Dragon movement technique, at its pinnacle, ensured no descending foe could elude him. Splendid, Fang Wei praised, giving him a thumbs up. Not too shabby, Wang Yan replied as he descended to deal with the slain creatures. Demonic power of 441 soul power, 359 more demonic creatures are approaching, Fang Wei exclaimed in alarm. What, so soon? Wang Yan's expression changed. The speed and density of their arrival were alarming. This was highly irregular. If they all behaved like this, how had others managed to withstand such onslaught? Prolonged combat rapidly drained vital energy. The key was to sustain no injuries whatsoever. In the 18th district, at the first line of defense, clang, clang, a robust figure was locked in a fierce struggle against 2 grotesque demonic beasts. Roar! One creature, resembling a giant pangolin, stood 8 feet tall and stretched over 3 yards in length, its glossy black scales adorned with ominous dark markings, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Gao Jian, at the 9th level of the Changhong realm, found it difficult to pierce its defenses even with a mid-grade profound weapon. The second beast bore features reminiscent of both a griffin and a vulture, with the head and wings of a bird, the body of a lion, and powerful eagle-like talons, its long tail marked with similar dark patterns, indicating its immense strength. Both creatures resided above the 9th level of the Changhong realm. Demonic creatures, once magnificent beasts tainted by demonic energy, possessed not only the innate talents of their original forms but also the enhancement of malevolent forces, which relentlessly consumed and slaughtered. Their combat prowess was formidable, and they grew stronger at an alarming rate. Facing either of these demonic entities alone would be sufficient to challenge Gao Jian. Now, he faced them both simultaneously, leaving him bewildered and overwhelmed. Moreover, the timing of their assault was clearly premeditated. In the preceding days, there had been little activity from demonic creatures, yet today they launched a sudden and ferocious attack. As Gao Jian contended with the two beasts, a relentless stream of flying demonic creatures surged forth behind him. He also spotted two additional demons advancing, but was powerless to intercept them. This is bad. Danger approaches from the rear. Swish, swish, swish. Feng Wei and Wang An swiftly dispatched all 15 demonic creatures without allowing a single one to escape. Something is amiss, Feng Wei realized, her instincts alerting her to the unusual intensity of the demonic assaults. A large number of creatures are likely gathering to assault the front lines. Such scenarios had occurred before, resulting in significant losses. Is it now the 18th district's turn? Indeed, Wang An nodded solemnly. Be cautious, there may be demons breaching our defenses. Just as Feng Wei was about to warn Li, a massive triangular head appeared, launching a rapid assault toward the two. It sought to devour both Wang An and Feng Wei in one gulp, displaying monstrous ambition. Swish, swish, Wang An and Feng Wei deftly evaded the demon's surprise attack, simultaneously gaining a clearer view of its full form. It was a colossal lizard, measuring at least 2 yards in length, its shoulder height comparable to that of a human, its body a striking mix of black and green, most of which was shrouded in dark demonic energy, its eyes glowing a blood-red hue. With a snap of its jaws, the lizard emitted a blackened orb, launching it toward Wang An with lightning speed. Wang An nimbly sidestepped the projectile. As the lizard retracted, the orb curved back, returning like a boomerang. Wang An leaped to a nearby tree branch for safety. Boom, the lizard's head swung around, targeting Feng Wei. The primary distinction between demonic creatures and ordinary beasts lay in the remnants of their intelligence. They understood how to act to their advantage. Clang, Feng Wei retreated swiftly, unleashing a sword chi that struck the lizard's head, yet it failed to penetrate even a single scale. The lizard's defenses were formidable. Feng Wei quickly assessed its strength to be at the 8th level of the Changhong realm. Wang An's heart sank among the three of them. Li was the strongest, yet he was only at the 5th level of the Changhong realm, his combat potential roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary warrior at the 6th level. Wang An was at the 4th level, while Feng Wei was at the 3rd. Their combined strengths barely matched that of a single warrior at the 5th level. 2 5th level warriors and one 6th level warrior would struggle against an opponent at the 8th level of the Changhong realm. Although the lizard's intelligence was inferior to that of a human, its size, thick defenses, and raw power posed a significant threat. The crucial factor was that the demonic creatures could sustain injuries, whereas they could not. Swish, Li appeared, flanking Wang An and Feng Wei to encircle the lizard. I shall take the lead, Li declared with determination in his gaze. After a moment of reflection, particularly after witnessing Wang An's prowess in vanquishing demonic creatures and the seamless cooperation with Feng Wei, he had begun to comprehend his own potential. Wang An, with merely an ordinary gray iron level talent, had reached the 2nd level of the Changhong realm by the age of 16, and there was no doubt he could attain the 7th level by 20. Given his bronze-level talent and the support of the L family, there was no reason for him to lag behind. He had previously lacked diligence, falling short of Wang An's industriousness. If he devoted himself to rigorous training, aiming for an early breakthrough to the Tianshu realm, he could unveil immense potential, perhaps even directly advancing to the Divine Sea realm. Would the Feng family still be able to obstruct them? Yet, would Feng Wei be willing to wait for him? The 8th level of the Changhong realm presented an excellent opportunity for this young master to hone his skills. Kill, Li bellowed, unleashing his sword aura with unrestrained fervor as he charged toward the lizard. With all his might, he held nothing back. Crash, the lizard's body twisted violently, its tail whipping towards Li. Even before it reached him, the air erupted with force. Be careful, Feng Wei swiftly targeted the lizard's neck. Swish, Wang An aimed his spear directly at the creature's eye. Boom, Li was sent flying from the impact. Thud, Feng Wei's exquisite profound sword cleaved through the scales on the lizard's neck. However, due to its thick and robust anatomy, she was unable to inflict substantial damage. Thud, Wang An's dragon spear pierced the lizard's eyelid, embedding itself within its eye. Utilizing the Azure Dragon's thrust alongside his superior profound weapon, he penetrated deeply, yet it did not reach the brain nor deliver a fatal blow. Roar, the lizard cried out in pain, thrashing its head in an attempt to dislodge. Swish, Feng Wei withdrew her sword. Swish, Wang An also retracted his spear. Die, Li leaped from behind, charging once more at the lizard. Chapter 033, snatching credit, earning a fortune. With a resounding thud, the magical lizard turned around and struck him with its tail, sending him flying once more. Unfortunately, the back of his head collided with a tree trunk, rendering him unconscious in an instant. I will attack its eyes, you focus on slashing its neck, Wang An instructed Feng Wei. Understood, Feng Wei immediately grasped Wang An's tactical intent. The duo coordinated their efforts, targeting the two vital points of the magical lizard, making it increasingly difficult for it to defend against both attacks. Wang An darted forward to strike the lizard's intact left eye. However, this was merely a feint to divert the creature's attention, allowing Feng Wei to capitalize on the opportunity. If both of the lizard's eyes were blinded, it would either go into a frenzied rage or flee in terror, which was far from Wang An's expectations. What he sought was a decisive kill. With a swift motion, Feng Wei unleashed her sword. The blade pierced through the already wounded area, causing the injury to widen and deepen due to the exquisite quality of her weapon and her previous assault. The magical lizard let out a furious howl, turning its head to retaliate against Feng Wei. Feng Wei nimbly dodged its attack. Wang An seized the moment to strike once more at the lizard's left eye, this time with genuine intent, aiming directly at the eyelid. The lizard was forced to once again contend with Wang An. Feng Wei pressed her advantage. With a swift motion, her sword plunged deep into the lizard's neck, and with 3 rapid strikes, she severed a significant portion of its neck, crucially cutting through several vital muscles and tendons. The creature's neck instantly lost its previous agility, unable to heal due to the magical energy coursing through it. At that moment, Wang An's spear finally found its mark, piercing deep into the lizard's left eye. The magical lizard went into a frenzy, its dark energy surging violently, yet it was too late. It was powerless to turn the tide. With a final, desperate flick of its tongue, it attempted to strike. Feng Wei deftly evaded it. Don't worry, Wei, I'm here. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, leaping onto the lizard's head. With a swift thrust, the sword in his hand plunged into the lizard's skull, the sword's energy rapidly shattering its magical essence. The lizard collapsed, lifeless. The magical lizard was defeated. With a graceful leap, Guyi withdrew his sword, his movements fluid and elegant. Ha, these magical beasts are hardly a challenge. Are you alright, Wei? Did you sustain any injuries? Guyi inquired. Feng Wei shook her head. I'm fine. Wang An glanced at Guyi, relieved by his timely arrival. Otherwise, they would have needed significantly more time to slay the magical lizard. Due to the disparity in their abilities, delivering a fatal blow was challenging. I'm just glad you're unhurt. I was worried you'd be injured over there, so I rushed over without a second thought, Guyi said, subtly seeking recognition for his efforts. Feng Wei had faith in Guyi's capabilities, yet they did not require his assistance. She still had her trump card. Wei. Guyi noted Feng Wei's lukewarm response with some disappointment. Wasn't I impressive just now? Did I not move you? Ah, you vile creature, I shall challenge you. At that moment, Li awoke, springing to his feet to launch an aerial attack. Yet, in midair, he realized the magical lizard lay dead, a limp mass on the ground. Guyi, Wang An, and Feng Wei stood triumphantly beside the lizard's corpse. He landed on a nearby boulder, staring agape at the trio. It is dead. Guyi did the killing. Indeed, Guyi said with pride, nodding affirmatively. I am the one who dispatched it. What about you? Where were you just now? Why did you only show up now? Li opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. What could he say? That he had been struck by the lizard and knocked unconscious against a tree? Or did you hide away in fear? Guyi said incredulously, his mouth agape. With Li's temperament, it was indeed a possibility. No, how could that be? Li quickly shook his head. I don't believe you, Guyi retorted, convinced of his suspicions. No, he was injured earlier, Feng Wei interjected, defending Li. He did his best to charge in and created some opportunities for us. Guyi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, but internally he reveled in delight. Today, Li had performed poorly, while he had excelled. Regardless of the circumstances, he had secured a significant advantage. Spirit power 813, soul power 529. Wang An absorbed the magical energy and essence from the lizard. Remarkably, a single lizard contributed 372 points of spirit power, sufficient for him to elevate his cultivation by 2 levels. His soul power also increased by 170 points, enough to master a high-level martial art to its pinnacle. Moreover, there were still 15 magical corpses nearby. Wang An was overwhelmed with happiness, his joy palpable. Spirit power 830, soul power 536, spirit power 848, soul power 543, spirit power 1079, soul power 632. Wang An felt slightly dazed. The 15 magical creatures had provided an additional 266 points of spirit power and 103 points of soul power. According to his previous calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could elevate his cultivation to the 8th level of the Long Rainbow Realm, with a surplus. If he achieved the 8th level of the Long Rainbow Realm, he would be capable of effortlessly slaying magical lizards like this one on his own. Furthermore, if he pushed the Azure Dragon Fist to its limits, manifesting its true essence, he would face little threat from anyone below the Earthly Tomb Realm, even some ordinary. Of course, while he had gained spirit power, advancement required time. The breakthrough to the Long Rainbow Realm necessitated an immense amount of spirit power. He could only complete 1 level in a single night. Thus, he estimated he would need 4 days to achieve his goal. 4 days to reach the 8th level of the Long Rainbow Realm. How exhilarating! He truly relished dealing with magical corpses. Indeed, the underlings were merely underlings. Ge cast a sidelong glance at Wangan, who was still happily engaged in handling the magical corpses, unable to resist mocking him. He is not an underling. Feng Wei retorted sharply. Isn't he? Guyi replied, taken aback. A gray iron level talent being allowed to serve in the Feng family was already a privilege, surely he could not be dissatisfied? Leave at once, you are not welcome here, Feng Wei said through gritted teeth, directly ordering him away. She could no longer tolerate anyone disparaging Wangan. Wei, Guyi said, perplexed and agitated. Leave now. Feng Wei's cold demeanor intensified as she reiterated her dismissal. Get going, Gu Xiaolu, you still have magical creatures to deal with over there, Ellie chimed in, aiding Feng Wei. Very well, I shall take my leave. Gu Yi, sensing Feng Wei's anger, could only depart, yet, before he left, he cast one last glance at Wangan, feeling that something was amiss. Gu Xiaolu had grown accustomed to being above others. Aside from the 8 great families and the royal family, he looked down upon everyone. Ellie wasted no time in adding fuel to the fire. What he does is of no concern to me. Feng Wei turned away, climbing atop a boulder, her gaze fixed on the southern sky while occasionally glancing at Wangan, who was diligently processing the magical corpses. Compared to the heirs of the 2 great families, Wangan's character was indeed far superior. Gulialueli retrieved a pill and swallowed it, then settled down a short distance away, meditating to recover from his injuries while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As the hours passed, the onslaught of magical creatures diminished. Only 6 had appeared throughout the afternoon, and then silence fell. They must have been blocked off ahead. However, spirit power 1185, soul power 678. Chapter 034. Ascending 2 levels, the true essence of the Azure Dragon achieved. For others, the monstrous entities may invoke terror, yet for Wangan, they are merely sustenance. At this moment, words fail to encapsulate his emotions. It is overwhelming. The abundance of spiritual energy is sufficient to effortlessly elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. He can then activate his sweeping mode. A single fortuitous event has left him satiated. Naturally, such serendipity is rarer. Furthermore, while 1,000 units of spiritual energy may seem substantial, it dwindles significantly upon reaching the earthly tomb realm. Advancing a single layer in the Long Rainbow Realm requires 200 to 300 units of spiritual energy. The earthly tomb realm demands even more. It is likely that 1,000 units may not suffice to achieve even one level of advancement. As cultivation progresses, the requisite accumulation of spiritual energy only intensifies, compelling Wangan to prepare in advance for the earthly tomb realm. With impending calamities, Wangan must swiftly transform into an invincible powerhouse capable of vanquishing demonic deities and purging all fiends. There can be no delay. Time to return. Wangan joyfully strides ahead, his steps unusually buoyant. Seeing Wangan's elation brings joy to Feng Wei as well. Happiness is indeed contagious. However, the moment Gu Yi and his companions join them, her good mood dissipates instantly. Feng Wei falls silent, and neither Gu Yi nor Li dares to speak. They proceed in silence. Suddenly, a figure appears, blocking their path. It is Ning Jun of the inner sect. Miss Feng, young Master Gu, young Master L. Ning Jun greets them with a bow. I come to apologize. Today, there was an unexpected issue. A coordinated assault by the monsters Zhao Jian could not hold them alone, resulting in 2 fiends escaping. It was not my intention to place you in peril. You aware, are you? Had I not been present today, who knows what danger you would have faced? Gu Yi swiftly interjects, vehemently chastising Ning Jun. In truth, he is seeking to take credit in front of Feng Wei. Indeed, thankfully, young Master Gu was here, or we would have faced dire consequences. Ning Jun nods repeatedly, feeling the weight of his predicament. His initial aim was to ingratiate himself, to curry favor with the noble heirs, which is why he sought Gao Jian's assistance. However, the events unfolded differently. On the first day, Gao Jian intervened, managing to deal with over a dozen fiends, yet the following day, Feng Wei erupted. On the second day, he advised restraint, and Gao Jian refrained from intervening, but no monsters appeared. On the third day, he anticipated a smooth operation, only to be met with a frenzied assault by the fiends, overwhelming Gao Jian and allowing 2 monsters to escape. He feared the noble heirs might be incensed and seek retribution. Thankfully, Gu Yi had 2 formidable allies. Otherwise, the forces of the earthly tomb realm and even the celestial origin realm within the city would have been mobilized. I will say this. Fulfill your duties and refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Since you are here, do not fear life or death, Feng Wei states succinctly before departing. Such a straightforward matter is clear to her, and she sees no need for further discussion. A soldier's duty is to slay demons, deserving of respect, yet personal interests must not taint their resolve. Listen to Wei Wei. Gu Yi pats Ning Jun on the shoulder. Monsters are merely what they are, Ning Jun thinks to himself, yearning to ask whether the demon lizard was slain by Gu Yi. Remember this, Li grits his teeth. He has suffered a significant loss of face today, particularly in front of Feng Wei. Even the pride he had mustered has been diminished by half. I shall remember. Ning Jun stands at attention, saluting. Wang Yan remains silent, merely a minor participant in this unfolding drama. Nonetheless, he feels the day has been fruitful. At the city gates, Su Zhn rushes in, carrying an injured individual on his back, blood streaming from wounds. Is it the lone survivor from the village? If treated promptly, he should be fine. Alas, the 7th layer of Qi, slaying demons is truly a gamble. Previously, in a stroke of luck, I managed to vanquish 2, believing I could sustain such fortune. With funds in hand, it would be prudent to purchase medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, he would merely be paying medical fees. Surrounding warriors murmur amongst themselves. Wang Yan refrains from intervening. His current capabilities are limited. Self-preservation is a challenge. In poverty, one can only strive for personal improvement. It is only through achievement that one can assist others. The city possesses dedicated resources to treat demonic infections, rendering his intervention unnecessary, albeit at a considerable cost. This is a necessary aspect of growth, and Wang Yan will. Due to the sudden emergence of the fiends, Feng Wei decides to take a day off tomorrow, intending to enhance her cultivation. Having been at the 3rd layer of the Long Rainbow Realm for nearly 3 months, she can now utilize pills to advance. With heightened cultivation, the refinement gained through combat is optimal and swift. This is also one of Feng Wei's primary reasons for being stationed at the frontier. Li shares similar sentiments, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. Once he breaks through to the 5th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm, he will stand on equal footing with Gu Yi. Thereafter, he should not lag behind when encountering fiends, enabling him to demonstrate superior performance. Wang Yan, too, requires no further elaboration. This opportunity is perfect. He aims to ascend 2 levels while pushing the Azure Dragon Fist to its utmost pinnacle, thereby enhancing his combat prowess.
That evening, the 3 of them enter seclusion simultaneously.
678 points. Wang Yan glances at his soul power bar, prioritizing the enhancement of the Azure Dragon Fist's realm. With the elevation of the Azure Dragon Fist's realm, the refinement of spiritual energy accelerates. Previously, he expended 27 points of soul power to achieve great mastery of the Azure Dragon Fist, and with an additional 10 points, he progresses further towards its zenith. Now, with a gradual infusion of soul power and the principles of yin and yang, the Azure Dragon Fist rapidly ascends, steadily reaching its limits. It becomes an intrinsic part of Wang Yan's martial art, transcending into the realm of mastery. This state can be referred to as that of a grandmaster. Concurrently, a fragment of fist intent coalesces within Wang Yan's heart, genuine and indomitable. Wang Yan continues to amplify his output of soul power. He possesses a substantial reserve of the Azure Dragon Fist's mastery does not signify a complete conclusion. It can surpass its limits, achieving the manifestation of divine form. Divine form is the true essence made tangible. It necessitates the refinement of fist intent to an exceedingly formidable level, alongside the comprehension of integrating a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth. Only then can one autonomously guide the elemental energy of the cosmos into form, consolidating divine shape and generating formidable combat efficacy. Of course, Wang Yan's current conditions are insufficient. His foundation is lacking, his cultivation is inadequate, and his martial accumulation is not enough. Forcing the process would not only waste considerable soul power but also might not yield the desired outcome. After expending a total of 150 points of soul power, Wang Yan manages to shape a nascent azure dragon within his mind before he halts. At this point, the true essence is complete and has transcended the confines of the Long Rainbow Realm, even surpassing the limits of his physical form, exerting a formidable pressure upon his body. Wang Yan can already feel a slight throbbing in his head, thus, he hastens to stimulate his spiritual energy to elevate his cultivation. With his techniques operating at full capacity for refinement, coupled with the inherent demands of his body, all potential is mobilized. Wang Yan's speed of refining spiritual energy accelerates, more than doubling his previous rate. Before long, Wang Yan's cultivation breaks through to the 5th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. Onward, a day and night pass. Spiritual energy, 825 soul power 528. Wang Yan's cultivation reaches the 6th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm without unexpected hindrances, significantly enhancing his combat strength. At this moment, the pressure from the true essence remains, though its impact is now minimal. With slight adaptation, his cultivation will continue to rise rapidly and unceasingly. After a few days, the pressure will dissipate entirely. This experience heightens Wang Yan's clarity. The formidable true essence yields superior refinement effects on his true chi and formidable energy, contributing to his physical strength. With all aspects under precise control, no errors will arise. Chapter 035. A breakthrough. The next morning, the door swung open with a soft thud. Feng Wei emerged from her room, radiating a rosy glow, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable brilliance and an aura of purity. She had successfully ascended to the 4th level of the Long Rainbow Realm, and it was no longer a challenge for her to reach the 6th level in combat strength. With the aid of a supreme mystical weapon, breaking through the defenses of demonic creatures would become significantly easier.
Good morning, she cheerfully greeted Wang Yan. Good morning, Wang Yan replied with a smile and a nod. Feng Wei's expression shifted slightly. Your aura has changed? Have you also made a breakthrough?
Just a little, Wang Yan blinked, a hint of mischief in his eyes.
How did you cultivate so quickly? Feng Wei stammered, taken aback. Logically, Wang Yan's talent was inferior to hers, and he lacked her resources.
It seemed implausible for him to progress faster than she did, yet, he had already reached the 4th level of Long Rainbow before, and now he had broken through again. Did he not encounter any bottlenecks? Was his talent truly so formidable? She had initially thought their cultivation would be on par, but now she found herself distanced once more. The battlefield is perilous, survival comes first, Wang Yan explained succinctly.
Indeed, Feng Wei acknowledged, understanding his reasoning.
The crucial aspect was how he had achieved it. Of course, she was merely puzzled and curious, but she wouldn't pry further. Today's hunt should prove considerably easier. Wang Yan and Feng Wei walked outside together. After experiencing that synchronized battle and with both of their cultivation levels raised, her confidence soared. Facing an 8th level demon would undoubtedly be much simpler.
Vivi, I've broken through to the 6th level of Long Rainbow. Ellie appeared, rushing over with joy to report to Feng Wei. Oh, splendid. Congratulations.
Feng Wei's smile faltered slightly, becoming more perfunctory. While Ellie's breakthrough was commendable, it bore little significance to her.
I know you've also made a breakthrough, Ellie said with a grin. The purpose of their rest was clear to everyone. Since he had made progress, it was only reasonable for Feng Wei to have done the same. Moreover, he had sensed it as well. Typically, newly ascended cultivators found it difficult to fully conceal their aura. Wang Yan's martial arts mastery was sufficiently advanced, allowing him to maintain control beyond his cultivation level, keeping his true essence firmly contained within. There is a distinction between the 6th level and the 6th level, Gu Yi interjected, having just overheard Ellie's announcement. He felt a twinge of irritation upon realizing Ellie had suddenly matched his level, but he was confident he could easily defeat Ellie in 10 moves. Furthermore, if he wished, he could quickly advance to the 7th level of Long Rainbow. What are you so arrogant about? One day, I will surpass you. Ellie vowed through gritted teeth. Just you'll never manage it in this lifetime, Gu Yi scoffed coldly. Ellie wanted to retort but managed to hold his tongue. Vivi, There was no need for prior preparation. His storage bag contained numerous treasures. Thank you, but there is no need for gifts. You should keep it for yourself. I'm not lacking anything, Feng Wei replied, walking away with Wang Yan. Not lacking, did you hear that? Ellie stuck out his tongue at Gu Yi, making a face before swiftly catching up. Gu Yi clenched his fists, wishing he could smash Ellie's face. He had no choice but to follow. The future was long. He couldn't believe he wouldn't eventually warm up the cold stone that was Feng Wei's heart. Young Master Vivi, I'd like to discuss something with you, Wang Yan suddenly said, turning to Feng Wei and Ellie as they walked. In the future, let us 3 share the hunting of demons equally, or alternate who hunts each time. Why? What are you trying to accomplish? Ellie frowned. Although he had begun to view Wang Yan differently after yesterday's events, it did not mean he considered him an equal. Wang Yan had directly referred to Feng Wei as Vivi, which irked him. What's wrong? Feng Wei asked, puzzled. She did not understand why Wang Yan had made such a request when he had not done so before. Because I wish to exchange for a ground-tier combat technique and a ground-tier cultivation method, Wang Yan stated plainly. You may not need these, but I do. Oh, Ellie realized. You could have obtained all of that by joining the Feng family. Feng Wei's gaze flickered. She indeed had overlooked this aspect. Wang Yan lacked a cultivation technique. While they possessed several, she had hoped Wang Yan could join the Feng family, but the likelihood seemed slim. You? Can you truly break through to the ground-tier realm? You have quite the ambition, but it seems you lack an understanding of your own limitations, Gu Yi could not help but mock. With a gray iron level talent, you aspire to reach the ground tier? You should know that typically, the Long Rainbow realm is already the limit, with few reaching above the 3rd level. In the entire Jin kingdom, only a handful have attained the ground tier, and they are all from the royal family or the 8 great clans, having achieved great feats. What makes you think you can? Gu Yi, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Feng Wei shouted angrily. If the roles were reversed, you might not even compare to Wang Yan. What? I can't compare to him? Gu Yi's face fell in disbelief. Was this truly how Feng Wei perceived it? It felt like the greatest insult to him. The others were equally taken aback. They hadn't expected Feng Wei to voice such sentiments.
Wang Yan held such a high status in her eyes. Was it genuine, or merely a tactic to undermine Gu Yi? Fang Wei regretted her words as soon as they left her lips. She realized she had just caused trouble for Wang Yan. Very well, excellent, Vivi claims I am inferior to you. Gu Yi glared at Wang Yan, his anger flaring. Boy, if you can withstand a single strike from me today, I will acknowledge your prowess. Otherwise, I will break your arm. Gu Yi, do not push your luck, Fang Wei interjected, stepping protectively in front of Wang Yan, glaring at Gu Yi. Is it honorable for someone at the 6th level of Long Rainbow to bully one at the 2nd level? UVE brought shame upon the face of the clan. Fang Wei. Gu Yi barked, his anger surged, causing his previous infatuation with her to dissipate. You just said I am inferior to him. Today, even for the sake of the clan's honor, I cannot let him go. Have you switched places? You suppressed your cultivation to the 2nd level of Long Rainbow. Fang Wei exclaimed anxiously. If Gu Yi suppressed his cultivation to the 2nd level while Wang Yan maintained his true level at the 4th, then Wang Yan would be safe, even if Gu Yi unleashed the true secret techniques of his clan. Fine, I'll suppress myself to the 2nd level of Long Rainbow. Gu Yi declared without hesitation. He was confident he could defeat Wang Yan with a single blow, even at the same level. Now it was Wang Yan's turn to respond. Wang Yan, Fang Wei looked at him with concern. She knew he was a person of great pride. She worried that his pride would provoke him to reveal his 4th level cultivation, which would obliterate any advantage he had. I have no interest in competing with you. It seems pointless, Wang Yan said gently, brushing past Fang Wei to face Gu Yi. Ha, are you afraid? I shall use only one strike. Gu Yi taunted. Li understood the situation. A single strike and 10 strikes were not vastly different. For instance, Gu Yi would likely unleash his full strength right from the start. Even at the same level, without the backing of a prominent family, Wang Yan could not possibly withstand it. I would like to change the terms of our duel, Wang Yan suggested. Chapter 036. The deceptive turn of Wang Yan. Gu Yi took a deep breath, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions. The method was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that, regardless of the approach, he could not possibly lose. As long as Wang Yan was willing to play along, it was quite simple. It would merely be a matter of who could first break through to the Earth Store realm. Wang Yan chuckled. What, break through to the Earth Store realm? Am I mistaken, or are you challenging me on this? Gu Yi froze, disbelief etched across his face. He never anticipated this turn of events. Currently, he was at the 6th level of the Long Rainbow realm, while Wang Yan appeared to be only at the 2nd level. Gu Yi possessed a silver level talent, whereas Wang Yan was merely of gray iron caliber. Behind Gu Yi stood the Gu family. What support did Wang Yan have? How could Wang Yan even compete with him? It was utterly incomprehensible. Was this a path to self-destruction, a peculiar way of conceding defeat, or perhaps an attempt to insult him? Ellie, Chen Wu, and the others were equally taken aback, unable to fathom Wang Yan's audacity to challenge Gu Yi on such grounds. Was this not an unwinnable wager? They thought it would be more sensible for him to simply take a hit. Fang Wei, however, was somewhat aware of Wang Yan's extraordinary cultivation speed. He should now be at the 5th level of the Long Rainbow realm, yet, comparing breakthroughs to the Earth Store realm with Gu Yi left her with little confidence. What grounds did Wang Yan have to make such a claim? Wang Yan, do not act impulsively. Rest assured, I speak with utmost sincerity, Wang Yan replied, subtly indicating his confidence. Very well, I accept your challenge, Gu Yi laughed. Regardless of Wang Yan's internal machinations or schemes, did they truly matter? He was destined to win. Indulge Wang Yan in a competition over who could first attain the Earth Store realm was sheer arrogance. I have yet to stipulate the stakes, Wang Yan observed, fixing his gaze on Gu Yi. That is trivial, Gu Yi waved dismissively. You are bound to lose. The one who loses must stand upon the city tower and loudly proclaim 3 times that they are inferior to the other. Furthermore, they must slay a true demon single-handedly within a century. Wang Yan smiled. What? A true demon? Gu Yi's expression shifted dramatically. A true demon, hailing from the demon realm, was an entity of formidable talent and strength. The weakest among them was equivalent to a deity in the Sea of Gods, their combat prowess utterly terrifying. Only those with golden physiques among humans could contend with them on equal footing. To proclaim that one must slay a true demon upon losing seemed fantastical, almost absurd. It did not seem fitting for a silver-level scion from a minor noble family to engage in such a bet, but rather resembled a duel among the golden prodigies of the Central Dynasty's sacred grounds. Did he believe he was worthy? Did Wang Yan? Young man, do you truly comprehend what a true demon is? Do you grasp the terror they embody? Not even those with golden physiques would have much confidence in facing them. Are you merely ignorant and fearless, or are you speaking nonsensically to sow chaos? Ellie, Qianwu, and the others wore expressions of shock and incredulity. This was utterly out of place. It felt profoundly wrong. To challenge a breakthrough to the Earthstore realm was one thing, but to assert that one must slay a true demon of the Sea of Gods was an outrageous boast. Wang Yan was merely of gray iron caliber, and Gu Yi was only of silver-level talent. Even if Gu Yi claimed he would one day slay a true demon, they would likely dismiss it as mere bravado.
Young master, I understand now. This is a deception, you must not agree.
Qianwu suddenly exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically.
What deception? Gu Yi inquired, puzzled by Qianwu's urgency. Young master, Qianwu swiftly moved beside Gu Yi, whispering intently. Are you suggesting that he might truly break through to the Earthstore realm before me, leading to my defeat? And then I would seek out a true demon and meet my demise?
Gu Yi could scarcely believe it, finding it laughable.
What nonsense, how could I possibly lose? What could that kid possibly use to win?
The others, upon hearing this, began to understand.
Ah, I see, Fang Wei's expression shifted.
She found it hard to believe Wang Yan was not that type of person.
Young master, the world is vast and full of wonders, perhaps, just perhaps? Qianwu urged.
After all, he is of gray iron caliber. His limits will ultimately be the Earthstore realm. As long as he can break through, he need not concern himself with foundational stability or future prospects. You, on the other hand, must lay a solid foundation to ascend to greater heights. Should you lose, you would be pitted against a true demon. He either seeks to ruin your foundation or wishes to lead you to your doom.
How ruthless! Gu Yi grinned, contemplating the implications. But do you truly think I would lose?
How could I possibly lose to him? Even if I proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time, I will undoubtedly break through to the Earthstore realm before he does. He is merely at the second level of the Long Rainbow realm, while I am already at the sixth. What grounds does he have to compete? Gu Yi turned his gaze toward Wang Yan. Kid, I concede that you possess a cunning mind and a clever strategy. However, I have no chance of failing. It is beyond my reach. Moreover, once I win, I shall personally slay a true demon to prove my strength. I, Gu Yi, am not inferior to anyone, and I swear, I shall deliver on my promises.
Youth, you are being foolish.
Qianwu exclaimed urgently.
You are reckless, disregarding wise counsel. Bravo! Ellie clapped loudly. Regardless, it is beneficial for him. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Wang Yan exited the Eastward Inn with a smile. Wang Yan, do you truly have confidence in this? Fang Wei hurried after him, concern etched on her face. She regretted her earlier words that had entangled Wang Yan in this predicament. Although she understood he had his strengths, she lacked any certainty about the reality of the situation. Yes, to some extent, Wang Yan nodded with a smile. Fang Wei lowered her head. I am sorry for causing you trouble.
Not a problem at all. Wang Yan gazed skyward. It is high time I rose to greatness. I cannot remain complacent.
Fang Wei looked at Wang Yan in confusion, struggling to comprehend.
I have matters to attend to. Wang Yan's gaze returned to the bustling street, observing the passers-by and the warriors preparing for battle. In the future, I may no longer be able to hunt alongside you.
What do you mean? Why is that? Fang Wei turned to Wang Yan, bewildered.
I must engage in my own demon-slaying trials to earn resources and expedite my breakthrough.
Wang Yan declared previously, his strength had been insufficient, necessitating partnerships with Fang Wei and Li.
Now that he had reached the sixth level of the Long Rainbow realm, he felt ready to hunt alone. His path to growth was distinct from others, precluding collaboration. He needed to swiftly eliminate demons, accumulate points, amass spiritual energy, and achieve greater breakthroughs.
You intend to leave us?
Fang Wei felt a slight tremor in her heart.
Not quite leaving. We are still on the front lines. It's just that we may not see each other frequently anymore. Wang Yan smiled. Li, eavesdropping from behind, felt a surge of elation. Today was indeed a double blessing. Gu Yi was ensnared, and Wang Yan was preparing to depart. This meant he would be teaming up with Fang Wei once again. What a splendid opportunity.
I can join you. Our collaboration has been quite harmonious.
Fang Wei mustered her courage to speak. We are not the same. Wang Yan shook his head. We are not suited to work together. Fang Wei's heart quivered.
She believed Wang Yan was suggesting he was unworthy of her, that there was no need for them to be together. Perhaps Wang Yan was still upset over her earlier impulsiveness that had caused trouble.
Chapter 037 Slaying demons alone. Hunting demons does not necessitate a fixed location, one only needs to report in advance. The military no longer regards you as a bastion but will provide support when necessary.
You are merely seen as a wandering fighter, as long as you advance without disrupting the grand scheme. Wang Yan reported at the city gate, collected the demon-slaying stones and recording chips, and then set off. Fang Wei did not accompany him. Her current strength was not sufficient to take such risks. She knew Wang Yan would certainly forge ahead, her offensive capabilities were ample, yet her agility was somewhat lacking. Moreover, she did not wish to bring further trouble to Wang Yan. He was elated, he was finally on his way. Fang Wei was left with him as her sole combat partner, yet he had resolved to strive diligently, no longer constrained by his innate abilities. With a swift motion, Wang Yan executed the Azure Dragon Step, propelling himself towards the first line of defense. Indeed, Wang Yan intended to hunt near this primary fortification, a location teeming with demons. His target was precisely these fiends. The spiritual energy of ordinary monsters paled in comparison to that of demons. Vanquishing a single demon equated to the slaying of over 20 ordinary creatures. Dispatching common monsters lacked finesse and significance, a feat achievable by any martial artist of the 7th realm and above. And now, with his augmented prowess, Wang Yan sought formidable adversaries. Fierce battles would solidify his cultivation, invigorate his body, augment his potential, and enhance his combat capabilities. In just 2 days, he anticipated surpassing his current limits, but he had only a fleeting opportunity to do so. Moreover, at Xianyang Pass, slaying a single demon equated to extinguishing 100 ordinary monsters. Just 10 such victories would suffice to master an Earth-tier combat technique. Naturally, Wang Yan had choices to make. Ultimately, the first line of defense represented the front line against demons, abundant in adversaries, with nearby experts available to assist should he encounter particularly powerful foes or multiple demons, preventing him from being ensnared in dire circumstances, isolated and helpless. However, this first line lay a considerable distance from Xianyang Pass, a span of 4 to 5 dozen miles, necessitating the crossing of mountains and valleys. Wang Yan utilized the Azure Dragon Step to traverse the terrain, treating it as an opportunity for cultivation. After all, it was a means to temper both his physique and internal energy. At every moment, Wang Yan's strength burgeoned. Before long, he arrived at the free hunting zone. Selecting an advantageous position, he resumed his training, opting to wait for demons to seek him out rather than pursuing them, which would be a waste of time and rather foolish. To attain the pinnacle of the long rainbow realm within mere days, he had to relentlessly refine his body and internal energy. This was also one of the reasons behind Wang Yan's departure from Fang Wei and the others. With an abundance of spiritual energy at his disposal, he was unperturbed by excessive consumption or the fear of a surprise attack from demons leaving him unable to retaliate. He could swiftly restore himself to peak condition, an advantage no one else possessed. As the morning passed, Wang Yan grew weary and took a brief respite before continuing his training. During this time, he encountered several monsters flying overhead but paid them no heed. In the afternoon, he resumed his practice, achieving remarkable results. With ample spiritual energy to support him, Wang Yan's true energy became increasingly refined, and his physique grew ever stronger. The condensed internal energy naturally intensified as well. Suddenly, a demon resembling a massive black bull, with blood-red eyes and a grotesquely torn maw, burst forth from the forest, charging directly at Wang Yan. It was a fearsome magic wolf. Wang Yan barely shifted his form, evading the attack. With his spear at the ready, he prepared for the confrontation. The magic wolf lunged at him. Wang Yan met its charge head-on. The wolf's combat prowess was formidable. Even an average martial artist of the 7th realm would likely struggle against it. However, it was unfortunate for the wolf that it had encountered its nemesis, corrupted by demonic energy. Although its physical strength, speed, and power had greatly augmented, its intelligence had diminished significantly, losing its former cunning. It was unfortunate for the wolf that it faced Wang Yan, whose agility was remarkable, adept at both encirclement and guerrilla tactics, engaging in combat while retreating and vice versa. Alternately attacking and utilizing the terrain and trees for defense, Wang Yan wielded the superior quality dragon coiling spear, which could penetrate the wolf's unarmored hide. More crucially, Wang Yan exhibited no fear of demonic energy or injury. After a quarter of an hour, the magic wolf bore numerous deep and severe wounds, yet its breath showed no sign of waning. Almost done, it was time to conclude the battle, Wang Yan mused. He leveled his spear, channeling his internal energy. The wolf charged at him once more, undeterred by the possibility of death. With a swift motion, Wang Yan sidestepped the wolf and, with a flick of his spear, pierced its ear, driving through to shatter its brain. The battle ended. Wang Yan placed his hand upon the magic wolf, absorbing its demonic energy and refining it into spiritual power. As spiritual energy 983 soul energy 627. Regrettably, the magic wolf's small size meant only 198 points of spiritual energy were converted, having previously expended 40 points during training. The soul energy conversion yielded a mere 99 points. However, this was still equivalent to slaying 100 ordinary monsters at Xianyang Pass. After disposing of the wolf's corpse and briefly reflecting, Wang Yan resumed his training. Not long after, he suddenly heard a strange hissing sound akin to a serpent's hiss. Swiftly, he drifted over to investigate. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a colossal demon serpent, measuring 7 to 8 zhang in length, its girth surpassing that of a water vat. with a head resembling that of a bull, slithering through the forest, seemingly tracking some scent. It was traversing the area near him. Its aura was terrifying, far surpassing that of the magic wolf or lizard, possessing the might of a ninth realm long rainbow or even its pinnacle. Unlike the magic wolf and lizard, the serpent boasted thick scales with formidable defensive capabilities, making it a challenge to breach its defenses, yet, this was precisely what Wang Yan sought. As soon as he laid eyes upon the serpent, it detected his presence, swiftly turning its head and darting towards him. Wang Yan brandished his spear and advanced to meet it. The dual dragons clash. Wang Yan's azure dragon fist excelled in agility and spiraling force, providing a distinct advantage in combat against serpent-like demons. As for whether he could triumph or the dangers involved, Wang Yan's current strength was not what it had been 2 days prior. With fluidity, Wang Yan moved like a dragon, encircling the demon serpent and launching continuous assaults. Though the serpent was powerful and imposing, its size rendered it less agile, unable to match Wang Yan's nimbleness. He wove in and out of the trees, engaging the serpent, targeting its body, head, eyes, and even its fangs with his spear, not unleashing his full power but instead testing the serpent's defenses, gauging how many strikes it would take to breach them. Furthermore, he sought to hone his physique and practical combat skills, not rushing to overwhelm it. However, he underestimated the serpent's retaliation. Suddenly, it opened its maw, unleashing a vast plume of black toxic gas mingled with demonic energy, rapidly enveloping the area within a 10-meter radius. Chapter 038 The 7 and 8 Layers of the Long Rainbow. Whoosh, Wang Yan hastily evaded. Crack, the demon serpent lashed out with its tail. Boom, Wang Yan attempted to block with the barrel of his gun, yet was still sent flying, both man and weapon. Beast, you're quite clever, Wang Yan muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cold smirk, before charging forward once more. 2/4 of an hour later, the demon serpent lay defeated. Though Wang Yan's cultivation was at the 6th layer of the Long Rainbow realm, the combined might of his transcendent QNGLing fist and PNLing spear elevated his actual combat power to that of the 8th layer. The demon serpent, while formidable and heavily armored, possessed a critical vulnerability. Its eyes, unlike the rest of its body, the serpent's eyes were devoid of scales, unprotected by eyelids, starkly exposed. Given Wang Yan's speed and agility, he could always find an opportunity to strike. Thus, after 2 fierce battles, Wang Yan had firmly consolidated his 6th layer of the Long Rainbow realm, with his physical strength further enhanced, drawing ever closer to the limits of this realm. The essence of the Long Rainbow realm lies primarily in refining true energy into a tangible force. Many martial artists focus solely on refining their meridians and dantians, neglecting their muscles and bones. This is because, upon reaching the earthly tune realm, absorbing the earth's power leads to a substantial enhancement of one's physical form, representing the pinnacle of bodily potential. The influence of the Long Rainbow realm is relatively minor in comparison. However, Wang Yan held a different perspective. The human body is an integrated whole. Strengthening the bones and muscles reciprocally bolsters the power of the meridians and dantian. As the latter grows stronger, the true energy becomes purer, and this increased purity further nourishes and refines the muscles and bones. They are mutually reinforcing, each promoting the other. Reaching the earthly tune realm would also have its implications, necessitating the capacity to endure the limits and totality of the earth's power. Naturally, Wang Yan understood the rationale and methods of other martial artists, who often lack sufficient resources, making comprehensive refinement excessively resource-intensive and time-consuming. It seemed more prudent to simply refine true energy, swiftly open ancestral passages, and ascend to the earthly tune realm. Only the elite disciples of prominent families could afford to balance both. This disparity explains why, despite similar talents, the successors of great families often ascend to greater heights in the future, not merely due to superior teachings. Wang Yan, not lacking in spiritual energy, was determined to push himself to the utmost limits, absorbing demonic energy, spiritual energy of 1453, soul energy 857. Wang Yan gazed at the numbers with delight. Moments like this filled him with joy, the sense of reward and the prospect of burgeoning strength. During the recent battle, he had expended 20 points of spiritual energy to maintain his peak state. The demon serpent had converted 490 points of spiritual energy and 230 points of soul energy. Consequently, he now possessed over 1,400 points of spiritual energy and more than 800 points of soul energy. Additionally, he had secured 100 points, bringing him a step closer to acquiring Earth-tier combat techniques. A bountiful harvest. Having dealt with the demon serpent, night was fast approaching. Wang Yan had no intention of returning. Since he had slayed the demon alone, he had resolved to spend the night in the mountains, aiming to break through to the 7th layer of the Long Rainbow realm. Enhancing his strength was paramount. Returning home was unnecessary. With each advancement in cultivation, his combat prowess would soar, allowing him to worry little about safety. Once he reached the pinnacle of the Long Rainbow realm, refining his abilities to their utmost limits, he would then consider returning. Training. At the Donglian, Wang Yan had yet to return. Feng Wei gazed at the empty room, a twinge of reluctance in her eyes, her expression slightly melancholic. Had Wang Yan found another place to stay, or was he alone in the wild?
Would he be in danger if he was by himself? What if he encountered a formidable demon? If he had sought another dwelling, did that mean he intended to part ways with her? The thoughts troubled Feng Wei, though she struggled to suppress them. The imprint that the young man had left in her heart was undeniable. Was it friendship, or something more? He wouldn't be reckless. Surely he possesses means of self-protection, she reassured herself. I must strive to cultivate diligently, to become stronger swiftly. I cannot allow a mere grey iron to dominate for long. Why should little Wang Yan be stronger than her? Cultivation, in the forest, bang, bang, Wang Yan practiced his QNGLing fist. The spiraling energy sliced through the air, echoing far into the stillness of the night. He pondered whether it might attract nearby martial artists or demons. A surge of spiritual energy poured into him, refined and absorbed by his body and true energy, nourishing and fortifying his meridians in the process. Wang Yan's cultivation soared. Swish, suddenly, a torrent of true energy surged within him, coiling around his form as a golden arc, extending a full 7 feet in length, resembling a true dragon. This was the breakthrough, the 7th layer of the Long Rainbow realm, late stage of the Long Rainbow. Wang Yan's combat power experienced a significant increase once more. Should he encounter a peak demon of the 9th layer, it would be considerably easier to vanquish, a relatively lighter task. However, if he faced another martial artist, he might find himself at a disadvantage, as martial artists were often more cunning than demons, and Wang Yan had comparatively less experience in combat against humans. With the attainment of the 7th layer, Wang Yan felt increasingly secure and confident. That night, he eliminated 3 more demons. The following day, in the morning and afternoon combined, he dispatched 5 additional demons. That night, Wang Yan's cultivation surged once more, reaching the 8th layer of the Long Rainbow realm. In a short span of time, he had broken through 2 layers. With his cultivation at the 8th layer of the Long Rainbow realm, Wang Yan's combat prowess reached its zenith, enabling him to contend with the vast majority of peak martial artists in this realm. Slaying demons became increasingly effortless. However, in pursuit of bodily refinement, Wang Yan intentionally moderated his cultivation to engage in fierce battles with demons, maximizing the utility of his efforts. This way, he gained spiritual energy while simultaneously benefiting. Yet, demons were not ordinary creatures. They relied on the original mountain beasts as their foundation. In the endless mountains, the demon beasts of the Long Rainbow realm were already considered to occupy a mid-tier position within the food chain. Their numbers were sparse, far fewer than those of the lower-tier insect beasts. Moreover, the time required for the transformation and corruption of demonic energy was considerably longer, necessitating a higher concentration of demonic energy. Consequently, their numbers dwindled, leaving Wang Yan with more idle time. Of course, Wang Yan remained focused on his training. Slaying demons was merely a means to refine his body, enhance his strength, and earn some points. He was in no rush. Yet someone else was feeling the pressure. Gao Jian, for he had suddenly noticed a marked decrease in the number of demons, nearly to the point of extinction. Just a few days prior, a similar anomaly had nearly led to disaster, and now, faced with this recurrence, Gao Jian promptly ventured into the mountains to investigate, concerned that the demons might be conspiring to launch a covert attack once more. Swish, Wang Yan severed the neck of yet another demon with a single strike. The 15th one. Spiritual energy 50-53 soul energy 28-37. Wang Yan glanced at his energy levels, gradually calming his mind from the previous night. Combined with the 12 demons he had vanquished, each had provided him with approximately 350 points of spiritual energy and 160 points of soul energy on average. After accounting for his breakthroughs and the energy consumed for training, he had attained his current values. These figures were not just sufficient for reaching the 9th layer of the Long Rainbow realm, but should also support the initial stages of the Earthly Tomb realm. Furthermore, they would cover the soul energy required for cultivating combat techniques. Once he acquired the techniques, he would ascend immediately upon breaking through it. Just as Wang Yan prepared to absorb the demonic energy, he suddenly sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 39. Demon, Zhou Xiaotang, who are you? Step forward. Wang Yan exclaimed suddenly, raising his gaze with authority. I am Gao Jian. The figure emerged. Were you the one who eradicated all the demons these past few days? Indeed, it was I. Wang Yan nodded. And who might you be? My name is Gao Jian, a sentry on this line, he introduced himself, taking a step closer. Do not approach. How can I trust your words? Just because you claim to be a sentry, how do I know you are not a disciple of the demon sect? Wang Yan swiftly brandished his spear, blocking Gao Jian's advance. Such caution was not unfounded. It was a prudent measure to avoid being ambushed by true agents of the dark arts. Fine, I won't come closer. I merely sensed an anomaly with the demons and came to investigate. Now that I know you are here slaying them and have not gathered your forces, I can rest easy. I shall take my leave. Should you require supplies, feel free to seek me out behind. After Gao Jian departed, Wang Yan could not quell the unrest within him.
The youth's visage was strikingly youthful, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, yet he possessed the combat prowess of a peak Longhong realm warrior. This was truly astonishing. What kind of prodigy was this? A member of a noble clan, a royal, he had not heard of anyone training in the vicinity of Xianyang Pass. Surely, he was of golden caliber. There must be a formidable protector of the Tianyuan realm nearby. I merely came to take a look, knowing nothing, and I will not speak of this outside.
Please do not silence me.
Once Gao Jin left, Wang Yan promptly absorbed the demonic energy, converting it into spiritual power 5435 soul power 3004. He dealt with the burnt remains of the demons before swiftly moving on. He shifted several miles away to a secluded spot, continuing to cultivate while awaiting the arrival of more demons. Fortune favored him. Scarcely had he practiced for a while when two demons appeared simultaneously. With a swift motion, Wang Yan charged in, facing off against the two creatures. He unleashed his full strength, overpowering the demons. However, soon enough, an unexpected third demon emerged. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Yan lay on the ground, gasping for breath.
He had successfully slain all three demons, a truly exhilarating experience. Spiritual power 6545 soul power 3543. Suddenly, Wang Yan furrowed his brow, sensing a prying presence. Demons did not spy, it was only humans who did. Had that person followed him again? With a swift motion, Wang Yan turned to see a pair of crimson eyes, infused with demonic energy, and disheveled hair. A demon, seeing that Wang Yan had noticed him, the demon turned to flee, wielding a long blade with only one arm. Sentry! Wang Yan's gaze sharpened as he quickly pursued.
This was a soldier of the Jin Kingdom, likely wounded in battle against the demons, subsequently tainted by demonic energy, transforming into a half-demon. A half-demon whose humanity had not yet completely vanished. There might still be hope for salvation. Wang Yan's speed was remarkable, employing the Qingtian body technique to its fullest extent. Though the half-demon may have once been a peak Longhong realm warrior, the taint of demonic energy and the loss of an arm had severely compromised his balance and speed, making him no match for Wang Yan. In a flash, Wang Yan blocked the half-demon's path. Observing the attire, he was convinced this was indeed a Jin person. With a roar, the half-demon, seeing his escape blocked, raised his blade and swung it at Wang Yan. Clang! Wang Yan's entwined dragon spear emerged, deftly deflecting the blade away. In his swift motion, he turned his spear, pointing the blade towards the ground. He would not aim his weapon at a soldier still possessing the will to serve his country.
Kill me! Please, end my suffering. The half-demon's eyes flickered with a glimmer of clarity, pleading desperately. Hurry, reduce me to ashes. You still possess awareness, perhaps there is a chance for salvation. Wang Yan replied, his gaze wavering. He found it difficult to strike the fatal blow. There is no hope at all. Truly, do not delay any further, please. Ah! The soldier urged, his eyes rapidly succumbing to the encroaching black energy. I wish to try. Wang Yan declared, striking the soldier's forehead with his palm. What are you doing? The soldier's rationality surged back, quickly admonishing him. The contact with his palm posed a risk, even without an open wound. Given the threat of demonic taint, the demonic energy was terrifying. He had even severed his own arm in vain. Yet, he had no strength to evade now. Slap! Wang Yan's palm connected with the soldier's head. Suck! He inwardly roared, attempting to absorb the demonic energy. However, it was futile. The yin-yang divine pearl within him showed no response, only absorbing the energy that had invaded his body. Alas, this mere trickle was insufficient to keep pace with the soldier's tainted essence. Why is this happening? Is it because there is a master, the person has not perished? Wang Yan found this hard to accept. If he must slay the individual to absorb the demonic energy, it may simply be due to his insufficient cultivation. The soldier staggered back a step, breaking the contact with Wang Yan's palm. Are you mad? What is your name? Wang Yan inquired. I am Zhou Xiaotang. The soldier replied, struggling to articulate. From the Zhou family of Xinchuan. The Zhou family of Xinchuan, a minor clan with only a Dizan realm protector, was far inferior to the 8 great families. Let me try once more. Wang Yan pressed his palm against Zhou Xiaotang's forehead again. Zhou Xiaotang was at a loss for words, as his consciousness began to fade once more. With determination, Wang Yan channeled his spiritual power into the meridians, not refining it, but directly feeding it into Zhou Xiaotang's mind to nourish his soul. Zhou Xiaotang had endured the taint of demonic energy for so long without losing all rationality, indicating a resolute willpower, rare among mortals. Yet as his body and internal energy succumbed to the demonic invasion, his soul lacked the energy for replenishment. Growing ever weaker, Wang Yan sought to provide spiritual sustenance. Regrettably, he could not transmit soul power. Otherwise, the effect would have been far greater as Xiaotang's eyes sparkled with renewed clarity, regaining some semblance of awareness. It is futile. Do not waste your efforts, my soul has already been tainted, gradually succumbing to the demon within.
Ultimately, this will only serve as sustenance for the demonic energy. Please, end my suffering and grant me a swift release. Wang Yan withdrew his hand. It was indeed useless, he was powerless to help. Please return my blade to me, Zhou Xiaotang smiled faintly before striking his palm against his own head. Chapter 040 of the 9th level of the Changhong realm in the Changyang city. At the Eastern Guest Inn, Wang Yan had not returned for 3 days, having remained in the mountains outside the city. Shen Wu remarked to Gu Yi, is this truly effective? Does he think he can surpass me this way? How naive and overconfident.
Gu Yi scoffed, shaking his head. Perhaps he has already fallen victim to the demons.
That Wang Yan may have some backing, 6th young master Qian Wu urged once more.
Enough of this. Gu Yi interrupted with a dismissive wave. He is merely at the 2nd level of the Changhong realm.
If he manages to break through to the Dizang realm within 3 years, I shall personally sever my head and present it to him.
6th young master. Qian Wu's face paled, glancing around to ensure no outsiders were within earshot.
Fortunately, it was only he and Zhang Zhong present. I shall prepare to break through to the 7th level of the Changhong realm.
Gu Yi declared resolutely. And no matter what, he vowed he would not be outdone.
Yes, were it not for Wei Wei's sake, he would not even be worthy of my notice.
With a flourish of his sleeve, Gu Yi retreated to his inner chamber to meditate.
At the Lord's manor, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in golden phoenix robes and a jeweled crown addressed Lu Hong, we have located the trail of the demonic adversaries, gather some martial artists of the 5th level of the Changhong realm or above, and we shall depart in 3 days to eradicate them.
Yes, your highness, Han will attend to this immediately, Lu Hong replied respectfully.
Wait a moment, Li Jinju interjected, waving her hand.
Those who accompany us will receive the Dizang martial arts technique, Mountainous Might. Mountainous Might.
Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting rapidly.
This technique was exclusive to the royal family of Jin, among the finest Dizang martial arts in the realm. The fact that it was being offered now stirred even his interest.
Your Highness, with the invasion of the demon horde, the northern region is in peril. We must bolster our strength with all available resources, Li Jinju asserted. Techniques are merely tools. If the demon horde breaches our defenses, the extinction of humanity renders all techniques useless. No matter how exceptional a technique may be, it requires a person to cultivate it. The ultimate outcome hinges on the individual.
Indeed, Your Highness, Han comprehends, Lu Hong acknowledged as he withdrew. He too sensed an impending crisis. Only those with cultivation at or above the Divine Sea realm would have any chance of survival amid the impending chaos.
The frontline situation is grim, Li Jinju mused, gazing southward from the window, her eyes filled with concern.
The demon horde is far too formidable. Xiantian cannot withstand them.
In another realm, Wang Yan incinerated the corpse of Zhou Xiaotang using demonic firestones, ensuring no residual demonic energy or soul was absorbed. He collected a small amount of ashes and grasped his battle blade. However, Wang Yan had no intention of returning just yet. Zhou Xiaotang was but one among countless defenders against the demon horde. The entire Xiantian was home to innumerable such valiant souls. His mission was to elevate himself to an invincible state, annihilating all demons and assaulting their stronghold. This was of utmost importance, all else must take a back seat. Wang Yan resolved to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Changhong realm before returning, attaining what he desired, and subsequently breaking through to the Dizang realm before departing from Jin. Achieving the pinnacle of the Changhong realm at merely 16 years of age would undoubtedly attract attention, even covetous glances. Thus, Wang Yan had to proceed with caution. Once he left Jin, the vast expanse of the world would be his playground. That very night, Wang Yan's cultivation broke through once again, reaching the 9th level of the Changhong realm. This came as no surprise, his spiritual energy was abundant, and as long as he followed the proper steps, he would reach the pinnacle of the Changhong realm, which was one zhang high. 2 days later, Wang Yan returned to Shenyang Pass, carrying Zhou Xiaotang's ashes and battle blade. Spiritual energy 9725, soul energy 5472. Wang Yan glanced at the figures, feeling indifferent and somewhat numb. In just a few days, he had slain 8 demons, bringing his total to 26. He had garnered over 10,000 points of spiritual energy, expending just over 1,000 for his breakthrough, leaving him with nearly 10,000 remaining. Even upon reaching the Dizang realm, he would likely be able to advance several levels. His soul energy was also plentiful, almost overwhelming. Simultaneously, Wang Yan had acquired 2,600 points of merit, which could be exchanged for martial arts techniques. Securing Dizang techniques would undoubtedly be beneficial, significantly enhancing his strength. Before long, Wang Yan arrived at the front of Shenyang Pass, ascending the city walls. Zhou Xiaotang of the Xinchuan Zhou family fell in battle at the front lines of District 18. I have returned with his ashes and battle blade.
Wang Yan proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing throughout half of South City. Zhou Xiaotang, he is dead, how could this be? Many nearby began to murmur in disbelief.
Zhou Xiaotang was well known within the military, having reached the pinnacle of the Changhong realm and being regarded as a formidable expert with significant potential for further breakthroughs. His generous and magnanimous nature had earned him in. Now, how could he have perished so easily? Another expert lost. With a clap, Lu Hang emerged from the city walls, his brow furrowed slightly.
Come inside. Wang Yan followed Lu Hong into the tower. Here are his ashes and battle blade. I hope you can deliver them to the Zhou family.
Very well, place them on the side table, Lu Hang replied nonchalantly. A surge of anger welled up within Wang Yan. Was a hero to be treated with such disregard? Yet, he quickly remembered that Lu Hong had likely been accustomed to such scenes after waiting here for an extended period. How many days had passed without dozens, if not hundreds, of lives lost at the front lines? Far too many. It had become so commonplace that people had grown numb to it. Thus, Wang Yan placed the ashes and battle blade on the side. I wish to exchange for combat skills and techniques.
Please present the merit chip.
Lu Hong extended his hand. With a swift motion, Wang Yan tossed it over. Liu Hong caught it, glancing at it in surprise.
You have slain 26 demons?
Of course. All slain by my hand. As Zhou Xiaotang's records are over there. Wang Yan pointed to the table. As Zhou Xiaotang had held the front line for an extended period and had undoubtedly slain far more than he. Good, Lu Hong waved his hand, producing a dozen or so tomes of martial arts techniques and spreading them out before Wang Yan.
You may choose as you wish.
Wang Yan stepped forward to examine the offerings: Flame Sun Sword, Wind Cloud Palm, 100 Cracks Leg, Flying Star Fist, Lioli Blade. These were combat techniques that, once mastered, could summon the essence of heaven and earth to enhance their wielder, Beast Sovereign Might, Extreme Yang Art. These were martial arts focused on honing the body, maximizing its potential. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yan chose the Flame Sun skill and reached for the Extreme Yang Art. The Extreme Yang Art combined with the Flame Sun Sword is too overwhelming. Your body may not withstand it. Here, I have a book on mountainous might, take a look. A melodious voice suddenly resonated from within, and a book flew forth. Wang Yan caught it and opened it to peruse. Indeed, this mountainous might was exceptional, far superior to what Lu Hong had presented. The key to the Dizang realm lay in absorbing the earth's power to forge the body, and mountainous might was the most fitting. If mastered, one could sense the powers of mountains and rivers, harnessing the strength of the earth. Chapter 041 Promise and Farewell. With a swish, Li Jinju emerged gracefully from the rear. Her demeanor was regal, her features exquisitely captivating, and her movements deliberate. In stark contrast to the youthful demeanor of Feng Wei, she had fully blossomed into maturity. Standing tall with a statuesque figure, she exuded an unparalleled elegance that made her unforgettable at a mere glance. The mountainous strength technique was a unique treasure of the royal palace, renowned throughout the realm as one of the most elite forms of martial arts.
How might I acquire it? Must I also slay 10 demons?
Wang Yan inquired, skeptical of any notion of a free lunch and suspecting that such a treasure would not be handed over without due cause. Otherwise, this enchanting lady would not have made her appearance. I have obtained information about the lair of the demonic sect and am preparing to lead a contingent to eradicate it. Those who join will have the opportunity to learn this mountainous strength technique, Li Jinju replied, her gaze sweeping over Wang Yan. His physique appeared unremarkable, his internal energy average, even slightly lacking in solidity. Yet, for one so young, he had already reached the pinnacle of the long rainbow realm, with only a trace of profound intent evident in his mind.
So, does this mean his comprehension surpasses that of ordinary individuals? The lair of the demonic sect. Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes instantly alight with excitement.
Under different circumstances, he might have hesitated, but the prospect of annihilating the demonic stronghold compelled him to join. In the endless mountains, he queried.
Indeed, Li Jinju affirmed with a nod. Very well, I accept, Wang Yan declared, having made up his mind.
It aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. Besides, once he embarked on this journey, there would be no turning back.
Could I receive the mountainous strength technique beforehand?
With a swift motion, Li Jinju retracted it.
Not until you board the ship.
Reluctantly, Wang Yan accepted the Flame Sun Sword in another tome, 100 Cracks Leg.
Then I shall take these too. I can offer you another, Li Jinju said with a smile, tossing him the Wind and Cloud Palm. What does this mean? Wang Yan questioned, perplexed. Are you concerned that I might not have enough to cultivate? Lu Hong also appeared bewildered. Why does His Highness extend such special treatment to this lad?
Thank you, Wang Yan said, cupping his hands in gratitude.
Could the remainder be exchanged for gold and silver, as well as elixirs? Wang Yan requested.
Lu Hong waved for someone to assist. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Yan departed. Liu Hong entered the inner chamber.
Your Highness, why treat him with such distinction? Is he truly so exceptional?
At such a tender age, he has already broken through to the pinnacle of the Long Rainbow realm.
Do you not find that remarkable? Li Jinju inquired coolly. Perhaps he has consumed some potent elixir. Simply fortunate, Lu Hong dismissed.
It is not unusual for one so young to reach such a level. It has happened before. Achieving the earthly tomb realm is not a significant feat. Below the celestial origin realm, individuals are merely in the foundational stage, where innate constitution plays a dominant role. Should he reach the celestial origin realm, he may surpass your achievements in the future.
What? Lu Heng's mouth fell open in disbelief.
How can this be? I refuse to believe it. Martial skills are recorded in the mind, and the manuals cannot be taken away.
Moreover, they cannot be casually shared. Wang Yan's current martial arts level, combined with the strength of his spirit, poses no issue. Therefore, he memorized them and left.
Combat techniques require one to be at least at the earthly tomb realm to cultivate, preferably at the 5th level or higher. This is because combat skills involve the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Insufficient cultivation can easily lead to backlash from these energies, potentially resulting in severe injury. Thus, Wang Yan is currently unable to cultivate them.
Upon leaving the city tower, Wang Yan made his way directly to the East Inn.
At that moment, Fang Wei had also returned.
You've come back. Fang Wei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Wang Yan.
Yes,
Wang Yan replied, extending the coiling. Do you wish to sever our friendship? Must it be so serious? Wang Yan shook his head, speechless. No, I am leaving. Leaving, where to? Back to Chungyang County. Fang Wei pressed, secretly relieved that it wasn't a complete severance.
Perhaps to a very far-away place, Wang Yan said, looking southward.
A very far-away place? Fang Wei echoed, startled by his gaze. You mean indeed, the southern region of Zhengzhou, Wang Yan confirmed with a nod. There is nothing that cannot be said.
Soon, my name will resound throughout the entire Xiantian realm, he added. Fang Wei was left speechless, unable to comprehend why a mere martial artist like Wang Yan would need to venture forth.
Is it truly necessary? Thank you for the spear.
It has aided me greatly, Wang Yan said, placing the long spear into Fang Wei's hands.
But I originally gifted it to you. Are you saying you no longer need it? Fang Wei questioned, swallowing hard to suppress her doubts.
I do need it, Wang Yan replied. Even upon reaching the celestial origin realm, a high-grade profound weapon remains useful.
Hold on to the spear, and in the future, return a better one to me.
Fang Wei pressed the coiling dragon spear back into Wang Yan's hands. He regarded the weapon, then looked at the girl before nodding in acceptance. Very well, I shall present you with a divine artifact in the future.
A divine artifact? Fang Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the notion. All right, I shall await it.
I always keep my word, Wang Yan assured her, unless I were to fall and no longer be here.
When do you depart? Fang Wei inquired, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Tomorrow, Wang Yan replied, as he was set to join Li Jinju and the others. Tomorrow? So soon?
Fang Wei's smile faltered, her gaze fixed on Wang Yan in a daze. She truly felt reluctant to part ways. He was her only ordinary friend since venturing out.
Thus, I have come to inform you, Wang Yan shrugged.
Suddenly, she reached out, embracing Wang Yan tightly. He stood frozen in place, caught off guard.
All right, I understand now. Fang Wei exclaimed abruptly, releasing him and turning away.
You may go, may you have a safe journey and take care.
Perhaps I shall occasionally think of you in the future.
By the way, I have one more favor to ask of you, Wang Yan said, producing a bundle.
What?
Fang Wei turned back, her expression serious, her ears flushed.
Could you deliver this to Nanshan village? Wang Yan extended the package toward her.
Very well, I shall take care of it. Fang Wei accepted the bundle.
Is there anything else? Nothing else, Wang Yan said, turning to leave. Then go, make haste. Fang Wei waved her hand. Farewell, Wang Yan stepped away. Is he truly gone? Fang Wei watched his retreating figure, her heart feeling slightly heavy.
Leaving the East Inn, Wang Yan strolled along the street, the spear in hand, contemplating purchasing some provisions. Additionally, he needed to find an inn, or else he would have nowhere to stay that night.
Wang Yan. Shuizhan and Zhou Chang appeared. What brings you here? Out for a stroll alone? Shuizhan teased. Shouldn't you be with Miss Fong?
I haven't seen you for several days, Zhou Chang added with a smile.
I've been busy with my training, Wang Yan replied.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be this strong at your age, Shuizhan remarked, acknowledging Wang Yan's hard work, though he felt he could never compare. Persistence in cultivation can be challenging, maintaining a high level of efficiency over time is difficult.
I have broken through to the 9th level of qi gathering, Zhou Chang declared joyfully. Congratulations!
Strive to break through to the Long Rainbow Realm soon, Wang Yan encouraged, cupping his hands in salute. Slaying ordinary demonic creatures would be significantly simpler now that Zhou Chang had reached the 9th level. Wang Yan's thoughts drifted to the left, pondering the uncertain future. Chapter 042. The Third Princess. Is it time for fulfillment? Reaching the Long Rainbow Realm is not as simple as it seems, Zhou Chang shook his head. In truth, it is quite straightforward. Wang Yan countered. Practice more. Yes, practice more. Zhou Chang nodded repeatedly. With ample practice, one will inevitably break through to the Long Rainbow Realm sooner or later. Certain elixirs can also aid in this endeavor. Currently, in this border region, anything one desires is readily available. Practice more. Shuizhan wholeheartedly agreed. Martial prowess is cultivated through rigorous training. As long as one is willing to learn and seek guidance, continuous improvement is assured. Achieving a breakthrough to the Long Rainbow Realm is indeed not difficult. What proves challenging is the journey beyond the threshold. By the way, I must depart from the Jin Kingdom for a while. You may not see me again for some time, Wang Yan stated. Since we've crossed paths, I thought it best to inform you, so you need not ponder my absence later. Departing, Shuizhan was taken aback. This is not the right moment for such a decision. Could there be matters of which he is unaware? Just a few minor issues, so take care of yourselves in my absence. Wang Yan offered no further elaboration, only his best wishes. After a brief exchange, he took his leave. Perhaps he has joined the Fong family or caught the attention of some noble. Shuizhan stroked his chin in contemplation. Is it truly surprising for someone of Wang Yan's caliber to be noticed? Zhou Chang turned towards his residents. Those who cultivate swiftly and possess striking looks, even if they cannot wed the legitimate daughter of the Fong family, could still marry a branch member. I've heard that the maids of the Fong family are exceptionally beautiful. Am I not handsome? Shuizhan touched his chin, his eyes suddenly brightening. Indeed, how did I not think of that? The following morning, Wang Yan arrived at the designated gathering place at the city lord's mansion. At this moment, over 20 masters of the Long Rainbow Realm had already assembled, all of whom were at least of the 5th rank. Among them, the majority were at the 8th and 9th ranks of the Long Rainbow Realm. Due to their formidable strength, they were the closest to the earthly Toon Realm. To achieve a breakthrough, one must be willing to take some risks. Wang Yan spotted Ning Jun and the tall figure he had encountered in the mountains. Gao Jian. One was at the 8th rank and the other at the 9th rank of the Long Rainbow Realm, both formidable experts. Gao Jian's eyes lit up upon seeing Wang Yan, and he quickly approached with a smile. Now you believe I am a guard, don't you? Wang Yan nodded nonchalantly. What difference does it make whether you are a guard or not? He felt reluctant to draw close to anyone, especially those of average talent, for fear of being hurt. Are you alone? Ning Jun also walked over, gazing at Wang Yan in surprise. He should be accompanying Miss Fong, and if his memory served him correctly, Wang Yan was merely at the 2nd rank of the Long Rainbow Realm. Is this even a gathering for those of the 2nd rank? Is it not permissible for one to come alone? Wang Yan retorted. Ning Jun raised an eyebrow. His initial greeting was made out of consideration for the 5th Miss Fong, not simply for a 2nd rank Long Rainbow cultivator. Do you know him? Gao Jian looked at his brother in astonishment. I was about to ask the same. How do you know him? Did you encounter him on the road? Ning Jun was equally puzzled. Gao Jin seldom returned from the front lines. I met him on the battlefield. This young brother possesses remarkable strength, effortlessly slaying a demon. Gao Jin laughed. He was certain that Wang Yan belonged to one of the 8 prominent families. What, slaying a demon? Ning Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Gao Jin and Wang Yan. How is that possible? When did a 2nd rank Long Rainbow cultivator acquire the ability to slay demons of the 7th or 8th rank? This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, is there a problem? Gao Jian was perplexed. Wasn't Ning Jun acquainted with him? What is going on? But he is only at the 2nd rank. Ning Jun's voice trailed off. If the truth did not align with the facts, there could only be one explanation. His cultivation must be above the 2nd rank, likely at the 7th rank or higher, yet, his talent is merely of the gray iron level.
Has he concealed his true abilities? How could he possibly deceive the special testing crystal? Enough of this line of thought. Once we reach the battlefield, we must look out for one another, Gao Jian interjected, shifting the conversation to matters at hand. Heading to the lair of the demonic path, we are bound to encounter numerous dark creatures, which poses significant danger. Forming temporary battle alliances is our best course of action, agreed. Wang Yan nodded, in complete accord. The battlefield is intricate and chaotic. Who knows what circumstances may arise? If someone lends a hand at a crucial moment, it would make all the difference. Suddenly, a contingent of over 10 individuals emerged from within the mansion, marching forth with great grandeur. At the forefront was the resplendently attired Li Jinju, the third princess, flanked by the golden genius El Hong, followed closely by Li, Gu Yi, and Feng Wei. Wang Yan furrowed his brows. Why has she come? She is only at the 4th rank of the Long Rainbow Realm, even with family heirlooms. This is far too perilous. This is Her Highness, the third princess of the Jin Kingdom, El Hong introduced to the crowd. The third princess, gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. They had not anticipated that the royal family's third princess would personally attend to the Li family, the most powerful clan in the Jin Kingdom. Greetings, Your Highnesses. Greetings, Your Highness. The assembly bowed in unison. Please rise. There is no need for kneeling. Li Jinju raised her hand gently, and an invisible force lifted everyone, straightening their postures. Furthermore, Her Highness is also a formidable cultivator of the Sea of Divine Spirits, El Hong added. The Sea of Divine Spirits, the Sea of Divine Spirits. The crowd was astounded, gazing incredulously at the third princess, Li Jinju. Public records indicated that she was still quite young, merely in her 30s, yet she had already reached the Sea of Divine Spirits. This was astonishing. Truly, she is worthy of being a descendant of the royal Li family. It is said that the most talented among them is the 7th princess, Li Jinfeng. All right, it seems everyone is present. Let us set forth, Li Jinju declared, gesturing with her hand. A resplendent white jade ship materialized, exquisitely crafted and finely detailed, rapidly expanding to a massive size of 10 zhang. The group began to ascend board the ship. El Hong signaled whoosh. The crowd swiftly leapt aboard, totaling over 30 individuals. Whoosh, Li Jinju piloted the ship skyward, heading southward. Once the vessel stabilized, Wang Yan approached Feng Wei. What brings you here? To slay demons and eradicate evil. Feng Wei blinked her large. What? Am I not allowed to come? Do you believe you should be here? Wang Yan inquired. Shouldn't I? Why not? Feng Wei questioned. Puzzled, Wang Yan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Feng Wei could choose her own path, and with El Hong and Li Jinju present, it was unlikely she would encounter any danger. Moreover, she must have her own means of protection. In terms of survival ability, she likely surpassed him. I spoke out of turn, he thought, turning away. Feng Wei was incensed. What a stubborn fool. Young man, I've heard you've been diligently practicing lately. Have you made any progress? Gu Yi chuckled, blocking Wang Yan's path with a smile. Does young Master Gu also take an interest in our little roles? Wang Yan teased. Just a casual remark, Gu Yi replied, his expression shifting rapidly. And now, tell me how you managed to get on board. You may inquire with Her Highness, the third princess, over there, Wang Yan replied with a smile, gesturing toward the bow of the ship. You, Gu Yi gritted his teeth. Did he dare to ask? Even El Hong, with his golden physique, was obedient in the presence of the third princess. Very well, I'll grant you some credit for that. However, we are heading to the lair of the demonic path, so be sure to exercise caution. Don't get yourself into trouble. I'm counting on you to break through to the Earthly Tomb Realm, Gu Yi warned. Earthly Tomb Realm, indeed. Wang Yan moved toward the ship's bow. Your Highness, Princess, you mentioned that once aboard, you would grant me the martial arts techniques. Is it time to fulfill that promise? Chapter 043 The Might of the Mountains. The demon nest. A profound silence enveloped the spacecraft as everyone stared in astonishment at Wang Yan, who dared to speak so brazenly to the third princess. Ning Jun gaped in disbelief. Was he not afraid? Could this young man perhaps possess an extraordinary background? Gao Jian's conviction deepened. Wang Yan must undoubtedly hail from an uncommon lineage, otherwise, he would not have the audacity to behave so casually before the third princess. Gu Yi fell silent, fearing that even the slightest disturbance might draw repercussions. This reckless youth, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, should brace himself for the third princess's wrath. It was rumored that she was quite haughty. Lui was left speechless, his mouth agape. Setting aside his identity, he was a formidable presence in the Divine Sea realm, a pinnacle many aspired to throughout their lives. Was he in such a rush? It seemed he yearned to break through to the earthly foundation realm swiftly. Li Jinju turned around with a smile, casually producing a tome that he tossed to Wang Yan. Your Highness, a token of appreciation. Wang Yan received the manual, expressed his gratitude, and retreated to a corner to delve into its teachings. Previously, he had only skimmed the outline,
but possessing it now revealed the complete methodology of cultivation. Truly, it was the pinnacle of techniques, exceedingly challenging. In merely 2 words, it was demanding. Achieving mastery was no easy feat. The text succinctly outlined 2 prerequisites. First, possessing a golden body was ideal, as it facilitated cultivation. Second, to truly ascend to the pinnacle, one must acquire a treasured dragon essence. Dragon essence, the quintessence of mountains and rivers, was the most suitable foundation for the earthly foundation realm. Incredibly precious, a single drop was worth at least 100,000 gold, yet it remained elusive, monopolized by powerful factions. Of course, one could still cultivate without these 2 items, but only a simplified version, resulting in significantly diminished power compared to the original. Thus, Wang Yan closed the manual, lost in contemplation. Should he embark on this path of cultivation? If so, how should he proceed? Wang Yan was unwilling to settle for a truncated version. If he were to cultivate, it must be the original, striving for ultimate mastery, reaching the zenith. Otherwise, it would be better not to practice at all. However, he first needed to procure dragon essence. Wang Yan's gaze drifted towards the endless mountain range below. Dragon essence could be found in abundance within these mountains, yet locating it would be a Herculean task. With a swift motion, Wang Yan rose and returned the manual to Li Jinju.
Your Highness, I have examined it thoroughly. What do you think? Li Jinju inquired, naturally seeking his opinion on the technique.
Good, very good, Wang Yan affirmed. Li Jinju chuckled. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I can grant you a drop of dragon essence. Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback, a ripple of surprise coursing through him. Li Jinju, the 3rd princess, held such a high regard for him. However, to think she would attempt to win him over with just a single drop of dragon essence. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Oh, that I wish you success in your endeavors, Li Jinju.
What an opportunity! Cao Jian hastened forward, lowering his voice.
Everyone has their own aspirations, Wang Yan replied succinctly, then resumed his previous position, meditating to refine his true energy. Cao Jian regarded himself with— What did he mean by that? Did he imply that he lacked ambition? Fang Wei had expected Wang Yan would never acquiesce. Once he resolved to distance himself, it was impossible for him to remain ensnared in the state of Jin. In truth, she had hoped Wang Yan would agree. Rest assured, I will protect you. I still have the life-saving talisman my elder brother provided, Louis assured, thumping his chest. The demonic sorcerers had established numerous strongholds within the This time, they had dispatched 10 formidable warriors from the Divine Sea realm to obliterate the sorcerer's lair. Li Jinju and her companions were heading towards the stronghold, situated approximately 30,000 miles from Shenyang Pass. Of course, they were not the only ones. The Han US Sword sect had also sent experts from the Divine Sea realm. Additionally, a Divine Sea expert from the royal family was monitoring the stronghold's exterior. The flight would take about a day and a night before they finally arrived in the vicinity. The spacecraft halted before a towering mountain. A young man and an elderly figure descended upon flying swords. 3rd Princess, Senior Brother Asian, Senior Brother Iguan, Li Jinju greeted them politely. She had once studied at the Han US Sword sect and was a true disciple of the sect. Among them, Asian was the elder, while Iguan was the youth, both formidable figures in the Divine Sea realm. This time, we have brought 30 disciples, Asian announced, gesturing as a sword ship appeared, carrying 30 tall and robust swordsmen. Their collective strength surpassed that of those aboard the spacecraft. Among them, there were 5 who had reached the earthly foundation realm, the weakest being at the 3rd layer, and the strongest at the 7th layer. The remaining disciples were all at least at the 7th layer of the Long Rainbow realm.
Lu Hong.
The earthly foundation's 7th layer warrior immediately recognized Lu Hong, raising an eyebrow with an arrogant expression.
Zhong Shang.
Lu Hong returned the gaze. Zhong Shang, a scion of one of the 8 great families, possessed a golden body. However, while Zhong Shang had joined the Han US Sword sect, Lu Hong had enlisted in the military. They were of similar age, often competing against each other, and their rivalry sparked as soon as they met.
2nd brother.
Gu Yi also spotted a familiar face. Gu Jingzhou, the 2nd son of the Gu family and a 3rd layer earthly foundation warrior.
Since we have arrived, let us depart, Asian declared. Very well, Li Jinju nodded.
Thus, the group set forth towards their objective, a colossal mountain stretching over 10 miles and towering over 1,000 feet, once lush and verdant, now transformed into a den of demonic sorcerers, a veritable lair of monstrosities. The entire mountain was tainted, shrouded in darkness. Countless demonic creatures surged forth from within, darting in all directions. This is the place, Elder. She is already in position, Li Jinju communicated with Yizhen and Yiguang.
Excellent, let us arrange the formation. Yizhen and Yiguang responded.
Each produced a precious mirror, channeling their divine power into it to commence the formation. In no time, the formation activated, and a massive golden barrier emerged, continuously absorbing the energy of the sun above, enveloping the entire mountain.
You wretches!
A hoarse voice echoed from the mountain.
Do you think you can capture this demon lord so easily? Impossible, children, charge!
In a tumultuous rush, thousands of demonic creatures surged forth from the mountain's depths, hurtling towards the barrier. With a resounding clash, the creatures met the solar barrier, swiftly disintegrating into nothingness as their demonic energy was annihilated. The power of the sun was one of the few forces capable of counteracting demonic energy. However, with so many creatures, they could continuously expend their strength.
Kill! Li Jinju commanded, leading the charge into the formation.
With a mere flick of her sword energy, dozens of demonic creatures were reduced to mere fragments, plummeting to the ground naturally. Her target was not the common demonic beasts, but the sorcerers nestled deep within the mountain. The ordinary creatures were left to her comrades.
Kill!
Lu Hong leaped from the spacecraft, spearheading the onslaught. There was no need to concern themselves with the aerial threats, they only needed to slay those that fell to the ground or were flying low, while 3 additional experts from the Divine Sea realm remained outside, also engaging in the extermination efforts.
Chapter 044 Royal Magic Crystal. True King's sword. Countless magical creatures descended like raindrops within the luminous barrier, and Wang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could absorb even a mere fraction of these creatures, it would likely suffice to elevate his cultivation to the celestial origin realm, wouldn't it? The temptation was overwhelming. Kill, charge! The individuals around him leapt from the ship, hurtling towards the magical entities. With a swift motion, swoosh, 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 he commenced a relentless slaughter. At the pinnacle of the long rainbow realm, mastering the Azure Dragon Fist, Wang Yan's combat prowess was formidable. Even against those at the Earthly Toon realm, he could hold his own. Now, he unleashed his full potential, showcasing his strength without reservation. In an instant, he dispatched over 10 creatures. Gu Yi looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? Is this truly the peak of the long rainbow realm? No way, absolutely impossible. Was this an illusion? Gu Yi hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again. No, it was undoubtedly Wang Yan. Young master, I told you, Wang Yan has concealed his strength, Chen Wu remarked. Is he really this strong? Zheng Zhong's expression turned serious, laden with gravity. His speed and technique, coupled with a long spear, are perfectly suited to counter him. Gu Yi shot a glance at Chen Wu. You seem to know everything. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Why didn't you conduct a thorough investigation? He must have recently employed secret methods to enhance his abilities. He couldn't have broken through to the Earthly Toon realm. Indeed, even if he were at the peak of the long rainbow realm, it was not guaranteed he could transcend to the Earthly Toon realm. Statistically, only 1 in 10 manages that. His foundation is unstable. Even if he were to break through, it would take at least 3 years. Young master, Qian Wu's expression was complex. Enough chatter, let us slay the demons. Gu Yi swung his sword, launching himself into the fray. Kill, kill, kill. Only by slaying demons could he vent the fury within him. Were they to lose, to slay true demons? No. Wang Yan, with a casual glance, suddenly froze. Is that Wang Yan? How can he resemble him so closely? Yet that power, no, it cannot be Wang Yan, he must be mistaken. They merely share a semblance, but whereas Wang Yan Yufengwei had a growing suspicion but was still shocked anew. Just previously, he was at the 4th level of the long rainbow realm. Did he conceal this from her? It seemed unlikely, yet if he hadn't concealed it, it was simply impossible, absolutely impossible. Kill, kill. Wang Yan was exhilarated, weaving through the chaos and striking down foes. These magical creatures were significantly more formidable than those that had attacked the Gene Kingdom. Each possessed the strength of the 2nd or 3rd level of the long rainbow realm. The spiritual energy he could assimilate was correspondingly greater, estimating at least 30 to 40 units. If he could slay 1,000, he would no longer have to worry about reaching the celestial origin realm. Wang Yan dispatched 1 creature with each thrust, sometimes even 2. It was effortless, devoid of any pressure. He hardly needed to concern himself with danger. The area was filled with experts, all engaged in fierce combat. Others were somewhat more cautious, not as reckless as he, wary of being splattered by demonic blood or injured by magical beasts. Even so, they swiftly cleared a substantial area, quickly converging towards Gao Jian and Ning Jun. You're being far too reckless. Gao Jian cautioned. What if something goes awry? Just perform
He was entirely confident the Azure Dragon Fist excelled in agility, and he had honed his skills to an extraordinary level, nearly embodying the essence of the technique. Dealing with individual foes far weaker than himself was mere child's play. He had complete control. Ning Jun remained silent. The stronger Wang Yan became, the safer they would be together. Over there, Wang Yan pointed towards Feng Wei and Lui. He felt it was his duty to look out for Feng Wei, ensuring mutual protection.
After all, was there not slaughter to be had there as well? All right.
Gao Jian and Ning Jun had no objections. They were more than willing to forge connections with the Feng family.
Let us go.
He was not in a hurry to collect demonic energy. It was too conspicuous. Once all the magical creatures had been vanquished, he would apply to take charge of the battlefield cleanup, allowing him to collect freely. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the mountains, shaking the very earth. Li Jinju and a young man in a black robe appeared, hovering in midair. Your Highness the Third Princess, you are indeed formidable, worthy of being one of the unparalleled talents of the Jin Kingdom.
Ha ha ha, do you truly believe that this means victory for you?
The black-robed youth's complexion was ashen, his lips dark as ink, yet he wore a sinister smile. He showed no sign of being encircled by 4 experts of the Divine Sea Realm. Meanwhile, the magical creatures he had meticulously cultivated were rapidly dwindling.
Do you possess any other means? Reveal them. Li Jinju brandished a golden sword, unafraid.
I have my trump cards, surely you have yours?
She had the entire Jin Kingdom as her backing. Indeed, very soon, the black-robed youth's expression turned enigmatic.
Swoosh, upon the ground, including the mountains, a plethora of dark magical runes ignited, densely packed, covering a radius of several miles, swiftly absorbing all magical spirits and blood.
Quick, stop it.
Li Jinju shouted urgently, immediately slashing her sword towards the black-robed youth, the sword light enveloping an area of several dozen meters. Simultaneously, Yijin and the elder of the Li family also unleashed their attacks, dismantling the magical runes on the ground and mountains. The sword light gleamed, and sword chi surged forth. Numerous magical runes shattered. Bang! The black-robed youth held a pitch-black crystal the size of a human head, blocking Li Jinju's sword energy, releasing a blinding black light that upheld the demonic formation. Boom! The protective barrier of the Four Suns formation was shattered, and torrents of black demonic energy spread out, enveloping the area for miles. This was the magic crystal of a royal-level magical beast, brimming with the purest essence of demonic energy from the demon realm, capable of corrupting and devouring anything. Today, this demon lord shall refine you all into demons, aiding me in achieving my grand ambition in becoming the sovereign of this northwestern.
Ha 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 ha.
The black-robed youth cackled maniacally.
Dream on.
Li Jinju radiated an orange-red glow, flickering like a candle flame. Clang! She drew a blue long sword, infusing it with divine power, a unique aura. Swoosh! With a gentle downward sweep, a blue sword light flashed, cleaving the demonic formation in two.
True King's sword. The black-robed youth's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and rage.
The true King's sword. That can only be forged by those at the royal level, imbued with royal martial arts, far more potent than mere magic crystals.
However, it will be useless. Let us see how many times you can wield it. Ultimately, that sword shall belong to me.
Li Jinju's complexion paled slightly. She was indeed at a disadvantage. The true King's sword could only unleash 3 strikes at most before she would lose her combat effectiveness.
Without the power of the true King's sword, even the 3 Divine Sea experts would struggle to withstand the black-robed youth's might. Chapter 045 of the Hall of the Celestial King, 10,000-year stone milk. With a flurry of activity, Wang Yan, accompanied by Gao Jian and Ning Jun, charged towards the vicinity of Feng Wei and Lui. It truly is you!
Lui exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief.
How can this be possible? How can you be so single-minded?
Wang Yan succinctly replied with 4 words, continuing his onslaught against the demonic entities. Single-minded.
Lui's expression shifted dramatically. He comprehended Wang Yan's implication with clarity. It was a critique of his distractions, suggesting he devoted insufficient energy to his cultivation. Was this the reason? No, that couldn't be right. Even if he trained as diligently as Wang Yan, he should not possess such prowess. This Wang Yan was undoubtedly beyond the mere gray iron talent. He was surely concealing something. The testing crystal could have been erroneous or missed something. Moreover, Wang Yan had consistently concealed his cultivation level from them. Vivi, focus on slaying the demons. Feng Wei interjected, turning away.
She had no interest in discussing trivial matters with Lui. Those concerns were utterly meaningless. She had long recognized Wang Yan's exceptional nature. She could not afford to lag behind, facing more than 3 demonic entities simultaneously. Let our true cultivation levels do the talking. Wang Yan distanced himself from him, Finding the situation tedious. If mere words were effective, what need would there be for cultivation at all? Shen Wu and Zhang Zhong guarded him warily, as if he were a thief. Suddenly, Wang Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Just moments ago, he had sensed a subtle movement within the yin-yang divine pearl in his mind. The pearl was stirring. Such an occurrence was rare and unprecedented. Could there be some treasure nearby? What's wrong? Fang Wei leaped over. At that moment, the young man in the black robe began to set a formation, shrouding the area in dark light. The demonic energy from the slain demonic corpses was extracted entirely, transforming into a thick mist, and the surroundings rapidly dimmed. Wang Yan's heart sank. He felt a profound loss. All his demonic energy was gone. In a swift motion, Wang Yan wrapped his arm around Fang Wei's slender waist and dashed back to the spot where the yin-yang divine pearl had reacted, forcefully stomping the ground beneath them. With a whoosh, Wang Yan and Fang Wei suddenly fell into a subterranean chamber. What just happened? Gao Jian, Ning Jun, and others looked around in confusion, seemingly having just fallen into a hole. Louis swiftly flew to the location where Wang Yan and Fang Wei had landed, having kept a vigilant eye on Fang Wei's situation. Before him lay a large, 2-meter-wide pit, bottomless and ominous. A hole! A hole! Gao Jian and Ning Jun's eyes brightened with excitement just as they encountered a crisis. A path to safety had revealed itself. However, before they could take action, boom, the earth trembled violently, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. Suddenly, everything was transformed. Li Jinju was poised to strike at the true form of the young man in the black robe with her true king's sword when, in an instant, the world spun around her, and she found herself in a remarkably unique space. The air was refreshingly crisp, and the aura was extraordinarily abundant. The heavens were vast, and the mountains loomed like dark emeralds. Nestled among the peaks stood a magnificent golden temple, radiating an air of mystery and majesty. Through her keen sight, Li Jinju could faintly discern the 3 grand characters, Hall of the Celestial King. Li Jinju's expression shifted, her heart raced with exhilaration. According to ancestral records, her family's true ancestor had attained the true king realm after traversing a mysterious place known as the Hall of the Celestial King. Simultaneously, as Li Jinju entered the space of the hall, Yizhen, Yi Guang, the black-robed youth Lu Hong, Zhong Shang, Gu Jingzhou, Gu Yi, Lu, Gao Jian, Ning Jun, and disciples from the Hangyue sword sect all found themselves within this realm, albeit scattered randomly throughout. In one subterranean chamber, Wang Yan and Fang Wei stood in a daze. Wang Yan had initially believed it to be merely a shallow pit of several meters, but they had slid down for a full quarter of an hour. He held Fang Wei in a position of descent, racing forward at full speed, ultimately arriving in the elongated underground space before them, akin to a dragon boat gliding straight ahead. What are we doing here? Fang Wei inquired. Searching for treasure, Wang Yan replied. It should be treasure. Treasure? Fang Wei stared at the space ahead, her expression contemplative. What sort of treasure could possibly be here? I'm not sure. Let us explore, Wang Yan said, taking Fang Wei's hand as they ventured deeper. The lighting was dim, and the dangers remained unknown. They could only rely on each other for support as they proceeded cautiously. As they delved further, the space expanded, illuminated by an increasing number of luminescent substances, growing ever brighter. Soon, they found themselves in what resembled a fairy tale realm, filled with stalactites, crystals, and peculiar flora. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, enchanting and invigorating. Wang Yan and Fang Wei exchanged a glance, their caution heightened. However, upon listening intently, they detected no signs of life within. After traversing approximately 200 meters, a metallic sound reminiscent of dripping mercury echoed, crisp yet resonant. Wang Yan and Fang Wei swiftly turned their gaze towards the source. They beheld a stone platform over 2 meters away, standing half a meter tall. At its center lay a small basin measuring 2 feet square, and above it was a lifelike dragon head carved from white jade, its scales, horns, and fangs exquisitely detailed. 10,000-year stone milk. Fang Wei exclaimed, dashing to the basin, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the pool brimming with milky white liquid. 10,000-year stone milk. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled. What is its purpose? It's a premier earth treasure for foundational cultivation in the Earth Store realm. Fang Wei declared, bubbling with excitement. Oh, how does it compare to dragon essence? Wang Yan inquired. Not the same, Fang Wei shook her head. 10,000-year stone milk is more versatile, suitable for all physiques, while dragon essence is more potent and domineering, best suited for those with the golden physique. Comparatively, dragon essence possesses greater potential, being the essence of mountains and rivers, more attuned to the earth. Can the two be used together? Wang Yan asked again, aware 10,000-year stone milk is the finest option for female warriors. Dragon essence. Wang Yan's gaze swept across the underground space. His goal lay with the dragon essence. Although 10,000-year stone milk was remarkable, it was not suitable for cultivating the mountainous strength technique. Surely, dragon essence must be present in this area. Upon seeing Wang Yan's expression, Feng Wei immediately understood his train of thought. 10,000-year stone milk and dragon essence tip. Since they had found the former, the latter must also exist nearby. The vast pool of 10,000-year stone milk indicated that no one had ventured here for at least 100,000 years, accumulating over such a lengthy period. Thus, dragon essence was undoubtedly present. Let us hasten our search. Wang Yan urged, a sense of urgency in his voice. He was eager to cultivate the mountainous strength technique and break through to the Earthstore realm. Regrettably, the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl remained unresponsive. Otherwise, Chapter 046 Dragon Essence, Foundation Establishment. Let me assist you in your search. Feng Wei declared, wielding her sword as she meticulously scanned the surroundings. Wang encircled the white jade dragon head, seeking the dragon's body. It was evident that this place had been altered by ancient hands, devoid of traps or dangers. The dragon head was certainly related to the dragon essence. The challenge lay in locating the dragon's body. Unfortunately, neither of them possessed the skills of dragon seeking or vein determining techniques, relying solely on their keen eyesight and a measure of luck. After a thorough search spanning 100 meters, they found nothing. Feng Wei cast a glance at Wang Yan, a blend of helplessness and slight embarrassment in her expression. She felt she had not been of much assistance to him. Wang Yan's gaze flickered as he pondered the significance of the dragon essence. I wonder if the Azure Dragon Fist might be of any use, though. It seems unrelated to the dragon essence unless one has encountered a true dragon. Feng Wei furrowed her brows slightly. Let's give it a try. Wang Yan activated the Azure Dragon energy, channeling its true essence with all his might. Suddenly, a vivid, inch-long illusion of a true dragon materialized before his brow, lifelike and vibrant. Wang Yan manipulated the essence, causing it to resonate with the This essence was born from the quintessence of mountain and earth, thus holding a connection, however slight, to the true dragon. His Azure Dragon essence had also emerged from a profound understanding of the heavenly way, harmonizing with the essence itself. In a sudden turn, a portion of the stone wall in the subterranean space glimmered with a golden light, reminiscent of an orange lantern. Without hesitation, Wang Yan dashed forward, extending his hand to absorb the essence with a dragon's claw. A golden yellow liquid, as large as a walnut, flew forth, suspended between his 5 fingers. Yet, Wang Yan felt as though it bore an immense weight. Feng Wei was once again astounded. At just 16, you have cultivated the Azure Dragon form. To think you could sense the dragon essence, how extraordinary! Indeed, it was remarkable. The manifestation of a divine form required not only profound cultivation but also a robust spiritual support. She gazed intently at the dragon essence, which shimmered like pure gold, her astonishment growing. Such high-quality dragon essence. This must be among the finest of all dragon essences. Take out a jade vial, I shall share some with you, Wang Yan offered generously. Though this may seem a small amount, a piece the size of a fingertip would suffice for an ordinary warrior. No need, you require more for your mountain strength cultivation, and I'm unsure if it will be enough. Besides, I have some at home. And isn't there also the 10,000-year stone milk nearby, that would benefit me even more? Feng Wei replied, waving her hand. Very well, I shall meditate for a while, please guard me. Wang Yan considered her words and nodded. Since she declined his offer, he would wait until later. The dragon essence must be utilized promptly to enhance their strength, otherwise, it could lead to trouble if encountered by others. Rest assured, Feng Wei reassured, gripping her sword. You should refine it near the 10,000-year stone milk. It will aid in your assimilation of the dragon essence. Wang Yan swiftly approached the pool of 10,000-year stone milk and sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the dragon essence. The essence could be applied externally or ingested. Fundamentally, it was about absorbing the Earth's quintessence. He opted for the acupuncture method, segmenting the dragon essence into smaller portions and injecting them into the 108 major acupoints throughout his body. This approach was the most direct and effective, ensuring his form remained unaltered. Wang Yan first targeted the 9 major acupoints along his spine, using the largest quantity, with each grain akin to the size of a mung bean. The dragon essence proved overwhelming. As soon as it entered his body, it began to pressurize his acupoints, threatening to disrupt his meridians. It felt unbearably heavy. Swiftly, Wang Yan enveloped the essence with his true energy while simultaneously consuming the 10,000-year stone milk, utilizing spiritual power to nourish and mend his acupoints and meridians. Both the spiritual energy and the stone milk were exceptionally beneficial for fortifying and refining the body. Imbued with potent life energy, the 10,000-year stone milk, possessing a strong earth attribute, offered a gentler touch. Thus, the dragon essence was quickly subdued and refined. Wang Yan's entire physique, especially his spine, grew significantly stronger. Next, he turned his attention to the major acupoints in his limbs, meticulously refining them one by one, as his body gradually underwent transformation. Fang Wei observed from the side, slightly tilting her head. Each feature of his nose, eyes, and mouth seemed to resonate within her heart. Even his stature and demeanor were perfectly balanced. However, Wang Yan had previously exhibited some deficiencies in his innate aptitude and foundational strength. Yet, following the transformative effects of the 10,000-year stone milk and dragon essence, he was destined for greatness, perhaps surpassing her by leaps and bounds. No, she would not concede. She too was determined to become a formidable power, to seek the path of the true king. Indeed, this shall be. Fang Wei felt an inkling that Wang Yan would one day surpass all the strong contenders of the Jin state, far exceeding them. With the initial refinement of the 108 acupoints completed, the true process of refinement was about to commence. Wang Yan's body had already become several times stronger than before, and this was merely the beginning.
Mountain strength.
Wang Yan rose, commencing his practice of the mountain strength technique. Named after the mountains, this technique aimed to reshape the body, consolidating all internal power while resonating with the pulsations of the earth. Ultimately, it sought to merge with the mountains, harnessing their formidable strength. The external techniques of mountain strength were few, and mastering them was no simple feat. In addition to the dragon essence and 10,000-year stone milk, factors such as one's constitution, prior martial foundations, and comprehension all played a role. In truth, Wang Yan's previously slender physique was not ideally suited for practicing mountain strength, which favored those of greater height and robust build. However, having honed his muscles and bones through the pinnacle of the Azure Dragon Fist, combined with the support of the 10,000-year stone milk and dragon essence, he was now uniquely positioned. Most importantly, Wang Yan could utilize his soul power for simulation. As long as he thoroughly comprehended all the nuances of his cultivation, he would encounter no obstacles. Let my soul power ignite, aiding me in mastering mountain strength.
Wang Yan roared, unleashing a torrent of soul energy within his mind, flooding into the Tai Chi diagram.
The Tai Chi diagram began to spin, rapidly simulating mountain strength. Wang Yan's cultivation realm surged upward swiftly. Moreover, he managed to retain the advantages of the agility cultivated through the Azure Dragon Fist. Ultimately, the culmination of his practice resulted in Wang Yan retaining his tall and lean stature while acquiring a strength comparable to that of a primordial beast. Crack! The energy within him dwindled, and his cellular structure cried out in desperation.
Spiritual energy, surge forth. Wang Yan bellowed once more, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy.
Fang Wei, pass me some stone milk.
Coming.
Fang Wei swiftly scooped a bowl of 10,000-year stone milk and brought it to Wang Yan's lips. Gulping it down, Wang Yan combined the 10,000-year stone milk with the purest spiritual energy alongside the dragon essence's power. His body underwent rapid metamorphosis, with strength ascending sharply. With a gentle stomp of his foot, the ground trembled, and the entire space quaked slightly.
Mountain strength has reached a minor success. Chapter 47.
The great accomplishment of mountain strength and the three heavens of the earthly repository. As Wang Yan achieved a minor success in mountain strength, he simultaneously completed the first layer of foundation establishment, thus entering the first realm of the earthly repository. Yet, this was insufficient. The dragon marrow within him had not been entirely refined. Wang Yan needed to thoroughly refine it, transforming it completely into his own potential and combat power, while also eliminating any hidden dangers to avoid attracting the attention of formidable opponents. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, rapidly converting into pure and formidable elemental power. Simultaneously, his soul power surged into the Tai Chi diagram, propelling the evolution of mountain strength to unprecedented heights. The accumulation of spiritual and soul power Wang Yan had previously amassed was indeed ample, and he had only begun to tap into its depths. Without hesitation, he charged forth. His vital energy coursed through his body, continuously cultivating and adjusting, causing his aura to shift rapidly, soaring to astonishing heights, a terrifying growth that left Fang Wei utterly astonished. The speed of this breakthrough in cultivation was so extraordinary that even her brother's golden physique paled in comparison. Wang Yan was indeed no ordinary body. Fang Wei could only intermittently spoon some 10,000-year stone milk into Wang Yan's mouth, facilitating his cultivation and conserving considerable spiritual energy. An hour later, Wang Yan halted, standing silently with his eyes gently closed. At that moment, he appeared to have merged with the entire underground cavern and the land itself, as if he were one with the nearby mountains. A slight movement from him would unleash a tremendous force. Upon closer observation, one could see the fine hairs on his skin quivering subtly, resonating with the very earth's veins. This was the culmination of mountain strength. Indeed, he had achieved great success. Martial arts and cultivation were intricately linked, yet not entirely synonymous. Martial arts represented the method, while cultivation served as the foundation in essence. Once the foundational conditions were met, martial arts could be mastered. With mastery of martial arts, cultivation could flourish rapidly and naturally. Higher levels of cultivation made the practice of martial arts easier. Wang Yan utilized his soul power to directly refine mountain strength to its pinnacle while completely refining the dragon marrow. At this moment, he had undergone a transformative metamorphosis, akin to being reborn. To put it simply, should he undergo another assessment of his aptitude, he would no longer be classified as iron grade, but at the very least, silver grade. This was the effect of dragon marrow, combined with 10,000-year stone milk and spiritual energy. Moreover, Wang Yan's current cultivation stood at the third layer of the earthly repository, with an exceptionally solid and stable foundation. He could finally be considered a minor expert, a rarity among thousands. Spiritual energy 5417 soul power 4366. Wang Yan glanced at the power gauge in his mind. His spiritual energy had diminished by 4,300 points, and this was under the assistance of some 10,000-year stone milk. Otherwise, the depletion would have been greater. Wang Yan estimated that each significant breakthrough consumed roughly 2,000 points of spiritual energy. This meant that breaking through to the fourth layer of the earthly repository would require at least 3,000 points of spiritual energy, while his soul power had decreased by 1,100 points. Such was the nature of mountain strength, one of the most elite techniques within the earthly repository. This was still at the level of great success. To push it to its peak, he would likely need at least an additional 1,000 points of soul power. However, that was a matter for the future, as he currently could not fully unleash the power of his great accomplishment in mountain strength. That would have to wait until he reached the 8th layer of the earthly repository.
I wish to. Oh. Feng Wei was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement.
Very well, you may cultivate. I shall continue to protect you.
No need for protect.
Taking some 10,000-year stone milk should help you advance a layer.
Very well.
Feng Wei nodded, acquiescing. However, before proceeding, she took out 2 jade jars filled with 10,000-year stone milk from her pocket. She retrieved a blue storage bag, placing one of the jars within it, along with a few other items, before taking a sip and beginning her own cultivation. Although they had traversed many forks in the path upon their descent, there was no guarantee that others would not come searching for them. It was prudent to gather some resources beforehand so they could respond with ease.
Stormy Palm. Wang Yan had moved a short distance away and commenced his cultivation.
Typically, battle techniques required one to be at least at the 5th layer of the earthly repository to practice, to avoid self-harm. However, those with a golden physique could begin earlier. As long as one maintained control, the constraints were minimal. In fact, achieving great success directly imposed fewer limitations, and Wang Yan possessed this capability. He employed his soul power to facilitate rapid advancement.
A quarter of an hour later, bang, 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 the underground space swirled with energy. Stormy Palm, minor success.
A quarter of an hour later, boom, 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 the entire subterranean chamber trembled.
Stormy Palm, great success. Wang Yan quickly ceased and shifted to practicing 100 shattering legs.
Similarly, a quarter of an hour later, bang, 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 debris flew in all directions.
100 shattering legs, minor success.
A quarter of an hour later, crack, 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 fissures appeared across the jade-like stone floor.
100 shattering legs, great success.
The former consumed 500 points of soul power, while the latter consumed 600 points, totaling just over 1,100 points.
Not excessive, yet not insignificant spiritual energy. 5417 soul power 3234. Wang Yan concluded his training. They had been down for nearly 2 hours, and it was time to seek an exit. They could not remain there indefinitely, and the situation outside was unknown. They had to investigate. At that moment, Feng Wei also finished her cultivation, successfully breaking through to the 5th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. Thanks to the energy from the stone milk, her body and meridians had become somewhat stronger, her vital energy abundant and pure. I am truly elated, Feng Wei replied bashfully, then curiously inquired about Wang Yan's status. You are now at the 3rd layer of the earthly repository, Wang Yan responded. The 3rd layer of the earthly repository. Feng Wei's eyes widened, and she could not help but swallow hard. She should have accepted it, yet it was still difficult for her to fathom. This was far too rapid a progression. Why Wei, shall we retrace our steps or seek another path? Wang Yan broached the matter, seeking her opinion. Feng Wei's gaze flickered. Returning could pose dangers, yet not returning would weigh heavily on their consciences. Shall we ascend to take a look? All right, Wang Yan nodded. Here, take this. Feng Wei handed Wang Yan a blue storage bag.
I took some 10,000-year stone milk.
You have 1 jar, and I have 1 jar. I still have some left that I did not take. Very well. Wang Yin regarded Feng Wei with approval, recognizing her wisdom and leaving some treasures for the next fortunate soul. With a swift gesture, Wang Yin retrieved a jade bottle from his own pocket. Here, there is still a bit of dragon marrow, it's surplus to my needs, so you may have it. No, no. I told you I have some at home. Feng Wei shook her head. This is for you, it is different. Wang Yin insisted, pressing the bottle into her hand. You've already gifted me the Panlong spear and a storage bag. Won't you accept a little dragon marrow? Very well. Feng Wei accepted the jade bottle and stored it in her bag. That is more like it, Wang Yin sighed in relief. Dragon marrow is beneficial for women as well, albeit in smaller quantities. Coupled with 10,000-year stone milk, Feng Wei's aptitude should see further enhancement, saving her from many detours in the future. Let us depart. Onward. Wang Yin and Feng Wei began their journey back along the original path, only to be taken aback momentarily. The passage they had once traversed was now completely blocked by a formidable pile of stones. Chapter 048 The Abundance of Spiritual Herbs, each with its own encounter in the space of the Heavenly King Hall. Louis stood in a daze, gazing at the wondrous realm before him, his eyes flashing with fervor. Everything was distinct, utterly different. It felt as though he had entered another world. Even a single breath seemed to invigorate his cultivation slightly. The differences were palpable. A blessed land, a treasure trove, it was far superior to the back mountains of the Liu family. If he could cultivate here, the results would undoubtedly be magnified manifold. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to meditate for a spell, Louis's eyes suddenly widened. Was that ginseng, such a massive ginseng? He dashed over, carefully excavating it. Indeed, it was ginseng, a full arm's thickness and nearly a foot long. What was even more crucial was its purple hue. Purple ginseng. This specimen was at least 500 years old. Worth 100 gold. If I were to consume it, my cultivation could swiftly break through to the 7th layer of long rainbow. It would solidify my foundation, eliminating any concerns about my roots. No, that would be too wasteful. If I were to refine it into a purple ginseng pill, it would suffice for 10 individuals to break through. I should save it to find an alchemist and make a fortune. Wait, no. Louis abruptly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings. Whoosh, he swiftly appeared before a grass stalk nearly as tall as a person and began to dig. Huangjing, 300 years old. Huangjing, this is worth 20 gold. Over there, is that a 1,000-year-old peony? Mother, I've struck it rich. Louis hastily harvested and then directly stuffed the purple ginseng into his mouth, chewing it like a carrot. There were too many good things. He didn't care anymore. He wanted to experience the feeling of a genius from the Liu family. No, this was even better than the treatment afforded to golden geniuses. 500 years of purple ginseng, I could eat one and toss another. Meanwhile, in another part of the valley, bang, Lu Hang cleaved a nearly 10-foot-tall silver monkey puppet in two with a single sweep of his sword, his brows slightly furrowing. This was already the umpteenth one. First, it was the green wolf puppet, then the silver monkey puppet. Formation after formation, puppet after puppet, the green wolf puppet was manageable, possessing strength equivalent to the 7th layer of long rainbow, easily shattered with a casual strike. However, the silver monkey puppet boasted combat prowess akin to the 8th layer of earthly tomb, and its defenses were particularly formidable. Even he had to exert considerable effort to shatter it. The key was that there was no telling how many more awaited him. If there were another dozen silver puppets, he would likely be overwhelmed. Was this a trap or merely a test of endurance? Lu Hong murmured, contemplating the staircase ahead. Gathering his thoughts, he gripped his battle sword tightly and pressed onward. Regardless of what lay ahead, he would cleave through it with his sword. Where is this place? Gu Yi surveyed the expansive mountain wilderness around him, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread and agitation. Where were the others? Where was Qian Wu? Where was Zheng Zhong? Throughout his life, spanning over a decade, Gu Yi had seldom been alone. Even when solitary, he was aware of people outside or nearby guards. There were always others to care for and protect him. Even during trials, he knew there would be no threat to his life, a certainty in his heart. Now, in an entirely unfamiliar environment, he found himself utterly alone. I have already reached the 7th layer of long rainbow. I am no weakling. Even if I encountered a typical 9th layer long rainbow demon, I would not fear. Moreover, there shouldn't be any demons here. Right? Gu Yi scanned his surroundings, sensing no trace of demonic energy. As long as there was no demonic energy or demons, it would be fine. He refused to believe that Gu Yi, the young master of the Gu family, lacked the ability to survive on his own. Psyching himself up, Gu Yi resolved to seek out others. As long as it was a person, it didn't matter who. Yet, despite his mental preparation, as he took a step forward, his feet trembled ever so slightly. Gazing at the dense thicket in the distance, a flicker of fear arose within him, as if a terrifying beast lay in wait.
Surely, there couldn't be any powerful demon beasts. Rarely would one find demon beasts of earthly tomb level or higher. He shouldn't frighten himself. You are Gu family's 6th young master, a silver level genius, a master of the 7th layer of Long Rainbow. What is there to fear? Go! Dewey gritted his teeth and determinedly plunged into the underbrush. Hand over the Millennium spiritual herb you possess. It is beyond your means to acquire. Do not compel me to take action. Otherwise, I shall draw my sword, and you will surely perish. A youth clad in a white sword robe, appearing to be around 18 or 19, adorned with a jade crown, his handsome visage slightly gaunt, spoke coldly. I came here with the third princess. We were just together slaying demons, Ning Jun argued, his expression grim. The Millennium spiritual herb was his discovery, and he had just harvested it when this disciple from Han Yue's sword sect happened upon him. And now, you claim to be with Uncle Li? Linja chuckled. So you are a member of the royal Li family. No. Ning Jun shook his head. How could that be? If he were, he would have long since reached the earthly tomb level. There would be no need for him to engage in conversation with you here. Is that not Uncle Li's personal guard? Linji inquired again. No. Ning Jun shook his head once more, struggling to maintain his composure. His heart had already sunk to the depths. Then it settled. You are neither a member of the Li family nor a personal guard. What connection could you possibly have with Uncle Li? If we were to trace relations, then every citizen of Jin State is connected to the Li family, for we are all subjects of Jin. I am only indulging you out of respect for my master. Otherwise, Linju extended his hand. Hand it over. Do not keep me waiting any longer. I will count to 3.1, 2 swish. Ning Jun tossed the Millennium spiritual herb from his hand. There was no alternative. The situation was more powerful than the individual. If he did not yield, he would either die or be severely injured today. The sword energy radiating from the youth opposite him was overwhelming. He doubted he could withstand even a single strike. Preserving his life might afford him the chance to find another one. There were indeed plenty of spiritual herbs here, now that's more like it. One who knows how to adapt is a true talent. Linja smiled as he grasped the spiritual herb, stowing it in his storage bag before turning to leave. The environment here is truly exceptional. I must find even more. Once the time is right, I shall assess the situation to seize more. At the base of a cliff, on a bare rock face, crack, a stone door slowly opened. Clap, Wang Yin and Feng Wei emerged from within, slightly lifting their heads. They hadn't yet caught their breath. This place is Wang Yin felt an immediate difference with a single breath. The air was entirely distinct, filled with an extraordinary vitality. The scenery and flora before him were unlike anything they had encountered while battling demons previously. Feng Wei scanned her surroundings, noticing the differences as well. There wasn't a single familiar sight. We shouldn't have traveled far, right? Not far at all. Wang Yin nodded. They had slipped into an underground space and then ascended. Their journey should not have exceeded 5 miles. We were likely heading northwest previously, so we merely need to look southeast now. 3 to 4 miles away stood a verdant peak, lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to the dark, dilapidated lair transformed by the demonic cultivators they had encountered before. Could it be that I miscalculated my direction? Let us ascend the peak and survey our surroundings, Feng Wei suggested. Good idea, Wang Yin agreed. This was the best course of action. Ascending to a vantage point would allow them to survey the surrounding area and discern their direction. However, when they reached the summit, they were left speechless. In every direction, within a radius of several miles, there was no sign of that dark, foreboding demon mountain. The only thing they spotted to the northwest was the Heavenly King Hall. Chapter 049 of the Master Strike at Hanyue. I suspect we may have entered another realm, or perhaps a colossal formation, Wang Yin remarked with a calm demeanor. The extraordinary phenomena occurring here were likely connected to the yin-yang divine pearl within him. The Tianwang Hall, what an audacious name! It must have been constructed by an unparalleled true king, possessing exceptional techniques. We should seize this opportunity. Certainly, since we have encountered it, we must go and take a look, Feng Wei affirmed with determination. For martial artists, when faced with an opportunity, one must act without hesitation. Even if no chances present themselves, one must create them through valor and diligence. Otherwise, reaching the pinnacle is impossible. This is a chance that even the many ancestors of the Feng family with their golden bodies did not qualify to encounter. It is rumored that even the true ancestor of the Li family did not enter the hall and thus did not receive the genuine teachings. Oh, that makes it all the more intriguing. Wang Yin's conviction deepened. There must be profound methods within. With that, Wang Yin and Feng Wei hastily descended the mountain, their sights set on the Tianwan Hall. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Feng Wei's gaze suddenly fixed upon a plant. What is it? Wang Yin asked. Spirit herb. Feng Wei exclaimed as she darted over to examine it closely. By its appearance, it must be at least 1,000 years old. 1,000-year spirit herb. Wang Yan exclaimed, taken aback. The value of spirit herbs is astonishing. The older they are, typically, those over 300 years are classified as spirit herbs, as most medicinal plants have a lifespan limit, wilting and regenerating after a certain period. Only a few, thriving in exceptionally favorable environments, can surpass their lifespan and grow to greater ages, thus accumulating even stronger medicinal properties. Spirit herbs aged between 300 and 500 years are resources for the earthly repository realm martial artists, while those aged between 500 and 1,000 years belong to the celestial origin realm. Herbs aged 1,000 to 2,000 years are resources for the divine sea realm, growing increasingly rare and valuable as the age increases. The serendipity of encountering a 1,000-year spirit herb here suggests that, if we consider the timeline since the entrance of the Li family as true ancestor, it is likely that no one has ventured here for over 100,000 years. Phew, Wang Yan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If that is the case, this place is extraordinary, a veritable ancient spirit herb garden, a treasury of earthly treasures.
Yet it may also become a battleground.
We must gather it quickly. Feng Wei evidently shared the same thought, swiftly harvesting the herb and storing it in her spatial pouch.
Let us search the area for more, she suggested.
Agreed, Wang Yan and Feng Wei immediately set to work. Even if they found nothing else, gathering a few dozen thousand-year spirit herbs would certainly be a bountiful harvest, making the journey worthwhile. Besides, gaining access to the Tianwang Hall would not be so simple. There was no need to rush to it. Would be wiser to gather more spirit herbs first. The two quickly began searching the vicinity for more spirit herbs. Feng Wei, coming from a prestigious family, had extensively studied spirit herbs from a young age. While she might not recognize them all, she could identify at least 70%. Wang Yan, having been raised as a hunter, was familiar with various herbs, though his knowledge of spirit herbs paled in comparison to Feng Wei's. However, he could easily discern one key feature: spirit herbs exuded a compelling spiritual aura. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the more extraordinary the herb. Uncertain of any potential dangers, they stayed close together, never straying more than 2 yards apart. The distribution of the spirit herbs was simple. Whoever discovered them first claimed them. Although Feng Wei initially suggested dividing them equally, Wang Yan, with his demonic devourer spirit technique, had little need for spirit herbs, so he declined. A few more or less made no difference to him. He merely felt a sense of security in possessing something. After some time spent gathering, they were rewarded with a bountiful harvest, having collected several thousand-year spirit herbs. However, Wang Yan soon noticed that the oldest spirit herbs in this place seemed to max out at about 1,000 years. Anything older was almost non-existent. This aligned with the growth patterns of spirit herbs. Yet, he observed a similar trend among the trees. While normal trees have significantly longer lifespans than ordinary herbaceous spirit herbs, here, despite the presence of towering trees, none appeared to exceed 3,000 years, as if something was constraining their growth. Perhaps it is the spatial laws, preventing them from transcending into something more. Look, this Shou resembles you quite a bit, Feng Wei suddenly remarked, holding up a large black doll and grinning at Wang Yan.
It looks like you, Wang Yan retorted, rolling his eyes. Just look at its nose, mouth, and eyes. It is practically identical. Feng Wei laughed, pointing with delight. I think this 1,000-year Shou resembles me. You should give it to me. A young man in a white robe suddenly appeared, lunging toward Feng Wei. Whoosh! Wang Yan swiftly intervened, placing himself between them and delivering a powerful strike. Bang! The youth was sent flying. The disparity in strength was evident. You, who are you? The youth landed, astonished as he gazed at Wang Yan. Earthly repository realm, how is this possible? Was there such a person before? From Han Yue's sword sect. Feng Wei's expression turned icy. Indeed, since you recognize me as a disciple of Han Yue's sword sect, hand over the 1,000-year Shou at once, or do not blame me for being rude, Wang Yan stated firmly. I was merely caught off guard earlier. Had I unleashed my full power, even if you were in the first or second layer of the earthly repository realm, you would have been severely injured. Lin Jia straightened his posture, his expression proud. He refused to admit inferiority to Wang Yan. As a talented disciple at the peak of the Long Rainbow realm from Han Yue's sword sect, he possessed the strength to contend with an ordinary earthly repository realm martial artist. Has Han Yue's sword sect turned to banditry? Is this how you educate your disciples? Wang Yan's smile was frigid. Lin Jia's eyes widened in alarm. Do not spout nonsense. It was I who discovered the 1,000-year Shou first. I merely stepped aside for a... Once my fellow disciples arrive, you will find it difficult to explain yourselves. You will have to surrender all your treasures. I will give you one chance. Leave now, and I shall treat this as though nothing happened. Wang Yan extended a hand, clenching his fist, as a gesture of goodwill towards Han Yue's sword sect and Jin Zhao. If you do, disciples of Han Yue's sword sect never feared anyone. Horizontal slash of Huaiwe. A blade of light cleaved through the air, its chill sharp and piercing. Seeking death. Wang Yan felt a surge of anger within, countering with a powerful strike. Wind and Cloud Palm. Chapter 050. Scaring away Gu Jingzhou, the wind and cloud palm, a manifestation of the power of the elements, strikes the void in layers, akin to 1,000 waves surging forth, resounding through the heavens and stirring the winds and clouds of the world. Should a formidable practitioner of the heavenly Yuan realm unleash it, the skies would indeed change hue. Wang and engage the peak warrior of the long rainbow with less than a tenth of his full power. Bang! Linja was instantly sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, devoid of any resistance. Such was the disparity between them. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure appeared, catching Linja deftly. Who are you, to grievously injure a disciple of the Hangyue sword sect? Gu Jingzhou. Fang Wei's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried forward. He was the one attempting to seize our spiritual herbs. Gu Jingzhou turned his gaze toward Linja. Senior brother Gu, Linja murmured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, casting a pitiful look at Gu Jingzhou. It was true that he had sought to snatch them, but he could not admit it that moment. At least 3 of his ribs were broken, and he had nearly lost all fighting capability. Gu Jingzhou understood the situation, repositioning Linju against a nearby tree, and turned to Fang Wei. Is this person from your Fang family? I have no ties with the Fang family. If there are grievances to settle, address them directly with me. Wang Yan pulled Fang Wei aside, chuckling. So, the Gu family members are all this unreasonable and domineering, truly a legacy unbroken. Gu Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying implications in Wang Yan's words. However, it mattered little now. As long as he was not from the Fang family, it was easier to handle. My junior brother may have erred, but to strike so heavily as a practitioner of the earthly tomb realm is excessive, leaving him grievously injured. Were I not here, would you have taken his life? You truly regard my Hangyue sword sect with utter disdain. Hiss, Wang Yan inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. If the disciples of the Hangyue sword sect are all as overbearing as you, then I see no need to regard them highly. Wang Yan. Fang Wei urgently tugged at Wang Yan's sleeve. The Hangyue sword sect held a preeminent status in the Jin kingdom, far surpassing even the royal family. To openly confront them was to invite calamity upon oneself. Very well, you are the first to dare to speak so boldly. Gu Jingzhou slowly unsheathed his sword. So this is the I have now experienced it firsthand. Wang Yan began to gather his palm's energy. I despise those who flaunt themselves like you. If we are to fight, let us do so. Ultimately, it is strength that speaks loudest. Fine, if you can withstand a single strike from me, we shall settle this matter. Gu Jingzhou concentrated his sword energy. Bang! Wang Yan unleashed a powerful palm strike. The minor consummation of the wind and cloud palm struck like thunder from a clear sky, akin to a tempest at full force, the fierce energy bearing down upon Gu Jingzhou relentlessly. Gu Jingzhou swiftly countered with his sword, cleaving through the palm energy. Bang bang bang! Wang Yan followed up with 3 more palm strikes, each infused with the essence of the heavens and earth, akin to a raging storm, able to clash directly with a mystic. Gu Jingzhou unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, pouring all his strength into each swing, yet it remained a struggle as he was gradually forced back. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. Wang Yan continued to unleash his palms, pressing Gu Jingzhou relentlessly, forcing him to retreat, leaving him with little opportunity to retaliate. With 2 pairs of palms against a single sword, the lone blade struggled against the dual strikes. Linja watched in astonishment. He had initially presumed Wang Yan to be an ordinary practitioner of the earthly tomb, expecting Gu Jingzhou to dispatch him effortlessly, yet it became apparent that such a young prodigy was of no ordinary lineage. Fang Wei too was taken aback. She was aware that Wang Yan was a 3rd-level practitioner of the earthly tomb and knew of his combat techniques, but she had not anticipated him to be this formidable, overpowering Gu Jingzhou so decisively. Who was Gu Jingzhou, the golden body of the Gu family, a true disciple of the Hangyue sword sect, an extraordinary talent ranking among the top 20 of the younger generation in the kingdom? Just half a month prior, Wang Yan had been merely a subordinate at the 2nd level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Boom! Wang Yan's palm struck Gu Jingzhou, sending him flying. Well, quite impressive. Gu Jingzhou landed, gritting his teeth. He had not expected Wang Yan to be not only a 3rd-level practitioner of the earthly tomb but also proficient in combat techniques at a minor consummation level. Most likely, he also possessed the golden body. In every aspect, he was not inferior to Gu Jingzhou, and in terms of combat techniques, he might even surpass him. Caught off guard, Gu Jingzhou had once thought Wang Yan to be an ordinary practitioner of the 1st or 2nd level of the earthly tomb. Now, with the ability to employ combat techniques, he too would unleash his own. Alright, the warm-up is over. I shall now engage seriously.
if I inadvertently kill you, I shall not be held responsible.
Wang Yan harnessed the mountainous force, his entire essence surging forth.
Gu Jingzhou's eyelids twitched, sensing an overwhelming pressure. He was nearly certain he could not match Wang Yan. Should he be gravely injured by Wang Yan, it would be a significant loss, especially as the opportunity here was just beginning to unfold. Whoosh! Gu Jingzhou abruptly turned, seizing Lin Zhi as he fled with opportunities ahead. It was unwise to engage in a life-or-death struggle. He would assuredly seek to challenge Wang Yan again. He fled? Fang Wei stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Gu Jingzhou had actually been driven away by Wang Yan. Had Wang Yan become this powerful? Wang Yan chuckled lightly, retracting his hand. However, it was wise not to press further, otherwise, he would have found it difficult to conclude the encounter. Even if he were to depart, he could not leave the Gu family as a formidable foe in Nanshan village.
Did you just learn those combat techniques today? Fang Wei inquired, gazing at Wang Yan. Indeed. Wang Yan nodded. Then your greatest talent lies in your comprehension? Fang Wei pondered. One could say that. Wang Yan took a moment to recuperate, allowing his body to recover. The efficacy of soul power in deducing techniques far surpassed that of spiritual energy, especially as one advanced further, the advantages becoming increasingly pronounced. You have no limits now, soaring like a celestial dragon. Fang Wei's eyes glimmered. The influence of physical talent is most significant before reaching the heavenly Yuan realm, while after, comprehension gradually becomes paramount, particularly post the Divine Sea realm where comprehension holds even greater importance. With the foundational support of earthly milk and dragon essence, Wang Yan had shattered the shackles of his physical constitution. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, she dared not fathom how powerful he would become in the future. The true Wang Yan would undoubtedly be unstoppable. We must hasten our search, otherwise, the spiritual herbs will be snatched away by others, Wang Yan urged. Yes, let us proceed. Fang Wei snapped back to reality, her thoughts refocusing. They continued their quest for spiritual herbs. This heavenly king palace represented an opportunity, a momentous chance to alter the trajectory of their destinies. Securing it would propel them to great heights. Senior brother Gu, Lin Zhi's heart raced uneasily. Find a place. I must break through. Gu Jingzhou cast Lin Zhi aside, gritting his teeth in frustration. His pride had taken a blow, being suppressed by someone so much younger. He had to find a way to regain his standing swiftly. You provide the spiritual herbs. Yes, Senior Brother Gu. Lin Zhi nodded, offering no reason for refusal. At that moment, he too was grievously injured and needed Gu Jingzhou's support. I still have a healing elixir for rapid recovery, and a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Gu Jingzhou suddenly revealed a wooden box. I'll buy it. Lin Zhi gritted his teeth. Restoring himself to peak condition was paramount. Chapter 051 of the trial, gravity restriction at the Heavenly King Hall, towering 33 zhang high, constructed from an unknown material. The hall is adorned in a resplendent blend of platinum hues, exuding an aura of sacred strength. Flanking the grand entrance are 48 imposing stone pillars, magnificent and awe-inspiring. At this moment, 4 figures stand before the golden gates: Li Jingku, Yijin, Yi Guang, and Elder Shi, all formidable beings of the Divine Sea realm. This door cannot be forcefully opened except by one of true king stature. Li Jingku remarked, True king realm. The expressions of Yijin, Yi Guang, and Elder Shi shifted subtly. The true king realm lies 2 significant realms away from them, a disparity in combat strength that cannot be underestimated. Shall we merely stand by and observe? Yi Guang protested. He found it intolerable to do nothing. A direct assault on the door could provoke a backlash. Li Jingku cautioned. I must attempt it regardless of the consequences, Yi Guang declared, forming a sword seal with one hand. A massive sword energy, 10 zhang in size, materialized. Retreat, Li Jingku quickly urged, retreating alongside Yijin and Elder Shi. Yi Guang directed the sword energy towards the golden gate. Boom, a blinding burst of golden light erupted, dazzling and intense, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that rebounded. Bang! Yi Guang was violently thrown back, landing hundreds of meters away. He steadied himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the backlash is formidable. Yi Jingku, Yijin, and Elder Shi rushed to his side. Are you uninjured? Yijin inquired with concern. I'm fine, Yi Guang replied, wiping the blood from his lips, still shaken. What if we try the true king sword? Perhaps we could channel our powers together, Elder Shi proposed. If we wield the true king sword collectively, the backlash could either be fatal or severely injurious, Li Jingku countered. Remember, we have entered, and that demonic fiend is likely here as well. Yijin, Yi Guang, and Elder Shi exchanged alarmed glances, hastily scanning their surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. The Heavenly King Hall must have appeared for a reason. It is likely in search
Among those who have come, many are exceptionally gifted talents, some undergoing trials. If they succeed, the gates may open automatically, Li Jingku asserted, but what if that demonic fiend targets our disciples? Yijin expressed his concerns. The individuals they brought were all elite disciples of their sect, and if harmed by the demonic fiend, the loss would be substantial. Until the outcome is revealed, it is unlikely, Li Jingku said, her gaze flickering. Yet, with everyone scattered, the demonic fiend's whereabouts are uncertain. It is challenging to take precautions. One can only hope that the demonic fiend covets the treasures within the Heavenly King Hall, for that may provide us with a glimmer of hope. However, it is possible that one or two, perhaps even several, among us have been secretly marked by the demonic fiend. We must conduct thorough examinations upon our return. What shall we do now? Yiguang scanned the area, wait, or perhaps gather some spiritual herbs, Li Jingku suggested. Whoosh, Yiguang turned, soaring away on a stream of swordlight. I shall gather herbs, I will join you, Elder, she chuckled, taking flight as well. As for me, the matter of spiritual herbs is of little concern. I shall remain here and wait, Yijin said, sitting cross-legged. I'll keep you company, Li Jingku replied, also settling down. Wang Yan and Feng Wei searched for spiritual herbs while gradually approaching the location of the Heavenly King Hall. Their distance was already minimal, and even while foraging, they quickly drew nearer. As they approached Tianwang Peak, they encountered an increasing number of people, all of whom had previously fought against the demons. Some had come with Li Jingku from Shenyang City, while others were disciples of Han Yue's sword sect. The group from Shenyang City appeared to fare poorly, each bearing injuries and a listless demeanor. In contrast, the disciples of Han Yue's sword sect radiated vigor and vitality. Wang Yan observed and quickly grasped the situation. Treasures are claimed by the strong. It is not merely a matter of who reaches them first, but rather a question of fair distribution. The individuals from Shenyang City could hardly compare to the elite disciples of Han Yue's sword sect. Their innate talent and martial prowess fell short. Additionally, the Han Yue disciples were not lacking in combat experience. Furthermore, most of those from Shenyang City lacked storage bags. Unless they swallowed the herbs, they had no means to conceal them, leaving them no option but to clutch them to their bodies or carry them openly. Each disciple from Han Yue's sword sect possessed a storage bag. The disparity was glaringly evident. Those who had not been robbed either hid their treasures well, had connections, or hailed from illustrious backgrounds. Just like them, Weiwei, Louis, amidst the crowd, spotted Feng Wei and waved enthusiastically at the disciples of Han Yue's sword sect. Turned their heads, and upon seeing Feng Wei, promptly withdrew with the aura of a prominent family. Is not something that can be feigned. People everywhere tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. What brings you here? Feng Wei inquired of Louis, observing the throng around them. We are preparing to ascend the mountain. The staircase leading to the summit is laden with restrictions. The burden increases progressively, thus we must prepare adequately before daring to charge forth, Louis explained, pointing toward. Oh, Feng Wei glanced over. I see, clearly, this is a test of physical endurance. Those with a golden physique will find it relatively easy. Those with a silver physique, particularly those who have trained in body refinement techniques, will also have significant advantages. She had recently consumed a millennium-old stone milk, her physical prowess having more than doubled. Why haven't you gone up to try? I was waiting for you, Louis smiled. And now that you're here, let us set forth. My physique has always been robust. I am confident I can reach the summit. Feng Wei rolled her eyes. Let us go. Make way, make way. Louis forged ahead, leading Feng Wei and Wang Yan. Wang Yan and Jian waved from behind. Be sure to reach the top. Who struck your face? Wang Yan inquired. No1, just hurry up, Gao Jian urged, waving his hands dismissively. Since Gao Jian did not take offense, Wang Yan saw no reason to dwell on it. He ascended the staircase alongside Feng Wei and Louis. Whoosh, instantly, a tremendous pressure enveloped them, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, tenfold gravity, Wang Yan calculated in his mind. For him, it was a trivial matter that he was unaware of just how formidable his physical condition had become. Feng Wei and Louis fared equally well. Both were experts of the Long Rainbow realm. Their physical The challenge lay in the continuous ascent to the mountain peak, thousands of meters high. It remained uncertain whether the pressure would intensify as they climbed higher. Feng Wei felt a glimmer of hope. Louis, clap, clap. They ascended slowly, step by step. Chapter 052 Gravity Steps, Limit Refinement. In truth, cultivating one's body under the influence of gravity is the most effective method. Whether practicing martial arts or bearing weight, nothing compares to the comprehensive and meticulous nature of gravity, which can refine every part of the body. Training under such gravitational conditions is undoubtedly the best. Wang Yan had just completed his foundation establishment using dragon marrow stone milk, swiftly breaking through to the third level of the Earth Store realm. If he were to cultivate in this gravity, his foundation would only become more solid and formidable, expanding his potential limits. The mountainous force would also become more potent and concentrated. This is a refinement that transcends ordinary limits. Wang Yan understood this well. He recognized the paramount importance of a solid foundation. Without a strong base, even reaching the heights would be futile. Thus, he ascended step by step, diligently cultivating with each footprint.
Hey, Wang Yan, are you keeping up? Louis turned around, smugly mocking him. He still led Wang Yan. What did it matter if he had reached the pinnacle of Long Rainbow?
His combat power was superior. After all, rapid advancements could lead to a shaky foundation, rendering him inferior. Feng Wei, engrossed in her footing, only then noticed Wang Yan had fallen behind. She was well aware of his true strength.
Are you in training?
Yes, Wang Yan replied. Gravity is beneficial for body refinement. Gradually making my way up, I'm perfecting my physique to the utmost, otherwise, you won't reach the summit.
Oh, Feng Wei pondered.
Wang Yan's words held merit. She trusted him. What is the purpose of these stairs? Merely to walk up. Most likely, as Wang Yan suggested, even if they did not reach the peak, there would still be gains.
I shall give it a try.
Vivi, you guys, Louis was speechless.
Is this really necessary?
At this pace, when will we reach the summit? Others have already seized their opportunities. Besides, isn't it more exhausting to cultivate while walking?
If you're in a hurry, you may ascend on your own, Wang Yan retorted, looking up. The disparities between families are indeed vast.
Louis's gaze shifted.
What an AVE thought, I won't fall for that. I'm leaving now, leaving you and Feng Wei alone together?
We're in this together. I share both hardships and joys with you. Feng Wei rolled her eyes.
You should hurry up. So annoying.
Wang Yan disregarded her. The three began to ascend slowly, cultivating as they climbed, utilizing their vital energy to refine their bodies. Wang Yan, with an unending source of spiritual energy to sustain his consumption, adjusted his approach to gradually enhance the refining effects. Feng Wei had elixirs and Millennium Stone milk. Louis also had elixirs and spiritual herbs. Before long, Feng Wei and Louis noticed significant results. Indeed, it was remarkable. 1 hour of cultivation here was equivalent to a month of training elsewhere. A robust physique would lead to an all-around enhancement, simultaneously refining vital energy. Such an environment could only be found in great sects or sacred lands. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to obtain. Feng Wei and Louis were astonished.
This is incredible.
Of course, these effects would only be pronounced at the onset and would gradually diminish. I feel I can swiftly break through to the 7th level of Long Rainbow, Louis exclaimed excitedly. This is like saving at least half a year of arduous effort, and my foundation is more solid.
Hey! Vivi, Louis, Wang Yan, why are you only here? Gu Yi appeared, surprised to see the trio. Weren't you supposed to have ascended over an hour ago?
Clearly, your physical conditions aren't up to par. Vivi is a girl and only at the 4th level of Long Rainbow. Louis, a bronze physique wastrel, and Wang Yan, despite his rapid rise to the pinnacle of Long Rainbow, surely lacks the time to refine his body.
Quite understandable. Gu Yi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha.
Gu Yi, quick progress does not equate to consistent progress. You'll see when you reach the summit, Louis shot back. He had been anxious before, but now he was calm. He had a flicker of confidence in reaching the pinnacle, but as they climbed, his body grew stronger through refinement, and he found that confidence waning. The gravitational pull increased with their ascent. It was now double the initial weight. If this continued, the final stages at the summit could see gravity reaching 10 times the original. Such conditions were not meant for ordinary practitioners of Long Rainbow, but rather for those of the Earthstore realm, particularly those with golden physiques, or exceptionally powerful silver refiners.
Gu Yi, though you are impressive, you remain far from the peak.
I shall soon reach the summit, Gu Yi replied smugly, casting a glance at Wang Yan before swiftly surpassing him, striding upward. He was determined to outpace Wang Yan and break through to the Earthstore realm before him. Did he think Wang Yan was unaware of the gravity step's marvelous effects? Once he reached the top, utilizing the 50-fold gravity for body refinement would yield even better results, accelerating his growth. Staying here was merely a waste of time. What a fool! Whoosh! Gu Yi moved swiftly, and in no time, only his silhouette remained. He would soon regret his haste. Lui shook his head.
It will be too late when they realize. Wang Yan and Feng Wei continued their ascent. In reality, Wang Yan adapted far more swiftly than Feng Wei and Louis. After all, he was in the Earthstore realm.
However, moving slowly had its advantages, allowing for deeper penetration into the bones and marrow, fostering the development of his body's latent potential. This allowed his vital energy to nourish every cell, even reaching into the genetic strands, settling into the very essence. From the outside in, penetrating to the soul, this was an entirely different form of cultivation, in perfect harmony with the essence of mountainous force. Some surpassed them, while others were surpassed in turn.
I can't go on.
I'm at my limit, Louis halted, panting heavily even while cultivating and refining. There were limits, standing on the gravity steps, every moment was an intense drain, relentlessly exhausting the body's essence. Twenty-fold gravity felt as if one were carrying 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of stone, all while trying to cultivate.
Vivi, how is your body holding up so well? How have you persisted this long? Try this. Feng Wei produced a small jade vial for Louis. What is this? A body refinement pill?
Louis took it, opened it, and inhaled its aroma, his eyes widening in astonishment.
Millennium Stone Milk, you brought such a treasure. I'll give you 2,000 years spiritual herbs later. Louis quickly consumed it, and his body responded as if a withered seedling had found spring water, rejuvenated by the long-awaited rain, rapidly absorbing and refining the essence. The effects were remarkable and timely. Soon, Louis felt the pressure lessen significantly. However, even with his body restored and strengthened, he found he could not ascend to the summit and could only progress a limited distance. You all go ahead. There's no need to wait for me. I'll ascend slowly. If I can't make it, I'll just head back down.
Feng Wei paused for a moment, then nodded.
All right, you can slowly refine here. I hope you all reach the top. Louis bellowed, absolutely.
Wang Yan waved his hand. He and Feng Wei continued to climb. Chapter 053. A single palm strike sends him flying. At present, Wang Yan felt no pressure. In fact, as he continued to hone his skills, the pressure seemed to diminish further. Feng Wei, possessing a silver physique, was inherently stronger than the average bronze body and had undergone the rigorous refinement of the ancient stone milk for millennia, coupled with the relentless trials of the ascent. Furthermore, being a girl, her petite frame and relatively lighter weight placed her in a far better condition than Li. However, did she possess the confidence to reach the summit? Feng Wei herself harbored doubts. Gradually, those who had previously surpassed Wang Yan and Feng Wei were being caught up and overtaken once more. Subsequently, they encountered Gu Yi. Within the 30-fold gravity zone, Gu Yi sat cross-legged on the steps, surrounded by fragments of spiritual herbs. At that moment, his aura radiated with the power of the 9th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. Truly, he was a scion of a prestigious family, exuding remarkable resolve. Wang Yan cast a surprised glance at Gu Yi, not expecting this display of strength. It was the first time he regarded Gu Yi with newfound respect. However, it was merely that Gu Yi could never hope to catch up to him, nor pose any threat. With a swift motion, Gu Yi opened his eyes. Upon seeing Feng Wei and Wang Yan, a triumphant smile spread across his face. I am now also at the 9th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. How will you compare with me from now on? Feng Wei found herself at a loss for words. If only he knew about Wang Yan yet. She currently lacked the energy to concern herself with such matters, for fatigue had begun to overwhelm her, an insurmountable exhaustion. Reaching the 5th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm and arriving at this point had already surpassed many cultivators of higher ranks. She was nearly at her limit. This was not a sign of weak will but rather a reflection of the inherent disparity in their realms, an objective reality. Without a fundamental transformation occurring in the Earthstore realm, enduring 100-fold gravity was simply unattainable. Even a peak body refiner of the Long Rainbow Realm would not manage it. Only those of the Earthstore realm could continue ascending towards the summit. Why not try climbing further? Wang Yan suggested with a smile, gesturing upward. Me? A trivial matter. Gu Yi retorted, turning around, only for his brow to furrow deeply. The enhancement of his cultivation by 2 layers did not yield significant benefits. Gravity primarily affected the body. Although his vital energy had increased, his physical form had not undergone considerable change. His endurance may have improved slightly, but he resolutely declared, I certainly will not be outdone by you. Very well, I look forward to it, Wang Yan replied lightheartedly. You should continue. I must return, Feng Wei said through gritted teeth. She yearned to reach the summit alongside Wang Yan, yet she could no longer press on. If she continued, her body would likely collapse. Understood, Wang Yan nodded. Indeed, Feng Wei had long reached her limit. Continuing would only be detrimental. It was wiser to retreat. Wang Yan's path was destined to be solitary. Take care. With that, Wang Yan strode forward, swiftly surpassing Gu Yi. Gu Yi gritted his teeth and surged forward, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. If you wish to live, you ought to turn back. Wang Yan's words cut through the air like a cold blade, piercing Gu Yi's heart. I will never accept defeat. Gu Yi roared defiantly. At that moment, a figure rapidly approached from below, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Old Sixth. Gu Jingzhou suddenly appeared beside Gu Yi. Second brother.
Gu Yi grasped Gu Jingzhou's arm, his face alight with joy. He felt as if he were on the brink of disaster, and now, salvation had arrived. What are you doing, showing off? Hurry back. Gu Jingzhou, do you not know your own limitations? Beyond the 3,000 steps lies the domain of Earth Store Realm warriors? Second brother, there is someone ahead, also at the 9th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. Stop him, he must not surpass me. Gu Yi urgently insisted, no longer caring about anything else. That he could not allow Wang Yan to outpace him by such a margin. That he had come to realize that Wang Yan was likely far stronger than he had previously imagined. It's him. Gu Jingzhou looked up and instantly recognized Wang Yan. The memory was too vivid. Moreover, he had just passed Feng Wei, who had been in Wang Yan's company all along. I was just about to settle the score with him, Gu Jingzhou added. Second brother, do you know him? Gu Yi was taken aback, not expecting this revelation. Surely, his second brother had no prior dealings with Wang and had news of their wager reached him? He was with Feng Wei and dared to lay hands on our Hang Yue sword sect disciples, Gu Jingzhou explained succinctly. How audacious to strike at disciples of the Hang Yue sword sect. Gu Yi gaped in disbelief. He must be a disciple of the 7th layer of the Long Rainbow Realm. If he were at the 8th or 9th layer, he would have already been dispatched. Gu Jingzhou felt slightly embarrassed. Could he admit that he had nearly been bested by Wang Yan? This young man likely had no inkling of the true extent of Wang Yan's strength. Quickly retreat, I will handle him, Gu Jingzhou ordered. No, second brother, I want to see you teach him a lesson. Punish him severely. Gu Yi gritted his teeth in determination. He wished to witness Wang Yan's downfall, preferably to the point of severe injury. Fine, Gu Jingzhou contemplated for a moment, deeming it inconsequential. Now at the 4th layer of the Earth Store realm, he had absolute confidence in his victory. With that, Gu Jingzhou charged forward rapidly. Wang Yan, I want you to cry for mercy, begging on your knees, while searching for your teeth on the ground. Gu Yi laughed triumphantly. Wang Yan. Gu Jingzhou bellowed. Wang Yan turned around. Gu second, are you again seeking a beating? Gu second? Gu Jingzhou's lips twitched slightly. A beating? Who ends up beaten remains to be seen, prepare yourself. With that, Gu Jingzhou leapt into action, delivering a powerful punch toward Wang Yan. Now at the 4th layer of the Earth Store realm, he was more than twice as formidable as before. Moreover, he had grown wise, leveraging his cultivation advantage by employing a fist technique to overpower Wang Yan, rather than relying on sword techniques that were difficult to execute under the weight of gravity. The force of his punches would be greatly amplified. Fool! Wang Yan effortlessly leaped aside, delivering a palm strike downward. Bang! The collision was akin to a grinding stone meeting a thunderous explosion. The impact echoed violently. Swoosh! Yet Gu Jingzhou was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring a great distance before landing beside Gu Yi. Bang! Gu Jingzhou dropped to his knees on the steps, his eyes bloodshot and incredulous. His arms and body trembled uncontrollably. How is this possible? How could this happen? My cultivation has clearly increased by a layer, yet I could not withstand a single blow from him. He found it impossible to accept. Gu Yi was left dumbfounded, his mind momentarily blank. What had just transpired? His second brother, the golden prodigy of the Gu family at the 3rd layer of the Earth Store realm, had been sent flying by a mere boy with a single palm strike? This cannot be true. It cannot be. Second brother, I am fine. Cough. Gu Jingzhou coughed up a mouthful of blood, his lungs having suffered from the impact. He quickly sat down cross-legged to recover. Training requires not only martial prowess but also mental acuity, Wang Yan observed. You, Gu Jingzhou, incensed, spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Yan, what sorcery have you employed? Gu Yi shouted angrily. Fool! Wang Yan turned away. I won the wager, hence, swoosh. Wang Yan continued his ascent. What wager? Gu Jingzhou inquired of Gu Yi's chapter 054 of the fourfold heaven of the Earth Store. Indeed, the victor shall be the one who first breaks through. Gu Yi stammered, breakthrough to the Earth Store realm. When was that decided? Gu Jingzhou furrowed his brow. Wang Yan has already attained the Earth Store realm. Previously, aboard the flying spirit vessel of the 3rd princess, Li Jinzhu, he felt no other Earth Store cultivators besides Liu Hang. That was 5 days ago, Gu Yi replied. 5 days ago. Gu Jingzhou's eyes widened. What was his cultivation level at that time? He only had the Long Rainbow 2nd level back then, Gu Yi admitted, though he was uncertain. You blockhead, Gu Jingzhou, frustrated, rolled his eyes. Long Rainbow? Surely at its peak. You don't even understand his cultivation level and yet you dare to gamble with him. What else could you be but a fool?
And now, within just a few short days, he has reached the Earth Store 3rd level. He must have accumulated strength over a long period. What are your stakes? To slay a true demon, Gu Yi declared. A true demon. To slay a true demon, Gu Jingzhou's face expressed disbelief. Just wait for your doom. I shall not perish. Gu Yi suddenly leaped up. I will slay the true demon myself. There were few people ahead. In this excursion to Xinyang City, only Lu Hong had reached the Earth Store realm, while the Han Yue sword sect had sent 5 members. Both Lu Hong and Zhong Shang were trapped, with Gu Jingzhou trailing behind. On his journey, Wang Yan encountered only one Earth Store 5th level swordsman from the Han Yue sword sect, who was merely of silver level talent, not golden body. However, due to his high cultivation, his physique had been sufficiently tempered, allowing him to ascend without issue. Yet, as he climbed higher, his speed inevitably slowed, gradually allowing Wang Yan to catch up. I don't believe I have seen you before, Kahan observed Wang Yan with suspicion. There are only 2 groups present, and an unfamiliar Earth Store powerhouse. Could he be possessed by demonic forces? Your eyesight must be failing you, Wang Yan sidestepped him. I was among that crowd. You simply could not see me. You, Kahan seethed in anger but refrained from erupting. Lacking knowledge of his true nature and depth, it was prudent not to provoke him. At such a young age, he was most likely a golden body, or perhaps even stronger. Or he could be possessed by demonic forces. It was best not to engage. With a swift motion, Wang Yan advanced. After the initial careful tempering, there was no need for slow grinding thereafter. The initial stages were 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold. Once fully adapted, even 100-fold gravity would only feel like 3.3 times the 30-fold weight. The ratio had become minimal. He merely needed to conduct further tempering as he ascended. Every endeavor follows principles in moderation, rather than stubbornly adhering to outdated rules. Wang Yan did not anticipate the existence of gravity steps, a path that allowed him to fully master his recently surged cultivation, solidifying his foundation while further unlocking his potential. Indeed, his cultivation could be enhanced once more. The foundation of strength lies in cultivation. With an increase in cultivation, all fundamentals would subsequently improve. Wang Yan's yin-yang divine pearl still harbored a wealth of spiritual energy, ample enough to elevate him a level. If he could enhance, he would, for this place was not devoid of danger. With a swift motion, Wang Yan directed spiritual energy into his body, circulating through his meridians and dantian, merging with the earth's essence. As he ascended, he infused spiritual energy to refine and elevate himself, doubling the benefits of his efforts. The refining process was rapid and effective, yielding exceptionally pure results, making it easier to integrate with the elemental force. The elemental force surged rapidly, and his cultivation grew swiftly, invigorating the cells throughout his body. As his cultivation rose and his elemental force became more refined and powerful, he could further temper and enhance his physique, enriching his vitality. The two were mutually complementary. After a quarter of an hour, the Earth Store 4th level was achieved. Wang Yan bellowed, his spirit intensifying. His aura surged dramatically, surpassing its previous pinnacle, reaching the 4th level of the Earth Store realm. The elemental force became even more condensed and robust, surpassing the 3rd level. Although Wang Yan had just broken through to the 4th level, his combat prowess had increased significantly. He could contend even with ordinary Earth Store 7th or 8th level practitioners. With a strengthened foundation, Wang Yan's combat skills could be further unleashed. His combat skills were all at the mastery level. Wang Yan glanced at the spiritual energy bar in his mind, furrowing his brow. The consumption was alarmingly swift. Initially, he possessed 5,400 points of spiritual energy, but had since expended nearly 1,000 points nurturing and refining his physique, enhancing his potential. Following that, the breakthrough cost him nearly 3,000 points. In total, he had consumed close to 4,000 points, leaving him with only 1,500 remaining. A single breakthrough was insufficient. He would need to reserve it. This was for the best. To seek further enhancement, he would continue hunting demons. Wang Yan took a moment to acclimate himself before striding upward once more. As he neared the final stretch, close to the summit, he slowed down to temper himself, refining for nearly an hour. This consumed approximately 300 points of spiritual energy, before the Heavenly King Hall, Yi Guan, and Elder Shi had returned. Li Jinzhu and Yi Zhen had also risen, preparing to open the hall. Additionally, a disciple from the Han Yue sword sect had appeared, a 6th-level Earth Store swordsman named Teng Zichen. So far, he was the only one to arrive. Where are the others? Why hasn't everyone arrived? We still have 3 golden bodies and 2 Earth Store disciples. Yi Zhen frowned. Logically, they should be here. The Earth Store realm can ascend, especially the 3 golden bodies. Not one has arrived. Yi Han is on the steps, Yi Guang added. I just saw Jingzhou. He should be arriving soon. Oh, then what of Zhong Shang and Lu Han? Yi Zhen looked toward Li Jinzhu. Could there be trouble? Do not worry, It should be fine. Li Jinju suddenly glanced to the right side of the hall. They have arrived. A tall, robust figure appeared, ascending the steps with a sword in hand, a visage marked by the elements, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Lu Hang of the Golden Body Clan. Almost simultaneously, on the left side of the hall, another agile figure leaped forth, eyes electrifying and spirit soaring, the talented Zhong Sheng of the Zhong clan. It turned out there were also passageways on both sides of the Heavenly King Hall. At that moment, three figures emerged almost simultaneously from the stairway: Kahan, Wang Yan, and Gu Jingzhou. Well, what a coincidence, they all appeared together. Yijin's face illuminated with joy.so. That's how it is. I worried for nothing indeed. Splendid, splendid. Yi Guang nodded repeatedly. The Hangyue sword sect. Only one remains. Who was that lad? Yijin fixed his gaze upon Wang and Yi Guang furrowed his brow. Elder, she looked around. What's the matter? Is something amiss? At that moment, Li Jinju's gaze also settled on Wang Yan. This young man. Chapter 055 of the gates of the hall open. The seal of mountains and rivers. Li Jinju had a profound memory of Wang Yan. At the tender age of 16 or 17, he had reached the pinnacle of the long rainbow realm, young, loyal, and exceptionally courageous. However, now he had ascended to the fourth level of the Earth Store realm. What on earth was happening? They had been apart for merely half a day, and his cultivation had soared to such heights. Moreover, his foundation was remarkably solid, and his aura was exceptionally pure, showing no signs of hastily forced growth. This was utterly astonishing. It was worth noting that prior to the battle today, his internal aura had still been somewhat unstable. While the gravity steps could indeed refine one's foundation, a solid base was essential. Achieving such a level in such a short time was simply unfathomable. She found it difficult to comprehend. Something must have transpired that she was unaware of. Just as the others were still pondering, the grand doors of the Heavenly King Hall suddenly began to open slowly. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn towards it.
In comparison, Wang Yan's modest improvement seemed inconsequential.
I shall venture in first, Yijin exclaimed, rushing forward. There might be dangers and uncertainties within, but they paled in comparison to the potential rewards. To reap benefits, one must be willing to take risks. Those who had cultivated to the Sea of God's realm possessed considerable strength and confidence, allowing them to withstand certain dangers. Taking the initiative could lead to acquiring the most valuable treasures. They were a group, yet each treasure belonged to its finder. Moreover, there seemed to be no reason for danger here. Whoosh, Hong dashed towards the Heavenly King Hall, moving like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, Zhong Sheng resembled a leopard, swift as the wind. Whoosh, Tang Zichen was equally determined, striding forward with purpose. Whoosh whoosh, Kahan and Gu Jingzhou also charged in. Each of them was eager and impatient, vying to be the first. Wang Yan slowed his pace, falling to the rear. He too yearned for the precious treasures, yet haste often led to errors. If there were indeed treasures, they would not be easily obtained. Thus, prudence was of utmost importance. The hall was exceptionally bright, with the floor, walls, and ceiling smooth and flawless, as if crafted from crystal, creating a seamless unity. It was grand and spacious, exuding an aura of sanctity. However, at this moment, the hall was partitioned. In front of the entrance stood a stone wall, approximately 30 feet long and 20 feet high, adorned with engravings of mountains and rivers. A luminous barrier rose from it, blocking the entire entrance to the hall. Even powerful beings of the Sea of God's realm could not enter, yet, through the barrier, they could see dozens of spiritual lights flickering within. The seal of mountains and rivers. Is this a test of insight? Yijin's eyes flickered. His comprehension was relatively weak. 8 times out of 10, Yi Guang seated himself to contemplate. Whoosh whoosh, the others also began to sit cross-legged, studying the mural in an attempt to grasp the seal of mountains and rivers. Whoever comprehended it first would gain access to the treasures. A silent competition ensued among them. Wang and Tu sat down to reflect. He had a distinct advantage. At that moment, his soul power finally proved useful. Charge, Wang Yan immediately directed his soul power into the Taiji diagram, deducing the seal of mountains and rivers. The mural contained only images, devoid of any text, thus, cultivation relied entirely on insight. Ordinary individuals might not even grasp what the images represented. Without Li Jinju's guidance, many would be at a loss, yet, Wang Yan was precisely the individual who lacked no insight. A glance revealed. Moreover, with the foundational strength of the mountainous force and its connection to the mountains and rivers, he quickly discerned the intricacies, utilizing the Taiji to deduce and advancing rapidly. However, upon comprehending the first layer, he discovered there was a second layer. After grasping that, he found yet another layer, totaling 3 layers. Soul power 1612. The consumption of soul power was staggering, depleting half of it. This illustrated the profound nature and immense power of the seal of mountains and rivers. The second layer already surpassed the perfected wind and cloud palm technique. Most importantly, it completely harmonized with Wang Yan's mountainous force, allowing him to unleash its full combat potential. Just as Wang An concluded his comprehension, Li Jinju also finished. Whoosh whoosh, her 10 fingers danced rapidly, rising and falling in a blur, forming a seal in an instant. Light converged, manifesting a translucent seal, roughly the size of a thumb, interlaced with yellow and blue, radiating tremendous power.
The seal of mountains and rivers, third layer perfected. Whoosh!
A beam of golden light emanated from her, connecting with the barrier in the interior of the hall. She was granted entry. Whoosh! With a movement of her feet, she was already within the hall.
She did it!
Junior sister Jinju possesses exceptional talent. Yijin marveled. The disparity was immense. She truly lived up to her reputation as a prodigy, surpassing even the golden body. Just as he had begun to piece together his thoughts, she had already formed her seal and entered. Yi Guang, El Han, Zhongshang, and the others could not help but feel anxious. With Li Jinju entering first, would there be any treasures left for them? Would she claim them all for herself? Treasures belonged to whoever obtained them. Li Jinju would certainly not share. Whoosh! El Hang began forming his seal of first layer. Whoosh! Zhongshang swiftly followed suit, also on the first layer.
Let us give it a try.
Perhaps we can succeed, he thought. Just then, a beam of black light shot in from outside, landing between the crowd and the stone wall.
Ah, everything here belongs to me, cackled a young man in a black robe, holding a piece of black magic crystal. He suddenly activated the magic crystal, intending to unleash the demonic energy within, turning everyone in the hall into his puppets. Then he would deal with Li Jinju and seize all the treasures here for himself. It would all be his. Ultimately, he would invade the kingdom of Jin, corrupting the entire northwestern region. Yet, to his astonishment, the magic crystal showed no reaction. No matter how he provoked it, it proved futile. It was as if it had not received any stimulus, or as if it were sealed by some unseen power. The black-robed youth was taken aback. In the next moment, he attempted to unleash the demonic energy within himself, hoping to corrupt a few dozen or so. However, the demonic energy within him could not be unleashed at all. Suppressed by an inexplicable force, there was a powerful sealing restriction within this hall, rendering the use of magic ineffective, leaving only physical strength. The black-robed youth, Yijin, Yi Guang, and others were momentarily stunned, then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a false alarm. El Hang, Zhongshang, Gu Jingzhou, and the others felt as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. If the demonic energy had exploded, they would not have been able to withstand it. Wang Yan's heart was also in turmoil. He had secretly formed a seal. The demonic energy with a master was temporarily beyond his capacity to absorb and refine. It would be better to enter the true hall first. However, at this moment, he could not utilize his demonic energy. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Yijin shouted sharply, raising his hand to strike. Kill! Yi Guang charged forward as well.
Whoosh, whoosh, El Hang, Zhongshang, and the others followed suit. It was a rare opportunity. Without the threat of demonic energy, the black-robed youth stood no chance against them. Chapter 056 Seed. In a swift motion, Yi Guang advanced, merging with his sword. The black-robed youth pivoted, deflecting the attack with his elbow. The demonic energy not only possessed a strong infectious nature but also refined the physical body more effectively than most energies. With a series of sharp sounds, the dual swords of El Hang and Zhongshang descended upon him. As two peak cultivators of the Earth Store, combined with formidable swordsmanship, they posed a genuine threat to the black-robed youth. Due to the relentless onslaught, the black-robed youth was forced to retreat, landing near Wang Yan with a powerful crash. Wang Yan unleashed the triple mountain river seal. Under a 100-fold gravity refinement, the physical strength of a 4th-level Earth Store cultivator, honed by the might of mountain techniques, rivaled that of many warriors in the heavenly origin God Sea realm. Coupled with the perfectly attuned mountain river seal, the black-robed youth was sent flying like a cannonball. With a swift motion, Yi Guang's sword edge arrived once more. The black-robed youth found himself compelled to retreat repeatedly, his demeanor increasingly flustered.
Li Jinju emerged from the light curtain. Should you make another move, I will transform all the warriors here into demonic cultivators. Do you truly think you still have a chance?
Li Jinju halted, a cold smile gracing her lips.
Feel free to try. Do you believe you can hold me back, the Demon Lord?
A smirk graced the black-robed youth's face, brimming with confidence. He still possessed royal-grade demon crystals, which would unleash boundless. Yijin, Yi Guang, El Hang, and the others grew increasingly uneasy. Outside, there were many disciples from the Han Yue sword sect, as well as El Hang's younger brother. If they were all turned into demonic cultivators, Li Jinju could not simply ignore it. They truly found it challenging to subdue the black-robed youth. To ask her to abandon those outside was indeed cruel.
What do you wish to do?
This demon lord also seeks to comprehend the mountain river seal and acquire some opportunities within. How about we each rely on our own capabilities? The black-robed youth chuckled. The treasures within the Hall of Heavenly Kings were left behind by powerful ancient true kings. Obtaining them would significantly enhance combat strength and foundational power. He coveted them greatly. Whether it was treasures or legacies, he could make use of them. Li Jinju and the others exchanged glances. Once inside, there might indeed be opportunities. With so many of them, were they afraid of just one?
Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity. With that, Li Jinju turned and re-entered the light curtain.
At that moment, Wang Yan also grasped A and stepped into the light curtain. It was only then that everyone noticed Wang Yan had completed the comprehension of the triple. This lad's comprehension was astonishingly on par with the third princess, Li Jinju. Where did he come from? Who was this extraordinary figure? El Hang and Zhong Sheng swiftly formed a first level to test their entry.
We can enter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhong Sheng laughed heartily. It turned out that comprehending a single level sufficed. With rapid motions, Yi Zhen, Yi Guang, Elder Shi, Tung Zichen, and Kohan returned to continue their comprehension. The black-robed youth also quickly joined the ranks of those seeking understanding. Time was of the essence. Delay could mean missing the opportunity. You truly are remarkable, Li Jinju remarked, casting a glance at Wang, and she was certain of his extraordinary talent and comprehension. He would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Not bad, Wang Yan mused, his gaze scanning the hall. The treasures here appeared challenging to acquire. There were dozens of treasures, all flitting through the air with a remarkable sentience. However, their internal energies were sealed and confined, forcing them to rely solely on physical prowess. Then let each rely on their own abilities. Li Jinju smiled, exuding absolute confidence. Do not assume that being deprived of her magical power rendered her weak, nor should one think her physical prowess and agility were lacking simply because she was a woman. She was Li Jinju, the third princess of the Jin Kingdom, one of the twin prodigies. With a flash, she snatched a jade ruby and stowed it away. She swiftly pursued another treasure, a fan. Upon witnessing this, El Hang and Zhong Sheng immediately set off to seize their desired treasures. Observing the treasures fluttering about, Wang Yan had an advantage. His azure dragon fist had already been cultivated to the point where intent manifested in form, granting him an unparalleled speed in movement. However, he needed to carefully select which treasure to claim first. The value of these dozens of treasures was undoubtedly varied, some precious, others commonplace, and some possibly held hidden worth. The critical factor was whether they would be beneficial to him. If not, it would be better to forego them entirely. Swords, spears, sabers, jade bottles, pagodas, golden axes, spiritual boats. Wang Yan's gaze instantly fixed on a small blue spiritual boat. He needed to leave the Jin Kingdom for the south, and a flying vessel was essential. In case of danger, a spiritual boat was also quite necessary. With a swift movement, Wang Yan shot toward the spiritual boat to seize it. Yet, he was not the only one with such intentions. Zhong Sheng also lunged for the spiritual boat. It's mine. Yours, not a chance.
Wang Yan transformed his claw into a palm and struck forward.
Get lost. Zhong Sheng was evidently not merely skilled with a sword.
He retaliated with a fist aimed squarely at Wang Yan's palm. With a resounding collision, the two forces clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Zhong Sheng flipped and landed, retreating several steps, astonished. He had not managed to overpower Wang Yan. It was important to note that he was a 7th-level Earth Store cultivator, 3 small realms above Wang Yan. With a thud, Wang Yan landed, his feet skidding back as his palm tingled. The strength of the Zhong family's golden body and the true transmission of the sword sect indeed proved formidable. However, Wang Yan charged again toward the spiritual boat. Do you insist on competing with me? Zhong Sheng shouted in anger, lunging once more. You're the one insisting on competing. Wang Yan retorted, equally furious. Who is competing with whom? With that, Wang Yan unleashed the triple mountain river seal, channeling all his strength into the strike. Zhong Sheng's eyelids twitched. He had trained in the technique and knew the power of the mountain river seal, especially at the 3rd level. Zhong Sheng quickly dodged to avoid the brunt of the attack. Wang Yan executed the Azure Dragon's maneuver, reaching for the spiritual boat. Ha, it's mine now. Yi Guang appeared, intercepting Wang Yan's grasp for the spiritual boat. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed the triple mountain river seal once more. Yi Guang's gaze sharpened, swiftly forming a sword with his fingers and slashing at Wang Yan's sealed fist. With a resounding crash, the triple mountain river seal collided heavily with the sword finger, sending it careening off course. Wang Yan seized the opportunity to leap forward, executing a devastating 100 cracks kick. Even without the support of heavenly energies, the culmination of all his strength was not to be underestimated. With a powerful impact, Yi Guang was sent flying. Wang Yan's combat prowess was terrifying, rendering him unstoppable. At that moment, another figure stepped into the light curtain. Gu Jingzhou.
Stop, I don't want it.
Gu Jingzhou quickly exclaimed. With a swift motion, Wang Yan finally grasped the spiritual boat, dispelling its spiritual light before stowing it away in his storage pouch. At last, he had acquired a treasure. With a hiss, Yi Guang swung his sword toward him.
You seek death. Chapter 57 of the Inheritance of the Treasures, The Great Chaos. I see you seek death. Wang Yan's brows furrowed in determination.
Through the recent clash, he had come to a realization that he feared no one when relying solely on his physical prowess. Once more, he formed the mountain and river seal with his hands, managing to execute it in its second form. Bang! Yi Guang's sword was once again deflected. Boom! Wang Yan unleashed his third-layer fist seal with tremendous force.
Junior brother.
Outside, Yijin called out urgently. At that moment, Yi Guang regained his senses, yet, bang! Yi Guang was sent flying, stripped of his vitality. His combat strength diminished significantly. Even his original swordsmanship suffered greatly, as it had been years since he last wielded a sword. Wang Yan chose not to pursue further but instead turned to seize other treasures. After all, he could not kill anyone here. Continuing this way would not only hinder his quest for treasures but also provoke many disciples of the Hanyue sword sect, turning him into a public enemy.
Thus, junior brother, focus on seizing treasures and do not be provoked. Yijin advised.
Yi Guang pressed his hand against his chest, taking a deep breath. Fortunately, he was protected by divine power, sustaining no injuries. Otherwise, elder brother, you must hurry.
Yijin exclaimed, exasperated. I am already moving as swiftly as I can, but alas, my aptitude is limited. Swish.
Yi Guang turned to look at Li Jinzhu, discovering that he had already collected his fourth treasure.
Seize it.
Whoosh! Wang Yan set his sights on a golden spear, which Elhong was currently attempting to grasp. However, all treasures here were ownerless. Until they were claimed, anyone could lay claim to them.
Do not concern yourself with that.
Swish! Wang Yan's fingers curled into claws as he reached for the golden spear.
Do you intend to contest it with me? Elhang's brows furrowed in anger.
Bang! The two clashed momentarily before separating.
This spear is without an owner. Wang Yan questioned, what business does a swordsman have with a spear?
My use of the sword does not imply a lack of skill with the spear. In fact, my spear techniques are even more formidable.
Elhong retorted. Then let us see who is more capable of seizing it. Wang Yan's form darted like a dragon, his claws poised like hooks. Very well.
Elhong struck out with a palm directed at Wang Yan.
Claiming it also depends on one's ability.
His cultivation at the 8th layer, his palm bore the force of a collapsing mountain.
Come forth.
Wang Yan did not flinch, meeting the blow with his fist.
3-layer mountain and river seal. What did an additional 4 layers of cultivation matter? His physical might may well surpass that of his opponent. Boom! A thunderous collision ensued, shattering the air and sending shockwaves in all directions. No one could stand within several zhang. Whoosh! Elhong was sent flying, his palm cracking. Whoosh! Wang Yan also retreated, yet his momentum remained unyielding. However, this also created distance between him and the golden spear. At that moment, whoosh! The golden spear unexpectedly flew towards Elhong. Slap! Elhong grasped it firmly, his blood merging with the weapon. Wang Yan was left speechless. If that were the case, he had no recourse. Ha ha ha! Elhong laughed triumphantly, holding the golden spear with immense.
The hall fell silent, all present momentarily stunned.
What is happening?
The sudden disappearance of both man and weapon left everyone bewildered. Inheritance treasure, there exists an inheritance treasure here. Zhongsheng suddenly shouted with excitement.
Inheritance treasure.
The expressions of all present shifted, their hearts racing. An inheritance treasure is a relic attuned to a specific cultivation technique, responsible for selecting suitable inheritors. Just moments ago, Elhong had been chosen by the golden spear and was transported to the inheritance space via a special formation. This location had been crafted by a true king-level expert, thus, the inheritance must be of true king caliber, its value immeasurable. It far surpassed ordinary spiritual treasures. A great opportunity, the true, monumental chance lay here. Swish swish, Li Jinzhu, Yi Guang, Zhongsheng, and Gong Jingzhou all fixed their gazes upon the treasure above, searching for the inheritance relics. Clearly, not every treasure was won, only a few would be, necessitating careful discernment. Outside, Yijin, Eldershi, Kohanting, Zichen, and the young man in the black robe were all anxious, yearning to comprehend and enter. With each inheritance treasure that appears, one less remains.
That is a top-tier inheritance. Whoosh, Zichen formed a single-layer mountain in River Seal, stepping into the light curtain. Yijin, Eldershi, Kohan, and the young man in black swiftly focused their minds, continuing their comprehension.
Whoosh, Wang Yan's attention was drawn to a crimson treasure sword, and he made his move to seize it. He too desired an inheritance treasure in cultivation technique, however, he would not neglect the collection of other treasures. He intended to gift this sword to Feng Wei Whoosh, yet, this crimson sword was astonishingly sentient and swift. Despite his remarkable agility, he could not catch it.
This is an inheritance sword.
Zhong Shang and Li Jinju immediately locked onto it, both hastening towards it.
Wang Yan was left speechless. What a coincidence, do you look down upon me? With Feng Wei absent, he felt no compulsion to secure it. My lord, shall I concede it to Zhong Shang? Zhong Shang contended. This sword is evidently more fitting for me.
Li Jin. All of them were swordsmen, which was understandable. Wang Yan searched for his next target. Every treasure here shimmered with brilliant light, brimming with spiritual essence, some soared high, while others remained low. On the surface, they appeared indistinguishable, requiring trials to discern their true nature. Clearly, the value of complex auxiliary treasures outweighed that of simple swords and blades, excluding the value of inheritance. The most precious object here might indeed be the seven-layered pagoda. It had consistently hovered at the highest level, moving with remarkable speed. Li Jinju had attempted to claim it previously but had failed. However, Li Jinju's failure did not necessarily imply that he too would be unsuccessful. Whoosh, Wang Yan leaped forth to seize it. Swish, a flash of azure light surged, and the seven-layered pagoda darted away, faster than he had anticipated. Swish, unwilling to yield, Wang Yan continued to pursue.
This pagoda belongs to this demon lord.
The young man in black appeared, simultaneously reaching for the pagoda.
You believe you can simply claim it? Wang Yan barked coldly.
How dare you speak to this demon lord in such a manner? The young man in black unleashed a fearsome punch at Wang Yan. This punch was terrifying, surpassing even those of Yi Guang and El Hang.
Begone!
Wang Yan executed the three-layer mountain and river seal in retaliation, meeting the assault head-on. Bang! A dull thud erupted. Whoosh! Wang Yan was sent hurtling backward. The full-force exertion of the demon lord proved indeed terrifying. For the first time, he was bested. Swish! The young man in black hesitated momentarily, surprised. A mere fourth layer of earthly abode could withstand his strength in a direct confrontation.
If this were to spread, the entire northwest continent would be astounded. This brat must not be allowed to live.
Whoosh! The young man in black charged at Wang Yan.
Do you truly wish to kill me? You are not yet worthy. Wang Yan sensed the danger, forming another seal. As long as you cannot injure me severely in a single blow, you will never be able to slay me. Bang!
Wang Yan was once again sent flying. However, he remained unscathed. The spiritual power within him surged, rapidly mending his injuries and refining his strength further.
I'll see how many punches you can endure.
The young man in black's murderous intent intensified.
Chapter 058 Mutation, Alliance. What's the harm in throwing another 10 punches? Wang Yan laughed heartily, his entire being brimming with a fervent fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had felt such an intense sense of pressure. He thrived in adversity. The young man in the black robe froze momentarily. Given the circumstances, it was evident that he could not kill Wang Yan in a short span of time. Others would likely not permit him to do so either. Rather than wasting time, it would be wiser to seize the treasures and legacies. Once outside, this man's life would be at his mercy, easily manipulated at will. Kid, Wang Yan was taken aback. Kill, damn you, you think you can just choose to kill or leave as you please? Dream on. With a fierce determination, Wang Yan pursued the black-robed youth, his fist raised to strike.
The black-robed youth raised his arm to block. Bang! The black-robed youth was sent flying. Wang Yan's punch was not to be underestimated. Swiftly, the black-robed youth regained his footing. Boom! Wang Yan's fist came crashing down again, this time taking the offensive.
Bang! The black-robed youth was once more propelled backward. In an instant, Wang Yan was upon him like a shadow, unleashing the triple mountain and river seal. Within the Grand Hall, this technique was the only one that could receive some semblance of power augmentation.
The black-robed youth was furious. He abruptly turned, bracing himself with his back. Though his demonic energy had been suppressed, it had not vanished. It still resided within him, instinctively guarding him. How could a dignified demon cultivator of the divine sea realm be injured by the fists of someone in the earth repository realm? Bang! The impact of Wang Yan's triple mountain and river seal landed heavily against the black-robed youth's back. Though it was ultimately mitigated, the immense recoil left Wang Yan's fingers and arms tingling. Indeed, the defensive capabilities of the Divine Sea Realm were formidable. Wang Yan quickly utilized the momentum to retreat. "Kid, once we get outside, I shall turn you into a demonic puppet," the black-robed youth snarled, baring his bone-white teeth.
A demonic puppet?
The corners of Wang Yan's mouth curled into a slight smile.
If that's the case, I would be quite eager to see it.
Meanwhile, as Wang Yan and the black-robed youth engaged in their fierce battle, Zhongsheng, Li Jinju, and Yi Guang continued their intense struggle over a crimson sword. Although Li Jinju possessed the greatest strength, the sword itself could be regarded as a formidable opponent, and thus the outcome remained uncertain. Additionally, Elder Shi had comprehended a layer of the mountain and river seal and had stepped into the fray.
"Your Highness, I have come to assist you,"
Elder Shi shouted as he joined the contest for the legacy sword. With Elder Shi's assistance, Li Jinju immediately gained the upper hand. However, just as he was about to seize the crimson sword, a dagger suddenly pierced through Li Jinju's waist from behind, reaching his dantian. At that moment, whoosh, the black-robed youth suddenly flickered, rapidly appearing beside Yi Guang and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Yi Guang was sent flying, a mouthful of blood bursting forth. Whoosh, the black-robed youth reappeared beside Yi Guang, continuing his relentless assault. Bang, 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 bang! Yi Guang was battered without the ability to retaliate, the black-robed youth intent on severely injuring him and rendering him incapable of fighting back.
"This body has become my avatar, haha, you thought you could send him to monitor me without me noticing? I merely played along, plotting something grander. Once I transform you all into demonic puppets, I shall dominate the Northwest and reign supreme." Cackling with malice, Elder Shi declared, "Stop dreaming grandiose dreams." Wang Yan appeared in a flash, delivering a punch towards Elder Shi. "Let us take them down together. I will definitely turn you into a demonic puppet."
Elder Shi shouted furiously at Wang Yan. Bang! Elder Shi was sent flying, his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of the black-robed youth.
"Kill!" Wang Yan pursued, raising his fist once more. "Kill!" Outside, Yizhen was filled with anxiety, yet he had yet to comprehend even a single layer of the mountain and river seal and was thus powerless. Ke Han's gaze flickered as he contemplated whether to withdraw. Bang! Gu Jingzhou was sent flying by a casual punch from the black-robed youth. Although he was also at the 4th level of the Earth Repository Realm and his body had been tempered through the gravity ladder, he was still significantly weaker than Wang Yan. His understanding of the mountain and river seal only reached a single layer, rendering his attack insufficient. In contrast, on Wang Yan's side, Elder Shi was being overwhelmed by the two, unable to retaliate at all. "You go assist over there," Wang Yan instructed Zhongsheng.
Zhongsheng glanced over before turning to comply. Swish, Wang Yan drew forth the panlong spear. If fists were insufficient, then he would resort to weaponry. Whoosh, Elder Shi grew anxious, hastily evading. Swish, 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 Wang Yan directed the spear towards Elder Shi's neck and head. Clang, 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 Elder Shi attempted to block with the dagger. At that moment, Li Jinju charged in with his sword. Though his dantian was pierced, as a warrior of the Divine Sea Realm, his physical body was robust, and his vitality was extraordinary. He had not completely lost his combat capability and could still unleash a fierce burst of power. A deep gash appeared on Elder Shi's body, nearly a foot long. Wang Yan's spear found its mark, piercing Elder Shi's neck and tearing away a large swath of flesh. "Curse you! You wretches!" Elder Shi bellowed. Swish, Li Jinju's sword silenced him. Bang! Meanwhile, Zhongsheng was sent flying. Whoosh, the black-robed youth surged forward. "I shall kill you all, completely refine you into demons." He sought to obtain all the treasures within this celestial monarch space. Swish, Li Jinju swung his sword again. Whoosh, Wang Yan sheathed his panlong spear and charged at the black-robed youth, delivering a powerful punch. "Azure Dragon Fist. You!" The black-robed youth swung his arm to block. Swish, Wang Yan spun, the azure dragon weaving its way through a triple mountain and river seal. Bang, the black-robed youth was sent flying once more. Whoosh, Wang Yan closed in to strike again. Bang, the black-robed youth countered, blocking with his elbow. Boom, Zhongsheng arrived, delivering a punch of his own. Bang, the black-robed youth raised his other arm to defend. "Ah, die!" Gu Jingzhou leaped into the air, delivering a downward punch. Bang, 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 boom, Wang Yan, Zhongsheng, and Gu Jingzhou struck the black-robed youth in unison, their assaults fierce and relentless. Though their weapons were sharp, they instilled hesitation among their allies, preventing seamless and fluid attacks. Thus, they relied solely on their fists. Smack, smack, smack. The black-robed youth found himself unable to withstand the combined might of 6 hands, retreating step by step, dashing back and forth within the hall. Meanwhile, Elder Shi was swiftly decapitated by Li Jinzhu's sword, losing all signs of life. Chapter 059. Each to their own. The Jade Bottle. Elder Shi was slain, and one formidable foe was vanquished.
Only one adversary remained. The young man in the black robe bellowed in fury. His meticulously devised plan, the hard-won advantage he had gained, was all for naught. He was filled with resentment. It was all because of that little brat. Boom! Wang Yan unleashed another strike with the mountain and river seal, sending the black-robed youth flying once more. To dare to divide one's focus in a desperate struggle was tantamount to courting disaster, was it not? However, dispatching a cultivator of the Divine Sea realm proved to be exceptionally challenging. Despite their relentless barrage of punches, they had yet to break the skin. Must they resort to employing a profound weapon? The black-robed youth had within his storage bag a Beast King crystal, which Wang Yan had coveted for quite some time. Whoosh! The black-robed youth pivoted and dashed toward the temple doors. He intended to retreat. At this juncture, he had lost all hope of turning the tide. Only by escaping could he plot his counterattack. Alternatively, he could await the moment when two more individuals within accepted their inheritance before making his entrance. Whoosh! Outside the temple, Yijin prepared to intercept. A mere moment of obstruction would suffice. Whoosh! Whoosh! Inside the temple, Wang Yan, Zhongshang, and even Li Jinzhu pursued relentlessly. However, just as everyone believed the black-robed youth was about to break free, a flash. A black gold axe suddenly materialized before the black-robed youth. He was momentarily taken aback, but then elatedly seized it. Whoosh! In a flash of black light, both the youth and the axe vanished without a trace. Bang! Zhongshang's fist struck the stone wall. What in the heavens is this royal temple playing at? Even demon cultivators possess inheritances. Wang Yan's gaze flickered. The likelihood of the black-robed demon remaining was already slim. If he could not be slain today, there would be another opportunity in the future. The demon would ultimately be unable to escape. Gu Jingzhou sighed. Trouble lay ahead. Guan clenched his fist, lamenting silently. So close. Clang! Li Jinzhu lowered her long sword, the tip resting against the ground. Her injuries had flared, and she could no longer endure. Yet, despite her grievous wounds, her spirit and demeanor remained regal and composed, unafraid of life or death. I must step up. You may continue, senior brother Yijin. I implore you to protect me. Li Jinzhu spoke weakly. The physical wounds were manageable, and even a shattered dantian could heal. However, a trace of true demonic energy within her posed a risk of transformation. She needed to exit to restore her divine power. To dispel it, the conditions within this space were limited, and hope was dim. Very well, Yijin nodded. He could not enter, and leaving would serve no purpose. Puffed! Li Jinzhu spat a mouthful of blood, her body swaying unsteadily. Be careful! Wang Yan's figure flickered, and he reached out to steady her. Li Jinzhu was taken aback for a moment. Whoosh! A stream of pure demonic energy was drawn into the yin-yang divine pearl, swiftly transforming into 200 points of spiritual power. Wang Yan was momentarily stunned. Li Jinzhu was equally astonished. Had the demonic energy vanished? How could this be? Whoosh! A crimson lotus lamp suddenly descended, drifting before Li Jinzhu and gently spinning. A treasure of inheritance. Zhongshang, Gu Jingzhou, Yi Guang, and the others all widened their eyes. Was there truly someone bold enough to support the third prince? Was this how such a treasure appeared? It seemed that Liu Hong, too, had been injured and thus selected. Could it be that wounds and blood were the keys to inheritance? Should they also? Whoosh! A flash of red light, and both the crimson lotus lamp and Li Jinzhu vanished without a trace. Wang Yan sighed. Everyone else possessed a treasure of inheritance. Why was he left wanting? Several had disappeared before his eyes. White Zhongshang, Gu Jingzhou, and Yi Guang exchanged glances, and then whoosh, 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 the three of them lunged simultaneously toward the red treasure. As sword cultivators, the inheritance of the sword was of utmost importance. Bang, bang, bang. Conflict erupted once more, even more fiercely than before. A whoosh! Wang Yan picked up the demonic dagger from the ground. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram spun, absorbing the demonic energy from the dagger. He then prodded at Elder Shi's corpse with the dagger. Streams of demonic energy transformed into pure spiritual power, rapidly increasing his reserves. In an instant, spiritual power 3521, soul power 1612. The true demonic energy atop the dagger had converted 2000 points of spiritual power, while Elder Shi's body had only yielded 500. This was due to the black-robed youth's efforts to conceal Elder Shi's identity, having merely performed minor modifications to the demonic energy within, leaving behind a seed of demonhood.
Nothing else had been altered. No soul fragment remained. At the moment of Elder Shi's demise, he had already returned to his true form. Thus, the harvest was meager. Wang Yan lamented. Today, his luck was truly abysmal. Not only had he failed to acquire the Beast King crystal, but he should have at least garnered 2,000 or 3,000 points of spiritual power. He sought a treasure of inheritance suitable for him. Wang Yan was in urgent need of powerful, top-tier techniques, as he was about to venture southward, where his adversaries would soon transform into formidable demon cultivators, even true demon kings. Without superior techniques, how could he combat them and maintain the upper hand in extermination? Wang Yan did not wish for every battle to be perilous, he preferred to dominate. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wang Yan's gaze sharpened, drawn to a verdant jade bottle overhead. He had long sensed something amiss. If the 7-story pagoda was the most precious and elusive treasure within this grand hall, then this jade bottle was undoubtedly the most unassuming. What could the jade bottle hold? A vessel for items, a means to store water, for watering plants, yet upon closer inspection, Wang Yan discerned that the jade bottle was extraordinary. Not only was it linked to the previous 4 treasures of inheritance, but it also seemed to possess an indescribable connection to the 7-story pagoda. It was as though the pagoda had intentionally emerged to attract attention, while the jade bottle was the true mastermind behind it all. Yes, that was it. Wang Yan was convinced. Was it not worth a try? Whoosh! Wang Yan sprang into action, reaching for the jade bottle. Smack! He grasped it. The jade bottle did not evade him. Wang Yan questioned his judgment for a moment. Just then, whoosh! A flash of green light, and both he and the jade bottle vanished without a trace. Ha! The treasure sword of inheritance is mine. Meanwhile, Zhongshang laughed heartily, clutching the sword. In the end, the sword of inheritance had remained with him. Gu Jingzhou sighed deeply. Yi Guan was unwilling to accept this outcome. The sword of inheritance should have rightfully been his. After all, whoosh! Zhongshang too vanished. Chapter 060 of the 9 transformations of the dominant body, the sacred inheritance. With a swift motion, Wang Yan materialized upon an expansive prairie. The landscape stretched infinitely, lush and vibrant, exuding an invigorating freshness. At the heart of the prairie stood a colossal white humanoid statue, towering over 100 zhang, clad in resplendent battle armor and crowned majestically. One hand formed a seal while the other was This was a superlative powerhouse. Was this the heavenly king? Wang Yan approached. In a flash, the jade vial reacted to the hand seal. Suddenly, a series of images and texts materialized before the statue, clear and vivid. The characters appeared as if cast in gold. They flickered momentarily before transforming into a stream of light that darted into Wang Yan's mind, crystallizing into a legacy. The 9 transformations of the dominant body. As the name suggests, it primarily focuses on the art of body refinement. With 9 cycles of transformation, once perfected, it could withstand the ravages of heaven and earth. Of course, such claims could very well be mere bravado from its creator. The true extent of its power could only be discerned through practice, for it appeared that the originator had not reached the pinnacle, stopping at the 7th transformation. In addition to body refinement, it also included 3 formidable attack seals, capable of fully unleashing the might of the dominant body. These were the Human King Seal, the Heavenly King Seal, and the Sacred King Seal. Notably, the Sacred King Seal indicated that the creator was associated with the sacred, rather than an ordinary true king. The sacred, also known as the sage or the sage hero, represents the most powerful existence beneath the divine, possessing boundless abilities and unmatched combat strength, capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Such beings are seldom found outside the grand dynasties and sacred grounds, often steeped in ancient heritage. This was the sacred inheritance, and waves of tumult surged within Wang Yan's heart. It had been many years since the term sacred had echoed across the Xintian continent, primarily due to the invasion of the demon race, which had forced some ancient powerhouses to emerge. Achieving the realm of the sacred was a monumental challenge, requiring immense resources, a feat the Xintian continent had long struggled to support. However, this posed no issue for Wang Yan. As long as there were demonic creatures and the demon race, his spiritual resources would be inexhaustible. The Human King Seal required mastery of the 2nd transformation, the Heavenly King Seal demanded completion of the 4th transformation, and the Sacred King Seal necessitated the 6th transformation. Wang Yan understood this well. The early stages of dominant body cultivation were exceptionally brutal, necessitating continuous destruction and reconstruction. The verdant jade vial was intended for the preparation of this spiritual liquid. When placed in an area abundant with natural energy, it could absorb the essence of the world, transforming it into spiritual liquid. Additionally, one could infuse various spiritual herbs or elixirs to enhance the efficacy of the liquid. Wang Yan possessed the yin-yang divine pearl, capable of reversing demonic energy into a continuous flow of spiritual power. The purity of this spiritual power rivaled that of the spiritual liquid, if not surpassing it. Naturally, their combined use would yield even greater results. Carefully, Wang Yin stowed the jade vial into his storage bag. This should not be something the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl required, he mused, glancing up at the hand that the Heavenly King held aloft. With a swift motion, Wang Yin darted to the base of the statue, leaping into the air. He first landed on the statue's instep, then onto its boot, and subsequently onto its knee, thigh, and waist. Soon, he found himself upon the raised hand, where a small sun resided. Atop the sun lay a crystalline, pure white jade pendant, radiating a soft golden glow, exquisite and extraordinary. So, it is you, Wang Yin thought, reaching out for the jade pendant. In an instant, the pendant shot towards him, and before he could react, it burrowed into his mind, beginning to orbit around the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl like a subset. No further reactions followed. So, it seems I am not yet qualified to examine it, Wang Yin sighed lightly, acknowledging the situation. The Yin-Yang Divine Pearl possessed sentience, signifying that he understood its meaning. Only when he attained a certain level of strength in the future would he be deemed worthy to comprehend everything. With that, Wang Yin turned and leapt down from the statue, stepping back to perform a solemn bow before it, then proceeded towards the nearby teleportation array leading to another realm. The Red Lotus True Sutra, the Red Lotus Inferno. Li Jinju's eyes shimmered, her heart deeply shaken. The Red Lotus Inferno was one of the 4 renowned divine fires of the Shintian world, known for incinerating sins and burning the souls of living beings. Nothing could withstand it. It was fearsome indeed, often referred to as the flames of hell, the holy fire of the abyss. To discover such a legacy here was astonishing. Her fortune was truly extraordinary. Not only had her injuries fully healed, but she had also obtained such a formidable inheritance. She would undoubtedly transcend the realm of true kings. Who exactly was this Heavenly King? Was the Red Lotus True Sutra a legacy of the Heavenly King? If not, then who was the Heavenly King's inheritor? A figure flashed through Li Jinju's mind. Could it be him? Beneath the statue of a divine dragon, the Dragon Slayer sword technique, Zhong Shang was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated such a powerful technique. This sword technique was extraordinarily potent, far beyond his expectations, capable of slaying true dragons. What is a true dragon? A being that can traverse heaven and earth, upheaving rivers and seas, utterly invincible. Even the weakest among them could rival a true king, while the strongest would compel reverence from all the great sacred lands. The thought alone was terrifying, and this sword technique was specifically designed to slay dragons. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that this sword technique could be cultivated directly to the Nirvana realm. Nirvana, a level above true kings, he would surpass everyone in the Han Yue sword sect, including the founder. The Overlord Spear, the overbearing 3 styles. El Hong gazed at the spear manual in his hands, murmuring softly, unable to suppress a slight tremor. These 3 spear techniques were immensely powerful, truly formidable. Assertive and unmatched, it would not be an exaggeration to claim invincibility among peers, not a word of embellishment. If invincibility were unattainable, it could only reflect his inadequacy, not a flaw in the spear technique. Therefore, I might need to venture outside the Gene Kingdom, feeding my spear with demons and true demons. Of course, this must wait until after reaching the heavenly origin realm. The extreme Yin severing strike, the ultimate Yin and ultimate Yang. Ha, truly befitting of this demon lord, truly befitting. The young man in the black robe laughed heartily. This battle technique was extraordinarily powerful, surpassing all others he had previously acquired. It was crafted by a great being of the demonic path, capable of fully unleashing the strength of his physical body and the might of extreme demonic energy. Furthermore, it could awaken the latent potential of his physical demonic essence, allowing for a single burst of combat power that transcended his current realm, instantly altering the tides of battle. Though it would leave him weakened for 3 months afterward, that mattered little. In critical moments, it could be a lifesaver, a game-changer. Such a battle technique could only be deemed divine. From this day forth, this demon lord shall reign supreme in the 10 kingdoms. The king of the northwest, who could possibly stand in his way? Within a luminous palace constructed of crystal, Tang Zichen sat cross-legged, a razor-sharp, gossamer-thin long knife resting upon his legs. Multicolored rays of light swirled around him, refracting through the crystal surfaces to create various reflections. With a swift motion, Tang Zichen grasped the long knife to intercept a stream of rainbow light, causing a brilliant array of colors to vanish instantly. Then, with a twist of the knife, countless rays converged inside the crystal palace. The air shimmered with the essence of the blade, the intent of the knife soaring to divine heights. The light-cutting blade, accomplished. Chapter 061. Wangan, the demon lord. Before the gravity steps, some warriors departed in search of spiritual herbs, while others remained, striving to continue their ascent or to utilize the gravity of the steps to refine their bodies in true energy. Fong Wei and Ellie belonged to the latter group, but they were not ordinary warriors. Supported by prestigious families, they were not particularly lacking in resources for spiritual herbs. Moreover, given the number of people present and the passage of time, the conspicuous spiritual herbs in the vicinity had been nearly depleted. making further foraging increasingly difficult,
necessitating journeys to more distant and secluded areas, which would consume considerable time and effort.
There was also the potential for conflict or encounters with demons, all of which were uncontrollable factors. It was far more prudent to remain here and take advantage of the rare opportunity presented by the gravity steps to solidify their foundations and elevate their potential to new heights. These gravity steps were anything but ordinary. The 8 great families did not possess them. Even the royal Li family and the Han Yue sword sect had only a rudimentary version of the formation, the effects of which paled in comparison to this place. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, and missing it would lead to irreparable regret. Both Feng Wei and Le had reaped benefits in the past, making them all the more aware of this truth. They could only wonder what treasures awaited them above. Le gazed up at the mountain peak, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Surely, it was a place of immense treasures, artifacts, path instruments, and elixirs of the highest caliber. Yet, no one had seen his elder brother ascend. That was peculiar. With his brother's innate talent and combat prowess, he should have gone up early on, or had something happened, heaven forbid anything untoward had occurred. The treasures were of little consequence, the paramount importance lay in the inheritance. Feng Wei shook her head. Treasures merely augmented strength and prowess, they were but embellishments. Unless one encountered an extraordinarily powerful and transcendent inheritance technique, that was what truly mattered for a warrior of any faction, as it represented a pathway to ascendancy. This heavenly king palace undoubtedly harbored a powerful inheritance. Alas, she lacked the qualification to enter. My second brother has already ascended, he will surely obtain a top-tier inheritance, Gu Yi declared confidently, standing tall. His second brother possessed a rare golden talent, and there was a significant hope for success, particularly, among the 3 golden physiques. He was the only one confirmed to have gone up thus far. If his second brother were to acquire a supreme inheritance, then the strength of the Gu family would rise, their foundation would deepen, and they might very well become the foremost among the 8 great families, perhaps even surpassing the royal Li family. At that point, it would be a matter of whether this heavenly king lived up to his title. He hoped not to be disappointed. Your second brother, I heard he was sent flying by Wang Yan with a single punch, Le jested. This was not merely Feng Wei's assertion but was corroborated by others who had witnessed the incident. Ji Yuya's face flushed with rage, teeth gritted. How dare they mock them? That was an accident.
A pure accident. Le. Feng Wei quickly admonished. Wasn't this inviting trouble from Wang Yan?
Wang Yan must have been possessed by a demon lord, otherwise, he could never have been a match for my second brother,
Gu Yi asserted vehemently.
Hold on, Feng Wei interjected, her expression changing. Gu Yi, do not speak recklessly. What evidence do you have? You are tarnishing a person's reputation with baseless accusations.
If I am speaking nonsense, then how do you explain Wang Yan's rapid ascension from the 2nd layer of Changhong to the 4th layer of Dizong in just a few days? And that he managed to send my second brother flying with a single strike. If it were not for the demon's possession, how could that be possible? There is no other explanation,
Gu Yi retorted coldly, convinced of his stance. Feng Wei reminded him that he had to substantiate his claims, not that he had to. His conviction was strong. Others around them nodded in quiet agreement. The rapid rise from the 2nd layer of Changhong to the 4th layer of Dizong in just a few days was indeed implausible through ordinary cultivation, even for a golden physique. It was simply not feasible unless he had either reincarnated from a powerful being or had been infused with the demon lord's essence. I witnessed Wang Yan break through from the peak of Changhong to the 3rd layer of Dizong with my own eyes. Wang Yan is at the 3rd layer of Dizong, not the 4th. He merely defeated your second brother with a single move. It was your second brother's lack of skill that led to his defeat, not Wang Yan's fault,
Feng Wei countered. The 3rd layer of Dizong defeated my second brother with one move?
Gu Yi shook his head. Fine, even if you can prove you saw him ascend from the peak of Changhong to the 3rd layer of Dizong, how do you explain how he went from the 2nd layer of Changhong to the peak in just a few days? That too seems illogical, does it not? Normal cultivation cannot account for such a leap unless he was not cultivating normally but had received the demon's essence. He was convinced that the demon must have taken advantage of the situation in the battle area, possibly even the soul fragment of that demonic entity.
Think about it.
To rise from the 2nd layer of Changhong to the 3rd layer of Dizong without incident, without exploding from the strain, and to maintain such control, does that make sense? Can an ordinary warrior achieve this? Only with the possession of a demon soul could he have done so. O Feng Wei, do not be stubborn, you may have also been bewitched by the demon spirit.
Nonsense, fabrications, Feng Wei exclaimed, exasperated.
Gu Yi, you are utterly despicable.
I never imagined you would stoop to this level.
What I say is the truth. What rebuttal do you have?
Gu Yi's gaze shifted over Feng Wei. Feng Wei, heed my advice, check yourself and see if there is something amiss. Awaken your senses. You dare to accuse me? Feng Wei inhaled deeply.
Fine, I did not expect you to possess such cunning, Gui, if fabricating lies, turning the tables. Do you think that smearing Wang Yan as a demon lord will excuse your second brother's defeat with a single blow? No, that will only make you weaker. Your second brother may even suffer as a result. Is a golden physique truly the strongest? The world is vast, and you have only seen a fraction. Do you know all the physiques out there? Wang Yan may possess a divine physique, an unparalleled talent. He merely defeated your second brother with one move. So what if he is stronger than your second brother or any golden physique? If you have the capability, confront him directly and defeat him in a fair battle of equals, then I will admire you. Everyone will respect you. Do not spread baseless rumors or stray down dark paths. I suspect it is you who has been possessed by a demon, your mind clouded and thoughts insidious. Eli, having initially found himself swayed by Guya's words, now felt uncertain. Wang Yan's rapid cultivation speed was indeed difficult to explain, and possession by a demon lord seemed plausible, yet, after hearing Feng Wei's perspective, he began to entertain the notion that Wang Yan might possess a uniquely powerful and mysterious physique. The crystal testing could have yielded errors or omissions. The myriad unique physiques and cultivation methods in the Shantian continent were too numerous to count. Perhaps Wang Yan was simply one of those exceptional cases. Just because one could not comprehend it did not mean it was impossible. Nevertheless, Wang Yan's ability to defeat Gu'er with a single move was undeniably impressive. As long as he did not fall, his future was boundless. Others who listened found themselves in similar turmoil. Some began to waver, while others chose neutrality, indifferent to the dispute, awaiting the outcome.
Feng Wei, you have been bewitched. I do not blame you.
Just wait and see. Guya's expression shifted. When Wang Yan emerges, let the third princess examine everything. The truth will be revealed. Whether he is possessed by a demon or not will become crystal clear.
If he is innocent, I will have no further objections. If he is a demon, he shall not escape retribution. Chapter 062 has been released. Where is Wang Yan? On what grounds do you insist on an inspection? Why should there be a scrutiny when everything is perfectly fine, just because of your suspicions? Who do you think you are? If Wang Yan is not a demon, will you then offer your life as atonement? Feng Wei exclaimed in anger. What is this nonsense? Do you think of yourself as a deity? Your interference is truly excessive, exhibiting a twisted psyche. Wang Yan's rapid advancement in cultivation must surely conceal secrets. But so what? What business is it of yours? What relevance does it hold for others? Has he threatened anyone? I merely harbor suspicions. Shouldn't he be the one to prove himself? Guyi retorted defiantly, his neck taut. Ha ha ha, Feng Wei laughed, infuriated to the point of amusement by someone's shameless behavior. If your suspicions merit proof, then I suspect you are possessed by a demon. Should you not also prove otherwise? I suspect your heart has become so dark it is nearly rotting. Must we not inspect it to ascertain its purity? Indeed, I genuinely suspect that you, Gu Yi, are under demonic influence. Reflecting upon the former Gu Yi, though not particularly remarkable, he was never this malevolent. Why the sudden transformation into such wickedness, aiming to annihilate the genius of our human race? It must be the work of demonic possession or the influence of demonic energy. Only thus can it be explained. There are no other possibilities. Feng Wei retaliated with his own accusations, swiftly reversing public opinion. Let us conduct an inspection. I believe it is warranted. Eli concurred. Feng Wei, Eli, you all. Gui seethed with rage, extending his hand to strike Feng Wei. Eli's expression changed dramatically as he rushed to intervene. Yet Gui was at the 9th level of the long rainbow, while he had only reached the 6th. Feng Wei's expression also shifted. She had not anticipated Guya's sudden aggression. However, she had grown significantly stronger in every aspect. The disparity between the 5th and 9th levels of the long rainbow was not as insurmountable as one might think. Whoosh! Feng Wei slightly shifted her body, narrowly evading the attack, yet, Guyi pivoted his palm, striking towards her chest once more. Feng Wei was somewhat caught off guard. Eli was also unprepared. Just then, a battle blade plunged between them, blocking Feng Wei. The sharp blade glinted. Whoosh! Guyi hastily withdrew his hand. Who are you? How dare you obstruct me? He glared furiously at. I am Gao Jian. My apologies for the offense. Gao Jian replied. Indeed, it was he who had intervened. He had long wished to join the Feng family. Not long ago, they had slain a demon together. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Ha, even the heavens are aiding us. Jiao Jian, excellent. Guyi gritted his teeth and raged. A mere martial artist dares to stand in my way. Thank you. Feng Wei clasped her hands in gratitude. From now on, Gao Jian will be a warrior of my Feng family. Guyi, you actually dared to strike at me. Very well, I, Feng Wei, shall remember this. Within 3 years, I will assault the Gu family and leave you searching for your teeth. And Eli also stepped forward. Earlier, he had missed the chance to be the hero who saved the damsel in distress due to his weaker strength. However, he too aspired to surpass and defeat Gu Yi within 3 years. Gu Yi glanced at Li, then at Feng Wei. Very well, I welcome the challenge. I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me. To defeat me within 3 years, ha, do you truly think I am made of clay? You overestimate yourselves, and you. Gu Yi turned his gaze to Gao Jian. I will remember you. Do not let me catch you alone again, or I shall make you regret ever being born. Gu Yi, who do you think you are threatening? Do you dare to lay a finger on him? Gao Jian is now a member of my Feng family. Do you think my family is merely for show? Try to touch him, and while I may not kill you, breaking your legs is certainly within my capabilities. Feng Wei's voice rang out, a threat laced within. We are all scions of prominent families. Who fears whom? Very well, I shall await your attempts. Gu Yi turned and left. When my second brother emerges, I shall have him cripple you. Is there a need to return? Ha, absurd. I apologize for your offense against Gu Yi due to my actions. Your only refuge now is to join my Feng family or at least feign allegiance to secure your safety. Are you willing? You have offended Gu Yi for my sake. I, Feng Wei, will guarantee your protection. Feng Wei looked at Gao Jian. I am willing, I am honored, Gao Jian exclaimed excitedly, responding eagerly. Fifth miss, if possible, could you introduce a martial maid to be my wife? A martial maid? Feng Wei chuckled. Of course, I will certainly find you one with both talent and beauty. Thank you, Miss. Gao Jian was overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately swearing a fifth miss. From now on, I, Gao Jian, am yours, ready to face any peril without a flicker of hesitation. Alright, no need to be so serious. Feng Wei waved her hand, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Go and practice your skills. Yes, Miss. Gao Jian promptly moved aside to train Wei. Li began to speak. Wait for their return, Feng Wei interrupted, knowing Li's intentions and deciding it best left unsaid. She gazed toward the mountain peak, waiting for Wang Yan and the others to return. They should be back soon, right? 1 day passed, yet no one returned. 2 days passed, still no sign. 3 days passed. Whoosh, as the world shifted and space transformed, everyone returned to the original location of the Demon Cave Mountain. Have we returned, my spiritual herbs? Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. Li Jinju, El Han, Zhongshang, Teng Zichen, Chen Yi, Jin Yi, and Guang stood in the central clearing. At this moment, if it weren't for the barren mountain and surroundings, one might have thought the previous oppressive demonic energy was merely a figment of the imagination. Third Prince, Feng Wei hurried to Li Jinju's side. Where is Wang Yan? Why do I not see him? Did he not also ascend? Whoosh, El Han, Zhongshang, Teng Zichen, Chen Yi, Jin Yi, and Guang all involuntarily changed their expressions upon hearing this. Li Jinju cast a glance at Feng Wei and replied coolly, Wang Yan has departed, heading south. What? How could this be? Feng Wei's expression shifted. She wanted to ask why he left without even saying goodbye. Did he not mention it to her previously? Yet, it seemed rather dismissive. Was there an alternative reason for his departure? Is it true? Truly, would I deceive you? Li Jinju affirmed. Her mind wandered back to when they first emerged. She had seen Wang Yan and invited him to join the royal family, to join the Li family. Yet, Wang Yan had declined. Why? Li Jinju inquired. I am going to slay demons. Wang Yan responded succinctly. Joining the Li family would also allow for demon slaying. We are not a reclusive sect, we advocate for the extermination of demonic creatures. The Li family can provide resources and techniques, it is all very feasible, Li Jinju remarked, slightly puzzled. It does not hinder, nor does it conflict. The Li family is the royal family, tasked with safeguarding the entire kingdom. It is not merely a family that seeks to maintain a small territory. Slaying demons is something we have always engaged in. I am heading south, to the southern border in the South Sea, to slay countless demons, cutting my way through until every last demon clan is annihilated. Wang Yan declared emphatically. Chapter 063 Pursuit. The Fifth Order Bear Demon annihilates all demonic clans. What an ambitious aspiration, what a delusional and audacious notion, fraught with overestimation of one's capabilities. Yet, Wang Yan expresses this determination and resolves to act upon it. Li Jinju could not help but think of one person, her seventh sister, the most gifted individual of the Li family in over 100,000 years, surpassing even the true ancestor. The same innocence, the same stubbornness, the same lack of self-awareness. The demonic clans have descended, devouring all living beings. They must be stopped. What future can be envisioned without the extermination of the demonic clans? With Xian Tian lost, what future remains for me? Surely someone must stand in the way. If you do not go, and I do not go, and none of us go, then who will confront the demonic clans? If I can slay one more, the Northwest will suffer less calamity. If I perish in battle, let there be no sorrow, for I have fought, I am a righteous warrior against the demons, dying for a worthy cause. I, Li Jinuang, refuse to live a coward's life. I long for a glorious battle. The demons must be vanquished, not a single one spared. Annihilate them completely. I, Li Jinuang, shall carve a path for humanity and forge a future. The demonic clans shall inevitably retreat. We shall surely triumph, otherwise, we face total annihilation. The entire Li family believes her to be mad and confines her, yet, in the end, she escaped stealthily.
He Fangwei hesitates to speak since they have not met, there can be no words exchanged. What is her relationship with Wang An? Why did Wang An leave a message solely for her? Ah, Wang An requested that you assist him in returning the horse, he said you would know what to do. Li Jinju adds, returning the horse, Fang Wei's eyes flicker.
Second brother, how did it go? Did you obtain the supreme inheritance? Gu Yi hastens to Gu Jingzhou's side, whispering the inquiry. Gu Jingzhou glances up at Gu Yi, is there something? Second brother, I wish for your assistance in teaching someone a lesson. Gu Yi points toward Gao Jin, who trails Fang Wei not far behind. That one just cripple his hands and feet. How dare he meddle in my affairs? I will not tolerate it, Gu Jingzhou bellows, his voice piercing Gu Yi's ears with intensity. Second brother, you, Gu Yi is taken aback. With a swift motion, Gu Jingzhou slaps Gu Yi, sending him flying. You dare cause trouble every day. You, Gu Jingzhou, what madness is this? You strike me, how dare you strike me? Gu Yi exclaims in disbelief. From childhood, they have played together, yet no one has ever struck him so harshly. Gu Jingzhou, Ike bang, Gu Jingzhou interrupts, delivering another slap that silences him. Gu Yi rises a bang bang bang, slap slap slap. The ensuing barrage of blows is deafening. Gu Jingzhou soon renders him unconscious, hoisting him by the neck and departing. No one dares intervene, who would meddle in family matters? Above the endless mountain range, a blue spiritual light streaks through the air, swift as the wind. A handsome youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, stands upon the spiritual vessel, his expression laced with worry and urgency. For behind him, a black light is in pursuit. Wang An had not anticipated that mere moments after parting from Li Jinju, the black-robed youth from the demonic faction would catch up to him. Fortunately, with this blue spiritual vessel and over 3,000 points of spiritual power within him, he narrowly evades capture by the black-robed youth. The black-robed youth, restored to his demonic energy, is not someone Wang An could contend with, not even capable of withstanding a single strike. Wang An can only flee. This escape stretches on for an hour or two. His internal spiritual power flows like a rushing river. This location is still 7,000 or 8,000 miles from Zhao country. 3,000 points of spiritual power is far from sufficient. He must venture into the territory of the Bear Clan. Whoosh, Wang An promptly alters his course, slightly southward, heading towards the Bear King's domain. The Bear King's domain spans thousands of miles, occupied by a multitude of bear demons, though few in number, merely a few thousand. Each possesses strength exceeding the fourth order of the Tianyuan realm. Furthermore, a seventh-order Bear King reigns over them, a terrifying existence capable of delivering attacks spanning hundreds of miles with a single punch of the black-robed youth, merely at the Divine Sea realm, may not even stand a chance against a fifth-order bear demon. And the Bear King's domain is home to many fifth-order bear demons. Therefore, the black-robed youth, Wei Tan, senses Wang An's intent, and his expression instantly shifts. He is aware of the situation in the Bear King's domain. Should Wang An manage to escape there, he would have no choice but to retreat. Though the barbaric bears may be dull-witted, their combat prowess is formidable, their vigorous blood and unmatched strength are beyond his temporary capabilities to confront. Any schemes he harbors must await his advancement to the Tao-seeking realm, which will take several decades. Swish, Wei Tan immediately ignites his demonic essence to accelerate. His murderous intent toward Wang An is intense. He is willing to expend some demonic essence in pursuit. Wang An, sensing the acceleration behind him, hastily increases his infusion of spiritual power. In the face of preserving his life, what is a mere ounce of spiritual power? Spiritual power, indeed the essence of heaven and earth, melds seamlessly with the spiritual vessel, allowing it to reach its utmost speed. The black-robed youth's consumption of demonic essence fails to close the distance. However, it depletes rapidly. The value on the spiritual power gauge swiftly drops below 1,000. Wang An furrows his brow. The spiritual power suffices to reach the Bear King's domain, but what then? The Bear Clan is not particularly friendly towards humanity. One must remain vigilant. Moreover, he still needs to travel to Zhao country. He cannot simply run the entire way, tens of thousands of miles. It must be said that Wang An's luck is fortuitous. A shadow suddenly appears to his right front, riding a beam of light, heading southeast. According to their trajectories, they are set to cross paths ahead. Crucially, as they draw closer, the full figure reveals itself. It is also a flying vessel, upon which stands a burly man clad in black, exuding a powerful bear demon aura. A demon cultivator. He Shirsan furrows his brow slightly upon noticing the demonic light trailing Wang An. He then unleashes a punch. Boom! Instantly, a white vacuum passageway emerges, spanning several miles. The terrifying force reverberates. Whoosh! Wei Tan hastily evades, halting his momentum, his brow furrowed in concern. A fifth-order bear demon. This little demon dares to wreak havoc in the domain of the Bear King. He Shirsan clenches his fist, grinning maliciously. It seems we haven't even reached the Bear King's domain yet? Wei Tan challenges. The area surrounding the Bear King's domain spans several thousand miles. You claim we haven't arrived? He Shirsan retorts, his demeanor domineering. What, are you unsatisfied?
Wei Tan glares at him. He Shirsan, undeterred, turns and delivers another punch. Boom, this time, the force is greater and more terrifying. Swish, Wei Tan dodges once again. With a bear demon present, he cannot kill Wang and he must bide his time for another opportunity. When decisive action is required, one must act swiftly.
Kid, we won. Let this matter rest.
After casting a deep glance at Wang Yan, Wei Tan swiftly turns to depart.
Zhao country, how coincidental. I am headed there as well.
The little demon runs quite swiftly. He Shirsan retracts his fist, still yearning for more. The bear clan possesses immense strength, yet they have one flaw: they lack speed. Once he runs, pursuit becomes impossible. Thank you, Senior from the Bear King's domain, for your assistance.
Wang Yan turns and bows to He Shirsan. We are not helping you, we simply dislike little demons.
He Shirsan waves his hand, about to maneuver his flying vessel away, when he suddenly halts.
Where are you headed? Chapter 064.
Searching for the child. Zhao Kingdom. Wang Yan responded, perfect, I also intend to head to Zhao Kingdom, let us journey together. He Shirsan swiftly replied, excellent. Wang Yan, too, seeks the protection of his senior. Wang Yan clasped his hands in greeting but refrained from drawing closer or boarding He Shirsan's flying vessel. He Shirsan, understanding the unspoken sentiment, navigated the ship ahead. Whoosh, Wang Yan followed suit. You appear quite youthful, He Shirsan inquired candidly.
16, Wang Yan replied. 16.
He Shirsan paused, casting a deep glance at Wang Yan.
No wonder that demonic cultivator sought your demise.
I merely disrupted his schemes. Wang Yan shook his head. Senior, may I inquire as to your purpose in Zhao Kingdom? Generally, the demon race avoids human territories, particularly Zhao, which boasts considerable strength and a notably fierce demeanor.
Conflicts between our races are unavoidable.
Alas, I have lost a child, I must search for him. He Shirsan sighed heavily.
A child lost? Wang Yan was taken aback.
The offspring of a bear demon, likely a little bear demon indeed. But did he wander off on his own or was he abducted? This distinction is crucial. Most likely the former. It is my fault, I shared some amusing tales of the human race, which piqued his interest, and he slipped away. He Shirsan lamented helplessly. Should I fail to retrieve him, it would spell disaster.
I assisted you earlier. You must certainly aid me in return. Once we arrive in Zhao Kingdom, please help me find the child. Of course, absolutely, Wang Yan nodded affirmatively.
It is a trivial matter. The bear demon should be relatively easy to locate.
What distinguishing features does he possess? He is quite distinctive, particularly easy to recognize.
He Shirsan quickly elaborated, he has a tuft of golden fur atop his head, a strikingly beautiful golden hue.
Wang Yan acknowledged this detail.
Indeed, such a feature would stand out.
Has he transformed? Naturally, how else could he venture into human territory?
He Shirsan answered, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. Transformation signifies the fourth tier, equivalent to a human in the Tianyuan realm, and he is indeed stronger than many in that realm.
Understood.
We shall first inquire in the nearest city of Zhao Kingdom and gradually search for him, Wang Yan contemplated, strategizing in his mind.
We cannot afford to delay in finding the child, eradicating the demons, and traveling. All three must proceed without hindrance. Indeed, we must expedite our search, otherwise, He Shirsan urged. We cannot be slow. Should word get out that the bear cub has gone missing, it would incite chaos among the bear clans. Yes, I understand, Wang Yan acknowledged.
This bear cub is of great significance, likely not merely a temporary guardian of the black bear. After a brief exchange, Wang Yan felt much of his wariness towards He Shirsan dissipate. To conserve spiritual energy and hasten their journey, he boarded He Shirsan's vessel. 2 days later, they arrived in Zhao Kingdom. Zhao Kingdom, a great power in the northwest, spans over 40,000 miles from east to west and nearly 30,000 miles from north to south, boasting vast territory and strength far surpassing that of Jin Kingdom. Here, martial artists abound, and the populace is fiercely spirited, with masters in abundance. The realm of the Dizang and Tianyuan stages is commonplace, named after the royal family surnamed Zhao. It is a land of renown. Wang Yan and He Shirsan proceeded to the nearest city, Yanqing, on the northwestern border of Zhao Kingdom, proximate to the endless mountain range and a significant river. Yanqing is exceptionally prosperous, with a bustling flow of people.
Have you seen a youth of considerable height with a tuft of golden fur and formidable strength?
He Shirsan, having just landed, immediately seized a passerby to inquire.
No, no.
The individual, startled by He Shirsan's imposing stature and fierce demeanor, hastily waved his hands before fully comprehending the question.
Haishi Shirsan dismissed him and continued to the next. Have you seen a youth of considerable height with a tuft of golden fur and formidable strength?
Senior, your approach is ineffective, the efficiency is too low and may lead to misunderstandings, Wang Yan interjected, stepping forward to restrain Haishi Shirsan. If they drew the attention of powerful factions, a conflict would be inevitable, especially during this time of demonic incursions, where human and demon races should avoid hostilities.
If not this way, then how should we search? What methods do you propose? Haishi Shirsan was taken aback, seeking guidance.
As long as we can locate the little golden bear, I am willing to endure some discomfort.
3 methods, Wang Yan raised 3 fingers. 3. Haishi Shirsan's eyes brightened. Speak quickly. First, consult the local gangs.
Given your bear child's temperament, he is likely to intervene when witnessing injustice, which would lead to altercations. Most of his opponents would be street toughs, and the gangs in Yanqing would surely have knowledge of his whereabouts. A 4th-tier individual, equivalent to a Tianyuan realm fighter, is a skilled practitioner. It would be difficult not to attract attention.
Second, inquire in bustling taverns. The crowds there are diverse and chaotic.
Third, offer a bounty at a lively street corner. Wang Yan elaborated. In this world, these methods would likely yield the quickest results. Haishi Shirsan, possessing strength, would not lack for funds.
Very well, I understand, excellent strategies. Haishi Shirsan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded repeatedly. Your presence is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Let us split up. I will seek out the gangs while you gather information in the busy taverns. You lack funds? Wang Yan looked at Haishi Shirsan incredulously before nodding in agreement. All right. Wang Yan also needed to gather information regarding the demonic entities and their activities. We shall reconvene here at night. The human and the demon then parted ways. Wang Yan ventured to the most bustling tavern half a day later.
Nothing, I inquired at all the gangs, and there is no news. I also posted a bounty at the street corner, still nothing.
No one possesses information about the little golden bear.
Haishi Shirsan, visibly distressed, pounded his head in frustration. Initially filled with confidence, he returned disheartened, feeling significantly impacted. Doubts about Wang Yan's methods began to creep in.
If there is no news, it suggests he has not entered Yanqing or lingered nearby.
Most likely, he is aware you would come here to search, thus he has moved to another location. We should inquire in other cities, Wang Yan analyzed and advised.
Indeed, if he is not in Yanqing, then he must be in another city. I will proceed to inquire there.
Haishi Shirsan recalled several cities within Zhao Kingdom he had previously mentioned and promptly prepared to depart elsewhere.
My apologies, Senior, I cannot accompany you. I have other matters to attend to. Wang Yan clasped his hands in farewell.
The search for the bear was not urgent, dealing with the demonic entities and their ilk was paramount. He had gathered some information about the demon creatures and needed to proceed with their eradication.
Feel free.
I have grasped the method and can search independently. Haishi Shirsan waved his hand and summoned his vessel, leaping away.
I will assist you in your search. Convince him to return. Wang Yan called out hastily. Having received a favor, he felt somewhat guilty for not being able to assist further. He journeyed south, keeping an eye out for any relevant information. Whoosh, Wang Yan turned swiftly, disappearing into the night.
Chapter 065 of the Blood Battle at Zhao Family Fortress. Invincible with me. The Zhao Kingdom lies to the southeast of the Jin Kingdom, and in the event of an invasion by the demonic forces, it would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. In reality, the Yan Kingdom, situated to the south of Zhao, has long been a haven for practitioners of the demonic way, due to its proximity to the central plains, where the essence of heaven and earth is abundant, and resources are plentiful. Following the incursion of the demonic race, the influence of the demonic sect has surged, colluding with the demonic entities and now actively expanding its reach. Rumor has it that over half of Yan's territory has already fallen under the control of the bloodthirsty sect. The remaining forces in Yan have united to form the Righteous Alliance, fiercely resisting and receiving covert support from the Central Plains dynasty. Thus, the bloodthirsty sect has redirected some of its strength to Zhao, hoping to infiltrate it gradually, subdue Zhao first, and then return to besiege Yan. The bloodthirsty sect, wielding dominion over the source of demonic energy, possesses the ability to swiftly transform righteous masters into demonic ones. Currently, Zhao is engulfed in chaos, with traces of demonic disciples manifesting almost everywhere. Night, outside Zhao Family Fortress, in a small grove. Our objective this time is to capture all 5 earthly immortal warriors of the Zhao family and take them back for demonic transformation. All others are to be exterminated on the spot, their blood essence harvested. A demonic warrior, clad in black and wearing a silver mask, addressed the 9 other warriors, who donned bronze masks and similarly dark attire, all of whom were earthly immortal practitioners.
Do you understand? Yes. We understand, the 9 warriors replied in unison. Leave Chao Chong to me, you may act as you wish, the silver-masked warrior continued. Understood.
The 9 demonic warriors nodded in agreement.
Commence the operation. With a wave of his hand, the silver-masked warrior signaled. Swish, 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 the 9 earthly immortal warriors immediately surged towards the Chao family fortress. Soon, the sounds of slaughter and screams filled the air. The battle commenced, and it was almost a one-sided massacre. The disparity in strength was immense. All 10 were earthly immortal warriors, enhanced by demonic energy, each a veritable killing machine, while the fortress defenders were predominantly ordinary practitioners at the long rainbow gathering chi stage. Who dares to invade my Chao family fortress? Roared Chao Chong, the patriarch, a 6th-level earthly immortal. Swish, 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 his 3 sons, Chao Eldest, Chao Second, and Chao Third, quickly gathered by his side, all of them formidable practitioners at the 3rd and 4th levels of earthly immortal. Hee, we came precisely to invade your Chao family fortress, to kill your kin and take your entire family as guests. The silver-masked warrior grinned, unleashing his overwhelming aura at the 7th level of earthly immortal, and struck towards Chao Chong with a single palm. Chao Chong was taken aback and hastily drew his high-grade profound sword to defend himself. He dared not confront the demonic warrior with his bare hands, knowing the latter was infused with demonic energy. The sword sliced through the air, emanating a blue sword aura. You're not even close. The silver-masked warrior gathered a black-red demonic aura in his palm, undeterred, and struck down heavily. Bang, the sword aura shattered, and Chao Chong was sent flying backward. Father! Father, father! Chao Eldest, Chao Second, and Chao Third cried out in panic. Focus on your own safety first. 3 bronze-masked demonic warriors lunged at them, launching frenzied attacks, their cultivation on par with the 3 brothers. Bang, 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 hiss, 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 they engaged in combat. Then a terrifying reality dawned. The Chao brothers were no match for their opponents. The bronze-masked warriors, each wielding formidable demonic auras, struck with hands as hard as iron, impervious to profound weapon attacks. Every blow sent the brothers reeling, their blood surging, feeling utterly overwhelmed. They feared they might not survive. Swish, the silver-masked warrior turned his focus back to Chao Chong, continuing his assault. His palm was powerful, brimming with might. He aimed to capture him, intending to first defeat him. Inflicting severe injury was acceptable, as long as he did not perish. With 6 demonic warriors remaining, 3 stayed behind to prevent escape while the others spread out to continue the massacre within the Chao family fortress. Ah! Grandfather, father! The cries of despair echoed as lives were extinguished one by one. The hearts of the Chao family were bleeding, their combat effectiveness severely compromised. You shall all die. Chao Bin, the Chao family's prodigy, emerged from seclusion, now a 2nd-level earthly immortal. He fought desperately to rescue his family, but it was futile. One of the demonic warriors easily restrained him. Bang, Chao Second was struck by a palm, captured, and forced to kneel on the ground. Chao Chong, will you not surrender? The silver-masked warrior taunted. Surrender? Do you think you can spare us if we do? What of those who have perished? The Chao family vows never to yield. Chao Chong ground his teeth in defiance, his voice booming with rage. Very well. Let us see how long you can endure, the silver-masked warrior retorted, unfazed. He attacked once more. Now you wish to stand firm, you will inevitably be captured sooner or later. Behold my palm. The silver-masked warrior raised his hand, striking towards Chao Chong again. Chao Chong fought desperately. The entire Chao family fortress was in turmoil, with everyone fighting for their lives. It was a fight to the death. Swish, suddenly, a blue spiritual vessel descended from the sky. Whoosh, a silver spear pierced through the air like lightning, instantly impaling a demonic warrior stationed on the rooftop. Swish, Wang Yan lunged at another demonic warrior on guard. He struck down with a palm. Boom! Despite the demonic warrior's desperate attempt to block, he was still overpowered, turned into a pulp by Wang Yan's strike. Who are you, meddlesome brat? The silver-masked warrior's eyes narrowed upon seeing Wang Yan, his voice laced with fury. Having lost 2 of his comrades, he was infuriated, knowing he would likely face punishment upon returning. Swish, the silver-masked warrior leaped towards Wang Yan, hoping to take him captive as a significant achievement. Wang Yan executed the Azure Dragon Body technique, darting toward the demonic warrior restraining Chao. Second. You dare?
The silver-masked warrior sensed the impending danger and bellowed in anger, but bang, Wang Yin delivered a lethal kick, slaying the demonic warrior.
100 cracks leg. Triple kill. In the blink of an eye, 3 earthly immortal demonic warriors lay dead. Both the Chao family and the remaining demonic warriors were left in shock. This individual's strength was simply terrifying. He seemed to possess only the cultivation of a 4th-level earthly immortal. Ah, I will tear you apart, the silver-masked warrior roared, his body shimmering with a red light, his speed surging. He aimed to capture Wang Yin. Once caught, there would be no escape for a 4th-level earthly immortal, and soon he would be tainted by the demonic energy swish. However, Wang Yin formed the 3-mountain river seal and struck directly. Boom, the silver-masked warrior was sent flying, his fingers twisted in agony. He clearly did not anticipate such a powerful counterattack from Wang Yin. Although he had unleashed his potential, he had primarily focused on speed, and thus his claw attack did not unleash its full force. Therefore, swish, Wang Yin closed in, delivering another blow with the 3-mountain river seal. The silver-masked warrior's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately tried to evade. Boom, the silver-masked warrior was sent flying again, still struck by the blow. Fortunately, he had used all his strength to protect himself, yet he felt a violent upheaval in his chest, as if his lungs were about to burst forth from his ribcage. Hurry and assist. What are you staring at? Chapter 066 of the 5th level of the Earthly Bodhisattva Realm. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 2 magic warriors of the 3rd and 4th levels of the Earthly Bodhisattva Realm rushed towards Wang Yin, coming to his aid just in time. Wang Yin swiftly mobilized his palms. Bang, 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 the Gale Palm. This was Wang Yin's inaugural execution of the chain palm technique. The power of the gale surged forth. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh. The 2 magic warriors were simultaneously sent flying. Each suffered multiple strikes, their bones shattered, black blood spewing from their mouths, and they lost all trace of life as they hit the ground. How astonishing, so formidable. The members of the Chao family were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could one of the same 4th level of the Earthly Bodhisattva Realm possess such strength? Attack! Chao Chong finally snapped back to reality, urgently rallying the Chao clan to retaliate. Kill! The eldest, 2nd, and 3rd of the Chao family rose to action, undeterred even by their grievous injuries. Kill! Chao Bin also unleashed his might. All eyes of the Chao family members were bloodshot. The silver-masked magic warriors, witnessing this scene, realized the situation was dire and gritted their teeth. Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, the remaining 5 magic warriors turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? Wang Yin intercepted the silver-masked magic warrior. Bang, bang, the silver-masked warrior exchanged 2 strikes with Wang Yin, utilizing the force to retreat. Block him. Whoosh, whoosh, a bronze-masked magic warrior charged forward. Even though he knew he couldn't win, as he was a modified warrior, his life was in the silver-masked warrior's hands. Moreover, his spirit had been tainted by demonic energy, causing slight damage to his sanity. Boom, Wang Yin sent him flying with a single palm strike. As expected, however, this allowed the silver-masked warrior to create some distance. But Wang Yin had the spirit boat. Of course, he chose not to pursue immediately. Instead, he first eliminated the bronze-masked warrior, then he returned to join the Chao family in dispatching the 2 entangled magic warriors. Finally, Wang Yin retrieved his dragon-pattern spear, gathering the 8 corpses together to absorb the demonic energy and souls. Indeed, there was demonic energy here, and it could not be wasted. He was concerned that if he pursued and returned, the bodies might already be incinerated. Spirit power 5250, soul power 2230. For the 8 magic warrior corpses only increased his spirit power by a little over 4,000 points, averaging more than 500 points per body. This was slightly stronger than the peak of the long rainbow demon. Wang Yin felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, it was true that human bodies differed from demon bodies, and moreover, the techniques of the demonic sect were not purely demonic, encompassing other powers as well. The soul power only increased by a little over 600. Logically speaking, the souls of human earthly bodhisattva realm warriors should surpass those of second-tier demons. Could it be that only the parts tainted by demonic energy transformed, while the others naturally entered the cycle of reincarnation? Young hero. Chao Chong clasped his fists and stepped forward. Whoosh, Wang Yin produced the spirit boat and leapt onto it. I will pursue those 2. Please, noble benefactor, reveal your name. Chao Chong called out anxiously. Whoosh, Wang Yin had already left, offering no reply. Alas, my Chao family lacks fortune. Chao Chong shook his head and sighed. The youth from earlier, so valiant, must surely hail from a grand sect or a prominent lineage. Thanks to his advantage in aerial mobility, Wang Yin swiftly located the 2 fleeing magic warriors.
However, he did not immediately descend to strike. Instead, he opted to follow them, intending to uncover more and locate their stronghold. The capture of earthly bodhisattva warriors by magic warriors was undoubtedly for the purpose of transformation, indicating a concentrated location, likely abundant with magic crystals. Naturally, it would also probably harbor powerful figures of the celestial origin realm. Before that, Wang Yan needed to further enhance his cultivation. His fourth level of the earthly bodhisattva realm had been solidified through the tempering of the gravity ladder, the fierce battles within the hall, the relentless pursuit by the black-robed youth, and the recent fierce conflict. He was ready to advance a level. Coincidentally, he had sufficient spirit power. Wang Yan quietly trailed the two magic warriors while simultaneously using his spirit power to elevate his cultivation level. The spirit power surged like a tidal wave, refining and nourishing Wang Yan's body and elemental power, causing the latter to grow rapidly. Indeed, it was primarily the elemental power that surged, while the enhancement of his physical body was minimal. Thanks to the previous gravity ladder, his body had already reached the limits achievable within the earthly bodhisattva realm, unless he experienced a significant increase in cultivation, reaching the 7th or 8th levels of the earthly bodhisattva realm, or broke through to the celestial origin realm. He could only gradually cultivate. Thus, this also conserved a considerable amount of spirit power. How infuriating! Where did this brat come from? A 4th level of the earthly bodhisattva realm, yet he surpasses even my 7th level, cultivating such formidable techniques. He must be of the golden body type and an elite from a grand sect. The silver-masked magic warrior gritted his teeth. He had been utterly humiliated, being outmatched by a 4th level warrior. Moreover, due to him, not only had they failed to capture the 5 members of the Chao family, but they had also lost 8 magic warriors. Their plans had fallen apart, incurring heavy losses. If we could capture him, we are no match for him, only the last remaining bronze-masked warrior remarked. I know, but we have allies. The silver-masked warrior's eyes gleamed with determination. We may lack in many areas, but we have an abundance of experts. Once we inform them of the capture of a grand sect's genius, they will undoubtedly be eager to participate. Filled with excitement, the reward for corrupting a golden talent is far beyond that of an ordinary earthly bodhisattva warrior. These geniuses are the ones truly valued by the upper echelons of the demonic sect. Whoosh, whoosh, they hastily made their way in less than half an hour. They had traversed 40 to 50 miles, arriving at a desolate mountain and entering a cave. Swish, from a distance, Wang Yan observed from the skies, refraining from approaching. He feared the presence of celestial origin realm magic warriors might expose him. Celestial origin realm warriors are far superior in combat power, speed, perception, and even stealth compared to earthly bodhisattva realm warriors. Especially since they could traverse the air. If discovered and attacked by a celestial origin realm powerhouse, he would likely have no chance of escape and could suffer a disastrous defeat. Additionally, numerous hidden spies were likely lurking near the desolate mountain. Wang Yan needed to first ascertain the strength within the mountain, eliminate some magic warriors, and convert their spirit power to enhance his cultivation. If he could reach the 7th level of the earthly bodhisattva realm, even if he encountered celestial origin realm magic warriors, as long as they were not above the 3rd level of the celestial origin realm, he should be able to escape. The key was in the initial confrontation. As long as he could withstand 1 or 2 strikes without being instantaneously killed, he could pilot the spirit boat to flee. Swish, suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from Wang Yan's body, quickly stabilizing. Breakthrough! 5th level of the earthly bodhisattva realm. Wang Yan's combat power had once again risen. Now, he could contend against an 8th level warrior. Spirit power 2750, soul power 2234 with 2750 points remaining. The increase of 1 level was insufficient. He needed to reserve it for piloting the spirit boat, to be prepared for any eventuality. Whoosh, whoosh, below the desolate mountain appeared a group of 8 or 9 figures, each carrying another. All were of the earthly bodhisattva realm, exhibiting remarkable strength. The strongest among them, a silver-masked magic warrior, displayed greater prowess than the one at the Chao family fortress, likely possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of the earthly bodhisattva realm. Such a group was indeed formidable. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, another team arrived. This group was even stronger overall, with their leader boasting the cultivation of the 9th level of the earthly bodhisattva realm, while the others ranged from the 5th to 6th levels. Wang Yan's heart stirred. With so many magic warriors, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. If he could consume them all, reaching the 8th level of the earthly bodhisattva realm would be no issue. Yet, it would be wiser to first subdue 2 of them, raising his cultivation to the 6th level before proceeding. Chapter 067. In the cave inside the cavern. Oh, why are there so few people? What has transpired? Silver One inquired with a sweeping glance and a smile. What else could it be? They were slain, of course, Silver Two replied, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. If that's certain, someone hadn't fled swiftly, they might not have returned at all. You, Silver Three hissed through clenched teeth.
However, he was no match for Silver 2. This loss is quite significant. When the demon envoy arrives, it's unlikely we shall escape unscathed.
Silver 1's gaze grew solemn. This matter not only concerns Silver 3 but could also affect them all.
The demon envoy was certainly not a benevolent figure.
Indeed, punishment is inevitable, one cannot escape repercussions for their reckless ambition, Silver 2 remarked, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Being a demon slayer is no simple task. It demands not only martial prowess but also cunning, otherwise, no amount of manpower could compensate for the losses incurred. Although there were many warriors of the earthly abode, their transformation was rather troublesome. Do not rebel too much. Circumstances dictate actions, not my inadequacies, Silver 3 defended himself. Oh, pray tell, what formidable adversary did you encounter, an earthly abode 8th level, or perhaps a 9th level? Silver 2's curiosity. The strongest there seems to be merely an earthly abode 6th level, aged over 100 years, hardly a threat. Silver 1 turned his gaze towards Silver 3. The mission was at stake. If it truly was an earthly abode 8th level or even 9th level, he might have to intervene personally. Yes, it was a youth, Silver 3 stammered. What, a youth? Silver 1 expressed disbelief. A youth is defined as someone under 20. What was their cultivation level, what earthly abode level? Silver 2 pressed on. Earthly abode 4th level, Silver 3 bit his lip, feeling humiliated, although that youth might be a golden prodigy from a major sect, being bested by someone 3 levels below him was indeed embarrassing. After all, they were not entirely inept. Earthly abode 4th level, impossible. Silver 2 erupted into laughter. You were trampled by someone 3 levels beneath you and lost 8 subordinates in the process? Silver 3 stammered. Typically, skilled individuals exuded confidence, they shared the silver talent, and even facing a golden prodigy, overcoming 2 levels should suffice, right? Barely a draw yet now, Silver 3 had been defeated 3 levels down, and it was likely a crushing defeat. He did not believe that the opponent was exceptionally skilled, but rather that Silver 3 was simply inadequate. Golden prodigy? Silver 1 confirmed. Indubitably, how else could it be? Moreover, he possesses combat skills, Silver 3 replied. Only a golden prodigy could wield combat skills at the earthly abode 4th level. Combat skills? Silver 2's smile faded. A golden prodigy equipped with combat skills could indeed surpass 3 levels. Still at the Chow family fortress? Silver 1's hands itched with anticipation. He was eager to test his mettle against the golden prodigy, for he himself was a silver-level talent, proficient in the martial arts of the demon sect and its combat techniques. His prowess surpassed that of righteous warriors of the same level, and he yearned to discover his own limits. Unfortunately, that youth was merely at the earthly abode 4th level, somewhat too weak. A casual strike from him could potentially inflict severe injury. He should be resting at the Chow family fortress at this late hour. Silver 3's eyes flickered. He refrained from mentioning the youth's ability to command a spirit vessel, as a sudden realization struck him, he could be followed. If he let anyone here while being pursued, it would spell his doom. Whoosh, a figure cloaked in black entered swiftly. Silver 2, go to the Chow family fortress and bring that person back. Yes, my Lord Demon Envoy, Silver 2 responded eagerly, departing with alacrity. Silver 1 let out a silent sigh of relief. Silver 2's departure was quite fortuitous, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Silver 3 trembled with trepidation. Bang, the Demon Envoy struck Silver 3's head with a palm, fingers curling. After losing so many, how dare you return? How should I punish you? Spare me, my Lord Demon Envoy, please spare me. Silver 3 begged. My lord, that youth appeared suddenly without warning, and I had no inkling. Of course, it is my fault for being reckless and negligent, and for my insufficient strength. My lord, I implore you to grant me another chance. I shall do everything in my power to atone for my mistakes and remain ever loyal to you alone, Silver 3 pleaded fervently. Loyal to me, you say? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy enveloped the Demon Envoy's hand, pouring into Silver 3's body. Ah! Silver 3's face contorted in agony as he howled, dark veins bursting forth across his skin. The demonic energy thickened and darkened. A quarter of an hour later, the Demon Envoy withdrew his hand. The pain on Silver 3's face gradually faded, replaced by a peculiar smile. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the earthly abode 8th level. Remarkable, by accepting punishment, Silver 3 not only survived but also significantly enhanced his cultivation. However, the other demonic warriors, including Silver 1, felt no envy, only dread. For with each increment of demonic energy, their true essence waned, their sanity diminished, gradually turning them into mindless puppets, machines of slaughter. Demonic warriors were not true demons, yet demonic puppets were even less than demons, mere shells devoid of life.
Today's harvest is still acceptable.
The demon envoy approached the newly captured earthly abode warriors, infusing each with a strand of pure demonic energy, eroding their essence and sanity. He then patiently awaited the ensuing transformation into demonic bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, Silver 2 rushed back with his 8 subordinates, brimming with excitement. Bringing back a golden body would be a monumental achievement. How unexpected that the demon envoy had assigned this task to him. This time, he intended not only to return with the suspected golden prodigy but also to capture all 5 from the Chow family. As an earthly abode 8th level warrior, he had every confidence in his endeavor. Moreover, among his 8 subordinates, 1 was earthly abode 5th level, 3 were 4th level, 3 were 3rd level, and 1 was 2nd level. The 2nd level warrior stood an impressive 8 feet tall, possessing immense strength, surpassing many at the 3rd level. The combined strength of his team was far superior to that of 3 others. Upon reaching the Chow family fortress, success would be assured.
A golden prodigy, an earthly abode 4th level, how long can he withstand me? Suddenly, a silver flash tore through the air, swift and lethal. In an instant, it was upon them. Watch out! Silver 2 urgently warned, but it was too late. The attack was too sudden, the target too far, the angle too tricky, and then, puff! A bronze-masked demonic warrior was pierced through. Not done yet. Puff, a silver spear struck a second one. Meanwhile, whoosh, a figure descended from the sky. Wind and cloud palm. Wang An unleashed a flurry of strikes with both palms. Bang, 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 in an instant, he unleashed a barrage of over 10 palms, targeting 5 demonic warriors. Boom, boom, puff, puff, 3 demonic warriors spat black blood and fell lifelessly to the ground, while the remaining 2 were gravely injured. In the blink of an eye, 7 demonic warriors had been rendered incapable of fighting, leaving only Silver 2 and the towering brute standing intact. Chapter 068, The 7 Layers of Xidagarba, The Momentum of Wind and Cloud. I shall slay you, roared Air, striking towards Wang An with a palm, unleashing his martial technique, the Demon Sun Palm. Bang! Wang An raised his palm to meet the attack with the fully realized Wind and Cloud Palm. Boom! The forces of wind and cloud clashed fiercely against the power of the Demon Sun, causing the primordial energy of heaven and earth to surge and collide violently. The shockwaves radiated outward like sharp blades of puff, puff. Numerous plants and even demonic warriors fell victim to the ensuing turmoil. Bang! The lesser power of the Demon Sun Palm was no match for the fully realized Wind and Cloud Palm. Whoosh! Air was sent flying through the air. How is this possible? Air exclaimed in disbelief that he was at the 8th layer of Xidagarba, while his opponent was merely at the 5th layer. San deceived me.
Whoosh! Wang An lunged towards Air, forming the 3 layers of mountains and rivers seal. The power of earth and water vapor coalesced into a square seal about a foot in size. Air's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out he possessed a second, even more profound martial technique. He summoned all his demonic energy to defend. Bang! The magical barrier was shattered. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Swish! Wang An formed another 3 layers of mountains and rivers seal and brought it down. Whoosh! Air hurriedly struck the ground to evade. Come help! Kill! The 2nd layer giant rushed over, followed by the 5th layer. Though severely injured, he still managed to stimulate his true essence and demonic energy, capable of putting up a fight as long as he was alive. Bang! Wang An swept his foot, executing the 100 cracks leg. Bang! A large mass of earth was kicked up, obstructing the 2 attackers. Whoosh! Wang An charged towards Air again, striking with his palm Wind and Cloud Palm. This time, Wang An leaped into the air, descending from above, unleashing a flurry of over 10 strikes, all directed at Air. Air had not anticipated Wang An's swift reaction. He quickly turned to counter with the Demon Sun Palm. Bang, bang, bang. His hurried strikes were no match for Wang An's barrage of perfected palm techniques. The power of the Demon Sun Palm was swiftly overwhelmed, and the Wind and Cloud Palm struck him fiercely. A puff, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his body sustaining multiple fractures and severe injuries. Yet, he could still move. Whoosh! Air hastily twisted away, preparing to flee. He needed to return to report and inform the demon envoy. Die! At that moment, the 5th and 2nd layers charged at Wang An, attacking him. Perish first! Wang An unleashed the fully realized Wind and Cloud Palm. Bang, bang, bang! The 5th layer was sent flying, spewing a torrent of black blood mixed with internal organs, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The 2nd layer also flew out, similarly bleeding profusely, But he was not yet dead. Whoosh, Wangan summoned the spirit vessel, leaping aboard to pursue In but a few breaths, he had intercepted him. In gazed incredulously at the spirit vessel beneath Wangan. It turned out that San had not only concealed the youth's cultivation but also the fact that he possessed a spirit vessel and could control it.
I will drag someone down with me. Air's internal powers surged, his demonic essence boiling, his aura skyrocketing as he resorted to a desperate secret technique.
Whoosh, Wangan maneuvered the vessel backward, distancing himself from Air.
Ah!
Air's eyes turned blood red as he roared. Even as he teetered on the brink of losing his sanity, he felt an overwhelming frustration. He had unleashed his desperate technique but found he could not reach Wangan. All he could do was wait for the technique's duration to expire. Bang! With a powerful push from his feet, he leaped high toward Wangan. Whoosh, Wangan effortlessly dodged and returned to the previous battleground, swiftly eliminating several remaining demonic warriors to absorb their demonic energy. Afterward, he turned to face Air. 10 breaths later, Air's spirit faltered, his momentum rapidly diminishing to below the 5th layer of Xidagarba, while his demonic intent surged. The demonic energy began to erode his remaining true essence. Bang! Wangan approached and delivered a decisive blow, extinguishing Air, absorbing the demonic energy. Spirit power 8573, soul power 3064. His spirit power had surged by nearly 6,000 points. Soul power had increased by over 800 points, primarily due to Air, who alone had contributed 1,100 points of spirit power and 200 points of soul power. Wangan stood still, his gaze flickering as he resolved to elevate his cultivation to the 7th layer of Xidagarba. He intended to rescue those Xidagarba warriors who had been captured. Originally, his cultivation was only at the 5th layer, leaving him powerless. However, the small team had provided him with an opportunity. As long as he absorbed sufficient spirit power to reach the 7th layer of Xidagarba, he could contend even against those at the 1st layer of the celestial origin realm. The demon envoy's cultivation had not been revealed, but it certainly would not exceed the 3rd layer. Moreover, Wangan's combat prowess could still be enhanced. Indeed, he could further improve his martial techniques. His wind and cloud palm and 100 cracks leg were still at the perfected stage. Beyond perfection, there existed a realm of transcendence. Achieving the fluidity and grace exhibited by celestial origin realm warriors was within reach. At that time, Wangan would possess the strength to battle those at the 2nd or 3rd layer of celestial origin. As for the two martial techniques, he chose the wind and cloud palm without hesitation. Its dual capabilities of offense and defense, combined with its area of effect, made it ideal for combating multiple foes. Without delay, Wangan commenced his cultivation and enhancement of the wind and cloud palm. Spirit power surge, soul power surge. Wangan exerted every effort to control both enhancements simultaneously. Cultivating martial techniques was beneficial for refining the body, as the techniques forcibly absorbed and utilized the primordial energy of heaven and earth, exceeding one's own limits and exerting immense pressure. Under such immense strain, as long as the body did not collapse and with the aid of spiritual herbs or the nurturing of spirit power, rapid advancement would follow. The same applied to true essence. The benefits were similar. Thus, cultivating martial techniques and engaging in combat was the swiftest method for solidifying one's cultivation, provided there were ample spirit power resources. In reality, even golden geniuses find it challenging to maintain a lead in martial technique realms while also accumulating such vast resources. The path of enlightenment becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Swish, Wangan's cultivation rapidly ascended, swiftly reaching the 6th layer of Xidagarba. Simultaneously, his soul gained profound insights into the primordial energy of heaven and earth, deepening his understanding of the wind and cloud palm and the essence of wind and cloud itself. The consumption was staggering, particularly the soul power, which ebbed and flowed like a tidal wave. The intricacies of martial technique involved the Tao, and without substantial soul power, one could not advance. Swish, Wangan's cultivation reached the 7th layer of Xidagarba, who, at that moment, the power of wind and cloud gathered around Wangan, increasing in volume and density, expanding its influence ever further. An aura of wind and cloud began to coalesce around him, embodying the might of heaven and earth. Swish, Wangan opened his eyes, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through space. The air around him became taut, the momentum of wind and cloud paused, then gradually dissipated. Strong, so powerful, is this the true power of wind and cloud? Wangan clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him, a might beyond imagination, as if a single punch could pierce the heavens. Celestial origin realm, come forth, I shall take on 10, no, let all of you come. Chapter 069. In the arrival of the Azure Dragon. With a swift motion, Wangan dashed towards the desolate mountains. Without the aid of a spiritual vessel, he relied solely on the Azure Dragon's movement technique and its true essence. The primal energies of heaven and earth were drawn to him by the Azure Dragon's profound intent, coalescing around his being, rapidly forming a shimmering illusion of the Azure Dragon that gradually became more tangible and lifelike. Its mouth, nostrils, fangs, scales, claws, and mane were all vividly discernible, with its eyes brimming with vitality, as if the Azure Dragon had descended into the mortal realm. This manifestation was the pinnacle of Azure Dragon Fist cultivation, transcending one's own limitations, achievable only by forcibly harnessing the primordial energies of heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon Divine Form. Indeed, this was the Azure Dragon Divine Form. Such a feat could not be accomplished without extraordinary talent, immense effort, and a touch of fortune, yet, Wang Yan effortlessly achieved it with the help of his Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. With a resounding roar, the dragon's cry echoed for miles around. Even the hidden figures in the forest looked up in astonishment, searching for the source of the sound. What was that? A dragon's roar? How could that be? In the cave, the demon envoy Rosen, along with Silver 1 and Silver 3, instinctively glanced outside. Was that the voice of a dragon beast? Had they succumbed to auditory hallucinations? In the Northwest Zhao Kingdom, a dragon beast should not exist. Suddenly, Rosen sensed a disturbance in the primordial energies, and his expression shifted dramatically. A powerful figure in the celestial origin realm was approaching. With a swift motion, he rushed out of the cave, directing his gaze towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Silver 1 and Silver 3 swiftly followed suit, their eyes following Rosen's. They beheld a 6 or 7 jan long azure dragon gracefully soaring through the air, effortlessly visible even in the twilight. A true dragon, a true dragon. The martial practitioners in the vicinity gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. A true dragon, one of the most formidable beings in existence. Even a newly hatched dragon could effortlessly command the primordial energies, far surpassing human cultivators in the celestial origin realm, almost rivaling the divine sea. An adult true dragon could easily combat or even annihilate human true kings, wreaking havoc and sweeping away all foes. Even a hybrid dragon would be significantly more powerful than any human genius. To think a true dragon would appear here, exactly resembling those depicted in ancient scrolls. The martial practitioners in the forest turned on their heels, hastily retreating towards the cave, seeking the protection of the demon envoy. That was the divine form of true intent, fools, Rosen barked. The divine form of true intent. Silver 1 and Silver 3 were momentarily taken aback. The other practitioners of the earthly tomb realm were equally stunned. As martial artists, they understood the significance of the divine form of true intent. It was just exceedingly rare, a feat only a select few geniuses could achieve, often relegated to the realm of legend, even among the golden tier. Who could have imagined such a sight today? Indeed, how could a young dragon appear in the northwest, a region devoid of great rivers, arid and with scarce rainfall? It was revealed to be the divine form of true intent. A formidable figure had arrived, and the envoy intended to confront him. Rosen leaped into the air, traversing the void. This individual had manifested the divine form of true intent upon arrival, clearly indicating their cultivation was at the first or second layer of the celestial origin realm, primarily relying on intimidation. He had no fear. With another thunderous dragon's roar, the Azure Dragon launched a rapid assault towards Rosen. The dragon's form twisted and coiled, its claws sharp as spears, the spiral force more formidable than any mystical sword. With a resounding clash, Rosen unleashed a palm strike, condensing the primordial energies into a massive palm imprint, tinged with a hint of crimson malevolence, crashing towards the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon swiped its claw, producing an ear-piercing sound that assaulted the eardrums. Its 5 claws were more resilient and sharp than superior-grade mystical weapons, capable of shattering anything. The crimson palm imprint was torn open, a gaping wound rapidly collapsing into nothingness. Yet, the Azure Dragon's claw dimmed momentarily, its form unsteady, as it was forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's form re-solidified. Earthly tomb martialist, Rosen's pupils constricted as he gasped in astonishment. He recognized it and sensed it was indeed a practitioner of the earthly tomb realm, forcibly manifesting their divine form. Their foundation was unsteady, lacking the grace and strength of a celestial origin martial artist. It was a genius of the earthly tomb realm, not a celestial origin martial artist. The implications were entirely different. To condensed the divine form of true intent at the earthly tomb level signified extraordinary talent and immense potential. A celestial origin practitioner could only be deemed competent. The disparity in talent was vast. Are you from the Chao family fortress? The Azure Dragon did not respond but let out another furious roar, charging forth once more. Ha! Splendid, await my capture of you, and I shall transform you into a prodigy of my bloodthirsty demon sect. In time, you will thank me for it. Rosen laughed heartily, his confidence soaring. As a formidable practitioner of the second layer of the celestial origin realm, could he not handle an earthly tomb martial artist? No matter how talented, it mattered little. The gap was far too great, and the momentum insufficient. Especially if he was not mistaken, this youth was merely at the 7th layer of the earthly tomb realm, even weaker. An easy victory. With a flourish, Rosen gestured with his hands, forming seals that transformed into 2 enormous hands reaching for the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon swiftly evaded, its speed remarkable and its movements fluid. It was quite elusive. Rosen manipulated the primordial energy hands to strike again, their speed and power amplified. Once caught, capturing the creature would be effortless. Wang Yin, meanwhile, danced through the air, gathering the momentum of wind and clouds. The clouds rose like dragons, and the winds roared like tigers. The Azure Dragon could summon wind and rain. When the forces of wind and clouds converged, they would enhance the Azure Dragon's agility and might. As both reached an effortless mastery, Wang Yin could easily control and amalgamate their strengths. However, the gathering of wind and clouds required time and patience. Jing Jing gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. The condensation of the Azure Dragon divine form was already remarkable, and yet he could also harness the momentum of wind and clouds. For one of the earthly tomb realm to achieve such a feat was no mere genius, it was an absolute prodigy, a rarity among billions. Heaven had favored him immensely. This individual must surely be a carefully nurtured seed from a great family or sect, protected as a vessel for the preservation of their lineage. And now, upon venturing forth, he encountered a demonic cult seeking to capture him, meddling in affairs that were not his own. If such a prodigy were to be captured and delivered, the rewards would be monumental. He could effortlessly ascend to the divine sea realm, elevating his strength and status tremendously. Once more, the Azure Dragon surged towards Rosen. This time, bolstered by the momentum of wind and clouds, its power was amplified, exuding a terrifying pressure. Below, Silver 1 and Silver 3 felt a weight in their chests, struggling to breathe. Utterly discomforted, Rosen 2 sensed the formidable threat. It could indeed injure him. A mere earthly tomb 7th layer practitioner could achieve this? Rosen swiftly evaded. How long can you endure? The dragon form twisted and turned, its claws rending the air, relentlessly attacking, forcing Rosen to retreat continuously. As Rosen struggled to defend himself, he resorted to a cowardly tactic of evasion. Suddenly, Wang Yin pivoted, directing his assault towards Silver 1 and Silver 3 on the ground. I have come to eliminate the demon spawn. Did you think I was here to amuse you? Rosen's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to intercept. Just then, Wang Yin abruptly turned, dispersing the Azure Dragon divine form, transforming the wind and clouds into a palm, the Wind and Cloud Palm. Chapter 070. Defeating the Celestial Realm. From the very beginning, Wang Yin had meticulously devised a plan to rescue others. He needed not only to ensure his survival under the hands of the Celestial Realm's demonic warriors but also to inflict a crushing defeat upon them. Even with a significant enhancement in his combat prowess, achieving this through direct confrontation would prove exceedingly challenging. Hence, a well-conceived strategy was paramount, one that would catch his foes off guard. Initially, Wang Yin manifested in the form of the Azure Dragon, purposefully drawing out all the demonic warriors from the cave, particularly the one from the Celestial Realm, to ascertain their strength. Should the opponent prove excessively formidable, leaving no room for victory, he would promptly retreat and seek an alternative course of action. He would never recklessly court death. Secondly, he aimed to deceive his adversaries into underestimating him, leading them to believe he posed no genuine threat, allowing him to gather momentum for a decisive counterattack. Ultimately, when the time was ripe, he would unleash the full force of the Storm and Cloud Palm, catching them entirely unprepared. The Storm and Cloud Force, a confluence of the elemental energies of heaven and earth, was exponentially more potent than mere elemental vitality. Wang Yin channeled this might through his Storm and Cloud Palm, coalescing a colossal handprint of terrifying magnitude to strike down upon the Demon Lord. Rosen's eyes bulged in disbelief as he grappled with the impossible. How could a mere 7th-level earthly abode cultivator summon such immense power? This level of combat skill surpassed that of many peak Celestial Realm warriors. With a furious roar, he launched a full frontal assault, unleashing a barrage of punches that surged forth like stormy waves, each one colliding against the immense palm. Yet, it was in vain. The Storm and Cloud Palm was too overpowering, dismantling Rosen's attacks as if they were mere tofu. Before descending upon him with inexorable force, Rosen was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth in a gruesome display. The scene was nothing short of horrifying, the impact reverberating through the air. Yi and Insan, along with the other nearby earthly abode warriors, gazed in utter astonishment. How could the mighty demon lord of the Celestial Realm be bested? Just moments ago, they had dismissed Wang Yin as merely an earthly abode cultivator. The notion that a 7th-level earthly abode warrior could defeat one from the Celestial Realm was unfathomable. Insan's mind raced with turmoil. Had the youth displayed such prowess from the outset, there would have been no chance for escape. He must have intentionally let him go to locate this stronghold. How could a fellow earthly abode warrior possess such terrifying strength? Wang Yin, undeterred, charged towards Rosen, once again coalescing the Storm and Cloud Palm. Should he manage to slay a Celestial Realm demon warrior, he would not hesitate to do so. The potential to convert such a mighty foe's power and save countless lives was too great to ignore. Stop him! Rosen cried out in desperation, swiftly suppressing his injuries. He had been caught off guard, allowing Wang Yin the opportunity to gather strength. Otherwise, defeat would have been unthinkable. However, he was not alone. His comrades surrounded him, and they could wear Wang Yin down through sheer numbers. Yi and Insan rushed towards Wang Yin, striking with all their might. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to his. Wang Yin swiftly caught up to Rosen and unleashed another palm strike. Rosen, like a serpent, evaded, but the Storm and Cloud force remained relentless, Wang Yin's strength unparalleled. The palm's power enveloped a radius of several meters. Rosen was violently propelled away, his gathered energy scattered, his injuries exacerbated. Just then, Yi and San arrived, launching their fists and palms at Wang Yan. With a swift motion, Wang Yan raised his hands, sending both adversaries flying. Their defenses no match for his might. They, lacking Rosen's resilience, were immediately grievously wounded, blood spilling forth. All of you, attack him together. He is merely a 7th-level earthly abode warrior, he cannot withstand for long. Rosen bellowed. The notion that a 7th-level earthly abode cultivator could wield such power sent shockwaves through the hearts of the demonic warriors. How is this possible? Yet, the demon lord's words instilled a sense of confidence in them. Surely, a 7th-level warrior could not sustain such strength indefinitely. Join the fray or face certain death. We must seize this opportunity. Wang Yan, however, remained unfazed, delivering a series of powerful strikes. The advancing 7 or 8 demonic warriors were sent sprawling, each one coughing blood, some grievously injured, others meeting their demise. Though a typical 7th-level earthly abode warrior would struggle to endure for long, Wang Yan was no ordinary cultivator of that rank. Within him resided the yin-yang pearl, brimming with spiritual energy, enabling him to swiftly replenish his reserves and even convert the energy of those he vanquished. Thus, he only grew stronger with each battle. Rather than faltering, with a fierce resolve, Wang Yan charged towards Rosen once more. You cannot be serious, I refuse to believe this. The two clashed, their energies erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Both were thrown back, blood spilling from Rosen's mouth, while Wang Yan staggered, his spirit shaken, blood oozing from his orifices. He was, after all, not of the celestial realm, his soul was not as robust. The backlash from the overwhelming storm and cloud force reverberated painfully within him. Ha, he is faltering, seize him. Rosen cackled triumphantly. Everyone, attack. We must capitalize on this opportunity. The remaining earthly abode warriors rallied, eager to take advantage of the situation. Do you truly think you can subdue me? It will not be so simple, Wang Yan retorted, channeling the mountainous force, harmonizing with the surrounding terrain. In an instant, he closed the distance to Rosen, forming the threefold mountain and river seal. The mountain and river seal synergized perfectly with the mountainous force, bolstered further by Wang Yan's comprehension of the storm and cloud force, amplifying its potency to a terrifying degree. Though it may not surpass the earlier storm and cloud palm, it was not far off. You! Rosen gritted his teeth, turning to flee. This lunatic is simply monstrous. Despite his injuries, he continues to fight with fervor. I refuse to die here. With a resounding crash, Rosen collided against Wang Yan's attack, hurtling away like a cannonball, blood gushing forth as he struggled to maintain his composure. The earlier clash had severely injured his internal organs, and now, with a final desperate effort, Rosen twisted his body, utilizing the momentum to escape, already 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Wang Yan halted, refraining from pursuing further. Even if he caught up, slaying Rosen would be a formidable task. Merely injuring him would be a stroke of luck. Celestial realm warriors were not easily dispatched. Moreover, he needed to prioritize rescuing those who had been captured. If the demonic aura seeped into their souls, he would be powerless to assist them. Of course, before that, he had to eliminate all the heavily wounded demonic warriors, as they were essential sources of his spiritual energy. With each step, he moved forward, mercilessly dispatching foes, be they 4th, 5th, or 6th level earthly abode warriors, injured or unharmed. All were annihilated. Even Yi and San, attempting to flee, were swiftly caught and effortlessly slain. Wang Yan had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was no longer the same. Wang Yan keenly observed that the demonic energy emanating from San was even more potent, surpassing even that of Yi, who was at the 9th level of the earthly abode. Spiritual energy 11, 533. Soul energy 2, 674. Chapter 071. Who was the village chief in Jin State, South Mountain Village? Giddy up, giddy up. A martial artist clad in tight-fitting attire rode swiftly to the village. Excuse me, is this South Mountain Village? Who are you looking for? Wang Xing stood up, asking with vigilance. I seek your village chief, as well as someone named Wang Yu, the martial artist replied. Swish, several children turned their gazes towards Wang Xing. What do you want with the village chief? Wang Xing inquired. The village was on high alert, especially in these tumultuous times filled with demons and monsters. Some children had already turned and dashed into the village, while adults noticed the commotion and began to approach. Sir, I am Jin Feng, a man briskly approached, clasping his fists in greeting. My name is Huang Li, and I have been entrusted by our 5th miss to deliver some items to the village. Huang Li explained. The 5th miss, pray tell, which family does she belong to? Jin Feng queried. A mere errand runner has reached the Long Rainbow Realm. There must be something extraordinary about her, he thought. Could the esteemed young lady be Zhao's senior sister at Heng Yue's sword sect? Has she swiftly established connections? Haha, a golden prodigy truly stands apart. The Feng family of Shua City, 5th Miss Feng Wei, Huang Li replied proudly, chest puffed out. The Feng family, one of the 8 great clans, was esteemed wherever they went. Shua City Feng family, Jin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, that colossal entity cannot be mistaken. It must be Zhao's connection at Heng Yue's sword sect. Although the 8 great clans are formidable, they cannot overlook a golden prodigy, especially one who has entered Heng Yue's sword sect. In the future, he could very well uphold a great clan himself. Quickly, take me to meet your village chief. Huang Li's pride swelled, and he began to command with authority. I am Zhang Hong, the village chief of South Mountain Village. It is an honor to meet Master Huang. Zhang Hong approached swiftly, surrounded by a throng of villagers. Despite being in his 60s or 70s, he still exuded vigor, his steps quick and strong. Are you the village chief of South Mountain Village? Huang Li glanced at Zhang Hong, leaping from his horse while casually removing a package of this as Zhang Hong hesitated, unsure whether to accept, perplexed by the origins of the package. This is a delivery from Wangan, assisted by our 5th miss. Huang Li handed the package to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong was taken aback. The others were similarly astonished. Wait, isn't it my nephew Jin Zhao who sought the assistance of the 5th miss? Jin Feng quickly interjected. Wangan, it can't be, it must be his nephew Jin Zhao, he affirmed. Who is Jin Zhao? I do not know him. Huang Li waved dismissively. My son Jin Zhao is a golden level prodigy, training under the law elder at Heng Yue's sword sect. Jin Han stepped forward, announcing loudly. A golden prodigy, at Heng Yue's sword sect. Huang Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Jin Han, Jin Feng, and Zhang Hong. Is this true? He has even become a direct disciple of the law elder. The small mountain village has produced 2 prodigies. My nephew Jin Zhao was taken as a personal disciple by the passing law elder of Heng Yue's sword sect and has returned to the sect to train, Jin Feng affirmed. Indeed, Zhang Hong nodded. Jin Zhao, our village's foremost prodigy, reached the peak of qi gathering at the age of 16 and he is likely already in the Long Rainbow realm now. At Heng Yue's sword sect, this is certain. Jin Zhao is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Our village shall be transformed henceforth. The other villagers nodded in agreement. If Jin Zhao were to bring something to the village, it would be entirely reasonable. Wangan, is it not a bit implausible? Can he even sustain himself? Huang Li mused. You villagers are remarkable, having produced 2 prodigies, he marveled. Although Wangan lacks a golden level physique, his training speed rivals that of a golden level. Someone chimed in. At least for now. Point 2, Zhang Hong raised his head. Did you just mention Wangan? Wangan cannot be, he has merely reached the 1st level of qi gathering. Jin Feng shook his head, smirking. Wangan possesses an ordinary gray iron level talent. He left home 2 months ago, the other villagers added. Wangan has already reached the 2nd level of Long Rainbow, Huang Li countered. He slayed demons alongside our 5th miss at Xianyang Pass, he asserted. Long Rainbow 2nd level. Jin Feng was taken aback, laughing. Impossible, you must be mistaken. Wangan slaying demons at the front lines of Xianyang Pass? You are surely mistaken, he is not from our village. Our Wangan has just reached the 1st level of qi gathering, he cannot possibly slay demons at the front lines. He wouldn't even qualify to clean the battlefield. Zhang Cheng stepped forward, shaking his head. Indeed, could there be some misunderstanding? Zhang Hong queried cautiously. It would be unfortunate if we were mistaken. Wangan, how can that be? Our Wangan is 16 years old and has only reached the 1st level of qi gathering. There may be others with the same name, Jin Feng added. He had just cultivated his true qi when he left the village less than 2 months ago. Point 16, that's correct, South Mountain Village in Shenyang County. I came based on the geographical name, Huang Li stated. Or perhaps there is another South Mountain Village in Shenyang County. Huang Li was puzzled. He could not believe he had made an error. He had verified this multiple times. Unless the address provided by the miss was incorrect, there is only one South Mountain Village in Shenyang County, Zhang Hong replied. However, enough with the however. Huang Li waved impatiently. You have another named Wang Yu, correct? Is he Wangan's uncle? Wang Yu, is it truly our village's Wangan? The villager's expression shifted dramatically. If there were indeed a Wang Yu, the uncle-nephew relationship would confirm it. However, how could Wangan, with his cultivation at Long Rainbow 2nd level, be possible? That is utterly unbelievable. Is there news of Shaoan? Wang Yu appeared, hastening towards them. Father, this person is here to deliver items entrusted by Brotherin. Brotherin has already become a master of the Long Rainbow realm. Wang Xing rushed forward, hugging Wang Yu's leg. What nonsense are you spouting? Your Brotherin had just cultivated his true qi when he left. How could he possibly reach the Long Rainbow realm? Perhaps in 10 years, there might be some possibility. Wang Yu ruffled his son's hair. Moreover, a 16-year-old at the Long Rainbow realm would be a golden prodigy. Are you Wang Yu? Huang Li again dismounted from his horse, retrieving another package of this is for you. What is this? Wang Yu was taken aback. Silver notes and medicinal pills. Huang Li clarified. These are from Wangan. Wait, Shaoan, Wang Yu quickly pushed back. Let us clarify first. My nephew Wangan is only 16 years old and left home 2 months ago, currently at the 1st level of qi gathering. How could he have brought these items? They cannot possibly be relics, can they? Not at all, Huang Li sighed, explaining again. Wangan is now a 2nd level martial artist of the Long Rainbow realm. It is well known at Xianyang Pass that cannot be my nephew Wang'an. My nephew Wang'an is only at the first level of qi gathering. Wang Yu firmly shook his head. How can you be so daft? Is it not possible he was hiding his true abilities? Huang Li suggested. It is quite obvious. How could you not think of it? Impossible. Wang Yu immediately denied. I keep a close watch on his training every day. You, Huang Li smirked slightly. If he were to deliberately conceal his strength, with your level of cultivation, could you even perceive it? Chapter 072. Another one. Princess Guardian. Wang Yu pondered this for a moment, and indeed, it seemed plausible. But no, he is not that kind of person. He would not deceive me. Moreover, he clearly possesses gray iron level talent. Yes, during the assessment before Xianyang Pass, he also demonstrated gray iron level aptitude. But so what? Does it matter? He is now at the second level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Huang Li chuckled. Well, the mission is complete. I should return to report now. Wait. Wang Yu called out. Swish. Huang Li paid him no mind, already having mounted his horse. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spirit vessel flew in, landing before Nanshan village. Is this Nanshan village? Yes, my lord, the reply came promptly. Zheng Hong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This individual could command a spirit vessel, indicating he was at least a celestial origin realm expert. Swish! A young man leaped down, stirring the air with waves of elemental energy. Who is the village chief? I am. Zheng Hong quickly responded. The young man scrutinized Zheng Hong for a moment, then produced a purple wooden box, handing it to him. What is this? Zheng Hong inquired. It is a delivery from Wang'an, entrusted to us by Her Royal Highness the Third Princess, the young man replied, his expression softening slightly. Wang'an. Zheng Hong's eyes widened. Once more, it was Wang'an, Jin Feng, Jin Han, and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Huang Li's heart raced. A celestial origin realm expert, the Third Princess. Wasn't Wang'an a friend of their young lady? How did he become connected with the Third Princess? Is Wang Yu here? The young man asked again. Yes. Wang Yu hurriedly stepped forward. Swish! The young man produced 3 jade vials and handed them to Wang Yu. These are spirit medicines refined with the aid of Wang Yu, including ones for marrow cleansing and cultivation enhancement. Wang'an hopes you will break through to the Long Rainbow Realm's Earth Concealment stage. Elixirs. Wang Yu, along with the villagers present, stared wide-eyed. Elixirs were indeed precious items, especially the marrow cleansing one, valued at no less than 100 taels. And the cultivation enhancement, my lord, I cannot accept this. Wang Yu hesitated. He could hardly believe this was real. It was too incredible that it simply could not be true. What on earth was happening? Young'an rendered our princess great assistance in a secret realm. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Jin Kingdom, a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he is already a 4th level expert in the Earth Concealment realm, the young man explained. 4th level of Earth Concealment. Wang Yu felt his heart sink entirely. A singular thought plagued him. This must be a mistake. It had to be a mistake. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, the 2nd level of Long Rainbow was already unfathomable, and now a 4th level Earth Concealment expert appeared. It was becoming increasingly absurd, increasingly unreasonable. The inconsistencies were glaring. This could not be the same Wang'an, or were there 3 Wang'ans, each at a different level? What a coincidence, yet all reports indicated Nanshan village. 4th level of Earth Concealment. Jin Han, Jin Feng, and Zheng Hong were all left in a daze. Hadn't he just been at the 2nd level of Long Rainbow? Now they all confirmed that something was amiss. It had to be an error. What a remarkable coincidence, otherwise, there was no other explanation. Or perhaps someone was playing tricks on them today. What did they possess that merited such amusement? Zhang Chang chuckled. He was now certain it was indeed a mistake. There were simply too many people named Wang'an in this world. 4th level of Earth Concealment. Huang Li's eyes flickered with intrigue. Surely we cannot be speaking of the same individual. The Wang'an from Xianyang Pass, although I have never seen him, could only be at the 2nd level of Long Rainbow, not the 4th level of Earth Concealment. Then hurry and accept it, the young man urged, growing impatient. He had many matters to attend to. No, it must be a mistake. Wang Yu shook his head resolutely, refusing to accept it. Our princess would never be mistaken. If there is a mistake, it is surely on your part. The young man directly shoved the elixirs into Wang Yu's hands and then turned to return to the spirit vessel. All right, the task has been delivered. I must take my leave. My lord. Wang Yu and Zheng Hong called out urgently. Whoosh! The young man and the spirit vessel vanished in an instant. A celestial origin realm expert. This is what a celestial origin realm expert is like, Jin Feng murmured. If only I could reach that level someday, even for just a day. That must be the princess's guardian.
Jin Han speculated. Let us decide how to proceed. Zhang Hong redirected everyone's attention. Everyone, look towards the box. Since it has been given, let us accept it, some greedy villagers suggested. The box appeared exquisite, suggesting the preciousness of its contents. The Lord insisted on giving it, we did not ask for it, others quickly echoed, many were tempted as Zhang Hong scanned the crowd, cradling the box as he turned away. All martial artists at the third level of Qi Gathering and above, gather at the village council hall for a meeting. Yes. Yes. The villagers swiftly mobilized, notifying one another. Wang Yu glanced at the 3 jade vials in his hands, stowing them away in his robe as he followed suit. In Panxiao Town, the Lu family estate, which once sprawled over several acres in spacious grandeur, now lay in disarray, with drafts seeping through the broken remnants. Numerous signs of battle marred the surroundings. Liu Yang stood amid the ruins, his fists clenched. To his dismay, after searching for over a month, he had yet to find Wang Yan. Just upon returning to Panxiao Town, he heard the dreadful news of Fengyun Village's assault on the Lu family. The leader of Fengyun Village, a master of the Earth Concealment Realm, had personally led the charge. The Lu family had suffered devastating losses. His grandfather, Lu Zhang, was gravely injured, his second uncle, Lu Wenji, was slain, his fourth uncle, Lu Weining, had also perished, along with many clan members and guards. All this turmoil stemmed from his attempt to seize the Azure Dragon Fist. Fengyun Village. Lu Yang ground his teeth in fury. How infuriating, he must seek vengeance, Wang Yan. Lu Yan thought of him again, his teeth grinding in frustration. The most humiliating fact was that he had not even obtained the Azure Dragon Fist. All of this was because of Wang Yan. Later, he had heard that the 6th captain of Fengyun Village had been killed, also at Wang Yan's hands. The retaliation from Fengyun Village was likely a consequence of this. Liu Yang was desperate to find Wang Yan, to beat him soundly, even to torment him severely, yet, he had searched for over a month without success. Moreover, that brat had even managed to kill the 6th captain of Fengyun Village, demonstrating considerable skill and prowess. His talent was astonishing. By the time he reappeared, Lu Yang feared he would not even be a match. Revenge against Nanshan Village. Lu Yang hesitated. First, without capturing Wang Yan, seeking revenge on Nanshan Village would clearly be unwise, only leading to disaster for the Lu family. Secondly, Nanshan Village had produced a golden talent who had entered the sect of Elder Zhang from Han Yue's sword sect, having already issued warnings previously. Even Fengyun Village dared not provoke them. Lastly, Wang Yan was an orphan, having lost his parents long ago, with only a few distant relatives. Such familial ties were tenuous at best. He had left home at such a young age, undoubtedly facing hardships in the village. Therefore, Wang Yan, you must not let me catch you, otherwise, the debts you owe me, I shall reclaim tenfold, 100-fold. I, Lu Yang, swear it. Chapter 073. I, Jin Zhao, am not inferior to anyone. Heng Yue's sword sect. In a rather modest cave, Jin Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze. At last, he has broken through to the Changhong realm. Sigh, it hasn't been an easy journey. While he spoke of the difficulties, a sense of pride swelled within him. After all, achieving the Changhong realm at the age of 16 is a feat reserved for those with golden talents. Moreover, having spent his earlier years in Nanshan Village, had he arrived at Heng Yue's sword sect sooner, he might have accomplished this a year earlier. Typically, the golden-level prodigies among the 8 prominent families of Jin country break through around the age of 15. Nevertheless, he is confident he will catch up. A step ahead does not equate to being perpetually ahead. The Changhong realm signifies a new horizon, an entirely fresh dimension of power. His strength and potential have greatly increased, and his golden talent has received further enhancement. Though he has just recently broken through, he could easily defeat those at the 3rd level of the Changhong realm with a swish. Jin Zhao rose and exited the cave, seeking a more suitable environment to practice the fist and sword techniques that his master, Qinghong Jinren, had selected for him. The taboos of the Northern Dipper, a martial art 10 times more advanced than the Qinglong fist. With the north as the rightful direction, he would unleash the dopang that pierces the heavens. This forms the foundation of the Northern Dipper sword technique. Upon arriving at Heng Yue's sword sect, Jin Zhao discovered that Qinghong Jinren was not merely a master of the Divine Sea realm, but rather a higher-level existence within the Dao-seeking realm. Only those of the Dao-seeking realm are entitled to the titles of Jinren or Dao Jun. Bam, bam, Jin Zhao, blessed with a golden physique, made rapid progress in his training. In no time, he had grasped the basics and was gradually advancing towards minor perfection. Of course, even with a golden body, reaching minor perfection in a single day is unattainable. It would require at least a month or two. Hey, have you heard? The Heavenly King's secret realm has opened, and our Heng Yue sword sect has acquired 2 top-tier martial arts. Indeed. Its senior brother Zhong Sheng and senior brother Tang Zichen, each of them has obtained a top-tier inheritance. They should now be addressed as Master Zhong and Master Tang. Once they break through to the Divine Sea realm, they ascend directly to peak master status. It's a swift rise to prominence.
I hope they break through to the Divine Sea realm soon, so I can join their peak and learn the top-tier martial arts.
Such elite techniques are not for everyone.
Well, I could become an elder at their peak. The requirements for elder recruitment must be lower. You still aspire to be an elder. Being a disciple is already a significant achievement.
There is no way they would take you in even at a lower standard.
Get lost. In a decade or two, I will at least reach the celestial origin realm. Surely, I can become an elder at a small peak.
Our Hang-US sword sect does not have small peaks.
Not far away, a few disciples were engaged in casual conversation, and upon hearing them, Jin Zhao felt a stirring in his heart. The Heavenly King's secret realm, top-tier inheritance. It seemed he had missed out on something monumental. With a swish, Jin Zhao approached.
My esteemed seniors, may I inquire what you were discussing just now? Junior brother Jin.
You've emerged from seclusion. You've broken through to the Changhong realm. Congratulations. Indeed, you truly are a genius with a golden physique. You're remarkable. The four were momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. I've already fallen behind considerably. Jin Zhao waved his hand dismissively.
Ah, we were discussing matters concerning the secret realm, Wang Hai recollected. Everyone in the sect is aware.
There is nothing to conceal. The Heavenly King's secret realm opens only once every 100,000 years, Zhao Han added. It is said that the true ancestor of the Li family from the royal family of Jin and the founder of our Hang-US sword sect became powerful true kings because they once entered this secret realm. Lin Xian revealed a hidden story. Word has it that they were unable to enter the main hall back then.
Jin Zhao and the others widened their eyes in astonishment.
To have achieved the rank of true king without entering the main hall, one could only imagine the power gained from entering it. No wonder senior brother Zong and senior brother Tang announced their seclusion immediately upon returning.
They must have entered the back mountain, safeguarded by the elders of the sect, Sun Tao deduced.
Top-tier inheritances are of utmost importance, regardless of location. Moreover, what they've acquired may surpass the most formidable techniques of Hang-US sword sect, elevating our sect's strength to unprecedented heights, perhaps even propelling us to new heights, the others regarded with envy.
This opportunity is astonishing.
This time, the golden physique Gu Jingzhou also participated but did not obtain any inheritance. Wang Hai chuckled. Jin Zhao cast a glance at Wang Hai, pondering the implications. What does that mean?
Is the golden physique ineffective? Junior brother Jin, please do not misunderstand, I meant no offense. Wang Hai hastily waved his hands in clarification.
This time, around 60 to 70 individuals entered the Heavenly King's secret realm, but only 9 made it into the Heavenly King's hall. Among them are the third princess, Uncle Li Guan, and a demon practitioner. However, only 6 have obtained the treasured inheritance and entered the inheritance grounds.
6 individuals.
Jin Zhao's gaze sharpened. This meant that a total of 6 individuals had acquired top-tier inheritances and would undoubtedly become elite powerhouses, potentially surpassing the true kings, standing firmly above the rest. Indeed, the third princess, the demon practitioner, senior brother Zong Shang, senior brother Tang Zichen, and El Hong from the El family, along with someone named Wang Yan, Lin Xian elaborated.
Wang Yan.
Jin Zhao was taken aback. He had heard that he belonged to the Feng family, aged 16, at the pinnacle of the Changhong realm, yet, after entering the Heavenly King's secret realm, he must have encountered fortuitous circumstances, swiftly advancing to the 3rd level of the Earth-Sang realm. He subsequently reached the 4th level of the Earth-Sang realm on the gravity staircase, his physicality extraordinarily powerful, and his combat prowess formidable. I heard. Lin Xian lowered his voice, covering his mouth. Someone saw Gu Jingzhou being sent flying by a single punch.
Sent flying by a single punch? No one can compete.
The expressions of the others shifted as they comprehended. In Hang-US sword sect, disciples are typically either of silver or golden grade. Among those of silver grade, talents are relatively equal, yet the speed of cultivation varies significantly, as does combat capability. Among golden grades, the disparity is even more pronounced. The pinnacle of the Changhong realm from the Feng family, Jin Zhao chuckled lightly. It must be a case of shared names. How could that Wang Yan from their village possibly possess such talent and cultivation? Surely, he is a golden physique, carefully nurtured by the Feng family. Truly a case of the same name, different fates. They're the same age. Yet, suddenly, Jin Zhao's brow furrowed. At the same age of 16, while they had reached the pinnacle of the Changhong realm and were now on the 4th level of the Earth-Sang realm, he had only just begun at the 1st level of the Changhong realm. In an instant, Jin Zhao felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his very soul, sending a shiver through him, his blood surging. With the same physique, he possessed nearly equal conditions. He could not afford to lag behind significantly, he must strive to catch up, even surpass. At 18, he would reach the Earth-Sang realm, By 23, he would attain the celestial origin realm, and before 30, he would catch up and surpass.
I, Jin Zhao, am not inferior to anyone. Chapter 074.
The dual bait state of Zhao northern region. On a quaint country path, Wang Yan donned a bamboo hat and simple attire, traversing on foot at a pace that was neither hurried nor slow. He aimed to evade the attention of disciples from the demon sect, who might set traps for him. After all, his previous actions made him an easy target. The fleeing Tianyuan demon warrior would undoubtedly seek retribution. Additionally, this journey served as a means to temper his physical body. In true essence, the substantial enhancement he experienced that fateful night was excessive. For the sake of his foundation in future, he must diligently refine himself anew. A weak foundation would lead to a lack of strength in the future, thus, he was determined to become as resilient as tempered steel. Fortunately, Wang Yan had cultivated the mountainous strength, allowing his true energy to resonate with the earth's mighty veins whenever his feet touched the ground, enabling rapid refinement. To achieve optimal results, he unhesitatingly expended 2,000 points of soul energy to elevate the mountainous strength to its utmost pinnacle. He truly embodied a mountain. Standing still, he appeared as immovable as a mountain. Even if a blindfolded individual passed by, they would be oblivious to his presence, instinctively veering away as if a formidable boulder exuded an inexplicable aura. When Wang Yan's technique was fully activated, one could perceive a great mountain from afar, a manifestation of his unparalleled defense and the most potent state of mountainous strength. Indeed, Wang Yan's combat prowess had surged once more, without requiring the azure dragon form or the wind and cloud palm. Even if his cultivation remained at the 7th level of the earthly tomb, with just the mountainous strength, a simple punch could shatter the vital energy attacks of a 1st or 2nd level Tianyuan expert. And if he were to employ the mountain river seal, Wang Yan lifted his gaze abruptly, focusing ahead. On the path lay a dilapidated cart, its components strewn about, wheels detached, curtains missing, and the body shattered into splintered wood, with a few scattered piles of bones nearby, tainted with traces of demonic energy. Clearly, this area had been visited by demonic creatures or had suffered an assault. The remoteness of the mountains rendered it unlikely for powerful individuals to pass through. With a swift motion, Wang Yan advanced. Soon, he encountered a village, a mere handful of households that exuded an air of lifelessness. Suddenly, two figures sprang forth from either side of the mountain path. Their eyes glowed crimson, bodies modeled in shades of blue and purple, sharp fangs and claws poised for action, their speed rivaling that of a cheetah. Demonic beings, Wang Yan discerned their nature in an instant. These were individuals fully corrupted by demonic energy, irredeemably transformed. With a flick of his finger, Wang Yan swiftly extinguished the lives of the two demons, absorbing their demonic energy before entering the village. One after another, demons emerged, men, women, children, and the elderly, surrounding Wang Yan with bared teeth and snarls. All semblance of consciousness had vanished, leaving only their primal instinct to hunt, devour, and empower themselves. As long as they continued to consume, they would grow stronger until their soul energy could no longer sustain them, leading to their eventual collapse. The spread of demonic energy persisted. After 2 hours, Wang Yan departed the village, which had been reduced to a pile of ashes behind him. He embarked on the main road, where a smattering of life had returned, albeit sparse. The state of Zhao was formidable, yet after 3 centuries of conflict with the demon race, many of its adept warriors had perished in battle. The kingdoms of Jin and Yan had also suffered losses. The upper echelons of various nations were continually depleted, while the influence of the bloodthirsty demon sect burgeoned. Thus, when the demon sect shifted its strategy, vast territories of Zhao fell to its clutches, transforming many regions into demonic realms. Wang Yan resolved to continue hunting the elite of the demon sect. Ahead lay Xiling Town, a promising destination replete with amenities, a place to rest and rejuvenate. After traveling for 4 or 5 days, he was weary, parched as if his mouth had turned to dust. 2 warriors of the Long Rainbow Realm conversed. Wang Yan rubbed his fingers together, a tingle of anticipation coursing through him that if the rumors he had heard were accurate, there was a demon sect stronghold nearby. Numerous warriors of the earthly Toon realm had vanished, and small families had been annihilated. Before long, Wang Yan arrived at Xiling Town, only to find it starkly different from the vibrant place he recalled. It appeared dilapidated, with leaves swirling in the wind, the streets deserted and desolate, devoid of life, a stark contrast to his previous visit. What had transpired? It had not been like this last time. Clearly, something dire had occurred. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 warriors swiftly sought information. Wang Yan's gaze swept across the town, detecting faint traces of demonic energy lingering in the air, suggesting recent activity by demonic warriors, likely abducting individuals. The bloodthirsty demon sect's warriors not only captured earthly Toon warriors to transform them into demonic beings but also practiced their arts with human blood. The higher the cultivation, the better. Those at the nascent energy level were too weak. Earthly Toon warriors needed demonic modification, thus they would have to capture practitioners of the Long Rainbow Realm. As news spread of the disappearance of Long Rainbow and Earthly Toon warriors visiting the town, fear gripped the populace, leading to a gradual decline. Therefore, Wang Yan needed only to keep an eye on the 2 Long Rainbow warriors. In truth, he could serve as bait himself. The combination of dual bait might yield even greater results. With a swift motion, Wang Yin released his cultivation to the third level of the earthly toon realm, subtly altering his appearance and voice. Sir, what has happened to Shilling Town? I remember it being quite prosperous during my last visit. Song Chao approached an elderly man, eagerly inquiring, what is your cultivation level? The old man scrutinized the two of them before asking directly. I am at the 6th level of the Long Rainbow Realm, Song Chao replied with pride. I am at the 7th level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Do Jing lifted his sword as if to emphasize their prowess, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Long Rainbow warriors should depart at once, delay and you may find yourselves unable to escape, the old man urged urgently. What do you mean? Song Chao asked, bewildered. There are those who specifically hunt Long Rainbow warriors, the old man disclosed. What, hunt Long Rainbow warriors? Song Chao was taken aback. Is such a thing even possible? I am at the 7th level of the Long Rainbow Realm. Do Jing reiterated his strength. They were formidable and had vanquished many demonic creatures. The old man cast a dispassionate glance at the two. They can even abduct earthly toon warriors. What? Song Chao and Do Jing were rendered speechless. Then we are in dire straits. We must leave immediately. Do Jing urged, pulling Song Chao to turn away. I haven't had my meal yet, nor my foot massage, Song Chao protested, visibly reluctant. Once dead, you won't need a massage. Do Jing rolled his eyes. Go, no need to speak such ominous words. Song Chao waved his hands in dismissal. Thank you, sir, we must take our leave. The old man gestured for them to hurry. Just then, another presence emerged, a warrior of the earthly toon realm. Song Chao and Do Jing halted before Wang and they wouldn't be here to capture us, would they? Song Chao whispered to Do Jing, you two likely won't escape. Wang Yin spoke, his voice raspy. Do you dare? Song Chao and Do Jing leaped back, drawing their blades, eyeing Wang Yin warily. The twin heroes of Huanxi are not so easily slain. Is that so? Just how difficult are you to kill? A chilling voice echoed from behind them, sending shivers down their spines. It's over. Another has arrived. Chapter 075. Delving into the Demon Palace, battling the celestial origin again. Song Chao and Do Jing had collaborated countless times before. Without the need for words or glances, they propelled themselves outward almost simultaneously. Whoosh, Wang Yin appeared in the position they had just vacated, delivering a powerful strike with his palm. Bang! The copper-faced demon warrior extended his hand to meet Wang Yin's blow. Neither emerged victorious, their strengths were evenly matched. This copper-faced demon warrior was a practitioner at the 4th level of the Earthstore realm, and thus felt a twinge of embarrassment. Whoosh, yet Wang Yin displayed remarkable valor. As soon as he regained his footing, he charged forward once more, striking with both palms, engaging in a fierce contest, unperturbed by the bloodthirsty demonic energy. The copper-faced demon warrior frowned, yet remained unfazed, secretly relieved. As long as his opponent did not flee, he would save considerable effort in pursuit. Thus, they were not allies. Surviving the ordeal, Song Chao suddenly comprehended. Should we lend a hand? Do Jing hesitated with his sword in hand. By moral obligation, they ought to assist, but the disparity in their strengths was too great. That copper-faced demon warrior was a practitioner at the 4th level of the Earthstore realm. They would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Let us help. We must help. I'll use some projectiles to distract him, Song Chao declared. Be careful not to hit the wrong target. Do Jing rolled his eyes. With your skills, it probably won't be of much use. Shouldn't you two hurry and leave? Wang Yin reminded them. You still wish to save them, the copper-faced demon warrior taunted. Now it made sense. No wonder they were fighting so fiercely. Let us go. Do Jing grasped Song Chao and began to flee. Why are we? Song Chao was perplexed. Just moments ago, they had intended to help, yet now they were abandoning the effort. We would only be a burden if we stayed. If we leave, that senior can escape at any time, Do Jing stated calmly. Yes, Song Chao's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. That's the right reasoning. Let us hurry, let us run. Song Chao activated his agility, moving with incredible speed, faster than a rabbit. Not long after their escape, Wang Yin suddenly found himself defeated and captured. The copper-faced demon warrior ensnared him with a black sack and carried him away. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a place thick with humidity, descending into an underground palace. At that moment, there were already 8 copper-faced demon warriors present, alongside a silver-faced demon warrior at the 9th level of the Earthstore realm, as well as 3 captured practitioners of the Earthstore realm, who were being tainted by demonic energy. Wang Yin was the 4th. The copper-faced demon warrior released Wang Yin from the sack and prepared to bind him to a rack. Just then, whoosh, Wang Yin's eyes flew open. The copper-faced demon warrior was taken aback. Bang! Wang Yin delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the ceiling of the underground palace. The other copper-faced demon warriors were stunned. Was this truly happening? How audacious to take such a risk alone to rescue someone? The silver-faced demon warrior stepped forward, dripping with mockery. "You overestimate yourself, overestimate myself." Wang Yin took a step forward, merging with the power of the earth. He unleashed a punch. Bang! The ground trembled, the entire underground palace shook. The silver-faced demon warrior was reduced to a puddle of mud against the wall. Not only that, but the other 8 copper-faced demon warriors also found themselves either sprawled or slumped against the walls. The power of a single punch was terrifying indeed. Bang, bang, Wang Yin advanced, effortlessly ending their lives and absorbing their demonic energy. Spiritual energy 17, 648, soul energy 1, 515. He gained over 6,000 points of spiritual energy. This was more than sufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of the Earthstore realm. However, he still needed to prepare for the Celestial Origin realm. His soul energy returned to 1, 500, allowing him to cultivate a combat skill. Yet, Wang Yin deemed this unnecessary at present. The Azure Dragon Divine Form and the Wind and Cloud Palm were already sufficient. Acquiring another skill would be superfluous. Wang Yin planned to wait until he reached the Celestial Origin realm to cultivate a powerful area of effect combat skill. Indeed, an area of effect skill capable of effortlessly eliminating dozens of low-tier demons and Earthstore demon warriors. The previous approach had been an excessive expenditure of power. Whoosh! Wang Yin stepped forward and extracted the demonic energy from the 3 bound Earthstore practitioners. Ultimately, only 2 could be saved. The third spirit had been irreversibly corrupted by the demonic energy. With a swift motion, Wang Yin dispatched him with spiritual energy 18, 162, soul energy 1, 537. Whoosh! Wang Yin lifted the 2 unconscious practitioners and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a ripple of celestial energy resonated through the air. Wang Yin immediately froze. The outside observers sensed the anomaly within the underground palace, halting their advance, wary of acting recklessly. Bang! Wang Yin dropped the 2 Earthstore practitioners and stepped out of the underground palace with swaggering confidence, unflinching. "Ha ha ha, a practitioner at the 7th level of the Earthstore dares to challenge my branch." Tongyu chuckled lightly, self-deprecatingly. "And what is your cultivation level?" Wang Yin inquired. "If it exceeded the 3rd level of the Celestial Origin realm, he would turn and flee." "You cannot escape today," Tongyu sneered. "It is of no consequence to disclose. I am at the 3rd level of the Celestial Origin realm. If you can escape from my grasp today, I shall write my name backward." "Then you are doomed." Wang Yin harmonized with the Earth's force and unleashed a punch. Bang! The previous punch re-emerged, even more formidable. Now facing a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the Celestial Origin realm, he had to give it his all, holding nothing back. Tongyu's pupils constricted. He quickly summoned the power of the Celestial Origin for defense. Bang! The celestial shield shattered instantly. Whoosh! Tongyu was sent flying backward, hurtling several dozen meters away. Whoosh! Wang Yin transformed into a dragon, pursuing relentlessly. Swish! Bang! Tongyu waved his hands to fend off the attacks. As he retreated, delight spread across his face. Good, excellent. No wonder you dared to challenge our branch. Of the 7th level of the Earthstore realm had fully comprehended and merged with the terrain, unleashing the might of the Celestial Origin. He could even grasp and utilize true intent and divine forms. A genius, an extraordinary genius. If only he could capture you and deliver you to our organization, we would thrive. Ha ha ha. Fortune favors me, fortune favors me. You rejoice too soon. Wang Yin began to gather the power of the wind and clouds. The wind and cloud would bolster the dragon's might. He intended to employ the same tactic. The power of wind and clouds, indeed. Tongyu nodded repeatedly, confirming again. Wang Yin was a once-in-a-century prodigy, possessing talent and comprehension beyond his expectations. The stronger Wang Yin's talent, the more elated Tongyu became. A mere 7th-level Earthstore practitioner dared to turn the tables, yet soon, Tongyu's expression changed. He sensed the ominous shift. The power condensed by the wind and clouds was now capable of threatening even a practitioner at the 3rd level of the Celestial Origin realm. "I shan't play with you any longer. It is too late." Wang Yin reached out, swiftly condensing a massive palm imprint. Crashing down with tremendous force, Tongyu attempted to evade, but his body was already partially ensnared by the wind and clouds, leaving him with no choice but to take the blow. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, as the celestial energy erupted, its might dispersing. The force radiated outwards. Bang! Another palm struck. Tongyu strained to defend himself. Bang! Bang! Wang Yin unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes. Chapter 076. Another one driven away. Adjacent to this location lies a river bend, suffused with an aura of tumultuous winds and clouds. Wang Yin, drawing upon the power of this atmospheric turbulence, launches a series of vigorous, unrelenting assaults. Bang! 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 Tongyu initially deflects one strike after another, 2, 3, 4, but cannot withstand the barrage of over 10 consecutive blows. Bang! Tongyu's defenses are shattered, and he is sent hurtling away, soaring several dozen meters. Whoosh! He quickly stabilizes his form and turns to flee. He has already sustained injuries, rendering him at a disadvantage, but where can he escape to? Wang Yin produces a spirit vessel and leaps aboard to pursue. Upon glancing back, Tongyu's pupils constrict, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The spirit vessel, as he races ahead, he contemplates his next course of action. Clearly, he is not one to concede defeat so easily. After all, he is a formidable figure at the third level of the celestial origin realm, with a foundation vastly superior to that of a seventh-level earthly tomb practitioner. Wang Yan's previous advantage was merely a product of the environment and Tong Yu's momentary carelessness. Following such a fierce exchange, he cannot believe that Wang Yan possesses much true essence remaining within him, especially without suffering a significant backlash. Thus, he surmises that Wang Yan's current condition is not much better than his own, perhaps even worse. The pursuit is merely a fade of intimidation. Consequently, whoosh, the two engage in a rapid chase, with Wang Yan's spirit vessel proving swifter. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yan takes a moment to regulate his breathing, restoring his state to its zenith. His physique is robust, and with the aid of spiritual energy, his recovery is swift. Whoosh, Wang Yan accelerates, intercepting Tong Yu. The terrain here is relatively flat and open, with a small hill a few hundred meters away, making it ideal for a direct confrontation. Swish, Tong Yu halts, gazing at Wang Yan. Do you think you still hold the advantage? Why wouldn't I? Wang Yan retorts. Ha ha ha, you underestimate the prowess of a third-level celestial origin. Tong Yu bellows, suddenly channeling the bloodthirsty demonic energy within him, connecting with the heavens and absorbing a copious amount of elemental energy. Wang Yan, his body solidifying like a mountain, unleashes a thunderous punch. Bang! The energy before Tong Yu erupts violently, scattering his essence and forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Bang! Wang Yan steps forward once more, delivering another punch. Bang! The energy before Tong Yu explodes again, propelling him backward several more steps. Bang! Wang Yan advances, continuing his onslaught, his momentum intensifying, and his power surging ever more. Tong Yu's mind is shaken. Where does this abnormality arise from? To have cultivated the terrain to such a level, how can his physique be so formidable? Were it any other 7th-level earthly tomb practitioner, such a potent assault would have likely resulted in their bodies succumbing to backlash by now. Is this the nature of a prodigy? Just as Tong Yu prepares to consolidate his demonic energy for a counterattack, swish, Wang Yan suddenly raises his hand, forming the threefold mountain river seal. He amalgamates the accumulated momentum of the mountain with the residual cloud energy within him, channeling it into the seal. Whoosh, Wang Yan compresses the distance, surging before Tong Yu and smashing the seal down. Tong Yu abruptly unleashes his bloodthirsty soul seal. Bang! The clash of golden light and blood-red energy is fierce and intense. The bloodlight bursts apart. Bang! Tong Yu is sent flying, coughing up blood, yet, instead of despair, a strange, triumphant grin spreads across his face. Ha ha ha! Did you think you've won, that victory is assured? Not at all. Wang Yan chuckles in response. A third-level celestial origin is nothing extraordinary. Just look at your hands, observe your own body. Tong Yu warns. What is the most formidable aspect of the demonic sect? It is the demonic energy. The bloodthirsty demonic energy of the bloodthirsty sect is particularly potent. During our fierce exchanges, I deliberately infused pure bloodthirsty demonic energy into your essence, allowing it to infiltrate your body alongside your true essence. The energy that exploded earlier has, to some extent, tainted you. Just a trace of it, and you will find yourself as if poisoned, rendered incapable of combat. At that point, you will have no choice but to submit. Wang Yan glances at his palm and then at his garments. Truthfully, he feels somewhat helpless. The bloodthirsty demonic energy is indeed troublesome, but upon contact with his body, it would be absorbed by the yin-yang divine pearl, making any pretense to deceive his opponent utterly futile. Ah! Are you unaware that there exist numerous treasures in this world that can resist demonic energy? What? Tong Yu's pupils constrict. Whoosh, Wang Yan's figure. Bang! Tong Yu is sent flying. Whoosh, Wang Yan attacks again. Bang! Tong Yu realizes with certainty that Wang Yan remains unaffected. Mid-flight, he suddenly expels a mouthful of fresh blood, enveloping himself in a sphere of bloodlight, which swiftly vanishes from sight. Blood shadow escape. Wang Yan stands momentarily stunned, refraining from pursuing. Even if he did, success is uncertain. Moreover, the circumstances ahead are unclear. Should he encounter other formidable practitioners from the demonic sect or stumble into an ambush, he could find himself in peril. Furthermore, he is merely at the 7th level of the earthly tomb realm, with a foundation still somewhat lacking and tenuous. Do not pursue a cornered foe. Whoosh, Wang Yan directs his spirit vessel in a different direction and swiftly departs. He continues flying for over 100 miles before halting and changing into a fresh set of clothing. Resuming his journey, however, during his travels, Wang Yan begins to infuse spiritual energy, enhancing his cultivation. Whoosh, several dozen miles away, in the mountains, Tong Yu comes to a halt and swiftly burrows into an underground chamber. He approaches a bound 5th-level earthly tomb warrior. He bites into the warrior's neck, greedily drinking blood. In no time, the warrior is drained of blood, and a surge of vitality envelopes Tong Yu, his breath rapidly revitalizing, his complexion becoming increasingly rosy. Ha, boy, I shall not let you escape my grasp. Tong Yu produces a blood talisman. Sin, I require your assistance. Tong, you still need my help, he laughs, responding from another chamber. I have encountered a troublesome individual and need you to assist in capturing him, Tong Yu explains. Coincidentally, I too have faced a challenge. You go first, Rosen replies, placing a hand on his chest. His injuries have yet to fully heal. A 7th-level earthly tomb practitioner has cultivated the might of the earth and the winds, such a prodigy. Tong Yu introduces. What? Rosen's expression shifts. Does he possess the Azure Dragon divine form as well? You encountered him too? Tong Yu is taken aback. What a coincidence! Given our proximity, is it not normal for us to face the same adversary? Rosen grits his teeth. That wretched boy ambushed me, leaving me severely injured. I've only just recovered. What about you? You weren't ambushed and injured, were you? How could that be? Do you think I am like you? Tong Yu denies. That boy is simply too slippery, possessing a spirit vessel. I cannot capture him alone. Very well. I shall come immediately. Rosen rises without regard for his incomplete recovery. With preparation and combined strength alongside Tong Yu, he cannot allow the boy to escape. Chapter 077. The Great Perfection of the Earth Store. After 2 fierce battles and the passage of 3 days, Wang Yan's condition had nearly stabilized. Thanks to his elevated realm, there was little to no superficiality, merely a simple process of sedimentation. Furthermore, Wang Yan had an inkling that he might soon encounter even stronger adversaries, potentially more than one formidable opponent at the celestial origin realm. Thus, he felt an urgent need to enhance his cultivation. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into him, rapidly elevating his cultivation level. The act of walking on foot allowed him to merge with the earth's veins, providing the finest tempering for his being. Before long, with a swift motion, Wang Yan's cultivation surged, reaching the 8th level of Earth Store. Onward! Half an hour later, with another swift motion, his cultivation ascended once more, attaining the 9th level of Earth Store. But I am not finished yet. Wang Yan aimed to reach the pinnacle of Earth Store. Although achieving this pinnacle would not significantly amplify his combat prowess, it would bring him closer to the celestial origin realm. In the face of danger, he could break through to that realm at any moment. With a decisive motion, he reached the pinnacle of Earth Store. Wang Yan felt a profound fullness in his body, the formidable essence of the Earth's veins resonating within him. He had perfectly merged with the might of the mountainous earth, devoid of any flaws. He had achieved the great perfection of Earth Store. His techniques and bodily essence had been cultivated to their utmost limits, even surpassing them. Such an accomplishment was rare among the gifted. Simultaneously, Wang Yan realized that his decision had been astute. After reaching the great perfection of Earth Store, the synergy between the terrain and his body was complete, optimizing the tempering of his bodily essence. This was far superior to a mere incremental elevation. There exists a phrase as one, and this aptly described his current state. Wang Yan felt immense joy that he was drawing ever closer to becoming a formidable force. However, his spiritual energy had plummeted to below 10,000 once more, registering at 5033, with his soul energy at 1537. Come forth quickly, he thought with a slight smile, suddenly filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. He sought a place to rest, planning to continue his journey at dawn. At this moment, the waning moon hung high in the sky, and darkness enveloped the land due to the havoc wrought by the demonic sect. The outside world was deserted. Not even the sounds of beasts or insects could be heard. The silence was eerie. With a swift motion, Wang Yan leaped onto his spiritual vessel, heading towards the nearest town. The next day, at dawn, he would press on. His destination was the southeast of the Zhao Kingdom, through the Yin Kingdom, and then to the Central Plains, where he would eradicate demonic creatures and elevate his cultivation. By the time he reached the Central Plains, he aimed to possess at least the cultivation or combat strength of the true King realm. Thus, he proceeded neither hurriedly nor slowly, advancing steadily according to his plan. The southeast of the Zhao Kingdom was currently chaotic, nearly entirely under the control of the bloodthirsty demonic sect. Half of the Yin Kingdom had also succumbed, necessitating that Wang Yan possess greater combat strength to pass through. Therefore, he could afford to take his time. After all, he was not going to offer himself up as a sacrifice, nor did he wish to become cannon fodder. Suddenly, Wang Yan raised his head, astonished at the scene before him. The town's entrance, a gathering of more than 10 Earth Store realm warriors and 40 to 50 long Rainbow realm warriors had amassed, each mounted on horses, laden with luggage and bundles, seemingly preparing for a collective journey. Friend, are you also preparing to head southeast to join the military in exterminating demons? A burly man with a full beard at the 6th level of Earth Store clasped his fists towards Wang Yan. The demonic sect has been excessively oppressive. We will not rest until they are eradicated, shouted another younger Earth Store warrior, expressing his stance. If you lack a horse, we can lend you one, offered another Earth Store warrior, leading a magnificent black steed that appeared quite spirited.
Wang Yan, draped in a cloak, feigned the cultivation of the 4th level of Earth Store. I apologize, but I am not.
Then who are you? The young Earth Store warrior Han Ting's expression shifted slightly. At such a time, anyone unwilling to lend their strength for the nation, only seeking to preserve their own safety, was deemed a fool. The enemy had already breached their doors. Initially, he too had desired to safeguard himself, but the demonic sect's warriors had become intolerably oppressive. Could they expect to remain undisturbed? Without a united resistance, they would only await death or transformation into demons. I am heading southeast. It was understandable to harbor resistance against the military and not wish to be constrained by commands, as long as one was intent on exterminating demons. Then come, mount your horse and join us, urged Luo Jie, extending the reins of the horse to Wang Yan.
Together, we shall look out for one another, preventing the demonic warriors from— Do you see that individual, that is a master of the 8th level of Earth Store, and that one, at the 6th level, and that one, at the 5th level? The bearded Xiao Dokue pointed out one by one, chuckling. How many experts from the demonic sect would dare to attack us? Do they truly possess so many experts?
They have considered this carefully. Previously, they had also studied the patterns of the demonic sect's ambushes, deploying at most 3 or 4 Earth Store warriors at a time. Rarely do they send 5 or 6.
Never more than 10.
And even if we are targeted, what of it? When we are gathered together, our strength is magnified, making it more challenging to be overwhelmed and granting us the capability to resist.
Otherwise, we would meet a similar fate.
You are unaware of the strength of the demonic sect's hunting parties, Wang Yan thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly. There was no use in warning them. They would not heed his words.
Very well, then, you may proceed without me, he concluded. Do you not trust us?
Lu Pine, a warrior of the 8th level of Earth Store, fixed his gaze on Wang Yan, feeling as though his strength was being questioned.
Arrogant fool. Han Ting scoffed.
Old Lu, Han Ting, everyone is entitled to their own choices.
We do not impose. Xiao Dokue placated the 8th level warrior. Do as you wish. Suit yourselves. Lu Peng turned away.
You all take care. Wang Yan walked past the group, leaving the small town behind.
Not long after, a great commotion arose. Giddy up, giddy up.
A large group of riders thundered from behind, swiftly passing by Wang Yan, stirring up a cloud of dust that gradually faded into the distance. Wang Yan watched, his heart stirred. Such a commotion, this group would likely not travel far last night, due to the late hour. He had not paid attention, however. Based on the circumstances he had encountered along the way, it was highly probable that these Earth Store warriors had already been targeted by the demonic warriors. He was well aware of the intelligence capabilities of the demonic sect. Perhaps, due to the sheer number of people last night and the town's relatively complex environment, the demonic warriors had refrained from striking. However, having left the town today, they would easily discern their route of advance, making it simple to set up an ambush.
Alas, they have brought this upon themselves, Wang Yan sighed, quickening his pace.
In this hunt between the demonic warriors and himself, it would ultimately come down to whose strength prevailed. Chapter 078 concludes with 10 more officers on the official road. The rumbling of hooves echoes as 50 to 60 riders gallop majestically.
Drive on!
Drive on, one of them exclaims, questioning the danger of traveling together, as though traveling alone would be any less perilous. Is it not easier to become a target? A single demon warrior could easily overpower him. Ha ha ha, Han Ting laughed heartily. Such arrogance and self-deception. In truth, he is a fool, utterly oblivious. Lu Peng snorted disdainfully. The disciples of the demon sect are not dim-witted. They are fully aware that we, a formidable group of masters, are poised to besiege them. With my earthly abode at the 8th level, alongside those at the 6th and 5th levels, to take us down, they would surely have to lose a few teeth. They have not voiced any concerns, merely exercising habitual caution. Perhaps they harbor some trepidation towards us, Xiao Dokue remarked. What do we have to fear? Are we truly more intimidating than the disciples of the demon sect? Luo Jie pondered. Perhaps they are apprehensive about our intentions towards them, Han Ting jested. Ha! Many martial artists chuckled in response. A martial artist who cowers and trembles, timid as a mouse, is destined to achieve little in the future. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We must hasten our journey to Shang City and then board the airship, remarked Ma Biao, who shares the same earthly abode level 6. He was disinclined to engage in further conversation. Just a mere earthly abode level 4, whether he follows or not is of little consequence. As for holding grudges, in the rear, encountering this contingent is indeed fortuitous. 13 earthly abode masters, including one at the 8th level. With such strength, one need not fear danger, Song Chao expressed gratefully. Indeed, our overnight journey has not been in vain. Do Jing nodded. They had galloped tirelessly through the night to arrive here. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. Do you think it could be as that master suggested, that such a large party would attract the attention of the demon sect's warriors? Surely that cannot be the case. The disciples of the demon sect are not foolish enough to provoke so many formidable masters, are they?